Chapter 1. The young man's eyes opened to the dark expanse of his room's ceiling. He blinked a few times before gradually rising and settling into a seated position. The bed provided comfort to his frail body, which could be injured by even the slightest physical effort. It had been personally designed to accommodate his delicate constitution. The exquisite blue sheets matched the color of his eyes, a rarity in Japan, and attracted significant attention. His gaze shifted towards the massive 54-inch TV that was still broadcasting the latest news and updates, casting a faint shadow over his figure. Today, the CEO of Evans Corporation is finalizing a 5-year deal with the 4th European Arcology. While Evans Corporation had previously established agreements with the 4 Tokyo Arcologies 3 years ago, their ventures are now extending beyond the borders of the country. Yes, as Ms. Kawasaki mentioned, Mr. Kyuhei Suzuki, the CEO of Evans Corporation, is already immersed in his new project. This endeavor aims to consistently supply fresh vegetables and fruits, not only to our esteemed nation of Japan but to the global community as well. Let's now dive into the interview conducted with Mr. Suzuki on the day of the corporation's announcement. The view of the newscasters shifted, and a new video played on the TV, featuring a middle-aged man. He possessed good looks and had similar blue eyes to the young man who was watching. The man was dressed in an expensive suit, standing on an elevated platform, flanked by various corporate figures as he delivered the speech in front of a multitude of reporters. Today, we've sealed a deal with the 4th Arcology of Europe, even amidst the conflict it experienced with the 3rd Arcology. Our commitment extends to providing them with our services as well. We're relentlessly striving for a world of peace and devoid of war, allowing everyone to relish the fresh, deserving produce once more. While it may come at a cost, we're dedicated to minimizing expenses for our synthetic equipment, aiming to make naturally grown fruits and vegetables affordable even for the less privileged. Looking ahead, let's focus on the future. I extend my gratitude to the Prime Mayor of the 4th Arcology for their collaboration with our company. As he spoke, an elderly man with graying hair stepped onto the stage, holding a stack of papers in his hands. He slid them onto the desk and pushed them forward. The middle-aged man picked up the pen, signed the papers, and then they shook each other's hands. To a great cooperation, they both spoke simultaneously, their hands clasped in a handshake. The video abruptly ended as the image transitioned back to the news anchors. The young man's gaze seemed slightly weird as he fixed his eyes on the TV. As soon as the interview ended, he promptly switched off the TV, plunging the room into complete darkness. He reflected on the entire news segment, his mind retracing the events. Kyuhei Suzuki, a man revered with high esteem in today's business landscape. His influence stretched not only across all of Asia but also reached Europe and South America, where he's hailed as the emerging icon of the horticulture industry. Following the World War III, planet's affliction have given rise to an era of genetically modified fruits and vegetables that lacked flavor and quality. Nevertheless, under the right circumstances and environment, their natural cultivation was possible. However, with the sun hidden behind thick clouds, and the rains of acid, this task remains arduous and financially demanding. This is precisely why Evans Corporation has emerged as one of the leading symbols of the horticulture industry. They've ingeniously engineered and established a synthetic environment within specially designed domes, capable of reproducing fresh vegetables and fruits using an undisclosed technology. This groundbreaking advancement sparked a widespread search for the exact details of this discovery. Nonetheless, the CEO of Evans Corporation was not a dumb fellow, he safeguarded the entirety of the discovery as a corporate secret. His charisma, coupled with his unwavering commitments, has fostered immense trust. This very reason has propelled him to his current position, one of the prominent provider of fresh produce, exerting a near-monopolistic hold over Asia, Europe, and South America. And the young man happened to be the only son of that very man. Lucian Evans. Lucian's mother was from Europe, specifically Romanian arcology. Their paths crossed in what could only be described as a deeply romantic encounter, leading to the couple falling in love, and immediately getting married. Soon after, they had Lucian. Unfortunately, Lucian's mother passed away shortly after giving birth to him. Tragically, he was also diagnosed with a severe genetic disease. Kyuhei Suzuki, a man of unwavering determination and resolute spirit, navigated through these trials. He weathered the storm of losing his wife, simultaneously dealing with the challenges his son's medical conditions brought. Admirably, he neither neglected his son nor placed blame on him. He poured all the care and affection that one could wish for from both a father and a mother onto his son. He cherished his son dearly, recognizing that this was the most important and invaluable legacy his wife had left behind. Lucian let out a sigh. Even after 18 years since her passing, he hadn't considered another woman or tried dating any. It was evident that his father truly loved his mother. He was truly a family guy. Lucian extended his hand towards the pillow and pulled out a smartphone from beneath it. Tapping on the device, the screen expanded. He fiddled with the device, and soon after, the door to his room swung open, revealing a young woman dressed in a maid uniform, who entered the room. Silently, she approached the young man with a composed expression. Her gaze held a hint of curiosity, yet it remained mostly professional. She raised the bedsheet and leaned over Lucian, her actions deliberate and composed, as she began the process of gently undressing him. Before long, his attire transformed from pajamas and a t-shirt into a more comfortable ensemble that suited him well. The young man's appearance was far from ordinary. In fact, he was exceptionally appealing to look at. Yet, in a ruined world, beauty was inconsequential to most. Lucian's blue eyes met the brown eyes of the maid, as she completed fastening the final button on his shirt and met his gaze. "Breakfast will be ready shortly, young master," the maid informed, stepping back and offering a subtle bow. Her graceful figure moved with refined precision, as if honed to perfection. "I don't think I'll eat anything today." "I don't have much of an appetite," Lucian said, his voice soft, mellow, and pleasing to hear. "That can't happen, young master. I've been instructed by the master to ensure you're fed, even if it means I have to be forceful about it. If you'd like me to practically force-feed you, then please decline my courteous attempt to serve you," the maid retorted in a single breath. Lucian looked at her with his pleading blue eyes, yet the maid's unwavering stare remained unaffected as she stood her ground resolutely. "Fine." Unable to sway her determination, he relentlessly agreed to eat breakfast. "It'll be prepared shortly. Please take your medicine in the meantime," advising that, the maid swiftly left the lavish room, the door closing almost noiselessly behind her. Once the maid left, Lucian found himself alone in the room once more. He let out a slight sigh, succumbing to the sense of boredom that had settled in once again. It's so boring. Life was boring. It became even more so when you're unable to fully utilize all your limbs for their intended purpose. The most Lucian could manage was walking a few meters. Any more than that, and he would become sick and faint. He was afflicted with cystic fibrosis, a life-threatening genetic disease that damages the lungs and digestive system. Apparently, his mother had also been diagnosed with the same disease, although her condition wasn't as severe as his. However, possibly due to being born prematurely, Lucian was more susceptible to illness. Even minor changes could significantly impact his health. But that's not all. He has also been diagnosed with alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency, a condition that increases the risk of lung and other diseases. When combined with cystic fibrosis, it results in CFALD, a condition where even slight pollution, dust, or smoke can pose life-threatening risks. Thankfully, he was born into a family that could provide him with the finest treatment available, along with top-tier air filters and a home that was meticulously cleaned every hour. But that didn't do anything to alleviate his boredom and loneliness. Despite being trapped in this huge house and having everything catered to him, he couldn't shake off the sense of emptiness. He couldn't find the sense of fulfillment or achievement that he so desired. The reality is disappointing, and he isn't even certain when his life might come to an end, given that even minor malfunctions and environmental changes could potentially be fatal. He would be lying if he denied feeling scared. Lucian sighed and turned on the TV once more. The previous news had been replaced by a new anime that was playing on the TV channel. The anime featured a new game, seemingly a DMMO-RPG, which had been gaining popularity over the past few years. Chapter 2. DMMO-RPG, Dive Massive Multiplayer Role-Playing Games, were a type of multiplayer RPG where you can experience it in virtual world. It used a complex layer of technologies to utilize this feat and allows a person to connect to digital world directly, thus creating the era of DMMO-RPGs. Lucian watched the TV with a hint of amusement. The screen displayed a group of otherworlders exploring the world of Yggdrasil, a world governed by the rules of game. These individuals were trapped within the game, and now had to defeat a boss known as World Enemy to secure their escape. The anime proved to be quite entertaining as Lucian kept his focus on the screen, momentarily forgetting about taking his medications. His gaze remained glued to the TV. Spending the day watching TV or simply wandering around the house was nothing new for him, however, stumbling upon something genuinely enjoyable was a rarity. Usually, he had to search obscure web histories, to find anything that would be worthy of his precious, restricted time. He continued watching the anime as the first episode of the 20-part OVA came to an end. He let out a mixed sigh of amusement and curiosity. The game Yggdrasil was a 2-year-old DMMO-RPG that had taken the virtual world by storm in Japan. Yet, its impact wasn't confined to Japan alone. The game had spread its influence to numerous other countries. The rich archaeologies were even hosting tournaments, allowing players to engage in live VR battles with others in person. These VR arenas, commonly referred to as arenas, are widespread. They serve as the epicenter for various dueling and fighting games, drawing in crowds who want to watch an entertaining fight. These virtual battles can attract a significant audience. Some top-tier players are even able to garner endorsements from small businesses due to their popularity in the virtual world. DMMO-RPGs are extremely popular nowadays, and Yggdrasil is currently the most famous one, essentially synonymous with the genre. Anyone who knows about DMMO-RPGs is mostly familiar with Yggdrasil. Lucian had some knowledge about Yggdrasil, but he had never been interested in playing it. Although he had played a few DMMO-RPGs, Yggdrasil was not one of them. He believed that excessive traffic and popularity often made a game overrated. Despite hearing good things about the game, his skeptical nature always led him to the more obscure and rare indie DMMO-RPG titles. Furthermore, he wasn't particularly interested in multiplayer RPGs. However, he might change his opinion now, given that the OVA had piqued his curiosity about the game. Lucian took a shallow breath, experiencing a slight pain in his abdomen. Nevertheless, the discomfort was manageable for him. Gradually, he cast off his blanket and extended his legs, before rising and positioning himself near the edge of his bed. He retrieved a box of medicine from the nearby drawer, strategically placed within arm's reach of his bed. Taking out a blue pill, he promptly placed it in his mouth. The pill instantly dissolved, releasing a bitter liquid that trickled down his throat. After swallowing the pill, Lucian made his way towards the bathroom, where he proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face, taking the opportunity to also tidy his hair. After leaving the bathroom, he walked slowly towards the living room, where the dining table was situated. Most days, he would wait for his breakfast in his room, but today he was feeling rather lively. Perhaps it was due to watching the OVA, and now he was looking forward to playing the game. Walking through the modern, well-furnished, and finely crafted wooden corridor, he soon entered the living room. The moment he stepped into the expansive room, he noticed the maid cutting and peeling an apple for him. Her attention immediately shifted to him the instant she heard his footsteps. "What are you up to, young master?" she inquired, placing the peeled apple onto the plate before approaching him. She leaned in to offer support, but he gently pushed her away as he responded. "It's all right, I can manage to walk today. Yesterday was probably due to overstimulation that I fainted." The maid looked at him, her face finally revealing a flicker of emotion as her eyebrows furrowed in worry. "Are you sure?" she asked, hesitating about whether to believe his words or not. "Yes, believe me." But looking at his sincere smile and his eyes locking onto hers, she couldn't resist allowing him to proceed as he wished. She walked behind him as he headed towards the dining table where breakfast would be served. She was ready to support him should he feel weak, following behind him like a mother hen watching over her chick. "Do you really think I'm that pathetic?" Lucian asked, taking a seat on the soft chair specifically designed for optimal comfort. "No, master, you are not pathetic," the maid responded without a moment's hesitation. She didn't even need to think over that. Really? I think I'm pretty pathetic. Lucian sighed as he picked up a piece of apple and started eating it. You're not pathetic, master. You're simply dealing with physical illness, and it's not your fault that you were born with this condition. Nor is it your mother's fault, without any hesitations, the maid said. Lucian went silent as he ate the slices of apple with silent noises of chewing, the only thing remaining in the room. The maid opened her mouth, breaking the silence. Do you blame your mother for leaving you with this disease? Lucian was taken aback for a moment, as he never expected for her to ask something sensitive like this suddenly. However, after swallowing the apple he had in his mouth, he replied to her question. I don't blame mother, after all, she is the one who brought me into this world. Even if I was littered with disease, she is still the one responsible for my existence, so I would never blame her. Lucian then gave a slight smile as he continued. However, I do think, that if she was alive, perhaps I would have felt a little better. After all, I would have someone who would shower me with her motherly love. Although I love Dad, and I appreciate his care and love for me, I would still love to have my mother. Lucian said with the same smile. His mouth curved up in slight arc, making him look like a prince as the glow of the lights inside the room illuminated his silky and smooth, slightly wet hair. His blue eyes were twinkling with a bit of moisture. Perhaps something had gotten stuck inside his eyes. Lucian was taken by surprise and had no time to wipe his eyes before his loyal maid gently hugged him. It's okay, master. Even without a mother, you have me. I'll give you all the love I can muster as your loyal maid. It's only natural for me to do my utmost for my dear master, the maid said, her words uninterrupted, as her ample bosom covered Lucian's head. He was used to being hugged like this by her. No one will say it's cringe, please. This was necessary for the story, believe me. Lucian simply hugged her back, a single tear escaping, and he smiled as the maid gently rubbed his hair. After they both calmed down, they separated. Lucian felt a bit embarrassed, while the maid was engaged in an internal struggle known only to her. Lucian picked up a piece of apple and resumed eating. This single apple was so expensive that most people couldn't afford it, but for him, it was an everyday luxury. Lucian gazed at his maid once more and asked, May, can you set up the DMMO-RPG, Yggdrasil for me? Are you intending to finally play that popular DMMO-RPG? She asked, puzzled. Although her master was a gamer, he had never shown interest in Yggdrasil. He always played unknown and obscure VR games that no one knew about. Yes, I saw the Yggdrasil's OVA. It was quite interesting, and I've also heard about a new expansion pack that added a lot of new features to the game. I think it's the perfect time to start playing. Maybe I can even get some good gacha rewards, Lucian commented while continuing to eat. Are you thinking of spending a lot of money on gacha games again? The maid asked, her expression showing a hint of concern. Yes, let me enjoy life while I'm still alive. Death will come for me eventually, sooner or later, Lucian said in a joking tone, though the melancholy in his eyes didn't go unnoticed by the maid. She felt a twinge of pain, but there was little she could do. She wasn't a god, nor a doctor who could provide solutions. She was just a maid, striving to be perfect for her unreliable master. As you wish. Leaving this few words behind, she went to the kitchen to bring the cutlery for her master. Chapter 3. Embark on an epic journey with Yggdrasil. Valkyrie's downfall. Prepare for an unprecedented adventure with our latest expansion. Dive into a world transformed by Valkyrie's downfall, an expansive new chapter that will redefine your Yggdrasil experience. Venture into uncharted territories within your familiar 9 realms. Uncover hidden marvels and treasures in the lands you thought you knew. Traverse new terrains within the familiar 9 realms, each offering a fresh perspective and countless secrets to discover. Conquer the unknown and confront the new dungeons. Lose yourself in the labyrinthine passages of newly forged dungeons. Forge your path through the darkness, conquering challenges that become more complex with every step. Will you be the first to reach the heart of the unknown dungeons hidden between the worlds? World champions of the 9 realms and new PvP arena. Step into the arena of legends, where warriors clash to prove their supremacy in the 9 realms. Rise to the top, carving your name into history as you compete against the finest players. Be the first to be a champion of your world. Hidden beneath the surface lies the mysterious underground. Unearth the world beneath the surface, where underground cities, ancient ruins, rare mines, and unexplored dungeons await your discovery. Craft your legend by uncovering hidden underground cities, mines, and ruins, each filled with its own stories and mysteries. New bosses. Fearsome enemies of the world. Encounter and try to discover the world-destroying, world enemies. 8 fearsome dragons. Summon your courage to face and find the 8 dragons, each a trial of skill and strategy. Join forces with fellow guild members to find and overcome these legendary challenges, and claim rewards befitting a true champion. Encounter the Lord of the 7 Deadly Sins. Test your mettle against the Lord of the 7 Deadly Sins, each hidden somewhere within the 9 realms. This is battle of epic proportions that will push your limits. With emotions shifting like the tides, only the truly skilled will emerge victorious. Join hands with other guilds to defeat the all-powerful, mighty sins. Seated on his bed, Lucian's gaze remained glued to the screen as he watched the new expansion trailer for the Yggdrasil. The teaser for the patch captured his attention, filling him with a growing sense of excitement. Until now, he hadn't explored the game's lore deeply, but it was becoming clear that every element was intricately connected. The depth of the narrative left him amazed, revealing why players were so passionate about the game. It goes on to show how much effort developers had put into the game. Unveil the power of the divine, fight the archangels of the Sapphira. Prepare to test not only your strength but also your unwavering faith. As you tread into the battlefield, the archangels will make you pray to your God, challenging your devotion like never before. The foes you face are sharper, more formidable than ever. Can you rise above and conquer the mightiest of angels, those who serve under the infinity light? Enlightened 5 Rainbow Buddhas await. Embark on a quest to challenge the 5 Rainbow Buddhas, each encounter a chance to claim divine rewards and acquire rare divine class items that are found nowhere else within the game. These sacred battles will push you to your limits, but the rewards will be worth every ounce of effort. Unveil the ultimate mystery. What hidden rewards lie beyond the climax of battle? Defeat the ultimate bosses to unravel the mystery that holds the potential for game-changing revelations. Embrace your fate and spin the limited special gacha and seize destiny. The wheel of fate awaits your touch. Spin the gacha and embrace destiny, for you might just be the lucky individual who claims victory and redefines the course of Yggdrasil. Prepare for Valkyrie's downfall, an expansion that will redefine your Yggdrasil journey. Are you ready to embrace the unknown and forge your own legend? The trailer was quite lengthy, showcasing numerous features, added bonuses, and new additions to the expansion pack. However, Lucian couldn't help but notice that the trailer only provided silhouettes of the bosses, without any description or their locations. This was a testament to the game's spirit, as the developers intended for players to discover the world enemies on their own. Lucian's interest, however, was in the gacha. As someone who uses gacha to back his lack of reaction time and skills, he is always more interested in min-maxing his character with gacha powers than using too much time in grinding, although he isn't a dumb guy, who won't use loopholes and the vast customization to his advantage. His next goal was definitely becoming the strongest player in Yggdrasil. Lucian shut down the video on his tablet and returned to his home screen. While his gaze wandered, wondering what to do next, while his maid was setting up Yggdrasil for him. Just then, he heard a knock on the door. "Come in," he immediately responded, his anticipation evident. The door swung open, and the maid entered the room with her characteristic efficiency. "The game Yggdrasil has been set up in the VR room, young master. It's ready to play," she stated in a single breath, her eyes on him. Noticing his enthusiastic smile, a faint hint of relief crossed her face, causing her to inadvertently release a sigh. "Thank you, Mei," he expressed his gratitude with a warm smile. He rose slowly from the bed, placing the tablet aside. He made his way towards the VR room. "It's my duty," Mei responded with a slight smile before leaving the room. She trailed behind Lucian, making sure he was comfortable and safe. Walking down the corridor, Lucian arrived at the VR room and opened the door, revealing a space equipped with 2 VR gears. Positioned in the room's corners were two proprietary consoles, each accompanied by a set of headgear and neurotransmitters. As soon as the sensor detected Lucian's presence, the room lit up with various neon lights, casting an array of vibrant colors across the room. Upon entering the room, his attention was drawn to the two consoles. Resembling beach chairs, they radiated an inviting comfort. However, these were no ordinary seats. They had been specially designed for extended usage, ensuring optimal comfort during long sessions. Lucian settled into the chair on the left side, and as he did, the headgear lit up in response. Mei stood in the corner, ready to assist if anything arose during his setup, planning to stay in the room until he fully immersed himself in the game. Lucian grasped the extended cable that connected the neurotransmitter to the proprietary console. This neurotransmitter uses the console's capabilities to establish a connection with the player's cerebral cortex. It utilizes an ultracranial nanocomputer network known as the Neural Nano Interfacial innovation created from the fusion of the cyber and nanotechnology. This synergy allowed for a direct interfacing with the brain's synaptic pathways, allowing for a seamless exchange of data and sensory information between the digital world and the human mind. In simple words, it allows a user to dive into a virtual world and experience it as if it were real. However, even the most advanced DMMO-RPGs still struggle to overcome the technological hurdle of properly modeling the changes in a virtual character's face in response to the player's emotions and speech. In accordance with the software legislation for virtual reality games, DMMO-RPGs were prohibited from providing sensory data for smell and taste. Additionally, the sense of touch was also heavily restricted to prevent confusion with the real world. Lucian took the neurotransmitter and swept his black hair behind his ears, revealing a neural port designed for the insertion of the transmitter. Gently connecting the transmitter, he reclined and picked up the VR helmet emitting a soft green glow. It was designed to cover only half of the face, covering the entire area of the eyes. These helmets were originally supposed to be full-faced, but they were compromised due to the well-versed hackers who could utilize others' brains as a springboard to commit crimes. Thus, special helmets were designed to include a system that would record everything happening in the virtual world, retaining the footage for a month before automatically deleting it. These monthly records served to document the user's actions, providing evidence of their innocence even if the wearer was implicated in a crime. One could say this was the safety net of the computing world. In contrast, not having one of these helmets greatly increased the chances that one might be charged when involved in a crime, so only a handful of people chose not to wear them. Darkness greeted Lucian as he put on the helmet. Settling in and relaxing, he gazed into the darkness ahead. "Link start," he said aloud. Chapter 4. "Link start," he said aloud. A weird sensation trickled down his body, and he felt himself detach from reality for a moment before emerging in a clear blue interface. It displayed an interface consisting of multiple windows with various games and applications ready to be opened. He used his hand to swipe through the interface, and the game Yggdrasil finally came into view. Glowing golden letters were suspended in front of him within a window, seemingly inviting him to immerse himself in the vast world that awaited. With a simple finger gesture, he tapped on the game, and soon he found himself floating in a white space with a translucent golden interface hovering before his eyes. "Welcome to Yggdrasil." These golden letters greeted him, followed by "Tutorial available. Do you want to go through tutorial? Yes, no." Lucian glanced at the options and pressed yes. Swiftly going through the tutorial, he absorbed the information about character creation and other stuff. The process took him a total of 20 minutes, but it was a worthwhile investment as the game mechanics were undeniably interesting. While Lucian was aware that Yggdrasil offered extensive character customization that left players astonished, now that he dived into the game himself, he understood its true greatness. This game was undoubtedly a hidden gem he had been missing out on. As he mentally absorbed the character customization guide, he searched for any potential loopholes he could exploit. The game's mechanics were detailed, with each element being complex and intricately tied to a backstory. At this point, he was only familiar with the most fundamental aspects of the game. Lucian looked at the new interface hovering before him. "Enter the game. Yes, no." He selected yes once again, and felt himself shifting through space, arriving in a huge hall filled to the brim with numerous humanoid silhouettes of various individuals, all resembling each other. His eyes drifted to all the corners of his vision. In the top left corner of his vision, he noticed a screen displaying his character's name, which was empty. Any further details such as race or class were also devoid of any further details since he hadn't made those choices yet. The top right corner of his view displayed the time, which read 10:45 in the morning. In the bottom left corner, another interface caught his attention, featuring options such as menu, chat, call GM, and log out. On the bottom right corner, a mini-map was displayed, currently white and devoid of any markings or information. In the center of his vision was a small rectangular window displaying the name of the place. Place, Character Creation Room. He was indeed in the Character Creation Room. Lucian looked at each corner and observed people appearing, disappearing, and reappearing as they finished customizing their characters. His attention then turned to the window floating at the center of his vision. Character Customization. Choose an in-game name. Warning. The name will be visible to other players and on the ranking board. Lucian tapped on the empty box, and a keyboard appeared. He slowly typed his real name, Lucian, which he always used because he loved his real name. Error. Name already in use. What? Lucian audibly gasped, but it wasn't shocking as he sighed and chose another name. Lucian 0. Error. Name already in use. Lucian 01. Error. Name already in use. What the heck? Lucian cursed under his breath. Right now, even if he cursed, no one would hear as the audio chat function is currently off. Deciding that it wasn't going to work and frustrated by the error, Lucian chose a name that no one would probably have used. Lucy. Name registered successfully. Seeing the confirmation, Lucian's eyes twitched as he realized no one would use such a weird and cringy name. Sighing, Lucian looked at the new options that had appeared before him. Now he had to choose between the three major races in the game. Humanoid. Description: a flexible race with humanoid appearance that provides a wide range of benefits and reliable job class coverage due to the absence of racial classes. Races available: Human Elf, Dark Elf, Light Elf, Rainbow Eye, Winged Human, Dwarf, Sharp Horn, 4 Eyes, Wild Elf, Faith, Sapien, Forthen, Prasia, Tailfolk, Shadow, Touch, Petra, Tib, Neeg, Manava, Jin, Albashra, etc. Demi-humanoid. Description: a race of human-like beings with varying physical attributes, some possessing partly upright postures and animal-like features. They offer a balance between job and race class stats. Races available: Giant, Centaur, Goblin, Kobold, Lizardmen, Merman, Minotaur, Ogre, Troll, Nekomimi, Mandric, Tuvok, Naga, Dragonkin, Vulpaculi, Houndmen, Panther, Elephant, Equine, etc. Heteromorphic. Description: inhuman, monstrous races. Most of these races possess monstrous features and appearances, and can only appear human through further customization. They can choose to dedicate leveling up to racial classes, limiting their job classes, or vice versa. Races available: Undead, Angel, Zombie, Demon, Doppelganger, Dragonoid, Golem, Insect, Plant, Slime, Skeleton, Vampire, Lycanthrope, Ghost, Elemental, Dullahan, Birdman, Homunculus, Castkin, Chernobyl, Fairy, Spirit, Yukai, Siren, Xana, etc. Looking at all the races available, even Lucian felt a little shaken and dazed. This was the first time he had seen such a level of customization and options available for a player to choose. And this was just the beginning phase of character customization. No wonder their slogan, Player Freedom, finally made sense, as there's literally every race that he could think of. Some might be humanoid, some might be demi-human, while some are heteromorphic. Lucian contemplated the available options, his decision-making process driven by impulses, urges, and desires. He was the type to think about the outcomes later on. Although his knowledge of the game was limited to the basics, Lucian decided to choose a heteromorphic race, as all the races he was interested in fell under that category. Specifically, he had his eyes set on 3 races that stood out to him. Vampire. Angel. Dragonoid. Each of these races was one he had chosen or played in other DMMO-RPGs or RPGs in general. Although he wasn't familiar with the available racial classes for Dragonoid, he was eager to find out. Whether it was a proper dragon or not, it was evident that it had some draconic qualities. And vampires needed no introduction. They were known as night-crawling bloodsuckers that thrived on darkness and desire. As for angels, well, Lucian had a soft spot for Gapmo and wouldn't mind being an angel character, while having the most negative karma in the game. After all, even karma affected the damage dealt and taken in this world. Looking deeply at the three races, Lucian calculated the most optimal, cool, and overpowered build he could create in the game. He tapped on the vampire icon, and a more descriptive screen appeared. Race, Vampire. Description, a race of heteromorphic creatures with an affinity for blood and night. These immortal night crawlers are a crossbreed between bats and humans, granted magical potential and immortality by their inhumane constitution. They are undead monstrous creatures with very few human qualities, and even less humanity, as their karma is always in the negative. Racial traits: high regeneration, kin creation, ice type, damage resistance, weapon resistance, life drain. Classes available: Vampire, Vampire Knight, Vampire Caster, Vampire Lord, Vampire Noble, Vampire Assassin, Vampire Scholar, Vampire Alchemist. Looking at the available racial classes, Lucian could understand that each of these classes catered to different types of players. For those who wanted to focus on maxing out a specific stat, there were the specialized vampire classes. On the other hand, for those who simply wanted to benefit from the general racial powers of vampires, the normal vampire class was sufficient. This class would distribute the precious racial stat points evenly, rather than focusing on maxing out a single stat. He then shifted his attention to the angel icon and tapped on it. Race, Angel. Description, a race of heteromorphic beings created by the Infinity Light. Their specialty lies in granting blessings and possessing high magical power. They are beings of high moral value, displaying virtues to the utmost. Great commanders, they have the capability to empower humanity through their commands. Angels come in various forms, but most share a featureless, doll-like appearance that can vary depending on the type of angel. Racial traits: holy aura, high regeneration, dark type, damage resistance, weapon resistance, grant blessing, faith generation, positive aura, immunity to negative aura. Classes available: Angel, Angel Warrior, Angel Scholar, Angel Apostle, Devotee Angel, Guardian Angel, Angel Scribe, Angel Sentinel. Race, Dragonoid. Description, a race of heteromorphic creatures created from worldly energy. Designed to be perfect for nature but inherently imperfect and unnatural for magic. With sturdy natural armor, they are unable to learn magic but can still utilize MP through skills like their dragon breath. Racial traits: natural armor, weapon resistance, piercing resistance, breath attack resistance, natural breath attack, intimidation, aura, magic resistance. Classes available: Lesser Dragon, Dragonborn, Draken, Wing, Skra, Vyrn, Drakern. Chapter 5. Looking at the racial traits of the Dragonoid race, Lucian immediately crossed it off. There was no way he was going to play this game and not have magic, especially when he learned that there were over 600 spells to learn and master. The sheer number of spells astonished Lucian, although many of them were probably convenient spells. The amount of magic available was still shocking to him. The magic levels were divided into tiers from 1 to 10, with an additional 11th tier known as a super tier, which only magic builds were able to cast. These super tier spells were more like special skills, as they didn't consume MP but were limited in terms of the number of times they could be cast per day, according to the guide. Lucian obviously wanted to create a character that excelled in both magic and combat, preferably a magical knight or something similar. Looking at the Dragonoid race made him realize that it was impossible for him to be a Dragonoid and have access to magic. Cutting it off from his options left him with the choices of Angel and Vampire. Angel seemed like a good option due to the available racial classes, which appeared to be quite strong. However, looking at the racial traits, Lucian was both surprised and intrigued by their numerous advantages. But the karma aspect gave him pause. While most angels had positive karma, he considered that fallen angels might not. To make a worthwhile build, he might have to heavily invest in his racial class. Additionally, angels appeared to be a magic-focused race, which could potentially leave him lacking in physical strength if he chose that racial class. That left him with the option of becoming a vampire. The vampire racial class was well suited for both magic and physical attacks, with multiple class choices available, including vampire knight and vampire caster. However, the more balanced option was simply the normal vampire class. Lucian speculated that by selecting this class, he might eventually unlock a higher tier racial class. In the end, after a few moments of contemplation, he made his decision and chose the vampire racial class. As soon as he made his choice, his avatar, which initially resembled a silhouette like others, transformed into a more bestial and monstrous form. He examined his hands and noticed they appeared pale, with veins protruding and claws that looked dirty and grotesque. His fingers were large, resembling those of a monstrous creature. When he opened the menu and accessed the character customization option, a hideous and monstrous-looking creature appeared suspended on the screen. It had bat-like wings, a noseless face, and a monstrous body that stood tall and appeared pale. The creature resembled something straight out of a horror movie, and its appearance even took Lucian by surprise, as he had never seen such a grotesque monster except in movies. And now he had become that monster. This feels violating. The thought of being such a hideous creature was unappealing and disgusting to him. However, he was well aware that he could change his appearance using the creator tools available in the game once he leveled up or gained access to the shop and gacha. He planned to change his character's appearance at the earliest opportunity. As Lucian gazed at the monstrous creature, he saw various options for customization, from elongating limbs to altering the torso. He tried his best to make it look as normal as possible, but it still appeared quite unsettling. Sighing in frustration, Lucian decided to move on and focus on choosing his job classes. A seemingly endless list of base job classes appeared before his eyes as he scrolled through the options. With over 200 basic and advanced job classes available, some required specific prerequisites to be met for unlocking, while many were readily available for players during the beginning of their playthrough. The first classes that caught Lucian's attention were Blood Drinker, unlocked. Blood Sworn, unlocked. Bloodborne, unlocked. Blood Chaser, unlocked. These classes seemed tailor-made for vampires and were accessible because he had chosen vampire as his racial class. They wouldn't have been available otherwise. Looking at the classes, Lucian went through each of them. Class, Blood Drinker. Description: the class allows the player to manipulate blood and convert it into resources that can be used to strengthen the user and allies. Skills abilities available: Blood Frenzy, Blood Pool, Blood Store, Blood Consume, Blood Construct. More can be unlocked after leveling up the class. Class, Bloodborne. Description: this class allows the player to manipulate the blood inside one's own body to harden it and use it as armor, increasing physical strength and defense. Skills abilities available: Blood Armor, Crimson Claw, Blood Enhancement. More can be unlocked after leveling up. Class, Blood Chaser. Description: this class allows the user to manipulate blood to track other players and debuff them by poisoning their blood. Skills abilities available: Crimson Spit, Frenzied Search, Mark of Blood, Blood Corruption. More can be unlocked after leveling up. Examining the three classes, Lucian realized that each class was tailored for a specific play style that players might need. The Blood Drinker class suited magicians, the Blood Chaser class was ideal for support roles, and for warriors who preferred melee combat, the Bloodborne class was a perfect fit. To Lucian, the last option, Blood Sworn, seemed to be the better choice, as it offered superior capabilities compared to the others. Class, Blood Sworn. Description: this class enables the user to utilize their own blood and the blood of others in their vicinity to enhance their physical and magical abilities. This leads to faster spell casting and speed boosts. Skills abilities available: Blood Bane, Blood Control, Crimson Harmony, Death Chase. Drop Strength. More can be unlocked after leveling up. Lucian understood that this class might not be suitable for those who didn't want a specialized build, but for those aiming to become a magic knight or a similar character, this class was a blessing. Without a second's hesitation, Lucian chose the Blood Sworn class. He knew he could choose more job classes later, as levels could be added to any class as long as he used his menu to do so every time he defeated an enemy. Although Lucian wanted to have other classes, he decided to focus on leveling up the ones he already had first. Finally done with his character creation and customization, a screen appeared before his eyes that marked the start of his journey. Please choose one of the 9 realms. Asgard, Vanaheim, Alfheim, Jotunheim, Nibelheim, Midgard, Muspelheim, Nidavellir, Helheim. Looking at the options, there was a description for each of the worlds. Going through them all, Lucian decided on Muspelheim, a place of burning heat, filled with rivers of lava and flaming rocks. A place that one would say is not fitting for vampire, yet he decided to choose that, because he liked the map of Muspelheim. Soon, a detailed map appeared in front of his eyes. Choose a location to spawn in. Lucian noticed that when he tapped on a city, he was rejected with the message unavailable. It seemed that being a heteromorphic in this game came with a penalty. It wouldn't allow him to spawn in a city. Looking at the terrain and considering what he knew, Lucian chose one of the central safe zones in Muspelheim to spawn in. The further you ventured from the center, the more dangerous it became. A timer appeared in front of his eyes as he waited to spawn in the game. The timer went down from 10 to 0 in an instant, and Lucian felt a falling sensation before materializing within the safe zone he had chosen to spawn in. His eyes took in the surroundings. A river of lava flowed down to his left, while to his right was a forest with burning red trees that wriggled around as if alive, seemingly inviting him. Where he was standing was a safe zone, as there was a cone located in the center with safe zone displayed over it. The cone provided a safe environment here where no monsters would attack and players wouldn't harm each other. The surroundings appeared grim and hot, but there was no burning sensation. The sky was enveloped in smoke, its reddish hue resembling flames that had consumed the ground. Lucian immediately accessed his console and reviewed his stats. Ugh, these look terrible. Well, I guess I can't expect much at level 0, Lucian mumbled to himself, disappointed by his pathetic stats, with the highest value being only 4. Luckily, Lucian had spawned in an area where the surrounding monsters were at most level 12. This meant he could handle them as long as he proceeded with caution. However, it's time to access the cash shop. So what if I can't get good stats now? I can pay my way through it. Lucian exclaimed with a touch of sarcasm, as he pulled out the cash shop menu with a smirk on his face. As soon as he opened the cash shop, he was greeted by a flurry of items and even some gachas that allowed players to roll for specific types of items and many more things. Lucian looked at all the cash shop items. Well, it's time to tap till I get bored, Lucian said as he started buying gacha items one after another. A person seeing this from a third-person perspective would probably think of him as a cheater and a spoiled brat. So what? That's how the world works. If you have money, you can get whatever you want, even if it's some cheat-like item in a game. Ring of Medium Enhancement. Description: a finely crafted ring adorned with shining runes. It uses the player's MP to increase the stats. Effects: temporarily increases the player's physical stats by 20% for a duration of 2 hours. Unleashes 20% more damage against elementless monsters. Cost: 400 yen. Whispering Wind Scroll. Description: a ancient parchment infused with magic, it holds the power to communicate across great distance. Effects: enables the player to establish a mystical link with friends in any distance, allowing for swift and clear communication. Cost: 500. Embersteel Sword. Description: a blade forged with enchanted embersteel metal, it emits a fiery glow. Effects: deals an additional 25% fire damage. Unleashes the burn effect through rapid strikes. Cost: 600 yen. Frostbite Dagger. Description: a dagger with a blade imbued with the frost aura. Effects: inflicts frostbite. Amplifies damage by 35% against enemies susceptible to icy elements. Cost: 800. Mystic Amulet of Divination. Description: a beautiful amulet adorned with mystical runes, it grants insight into lurking mysteries. Effects: uncovers the enemy types present in the area. The total radius is 200 meters. Cost: 10,000. Mask of Negation. Description: an intricately designed ornate mask that wards of negative energy. Effects: grants a level 2 negative immunity, shielding against dark curses and negative debuffs. Cost, 20,000 yen. Enchanted Quill. Description, a quill pulsing with unknown magical power. Effects, supercharges the written words, amplifying the potency of scrolls, runes, and inscriptions by a staggering 70%. Cost, 25,000. Shub-Niggurath's Tentacle. Description, a sinister, otherworldly tentacle that writhes with chaotic, negative energy. Effects, functions as a catalyst for crafting negative and dark magic artifacts. Empowers the potency of corresponding spells, scrolls, and items by an astounding 200%. Cost, 45,000 yen. Gambler's Dice. Description, a pair of dice with a touch magical luck. Effects, increases the drop rate of rare items, and gold during quests and battles by 65%. Cost, 200,000 yen. Cloak of Unknowable. Description, a silken cloak woven with the essence of darkness and silence. Effects, grants permanent invisibility akin to the 5th tier spell Invisibility. Can be activated for a 30-minute bout of Perfect Unknowable, the 9th tier spell every 2 hours. Cost, 50,000. Sorry if the prices feel wrong, I didn't know how to price each of them. The more Lucian scrolled, the higher the prices went up. However, Lucian didn't care about anything as he tapped on the items to buy as much as possible until the items became unavailable to buy. Due to being sheltered all his life, Lucian's common sense was just as underdeveloped as a toddler's. The value of money was not something that Lucian understood, as everything in his life had been catered to him, and money was never an issue. Although the numbers went up, Lucian didn't care and bought anything he could. That's always how he did it in other games, though. Unless it was a normal VR-RPG, which he preferred to clear using his own hard work, as everything went according to the planned story. After getting tired of buying items from the endless cash shop, he turned his attention to the items he had in his inventory. He had also purchased the infinite inventory from the cash shop, which essentially granted him an unlimited amount of storage space. This meant he didn't have to worry about running out of space in his inventory, unlike normal first-time players who have very limited storage. After finishing his spending spree, Lucian turned his attention to his character customization options. He accessed the creator tools and applied custom skins and textures that he had purchased from the cash shop. His goal was to make his previously hideous vampiric character look as close to his own appearance as possible. Chapter 6. In the heart of the blazing forest, where burning trees swayed eerily, a player battled against a horde of monsters. With skillful movements, he cut through the creatures one by one, effortlessly navigating his way through the fray. I didn't know this forest was so good for leveling up. Lucian, now a changed man, cleaved through hordes of flaming goblins, each of them wielding flames in their hands, as he skillfully used his scythe to cut through their bodies with ease and absolute precision. Every time the scythe touched the monsters, it applied an instant death effect, easily granting them instant demise. The cleaving was merely an additional feature that Lucian had incorporated into the weapon by adding more data crystals. However, there were too many of these goblins. Unlike the typical goblins who would often appear half-naked, only covering their private areas, these goblins were each clad in metal armor that protected their vital parts. They also wore caps resembling miners and wielded hammers in one hand, while flames flickered in the other. Lucian currently stood about 20 meters away from a cave situated right next to a stream of lava, which the goblins were fiercely defending. This cave housed a boss monster, and players had to defeat the goblins before they could confront the boss. As for how Lucian learned this, it was thanks to the bestiary he won through a gashapon. Now, you might be wondering, what was gashapon? Well, it was essentially a gacha shop that offered a chance to win numerous rare gacha items. Rare items were what players aimed to obtain. Gashapon had a variety of gachas, each featuring its own set of rare items. This meant players had a shot at winning their favorite gacha items from gashapon. What he won was a bestiary that provided detailed information on monsters ranging from level 1 to level 80 excluding the boss monsters. It included their attack pattern, weaknesses, and more. There was another bestiary he received as a reward for completing his first story quest, but to his disappointment, it was an empty bestiary containing only pictures and names of the monsters, without any additional details. However, the details of these goblins were available in the quest as well, since he had to eliminate 200 of them to complete the current story quest he was doing. Lucian cleaved through the last Yggdrasil. This was the name of this particular species of goblins. Well, it's a good thing I'm already level 33, otherwise, I would have had a tough time fighting all those level 40 Yggdrasils with just my physical attacks. Lucian spoke to himself as he waved his stoic avatar's head, shamelessly forgetting the fact that his scythe was a divine-class weapon imbued with instant death effects, capable of eliminating opponents without any effort. The avatar now resembled a young man similar to his real-life self, bearing a striking resemblance. Lucian had invested a significant amount of time designing it, using numerous paid skins and textures to make it as realistic as possible. Lucian was currently adorned in a lightweight armor of red hue with intricate golden outlines. The red color would glow when Lucian engaged in combat, though it had now dimmed to its normal state. This armor had the special ability to enhance his physical stats during battle. Likewise, the golden lines would illuminate when he channeled his MP to boost his magical stats. This armor was another divine class item, acquired through a real cash auction he participated in just last night. Divine class items were exceptionally rare, a rarity even among level 100 players. After all, divine class items were the ultimate pinnacle of what Yggdrasil had to offer. In the hierarchy of gears and items class, it progressed from low to middle to high to top to legacy to relic to legendary, with divine being the highest and most coveted. However, it still wasn't the highest tier an item could reach. There was one more level above it, known as world class. World class, something Lucian had no prior knowledge of. He only discovered it 4 days ago when he purchased a premium Yggdrasil wiki subscription after seeing an advertisement for the website. World-class items were shrouded in mystery for most players. Even if they possessed some knowledge about them, they chose to keep it concealed. Yggdrasil was a game of exploration, as emphasized by the developers, and players were encouraged to uncover its secrets themselves. In Yggdrasil, information about nearly everything was left for players to discover, a treasure trove for high-level players. The only thing Lucian knew about world-class items was their potential to alter fundamental aspects of the game, making them exceptionally game-changing. Lucian was determined to obtain a world-class item, no matter what. After all, he loved this game and wanted to discover everything about it. Even though he had only been playing it for 2 weeks. He had become addicted to it. The thrill of leveling up filled him with an unmatched sense of achievement. Despite having played numerous DMMO-RPGs before, this one provided a satisfaction like no other. This level of satisfaction was brought to him by the effort he put into the game. The game's details were enormous too, with brilliant layers of flavor text, often 3 or more, for almost everything. Whether it's a place or an item, everything has intricate detail, without any loopholes as he tries to find them, but he's not able to. He had broken many games before by exploiting loopholes through the excessive use of cache items or similar methods, but Yggdrasil proved different. He couldn't achieve that here. Despite numerous items and features being locked behind paywalls, they were not essential for a normal playthrough, and even if someone obtained them, they wouldn't be able to disrupt the game. Lucian, on the other hand, had set a determined goal to become a master player, regardless of the challenges he faced. Lucian looked at the rectangular screen displayed in front of him. Place, Platinum Ashen Grotto type, Dungeon. Lucian took a deep breath as he unequipped his scythe, his primary weapon, because, of course, he loved scythes. Lucian then checked his stats, which he had leveled up twice while killing the horde of Yggdrasils at the entrance of the cave. IGN. Lucy. Heatermorph. Alignment. Neutral evil. Karma. Level. Racial class. Vampire, LVL, 10 max. True Vampire, LVL, 1. Job class. Blood Sworn, LVL, 9. Sea Lancer, LVL, 3. Arcane Disciple, LVL, 12. HP, 43-45. MP, 50-50. Physical Attack, 42. Physical Defense, 45. Agility, 35. Magical attack, 45. Magical defense, 45. Resist, 40. Special, 35. Lucian's stats were exceptionally high for his level. In fact, some might even accuse him of cheating with his MP stat at 50, all while only being at level 35. However, this was all thanks to him using numerous cash shop items to maximize his stat gains with every level up. Although it cost a substantial amount of money, it was a price Lucian was willing to pay for a more enjoyable experience. Lucian had also unlocked a new racial class in his racial class tree, True Vampire. This class provided a significant boost in both physical and magical stats, but what made it truly remarkable were the skill points and special abilities it offered. However, there was a drawback: it altered his original vampiric appearance, making it even less appealing. Fortunately, this was concealed by the cosmetics and customizations Lucian had applied. Yet, it still reverted to its hideous, monstrous lamprey-like appearance when he activated his powerful racial skills, which was why he refrained from using them. As for Lucian's new job classes, Sea Lancer and Arcane Disciple were two classes he had unlocked purely by coincidence, thanks to winning 2 gacha items that granted access to special job classes. Job class: Sea Lancer. Description: a long-forgotten class of warriors once revered as the Lords of the Seas. These warriors were blessed by the sea god Poseidon himself. Sea Lancers stand as the most formidable champions of the ocean, representing various races, from rainbow eyes to ghouls. Skills: aquatic boost, song of the sirens, aqua step, whales call, krakens grasp, coral command. Abilities: Poseidon's blessing, call of the sea lord, oceanic dominion. This class offered a blend of both magical and physical abilities, granting him multiple skills capable of dealing both magical and physical damage, for which he was truly grateful. As for the other class, Arcane Disciple, it provided him with a significant magical boost, which explained why he had 50 in MP. Though Lucian desired to build a versatile character, he still liked magic more because being a mage was easier for him than being a warrior. He understood that he couldn't compete with skilled warriors, as they typically possessed sharper reflexes in the virtual world, a trait he lacked. Having been sheltered all his life and plagued by physical ailments, his reflexes were sluggish even in the virtual reality. However, he compensated for this deficiency by maximizing his physical stats, which surpassed those of the average player, thanks to his classes that granted him additional powers. Lucian looked at the huge cave before him. He could see ignis ores stuck all over the cave. If a lower-level player with a job class related to crafting or blacksmithing were here, they would undoubtedly dive into the cave to mine these metals. However, Lucian had no interest in it. He fixed his gaze on the cave ahead and dove right in. After another 20 minutes of exploration and dispatching more than 70 additional ignis gnaws, Lucian finally stood in front of the boss room. He gazed at the massive grey creature sleeping atop the elevated rock, now taking on an ashen hue. The monster resembled a lizard, its body covered in gleaming metallic scales. Its eyes remained shut as Lucian had yet to breach the radius necessary for the boss to detect him. Ashen Platinum Salamander. Level, 55. HP, 70-70. MP, 20-20. Danger, mid. Class, SQ boss. This was a boss monster, not a raid boss, but a standard quest boss monster. Raid bosses typically required a party or multiple parties to defeat and were usually capped at level 70 or higher. In contrast, normal boss monsters could be of any level and provided better rewards if a low-level player managed to defeat them. They often respawned after an hour or so, unlike regular raid bosses, which could take days or even weeks. These were entirely distinct from world enemies, which could only be defeated once and would never appear again. This boss monster was a quest boss, offering higher experience points thanks to the additional EXP from completing the quest. Additionally, Lucian was using 2 boost cards to accelerate his grinding speed. What Lucian was currently doing was power leveling. Basically, he aimed to reach level 90 as quickly as possible for one significant reason and one minor one. The minor reason being that he wanted to reach level 90 with a formidable build, allowing him to interact with other players. He had realized something utterly frightening, though it didn't concern him much. Heteromorph players were hunted throughout the game, a fact that troubled him slightly. When Lucian chose the heteromorphic race, he was unaware that it would make him a target. In just 2 weeks of playing, he had already encountered 2 players who tried to kill him upon seeing him, both having humanoid avatars as evidence of their race. Lucian was at a very low level during that time, only level 20, just 3 days ago when he encountered them. He initially thought they would leave him alone, but no, they attempted to kill him and came dangerously close to succeeding. Fortunately, he had obtained numerous cash shop items, and the players weren't very high level, being only at levels 74 and 76 respectively. So, he used magic scrolls, which are parchment scrolls enchanted to contain a spell. He used 2 tier 10 scrolls of carnal destruction, a highly damaging arcane destruction type spell, and successfully killed them while they were caught off guard. They didn't expect a low-level player at level 20 to possess an item typically reserved for higher-level players. Not to mention, it was one of the most rare tier 10 spells, carnal destruction, which summons 7 carnal sins to attack simultaneously with their most powerful abilities. Lucian gave a slight smirk as he recollected the events of 3 days ago, just before stepping inside the boss room. Chapter 7. Hiss. A hissing sound emerged as the rock beneath the ashen platinum salamander melted. The grey salamander opened its reptilian eyes to fixate on the new player. Lucian waited for a moment, allowing aggro to take effect, before he could begin dealing with the monster. The ashen platinum salamander swiftly leaped from the melting rock, landing right before Lucian. Its reptilian eyes gleamed with an eerie intensity as it parted its mouth, revealing long, menacing fangs. A radiant glow began to gather within its jaw, forming a pulsating ball of energy that culminated in a fearsome breath attack aimed squarely at Lucian. The fire breath shot straight towards Lucian, however, he immediately vanished. He had already used his hotkeys to cast teleportation, combined with delay magic and silent cast, allowing him to disappear at the first sign of the monster's attack. Lucian reappeared behind the salamander. The AI used for the story quest bosses was easily tricked, and it would take the monster a few seconds to detect him because he had used the Cloak of Unknowable to conceal himself. Lucian immediately used his hotkeys to cast a series of tier 5 spells in quick succession. Dragon Lightning, Freeze Burst, Catacomb Capture, Stone Drill, Fall Down, Adamantine Spike. Lucian used the console to aim the spell directly at the back of the salamander. A lightning bolt in the shape of a dragon struck the creature, dealing a significant blow to its HP. 15 damage. As soon as the attack hit, the ashen platinum salamander swiftly moved toward Lucian, sensing the direction from which the attack had came. However, Lucian had already teleported once again, repositioning himself behind the salamander and aiming another spell toward it. The ground suddenly burst open, revealing multiple sand-made hands that clutched the boss monster, immobilizing the salamander within the earth. As it struggled to break free, Lucian aimed another spell at the trapped creature. Out of nowhere, a freezing burst of wind struck the struggling salamander. 20 damage. The freezing spell dealt more damage when the opponent was immobilized. Lucian then immediately aimed the other spell that he had cast on his hotkey toward the still-trapped salamander. A small stone materialized and began spinning, supercharging itself before launching toward the boss monster, dealing a heavy blow. 15 damage. Lucian's eyes sparkled with fun and amusement as he continued to toy with the boss monster. If he wanted to, Lucian could have easily used one of his tier 10 scrolls or summoned some mercenary NPCs to deal with the boss monster. However, he refused to deny himself the pleasure of enjoying such a magnificent game. The ashen platinum salamander finally broke free from the immobilizing spell and made its way toward Lucian, who had removed the Cloak of Unknowable. However, this time, Lucian didn't move. Instead, he stood there, waiting for the monster to come to where he wanted it. Good, just as the monster was within 5 meters of Lucian, he opened his mouth. Now, fall down. As he said this, a magic circle appeared beneath the salamander, causing it to immediately topple onto its belly. However, before it could even attempt to rise. Release, Adamantine Spike. Lucian unleashed a spell he had stored in that place, and a magic circle appeared once again. A purple spike materialized, tearing through the monster's data and inflicting massive damage. The creature began to disintegrate into blue particles. 20 damage. Lucian watched as the monster vanished, transforming into particles of light. Then, a notification appeared before his eyes. You have killed the Ashen Platinum Salamander level 55. 56,890 EXP. You have completed the story quest. 45,677 EXP. Level up. Level up. Quest. Description: defeat the Ashen Salamander in its lair, along with killing the 200 Ignis who worship it. Rewards: 45677 EXP, Key of Blazing Temple. You have unlocked a new chain story quest. Lucian gazed at the series of notifications and continued to press on the console screen. He had just completed one chain quest in the campaign story mode, specifically the Muspelheim questline. He chose to tackle all the solo quests, as he had no intention of partying up with anyone until he reached at least level 90, or felt confident enough to handle level 100 players. He then examined the drops that the boss monster had dropped. Drops. Ember Platinum Fangs, 30. Ignis Ores, 40 large blocks. Salamander's Flaming Tail. Burning Platinum Scales, 67. Ember Stones, 54 small rocks. Magic Stones High, 23. Ashen Platinum Heart. Platinum Bones, 50. Searing Blood Vials, 6. Blazing Platinum Blooms, 9. Gnaw Flaming Hammers High, 2. Eggs of Ashen Salamander, 3. Top-tier Data Crystals, 20 units. What Keystone? 3 million gold coins. Usually, items dropped by monsters weren't collected automatically, and players had to pick them up manually, which was a tedious task. Most of the time, players used mercenary NPCs for this purpose. However, you could bypass this by purchasing an extension from the cash shop, which would compile the entire loot for you, unless you were in a party, similar to having an infinite inventory. Lucian examined the items dropped by the boss monster, and he was thoroughly satisfied. This quantity was highly unusual for a low-level boss, and these items shouldn't be dropping in such abundance. This abundance of item was due to the gambler's dice, which increased the drop rates for all items, even from boss monsters. For instance, top-tier data crystals like these aren't typically dropped by a level 55 boss. They're usually reserved for level 70 and above bosses, and even then, they're a rare find. Yet, in this case, the boss dropped more than one mid-tier data crystal, 20 units, to be exact. Data crystals were counted as units, as although they physically exist but were also an integral part of game's system as a whole, like coins. Similarly, the coins could be acquired in physical form through the coins item, but it wouldn't be feasible to possess such a large quantity. These data crystals took the shape of cards but existed as three-dimensional crystalline blocks, their colors varying with their levels. For example, low-level data crystals were yellow, mid-tier data crystals were blue, high-tier data crystals were white, and peak-tier data crystals were golden. Each unit contained a specific number of codes, and the quantity depended on the tier of the data crystal. These codes, along with their quantity, were used to create and customize various things in the game. There were specific classes that allowed for a clear inspection and appraisal of data crystals. After all, not every mid-tier or top-tier data crystal was the same. They could very well differ in terms of what they were good at. For example, a data crystal that's able to provide more data for your weapon, in terms of physical attack stats, while one can be used to add more attributes and power to your skills. Another might just be used to add a skill or ability to your weapon or anything you are creating. That aside, Lucian examined all the items, although he found himself rather confused by one of them. As he read through its description, he couldn't quite grasp its meaning. What keystone? Type, accessory. Description, a keystone of unknown origin. It is said something mysterious will happen when the conditions are right. Lucian didn't understand the condition it referred to, but he knew he wouldn't be able to decipher it now. Yggdrasil had a way with mysteries, often leaving the players in the dark about certain things. Leaving the items in his inventory, Lucian jumped onto the elevated stone where the salamander had been sleeping. Lucian sat down on the stone as he pulled out his console and navigated through the menu to open up the cash shop. He looked at the top right corner and saw the time. Soon, it would be time for him to eat and sleep, or else his maid would start lecturing him. That's why he planned to follow his usual ritual, which involved opening the cash shop. The Yggdrasil devs added new items every day, and Lucian thoroughly enjoyed spending money on cash shop items. Cash shop. Artifacts new. Data crystals. Customizables. Weapons new. Armors new. Consumables new. Skins. Textures new. Mods. Creative tools new. Gashapon. The new tag next to an option indicates that something new has been added to the shop. Lucian promptly entered the shops and browsed through the items, purchasing everything he fancied without concern for his finances. After all, he was oblivious to the fact that his daily spending exceeded the monthly salary of some people. After getting everything new he wanted from the shops, Lucian looked at one option that he had saved for last and was always looking forward to. Gashapon. Gachas. Something that sucks the life and humanity out of men. Makes the poor bleed and rich become poor and make them bleed too. Basically, if you play gacha, you bleed money and you are poor. That might be the case for normal people. However, unlike them, Lucian had enough wealth to turn a gacha addiction into a hobby. After all, his father was none other than Kyuhei Suzuki, the man solely responsible for the entire Evans Corporation. He ranked among the wealthiest individuals globally, and that was merely accounting for his personal assets, not even considering the entire corporation. Lucian accessed the Gashapon interface and observed the screen, which showcased multiple gachas. Gashapon options. Divine Downfall, 500 WC. Legendary Downfall, 200 WC. Relic Downfall, 700 WC. Custom Downfall, 500 WC. Random Downfall, 200 WC. Artifact Downfall, 300 WC. Lucian examined the various gachas on offer. Tapping on each of these options would reveal different gachas specific to that tier, each containing its own collection of rare items. Weapons, armors, consumables, and even significant quantities of ores and minerals for artificers, craftsmen, and blacksmiths. These gacha rolls could only be obtained using WC, which stood for World Crystals. World Crystals were the currency required to access gachas, and they came at an exorbitant cost. 1 WC was roughly equivalent to 100 yen. This meant that even rolling for the most basic gachas required a substantial amount of money, seemingly making it a very difficult feat to get your desired item. However, players could acquire WCs by diligently completing daily quests over an extended period. By doing so, they could accumulate 100 to 200 WCs each week, which, if saved and spent wisely, could allow them to make 1 or 2 rolls a month. However, Lucian was not going to roll for any of these gachas right now, as he has already done a lot of them and gotten many of the items and he didn't have time to. As he had to log out before 9:20 so he can let himself off his maid's nagging and sarcastic remarks. Lucian's gaze fell upon the final, most striking option at the bottom of the gacha list. Valkyrie's Downfall, 1000 WC. Roll for a mystical class, and earn the love of Valkyrie. Lucian had been trying his luck with this mystical class mentioned in the gacha since day 1, and thus far, he hadn't obtained anything. In contrast to other gachas where you could still obtain decent or rare items even if you didn't get what you wanted, this one had a different story. It was utterly futile. Your reward would be nothing more than redundant items with no practical use in the game. Plus, it demanded a hefty 10,000 WC for a single roll. Fortunately, Lucian had no qualms about this, as he could afford to roll multiple times each day. The Yggdrasil wiki had labeled this gacha as a scam the devs had put in place for newbies, because they aren't getting paid enough. At least, that's what all the rumors and speculations among players suggested. Lucian tapped on the gacha to roll, and a new interface appeared before his eyes. A Valkyrie in gold armor descended from the sky into a desolate world, only to meet her demise, revealing the gacha results. No luck. The Valkyrie didn't survive. This was the typical gacha animation for the game because of the current expansion pack. However, for this specific gacha, the Valkyrie didn't even bring common items or guaranteed golds. Lucian sighed, disappointed by his lack of luck. This is so stupid, Lucian muttered to himself, then he remembered how foolish he had been to roll over 400 times since he started playing the game. I'm the stupid one here, huh? Shaking his head, Lucian decided to roll one last time in the hope that it would increase his chances in the future. However, what he didn't expect was to see something unusual. In the gacha animation this time, the Valkyrie fell down again. Lucian expected the animation to cut and the usual notification of no luck to appear. However, this time, he saw the Valkyrie holding a prism-like object in its hand as it got up. A new notification appeared before Lucian's eyes, shocking him. Congratulations! You've won an unique job class. If Lucian's face could have shown emotions, he would have displayed an expression of overwhelming joy right now. However, his avatar concealed it well. Chapter 8. Congratulations! You've won an unique job class. Class, Greatest Einherjar. Lucian stared at the screen that informed him about his newfound job class. Upon reading the class name, a wide grin spread across Lucian's face, even though his avatar remained stoic. Lucian tapped on the console, and a new screen appeared before his eyes, presenting him with a long list of options to choose from. Please choose one of the following. Lance dash. Sword dash. Spear dash. Dagger dash. Bow dash. Scythe dash. Axe dash. Shield dash. Mace dash. Staff dash. Chakram dash. Gun dash. Flail dash. Armament locked. Lucian carefully considered his options. While he was familiar with the term Einherjar, from his Yggdrasil premium information, the specific class Greatest Einherjar was entirely new to him. He knew that the choice he was about to make could significantly impact his gameplay, so he needed to think it through. Lucian was aware that rare classes existed within the game, often hidden for players to discover through trial and error. Considering the expansion pack was named Valkyrie's Downfall, he could roughly guess that this class was somehow related to the downfall of Valkyries. Lucian examined all the weapon options available. In Yggdrasil, there were some high classes that allowed for a diverse choice of weapons or elements. For example, the class Valkyrie allowed you to choose a main weapon, which would grant you complete mastery over that weapon and skills related to it, such as lance, spear, sword, and so on. Just like that, there are even some racial classes that offer this option. For example, the elemental racial class allows you to choose an element to specialize in, such as fire, water, wind, earth, and so on. From the weapon options available, Lucian could roughly guess that this class was oriented towards physical combat. However, he couldn't be too certain because he didn't have all the information about it. Leaving all the 13 unlocked options aside, Lucian looked at the last option, which had a lock beside it. When he tapped on the console for a descriptive explanation, he was greeted by a paywall. Cost, 100 yen. Lucian had never encountered such shamelessness from a game before. He had played games like Average, Zombieclips, Lord of Arenas, and others. While those DMMO-RPGs had certain features locked behind paywalls, they were not as petty as to lock essential class options behind them. Not only was this class hidden behind a paywall, but it also came from an expensive gacha roll. Lucian couldn't help but think about how shameless the game developers were being with these tactics. However, for Lucian, it wasn't going to work. Lucian's wealth made these paywalls and expensive gacha rolls more of a minor annoyance than a true barrier. Money flowed freely for him, and he had more than enough to spare. For Lucian, money is nothing noteworthy. However, if it were some other players, they would have definitely preferred and chosen the unlocked options because of the amount of money. Lucian looked at the locked armament option, and he was greeted by a paywall. He immediately tapped on the pay option, and soon the locked armament option was unlocked. As Lucian tapped on the armament option, choosing it, a new notification appeared before his eyes, filled with information about this expensive job class. Congratulations, you've acquired a new job class. Greatest Einherjar Armament. Description: the dying goddess of Valkyries has fallen. Her beloved Einherjar, the mightiest warrior of Valhalla, the one who made gods shiver, died in the battle against the nefarious world devourer. Dying in the hands of her lover, goddess Freya, the Einherjar left behind his will and power to destroy the world devourer. The goddess of war, beauty, Valkyries, and most of all love, has used all her powers to save her lover's dying soul by giving it all her divinity. She has converted all her divinity into this class, creating this class that can make a warrior the greatest of all time. Save the 9 realms by using this class. Stats to be increased every time the player levels up this class. 50 in all stats. Going down to level 1 just to increase 50 in all the level ups won't give you 50 in stats every time you level up. Each time the player meets the prerequisite to unlock a Valkyrie, the player can choose an armament to have absolute control over. Due to the player being a non-humanoid race, a new racial class tree will be unlocked. Karma 300. Unlocks the Hero Chain Quest. Skills: First Einherjar Future Sight, Last Einherjar 1 with Death, Valkyrie's Valor, Eternal Stand, Aegis of Strength, Freya's Beauty, Heaven's Gate, Winged Charge, Blood of the Valkyrie, Epic Saga. Abilities: Wings of Ascension, Lover of Strength, Armament, Authority X, Valkyrie, Holy Aura X, Heaven's Blessing, Chusen 1, Divine Beauty, Divine Love, Rider of the Storm, God Slayer Aura I. Valkyries. Brynhild unlocked. Locked conditions yet to be met. 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 Lucian couldn't hide his excitement as he delved into the details of his newly acquired class. While his avatar remained stoic on the screen, inside his mind, he was doing virtual jumping jacks with pure joy. Lucian couldn't help but feel like he had hit the jackpot with this class. If he could give it a name, it would be the cheat class, a class so overpowered that it should never have been released by the game developers. This was an overkill of a class. However, it was definitely released because he currently has the option to equip it. Lucian tapped on the job class option, ready to equip the powerful class. Do you want to equip the rare job class, Greater Einherjar Armament? Yes, no. Without a second thought, Lucian tapped yes, and as soon as he did so, all the skills and abilities became visible in his character profile. He saw his interface updating with new passive skills, and what shocked him was the significant increase in his stats. It made him wonder if these passive skills alone were already overpowered, not to mention the 50 boost every time a player leveled up in the class. Just that was enough to make him stronger than any level 100 players. However, when he looked at the class one more time, he realized something that made him swallow hard. It made him question whether this class was actually as great as he initially thought. This class can only be leveled up through solo killing of the Hero Quest raid bosses. And each boss can only be killed once by the player. This made Lucian not only frown but also spew blood in sheer frustration. Just when he thought he had acquired a cheat, he was greeted by this. However, Lucian's mood didn't remain sour for too long, as an eerie smile spread across his face. Really? Are the devs trying to play with me? Lucian muttered to himself while laughing. His avatar was shivering as Lucian laughed. He thought for a second there before he realized how stupid he had been. He has to solo the bosses to level up. That means he can solo the bosses any way he likes. That means using items too. And what was Lucian best at? Lucian's specialty was using cash shop cheat items to defeat his enemies. Searching through his memory, he had found a good way to defeat the bosses, using a special item he acquired through the gacha. This item was incredibly rare, and he had managed to obtain around 10 of them. And that was. Lucian tapped on his inventory and accessed the accessory section, where he was greeted by a plethora of accessory items, each with a quantity exceeding 100. He tapped on the search item option and typed in what he wanted. Search, Glorious Halo of the Forgotten God. Searching it, the item immediately appeared, and Lucian tapped on it. Glorious halo of the forgotten god. Type, accessory consumable. Description, a halo forged by the divinity and blood of a forgotten god. This halo is said to have magical properties that scholars are not able to understand. Effects. This item allows the user to cast 2 super-tier spells at the same time through the abilities of chain casting and instant cast. It doubles the power of the previous super-tier spells cast if any casted. Needs 300 units of peak-tier data crystals to charge up the item. Can be supercharged, to maximize the damage effect of spells. Now, you might wonder about the use of this item. Essentially, this item takes cheating to a whole new level. It's an improved version of the instant cast hourglass, which allows for the instant casting of super-tier magic when consumed. This item can work both ways. When equipped as a halo, it reduces the casting time of a super-tier spell by 50%. In a game where even seconds can decide the outcome of a battle, a 50% reduction is significant. It can be used constantly for a 50% speed boost in casting super-tier spells. As a consumable, however, a player can cast 2 super-tier spells at once, instantly. This is a game-changing item that should normally require a significant amount of money to obtain. Lucian was not only lucky but also dedicated his free time to roll for this limited edition item, knowing it would be a valuable asset in the future. However, he didn't know it would come in handy so early. This item has the option to store a spell through the use of the sacrifice of mercenary vessels. Basically, if given enough sacrifice and data crystals, it can allow for the casting of 2 super-tier spells per item. This means that if Lucian uses it wisely, he'll be able to cast multiple super-tier spells at once, even if he himself doesn't know any. All he needs are the grimoires from the cash shop. Now, Lucian had this item, a super-tier spell that, even if used on raid bosses, could deal them heavy damage. If used wisely, this item could help him defeat the raid bosses without dying. Once he leveled up, he would be able to compete with level 100 players easily. Chapter 9. Lucian then looked at the last notification that had become visible to him, after he dealt with all of the others. A new racial class tree has been unlocked. Vampire. Origin Vampire, True Vampire, Noble Vampire. Ancient Vampire, Elder Vampire, Vampire Count. First Vampire, Vampire Progeny, Vampire King. 1 Sanguine. Click here to view the basic vampire racial tree I've made. Lucian looked at the vampire racial class tree that had suddenly unlocked for him, and he was initially shocked. However, he soon noticed a particular branch of the tree that was shining. When Lucian's vampire racial class was fully leveled up, he was presented with 3 options to choose from. Origin Vampire, Noble Vampire, and True Vampire. Well, as you can probably guess, Lucian chose the last option, True Vampire, because that racial class provided him with better racial skills and abilities. However, now he saw a new branch of evolution coming right next to his vampire racial class. Instead of his True Vampire racial class, which he has only invested 1 levels in so far. Vampire, LVL, 10 max. Transcendent Vampire, LVL, 5 max. Lucian looked at the racial class and saw his normal racial class suddenly branching into a rare class. Lucian felt that his old True Vampire racial class was now obsolete, but he had cash shop items to remove it and make way for the new Transcendent Vampire class. Lucian wisely chose to close his interface instead of rushing to equip the class or inspect its description. He was conscious of the time and didn't want to face criticism for neglecting his meals and medications. With a contented smile, Lucian jumped down from the elevated stone and headed toward the cave's exit. Emerging from the cave, Lucian found himself back in the familiar, burning, and wiggling forest. As he took a deep breath and prepared to log out, a flying wind blade suddenly came hurtling toward his face. Lucian endured the attack, shrouded in dust, waiting for it to settle. Once the dust cleared, he found himself facing 2 other players. Lucian noticed that both players were adorned in impressive gear, and upon checking their profiles, he saw that they were both humanoid characters. Lucian quickly realized what situation he was in. He had become a target for pikers once again. Hey. He's too low level. Are you sure this vampire will be enough? Also, look at his avatar, it's so realistic and damn handsome. How many cosmetic items did he use to make it look like this? The player, resembling a humanoid female elf, said to her companion. She held a green staff and wore an extravagant golden academic robe that covered her entire body, revealing only a hint of cleavage. It was likely customized to look this way. Kikikono. Humanoid. Race, elf. Class, mage. Level, 80. HP, 50-50. MP, 68-73. I don't need to level up, Kokono. All I want is to meet my requirement to unlock the Vanquisher job class, her companion, the male player who appeared like an elf with albino skin, replied. His eyes had a subtle glow as he observed Lucian. He wore an equally extravagant set of gear, which was a full-body armor, covering his entire body except for his face, with glowing eyes fixed on Lucian as if he expected him to attack and be defeated. Monster Hunter 99. Humanoid. Race, light elf. Class, Lancer. Level, 87. HP, 75-75. MP, 55. Hey, do you think that's divine gear he's wearing? I can't appraise it with my skill, the elf girl said as she gazed at Lucian's armor, which began to glow the moment he sensed the player's presence. That's definitely a divine class gear. To think a level 35 player would have a divine class item. This damn guy definitely won big in some gacha. The elf guy exclaimed through gritted teeth, frustrated by his own luck. His blue-haired avatar moved closer to Lucian as he retrieved his weapon from his inventory, a green lance that looked hastily customized and, at best, a relic class item. Kokono, can you trap him? I don't want him teleporting out. He might be casting some spell. Hi. The girl responded in a joyful tone as she promptly extended her hands toward Lucian and casted her spell. Bind species. Lucian watched in silence as the female player cast her spell and the male player approached him. Why is he standing there like a statue? He should be able to move his hands at least, to navigate his console. Maybe he is retarded. LOL, should we rough him up a little before killing? Masao, that's so cruel. Let's do it. Lucian didn't move, log out, or attempt to escape. After all, why should he? Lucian saw an opportunity to gain some valuable experience points. The two players were level 80, and defeating them would grant him a significant amount of EXP. Since he was currently focused on leveling up, this seemed like a lucky encounter. Lucian felt confident in his new class's abilities, and he didn't even need to rely on any items to deal with these two players, especially since they were not even level 100. Hey, dude, it's not our fault, okay? You should have teamed up with some players as a low-level player. You're prone to getting hunted by us humanoids, the guy said, his lance glowing as he approached Lucian, who watched silently. You are not talking, are you dumb? Lucian didn't reply to the taunt, waiting for the player to unleash his skill. Well, screw you then. As the player grew increasingly frustrated, he charged up his skill and hurled the lance at Lucian, aiming to deal a single point of damage to defeat him. The green lance gleamed with a blinding white light as the player hurled it towards Lucian. However, just as Lucian had anticipated the lance to hit him, the lance never reached him. Instead, a towering figure appeared abruptly in front of him, obstructing his view and intercepting the attack. Chapter 10. The lance struck the newly arrived figure dead on, causing a burst of light and fiery dust to envelop it completely. Another piker? Lucian took a step back, his guard up, as he wondered if another player killer had shown up. When the figure was finally revealed, Lucian was a bit surprised to see a player dressed in shining platinum white armor with a helmet obscuring his face. He held a silver shield that blocked the attack, and a crimson red and gold cape draped over his left shoulder. As soon as the attack animation finished, the new player turned his gaze toward Lucian. Are you alright? Did you take any damage? The player asked, and a visual effect appeared beside him, proclaiming, "Justice has arrived." While big red words appeared behind his back before quickly disappearing. What kind of idiot is that? He looks like a creep. Let's get away from him, Masao. No, no. I'm killing that vampire. It's the last one I need. And that player is only level 63, he can't do anything to us. The two players talked among themselves as Lucian looked at the new player who had arrived. Are they trying to PK you, buddy? Asked the hero in shining armor, with his red cape waving behind him. Well, duh. What do you think they were doing with two humanoids and one heteromorph among them? Lucian said with sarcasm as he looked at the player's profile. Touch me. Heteromorphic. Race, insectoid. Level, 63. HP, 63. MP, 32. Looking at the player's level, Lucian assumed he had been playing the game for longer than him, at least. Don't worry, my friend. I'll make sure justice is served on your plate, said the shining player as he turned around and looked at the two humanoid players. Are you sure you can deal with them? Lucian asked, looking at the player's confident demeanor. Even he felt a little dazed because the player's confidence was shining through, even without armor, just through his voice. Yep, no problem. Watch me, said Touch Me as he jumped towards the two bickering players without giving any notice. Shield bash. His shield shone golden as he glided through the wind and landed right where the players were. TCH. The warrior player quickly backed away as he sensed the incoming attack, but the mage girl was caught off guard and took the brunt of the skill head-on. Touch Me was about to follow up with a sword attack to stack more damage on the magician, however, she suddenly activated Dimensional Move, and vanished, retreating behind the Lancer player. The Lancer, wielding his lance, lunged forward and activated a skill. Eat this, bitch. Piercing Lance. The player's green lance glowed blue as he lunged it towards Touch Me, expecting it to connect. However, he was surprised to see Touch Me effortlessly dodge it by moving back with his foot. In response, Touch Me lunged forward, this time wielding his silver sword, and slashed it towards the player. Unexpectedly, the player took much more damage than he expected and became fearful of Touch Me's attack power. He attempted to back down, but Touch Me didn't let him escape. Touch Me used a recently learned magical spell that complemented his build. He shouted. Where are you going? Come here. Loop-sided duel. The magician attempted to use teleportation on her friend, but she couldn't as she saw the effects of the loop-sided duel, taking place in her interface. TCH. Buy me some time, I'll cast some 10th tier spell, the mage shouted towards her friend. This guy has too good reflexes, I can't buy too much time, the player said as he engaged Touch Me, who was dealing him minor damage with each attack, albeit in lower quantity. TCH. I'm doing my best. The female mage player immediately brought out her hotkeys as she chose the most optimal spells and started to cast them. However, before she knew it, she suddenly saw a new notification before her eyes. You have been inflicted with frostbite. What? What the hell? When she turned around, she was greeted by the player they were going to PK. Lucian stood behind her and swung the blue crystalline dagger he was holding towards her one last time. You little bitch. She cursed in frustration as she pressed her teleportation spell hotkey. However, she found that she was unable to teleport. When she checked her hotkey again, she noticed that it was grayed out. What did you do? She shouted as she tried to run away, but Lucian was too fast, instantly appearing behind her and swinging the dagger once again. It's just a simple trick, Lucian muttered, and that was the last thing she heard before she found herself dead. You have lost all your HP. You have died. The player vanished into thin particles as she lost all her HP. Lucian observed his EXP bar and was surprised to see a series of notifications on his interface. You have been penalized for killing a humanoid character. Due to your job class, your penalty has been revoked. The players who attacked you have been penalized. Lucian was surprised by the turn of events. He hadn't expected his penalty, which included negative karma and restrictions on entering cities, to be revoked. Instead, it had been placed on the players who had attacked him. This turn of events was certainly unexpected. With a sense of amusement, Lucian observed the Platinum Knight battling the other Lancer player. Damn you, Basta, the lance warrior shouted as he swung his lance with all his energy at Touch Me. However, he wasn't able to finish his attack or words as Touch Me beat him to it. Kids shouldn't be cursing around. Be a good boy now. Touch Me scolded as he swung his silver knightly one-handed sword towards him and immediately cleaved the player in half, turning the entire player into data as it started to vanish. Lucian found himself rather impressed by this player. Not only did he possess great reflexes, which Lucian admired, but he also had a finely min-maxed build that he utilized exceptionally well, thanks to his excellent reflexes. Truth be told, Lucian felt a touch of envy toward this individual. Lucian observed as Touch Me sheathed his sword and approached him, expressing his surprise. "Oh. You've also finished up. I honestly didn't expect a newbie to have such a great gaming mind." Lucian replied, shaking Touch Me's offered hand, "I also didn't expect to encounter a player with such incredible reflexes, and you're my first heteromorphic player I've met. My name is Touch Me. What about you?" "I can't see anything but your race, which is pretty weird," Touch Me said as he shook Lucian's hand, looking at him suspiciously. "Well, I have my reasons for that. Anyway, my name is Lucian Eternus. You can just call me Lucian." Lucian decided to introduce himself with his first real name and a made-up last name he came up with. "Well, Lucian, it's a pleasure to meet you. Now, why am I the first heteromorph you've encountered? Have humanoid players been harassing you with spawn killing? Do you need any help?" Hearing Touch Me's enthusiastic questions, Lucian found them a bit too straightforward for his liking. "Well, it's not because of bullying from humanoid players that I haven't met many heteromorphic players. I've been playing solo," Lucian explained. "Oh, you're going solo? That's not the best decision for a beginner. As a newbie, you should consider joining parties and leveling up before going solo." What Touch Me said made perfect sense. For a regular player, teaming up with others at the start was a wiser choice, as it lowered the risk of getting attacked by humanoid players. Plus, parties offered various benefits like faster leveling through challenging bosses, party bonuses, and more. However, for Lucian, these considerations were irrelevant since he could achieve everything he needed through cash shop items. "Haha, well, I didn't have any difficulties, and I would have been able to deal with those players too, even if you hadn't shown up," Lucian said confidently, giving a small chuckle. "Haha. You sure are confident, my friend." Touch Me laughed as he praised Lucian, which made Lucian also giggle a little. The two players continued to talk a lot as they made their way through the Ignis Platinum Forest, out into the safe zone. Their conversation was rather pleasant to Lucian, as it was the first time he was having a discussion with another player in the game. The first encounter with players can't be counted, because they were just trying to PK him. "It was really nice talking to you, Touch Me-san," Lucian said, as during their conversation, he learned that Touch Me was older than him, so he wanted to show basic respect, following the customs he knew from Japan. "You too, Lucy, haha." Touch Me giggled as he made a joke about Lucian's name. Lucian could only scratch his cheek and feel a little embarrassed. When Touch Me sent him a friend request, he discovered his name, which made Touch Me laugh. He never thought he'd see anyone with that name. "Stop making fun of my name. Like your name is any good, Touch Me. What does that even mean? Do you want people to touch you? Are you some kind of weird pervert?" Lucian said as he used a disgusted emoticon before his face to show his reaction. No. I'm not some kind of exhibitionist. My name, Touch Me, indicates that no one can touch me. That's why Touch Me, it's a challenge to all who want to defeat me, said Touch Me with such confidence that made Lucian wonder just what does this guy eat for breakfast to have so much confidence and energy in himself. "You are weird," Lucian said, giggling. Says the one with the name Lucy. "Hey, my name wasn't available, okay? That's why I chose it." Lucian and Touch Me continued to bicker as they finally arrived at the edge of the forest next to the safe zone. "Well, it's about time to log out for me," Lucian said as he looked at the time, which was 9:50. He knew for certain that he was not going to have a pleasant time with his maid, who would reprimand him for not eating his medicines and food on time. "Yeah, well, I'll play for a while before logging out. My wife will be waiting for me," Touch Me replied with a grin emoticon. Hearing Touch Me's words, Lucian showed a shocked emoji beside his virtual face as he asked, "You are married?" "Huh, not to brag, but I have a beautiful wife. And we are planning to have a child too," said Touch Me, crossing his arms and displaying a proud expression through the emoticon. "Ag, I get the normie energy from you. No wonder, you are the protagonist," said Lucian, pointing at him. "Huh, so do you want to party up, Lucy?" Touch Me asked. Lucian considered the option, however. "I think I'll refuse for now. I have a lot of leveling up to do, and besides, I'm leveling up for the world tournament that's going to happen in a month." Lucian mentioned that he had 2 reasons for leveling up before, 1 minor and 1 major, the major reason being the world tournament scheduled in a few months. "Really? I'm also planning to participate in the world tournament," Touch Me said as he approached Lucian. "However, to enter the world tournament, you need to be at least level 90. "I understand, Touch Me-san. That's why I'm power leveling, grinding through story quests to level up quickly," Lucian explained as he created some distance between them. Touch Me was an incredibly energetic guy, and Lucian needed some space. "I see, no wonder. I'm doing the same, but I would love to have a party," Touch Me replied. "Well, maybe after I win the world championship, then we can think about it," Lucian said as he opened his menu and tapped on the logout option. "Do you want to log out?" "Confirm. We're already in each other's friend list. I'll inform you if I have any plans for a party after the world championship. Maybe then we can have a match. Good luck, and you should also level up. Yes, no." With that, Lucian pressed yes and vanished, logging out of the game. Left behind was the shining knight, his red cape fluttering through the digital, burning wind of the forest. "Looks like Justice isn't able to create a party yet," Touch Me muttered to himself. He decided to return to his home world, Alfheim. However, before he could do that, he noticed some players chasing after what appeared to be a heteromorphic skeleton player. "Looks like justice needs to be served once again," Touch Me declared, as he ran straight towards the group of players. This moment would mark the beginning of the 9-zone goal. Chapter 11. "Young master, wake up," Mei gently shook Lucian's body with soft touches, ensuring not to startle him. "Young master, you will blame me again if I didn't wake you up. Wake up." Her voice grew firmer as she continued to shake his body lightly. Just 2 more minutes. And I'll be able to beat this dumb kraken," Lucian mumbled incoherently as he clung onto the pillow next to him. "You're always like this," the maid sighed as she got up from where she was sitting and went to turn on the lights. All this time, the room had been in darkness. As soon as the light was turned on, Lucian felt a gentle stream of light in his eyes, causing him to slowly release his grip on the pillow and open his eyes. "Turn the light off," Lucian mumbled with half-sleepy eyes, but the maid promptly showed him the time. "You asked me to wake you up before 9, said the perfect maid as she gently poked his cheek. Lucian finally understood that Mei was waking him up per his request. He gently rubbed his eyes and sat up on the bed. "Thanks, Mei," Lucian said with a yawn, stretching his arms as he smiled at her. Mei gave a contented smile after performing her duty. "Let me change your clothes first," she said, swiftly changing his attire to something more suitable, as the room's light illuminated Lucian's figure. Despite his slender build and pale complexion, Lucian possessed striking good looks. His petite nose sat pertly on his face, complemented by soft, pink, and inviting lips. His cheekbones added a pleasant touch, giving him an overall charm that exceeded even the models of this world, for those who took a closer look. "You should freshen up, wash your face, and have breakfast before diving back into your addiction," Mei chided, her voice tinged with slight disapproval. "Are you still upset that I haven't been spending much time with you?" Lucian teased, his smile growing wider as he rose from the bed and stretched his body. Over the past few months, he had been feeling remarkably well, and one could even say he had become more lively than ever. "Yes, I'm alone at home all day. What can I do but wait for you to log out? And even when you do, it's very late. It's been getting very dangerous lately. You've been playing Yggdrasil too much." Mei expressed her concerns as a maid who strives for perfection for her master yet finds it difficult to be apart from him. "Hey, don't you have friends? I remember you used to go out with them every weekend. What happened to that? You even told me you had a friend who voiced a character from my favorite Arrow game, Lucian said as he opened his drawer to take his daily pills. Mei Mei blushed slightly at his words and quickly scolded him. Stop discussing eroges in the morning. Let's change the subject. And even if I have friends, she whispered softly, fidgeting, I would still prefer being with you. Wait, what did you say? Lucian, who couldn't hear her due to her whispering so low, immediately asked, as he didn't understand what she had said. Nothing. Please freshen up, I'll bring breakfast right away. Don't you have to defeat some boss before registering for the world tournament? Mei Mei said as she gently guided him toward the bathroom. Yeah, you're right. Today is the first day of the world tournament, and I'm really excited, Lucian said with genuine enthusiasm and a smile. Mei Mei watched as he washed his face, brushed his teeth, while humming an anime opening with an excited smile. Mei Mei cherished the sight of her master smiling and enjoying himself, considering the DMMO-RPG, Yggdrasil, a true blessing. It had transformed her master, making him look forward to each day and improving his overall well-being compared to the previous days when he seemed lonely and sad. While Mei Mei did wish to join her master in playing the game, her top priority was seeing him happy. However, she also had her other duties to attend to, such as cleaning the house, preparing food, buying groceries, changing air filters, and many other tasks that needed her attention. Leaving the room's door open, Mei Mei went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After brushing up and finishing his breakfast, Lucian immediately headed towards the VR room, leaving his already worried maid even more concerned as she chased after him. After sitting down comfortably at his console, Lucian hurriedly connected the neurotransmitter to his neural port and put on his VR helmet, instantly immersing himself in the virtual world. Link start, he uttered, once again experiencing the familiar sensation of entering the virtual world. In the grassy expanse of the luminous Bifrost Valley, an unusual calm prevailed today. Most players were either busy signing up for the world tournament or immersed with their preparations for the upcoming event. Only a handful of players remained, and they too were departing. Like Alfheim and Vanaheim, Asgard was also a realm in the 9 realms that basked in the perpetual glow of the sun, except during its nighttime. The luminous Bifrost Valley is renowned among players for its excellent grinding opportunities. This area is home to some of the best monsters for farming EXP and obtaining rare drops. Consequently, the valley is consistently crowded with players on most days, all eager to hunt monsters, with the majority of them being humanoid characters. However, today marked the beginning of a change. A horde of sacred winged lions, bright cheilants, and a group of astral griffins were soaring through the sky, casting shadows on the grassy plains of luminous Bifrost Valley, also known as Valley of EXP. It was a usual day for these monsters to be hunted, dropping rewards before meeting their demise. However, today was different. A player materialized in the luminous Bifrost Valley. The player wore a full-body armor in shades of blue and silver, accentuated with elegant gold details. The armor covered every part of his body except for his face. His avatar was impeccably customized, boasting a strikingly handsome appearance. Long, flowing golden hair cascaded down his back, with a few locks framing his face. His eyes were a mesmerizing shade of crimson red, and his expression was stoic, yet there was a hint of innocent charm that made his face look perfect from any angle. Click here for reference image. Lucian observed his surroundings and noticed a group of celestial unicorns soaring gracefully overhead, leaving behind a radiant rainbow trail. It was as if they hadn't even sensed his presence. The group of sacred winged lions descended towards the lake as part of their programmed behavior, quenching their thirst with graceful sips of water. The atmosphere in this place seemed surprisingly tranquil, with no players relentlessly hunting monsters in sight. Lucian inhaled deeply, and as he did, the red gems embedded in his armor began to glow, casting an eerie crimson light. His eyes, mirroring the gems' glow, radiated a vivid crimson hue, resembling flowing blood itself. Lucian gazed out at the valley ahead, his hand reaching into his inventory to retrieve something he held in his grasp. In his hand, he held a golden medallion adorned with a brilliant blue gem at its center. The medallion appeared simple at first glance, except for the ancient runes inscribed onto it, which seemed to shift and change every second. Lucian held the medallion in his hand, his stoic avatar remaining unchanged as he began chanting while clutching the medallion. Odin, All-Father, hear my decree, in your castle, I summon thee. A lone hero, I stand in your way, a challenge awaits, in your realm, I'll stay. Grant me your might, for this battle we're bound, in your name, Odin, let destiny resound. Lucian finished reciting in one breath, and he suddenly felt the ground shaking. The entire luminous Bifrost Valley began to tremble, as if a massive earthquake was underway. The astral griffins, celestial unicorns, and sacred winged lions swiftly fled the scene, sensing the increasing intensity of the ground's tremors. Lucian stood in awe as he witnessed a castle emerging from the ground of the valley, a short distance away from his location. Before him stood a colossal crystalline castle with massive blue gates, guarding its entrance against intruders. The gate had two imposing doors. One door bore a finely detailed carving of a female Valkyrie, gracefully holding the hand of another figure. The second door depicted a dying warrior, his hand being tenderly grasped by the Valkyrie, embodying a powerful and poignant scene. Lucian examined his hands, focusing on the medallion he was holding. It was a valuable item he had acquired after defeating the 6 raid bosses. Aesir Might's Medallion. Description: a medallion forged from celestial Etherium, the finest celestial metal known in Asgard. It is said to be created by Brock, the finest blacksmith of the 3 realms. This medallion is reserved for the mightiest warriors of Asgard and is granted to the mightiest of Valkyries and Einherjars. Allows the user to ward off negative aura. Provides a passive 40% boost to all holy spells cast while the item is equipped. Can open the raid boss room in luminous Bifrost Valley, provided the user has the hero type class. Chant. Lucian recalled how he had acquired this item, dropped by the last raid boss, Hel, the signifier of death, which he had defeated in Helheim just 5 days ago. Finding Hel's abode of death had been a challenging task, as there was very little information available. Unlike the other bosses, where each one dropped a key item hinting at the location of the next raid boss, Hel's location had remained a mystery. Lucian had gone to great lengths to find the location of Hel's abode. He had even paid a hefty price to the World Searcher Guild, one of the top guilds known for their expertise in exploration and uncovering the unknown. Their motto was to leave no stone unturned, and they seemed to have information on just about anything, provided you had enough money to pay for it. Lucian had paid a hefty sum of 2 million yen, which left many players drooling at the generous offer. Even the guild leader himself had come to personally listen to Lucian's request. The very next day, Lucian received the exact location of the abode of death in Helheim, thanks to his substantial payment to the World Searcher Guild. Apparently, it was a place rarely visited by players. The boss Hel was known to be exceedingly difficult and tricky to defeat, and it didn't drop any valuable items. This lack of enticing rewards had caused most players to forget about that particular raid boss over time. Lucian shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and focused on the 2 gigantic doors of the gate ahead. Chapter 12. Lucian held the Aesir Might Medallion in his hand as he approached the 2 towering, huge doors of the gate. As soon as he arrived in front of the gate, he pushed forward the medallion, and the blue gem at its center glowed a radiant white as the gate started opening. The 2 huge doors revealed a grand hallway that appeared fit for royalty, adorned with gold and silver. Lucian put the medallion back in his inventory and proceeded down the hallway. As soon as he entered the hall, a notification appeared, and the gate doors behind him closed, seemingly trapping him. You have entered the boss room. Place, Hall of the Slain type, boss room. Lucian ignored the notification and looked ahead. Before him lay a magnificent, lengthy hallway, flanked on each side by a stunning array of statues depicting Valkyries and warriors. Each sculpture bore a unique name or narrative, inscribed on stone plaques at their bases. Lucian approached one of the statues and read the inscription. Mighty Valkyrie, Lemondrildr, a warrior who sacrificed herself for her lord. The story was long and detailed, recounting the tale of a Valkyrie who had been unwaveringly devoted to her lord. She had made the ultimate sacrifice, giving her life to buy him precious time to escape from the world devourer. Lucian read the story while admiring the exquisitely detailed statue. Every part of the sculpture seemed so lifelike that it appeared as though it might spring to life at any moment. He can only imagine the amount of data used to put everything in place, and make everything look so lifelike. Lucian truly appreciated the incredible attention to detail in Yggdrasil. The game's graphic designers were undoubtedly talented geniuses who put an immense amount of creativity and hard work into every fine detail. I also want to create my own NPCs, Lucian muttered to himself as he continued to explore the hall. Lucian had been contemplating for a while. This game had a function that allowed players to create custom NPCs, offering extensive customization options. They could essentially become gods, fashioning characters of their choice, whether they wanted a princess or a slave. However, custom NPCs could only be obtained by owning a guild and conquering a dungeon. Conquering a guild dungeon, a unique type of dungeon that could serve as a guild's base after its defeat, granted players the ability to create custom NPCs to safeguard their guild. These NPCs were among the best features of Yggdrasil, and Lucian couldn't deny it. Players had complete control over their appearance, classes, and even the option to craft backstories and lore for them. Whether they were to be mages, warriors, tanks, or any other role, it was entirely up to the player's imagination. Lucian halted in his tracks as he reached the end of the hallway. Before him lay a colossal exit, an open gateway that seemed to lead outside. However, this gate was unlike the previous ones. Instead of doors, it was obscured by a warped veil, as though space itself had been distorted there. Lucian was well aware that he would have to face the boss once he entered the area. I should probably use my lance today, Lucian muttered to himself as he scrolled through his inventory, contemplating which lance would be the best choice to confront this boss. Coming to a conclusion, Lucian reached into his inventory and brought out a white, pristine lance. The lance's appearance was striking, with its white body accented by swirling purple patterns that twisted along its length. Its handle was pitch black, adorned with a shimmering purple gem at the base. At the tip of the lance, another radiant purple gem gleamed, making the weapon a truly beautiful sight. It was a lance that Lucian had painstakingly crafted weeks ago, dedicating 3 full days to its creation. The lance's body was forged from one of the rarest and most powerful physical metals known as astrolithium. This metal possessed a unique property that allowed it to blend seamlessly with other magical metals without diminishing its physical attack stats. In this case, Lucian had expertly combined it with Ethereum at the tip of the lance, enhancing its magical attack power while retaining the raw attack power stats of the astrolithium. This combination made it an exceptionally potent weapon. But that wasn't the end of its impressive craftsmanship. The handle of the lance was made from obsidian draconic scale, a material obtained from an obsidian elder dragon raid boss. This metal added to the lance's overall strength and durability. To top it all off, the lance featured a captivating purple gem at its center, known as the Nether Manticore's magical heart. This gem possessed a wide range of properties that were integral to the lance's power and functionality. And all of these was topped off with enormous amounts of data crystals to add a staggering amount of abilities and skills to it. This weapon, if counted, had a data capacity higher than any normal or even most powerful divine class weapons. Star Lance. Data capacity, 2 million. Type, weapon. Class, divine. Description, a weapon crafted by Lucy. This custom item boasts exceptional abilities. Skills abilities, Unswirl Shield of Cosmos chased the Void Star Solaris blooming destruction. Data, 50% physical damage, 30% piercing damage, reduced MP cost, 75% physical defense, 43% magical resistance, bypass gate, bypass nether damage, bypass ether damage. Bypass barrier, 23% physical defense, spiritual resistance 4, divination resistance 4, holy resistance 2, negative resistance 2, corrosion resistance V. As Lucian took in the lance, his gaze fixed on the gate ahead, and he proceeded to walk toward it. Upon reaching the end of the gate, he passed through a shimmering veil that resembled water but was actually a distortion in space. It gave him the sensation similar to using a gate or other dimensional type spell, obscuring his vision of what lay on the other side. Lucian emerged from the gate and was greeted by a startling sight. He gasped as his eyes fell upon what seemed to be a gruesome battlefield. He found himself standing on a river of blood, its crimson surface mirroring the otherwise serene blue sky, creating an eerie and unsettling contrast. The ground itself was drenched in blood, resembling a massive, flowing river. Lucian muttered to himself, "This looks pretty appalling now." As he gazed around, he saw countless graves of fallen warriors extending as far as the eye could see. Weapons of these fallen heroes were stuck in the ground, like monuments to the valor and sacrifice that had taken place on this blood-soaked battlefield. Lucian focused his attention on the rectangular screen in the center of his vision. Place, Valhalla type, boss room. Lucian gazed ahead and spotted a massive, elderly man standing in the center of the battlefield. The man was adorned in golden armor, his long white beard flowed down his chest. One of his eyes shone with a brilliant gold, while the other was concealed by an eye patch. Long, flowing white hair trailed behind him as he clutched a spear that emitted a radiant golden glow, much like his armor and the aura surrounding him. Perched upon his shoulders were two black and white ravens, one on each side. "Welcome back, brave warrior, to the heart of Valhalla. I see that fire in your eyes, the same fire that brought you here as an hero. But today, it's time to remember your strength dash." Lucian observed as the boss began a lengthy speech, but he kept a close eye on its status and HP bar. First avatar of Odin. HP, 700700. MP, 300300. Class, SP Raid Boss. Lucian couldn't help but be shocked by the boss's monstrous HP and MP stats. Even the other raid bosses he had faced didn't have this much HP. It was enormous, and he had a feeling it would take a long time to defeat Odin, especially with the lengthy speech still ongoing. While Lucian usually enjoyed listening to the stories and details in these speeches, today he felt the urgency to defeat the boss quickly so he could sign up for the world tournament. "Just hurry up, old man." Lucian couldn't contain his impatience any longer and shouted at Odin to hurry up. After 2 more minutes, Odin finally concluded his speech, and it was time to get ready for battle. "Get ready, draw your weapon, and let your courage shine. This fight isn't just against mights, against your own hesitation. Show me that you're ready to embrace your strength once more," Odin proclaimed. As soon as the boss's dialogue ended, Lucian showed a determined smile and readied his lance. The 2 ravens perched on Odin's shoulder immediately flew toward Lucian, while Odin raised his hand, causing multiple magic circles to appear on the ground. "Starting with the mobs, huh?" Lucian remarked as he observed the 2 gigantic ravens coming at him. One of them flew directly toward him, its glowing black beak poised to attack. The other raven swung its wings, creating multiple wind blades aimed at Lucian. However, in an instant, he vanished from their position, reappearing right in front of the raven that was using its wings to unleash wind blades. No wonder people say birds are drones made by the government. When birds are this stupid, it's pretty hard to argue against it, Lucian remarked as he appeared before one of the ravens and thrust his glowing lance right at its head, dealing critical damage. Lucian glanced at the bird's remaining HP, realizing it still had over 100 HP left, which surprised him. The other raven swung its glowing wings, launching sharp talon-like projectiles toward Lucian. However, Lucian's lance transformed into a shield, swirling open like an umbrella to protect him from the incoming attacks. "Oops, was that a poisonous attack? No wonder my lance reacted," Lucian muttered as he dodged the raven that was now attempting to attack him with its glowing beak. He then jumped towards the real boss, Odin. "Let's see your defenses," Lucian exclaimed as 2 wings tore through his armor. 2 golden wings, radiant and otherworldly, propelled him forward with lightning-fast speed. Their radiant golden glow contrasting sharply with the battlefield's eerie setting. These were not his typical vampiric wings but rather transcendent wings. He soared towards Odin, preparing to use one of his skills while eyeing the gigantic boss who was about to strike him with his spear. "Elder Hitler!" Lucian shouted, taking control and manually activating his Valkyrie. His entire avatar underwent a breathtaking transformation. His immaculate and handsome appearance shifted into an even more exquisite and androgynous beauty, alluring and ethereal. A red flame enveloped his armor, blazing with a fierce intensity, as if it could devour the entire world. His once blonde hair transformed into a fiery, crimson cascade, and the golden outlines of his armor emitted a brilliant and radiant glow. "Let's find out if you can withstand this one-hit kill move," Lucian said, wearing a bewitching smile as he gracefully dodged a raven mob summoned by Odin's magic. The moment it entered Lucian's passive ability's radius, it burst into flames. Lucian gazed at the colossal figure of Odin, firmly gripping his lance. "Star Solaris," Lucian shouted, manually activating the skill. His white lance started glowing a fiery red and became engulfed in flames. The purple gem at its tip gleamed with a crimson light, as if it were absorbing the flames and concentrating them for a final, devastating attack. High in the sky, Lucian pulled back his lance as if it were an arrow, taking careful aim at the forehead of the first avatar of Odin. The fiery aura surrounding him coalesced into a bow shape, and with a powerful draw, he released the flaming lance. It shot like an arrow, piercing through the air with incredible force, heading straight for Odin's forehead. Boom! The entire area was bathed in a brilliant red light for a fleeting moment, as if the entire world itself was rupturing and burning, as if the sun itself was descending. What followed was a deafening and piercing sound, one that would have hurt Lucian's ears if he hadn't wisely muted the volume. Chapter 13. A colossal impact echoed, akin to the descent of a nuclear bomb, as Lucian's lance struck the head of the first avatar of Odin. The entire crimson-drenched battlefield was instantly engulfed in an unending sea of flames. The already blood-soaked terrain was now ablaze in crimson fire, devouring weapons and threatening to consume the entire world. The two ravens that had been attacking Lucian were swiftly obliterated, and notifications began to flood in, indicating Lucian's experience points were increasing. Lucian eyed the fallen first avatar of Odin, his frustration evident. "This guy's got a ridiculously high defense," he grumbled, glancing at this monstrous Odin's depleted HP bar. First avatar of Odin. HP, 323700. MP, 180300. Anyone else would have been defeated, especially normal raid bosses. This attack, a power that Lucian had kept in reserve for an entire day, surpassed even super-tier spells. Yet, it had barely made a dent in Odin's HP, not even reaching 50%. "Looks like I'll have to get serious," Lucian muttered as he watched Odin rise, the godlike boss monster muttering its customary phrase before launching an attack with its mighty spear, declaring, "Behold the might of a god, as I strike you down." Lucian easily dodged Odin's attack, his mind racing as he thought of the quickest way to defeat this boss. "Fine, I'll use a super-tier magic for you," Lucian muttered under his breath. As he deftly dodged the spear hurled at him by Odin, the weapon gave chase. Lucian wielded his lance skillfully, parrying the spear just as it returned to Odin's hand. However, Odin was relentless, summoning multiple magic circles on the ground, from which multiple giant wolves started materializing, ready to attack. "TCH, this jackass is summoning more monsters. Why couldn't I have found him when I needed to level up?" Lucian muttered in frustration. Lucian watched as multiple white and black wolves materialized from the ground and lunged at him. He dodged each one of them swiftly, dispatching them with his lance. Skull. HP 80. MP 20. Class, Mob. Hattie. HP 20. MP 80. Class, Mob. Despite his supposed bad reflexes, Lucian was effortlessly dealing with these high-level monsters. Some of the wolves even attempted to use magic on him, but his magical defense stat was so high that their spells had no effect whatsoever. Unlike his first time, when he needed the help of the Halo of the Forgotten God, to defeat the raid boss, Lucian had since taken pride in handling bosses by himself. He often employed various tactics instead of simply pummeling everything thrown at him, as he was doing now. He had underestimated his own abilities. It wasn't just a cheat, it was game-breaking. The greatest Einherjar class was the pinnacle of cheats, and Lucian could only imagine what it would be like to acquire another class like World Champion, which is rumored to have broken skills. Haha, I'm getting excited. Come all at once, I'll deal with the mobs first. Chaos beckon. Lucian muttered to himself as he dove onto the ground, turning off his flame aura, and using one of his skills to attract all the summoned wolves of Odin at once. This skill was one of the most dangerous and at the same time, most useful skills. If Lucian used this skill outside of the boss room, he would become akin to a monster magnet. He had once accidentally activated this skill, causing monsters from the entire world to attack him. Fortunately, Lucian had another skill, Order Reprieve, that could cancel the effect of Chaos Beacon. He used it to save himself. Otherwise, he would have died. Yggdrasil actually had a hate system that players could observe when battling monsters. What Chaos Beacon did was override that hate value, raising it to a level where every monster deemed Lucian as intolerable and an enemy. It was similar to how Order Reprieve reversed the normal hate value to negative, ensuring monsters wouldn't even approach Lucian, as their hate value dropped below 0. Fortunately, even if he died, he could just level up and bounce back, as Yggdrasil only deducted 5 levels after a player's death. The entire group of black and white wolves started attacking Lucian as he activated one of his skills. His already red hair started turning even more vibrant as he unleashed the power of another skill. Blaze Burst. A surging wave of flames swept through the battlefield in a circular motion, akin to a solar flare. It immediately incinerated all the mobs and even inflicted some damage on the first avatar of Odin. Lucian immediately leaped into the sky, his wings concealing themselves as he hovered above the battlefield. From this elevated position, he gazed down at Odin, who once again hurled his spear towards him. Judgment of Gungnir. Odin bellowed as he launched his signature javelin-like attack. However, this time, the spear was infused with an intense golden glow. Instead of hurling it directly at Lucian, Odin sent it soaring into the sky. Lucian recognized that attack, the spear descending from the sky. However, this time, Lucian didn't dodge or attempt to parry it, he decided to take the attack. An intense light descended upon Lucian's body as Gungnir, the spear of Odin, struck him. The spear hit right at Lucian's heart, even though Odin hadn't aimed it directly at him. Surprisingly, the spear was unable to pierce through Lucian's armor and hit his body. It stopped after scraping off a significant portion of Lucian's armor data. However, the damage it inflicted on Lucian was substantial, depleting 40 points of his HP, which surprised him somewhat. Nevertheless, it was understandable, given that Lucian's physical defense stat decreased when he was in his Elder Hitler, Valkyrie form. It's time to finish this boss fight. I'm not waiting for you to reach your final form just so I can defeat you with satisfaction. Today, I'm in a hurry, so you're going down early, Lucian declared as he observed the spear flying back to Odin. Lucian remained suspended in the sky, accessing his console. A menu of spells, 480 hotkeys, each carefully placed for easy access. These weren't all of his spells. He had a vast repertoire, but the game limited him to 480 for battle. However, he could always change them and assign new hotkeys as needed. Lucian's natural inclination had always been towards being a mage. His physical strength took a backseat to his magical prowess, which made him a truly fearsome opponent. The greatest Einherjar class was already considered a cheat in the game by Lucian, but when combined with a player like Lucian, who was willing to spend millions of yen to unlock its full potential, it became an even more formidable force. It's time to die, Lucian muttered, tossing his lance into the air where it hovered behind him, ready for action. When he first encountered Odin, he had assumed the god would be primarily magic-based with low defenses, similar to Freya, the fallen Valkyrie of Alfheim, whom he had defeated through physical attacks. However, Odin proved to be a different challenge altogether, not lacking physical strength but also possessing devastating magic attacks that could one-shot even the highest-level players, regardless of their tankiness. Sigurd, Lucian muttered, and his transformation continued. His fiery red hair shifted to a stunning amethyst shade, and his once crimson eyes transformed into a mesmerizing purple, emitting a gentle, secretive glow. His console, which previously displayed only 480 hotkeys, expanded to cover half of his field of vision, revealing a total of 960 spells, all at his fingertips and ready for use at a moment's notice. Arcane's Muse, Lucian spoke the name of his ability, a ability that could be considered one of the most potent cheats for any mage in the game, capable of breaking the very fundamentals of the game. As he chanted this ability's name, his entire aura finally underwent transformation. His hair now displayed a complete amethyst hue, and his MP, magical attack, and magical defense stats skyrocketed beyond their limits. To the extent that only a world enemy would be able to stand before him. Let's test out this new spell, Lucian mumbled to himself as he watched Odin once again hurl his spear at him while shouting the skill name, Judgment of Gungnir. However, the spear didn't reach him as the pristine white star lance, suspended in the air, immediately shot forward and unfurled as before, becoming a shield and intercepting the attack of Gungnir without budging. Lucian used his finger to navigate through the hotkeys, eventually tapping on a special hotkey located in the 10th tier spells section. Chains of Hephaestus, Lucian muttered as he aimed the spell at Odin, who had just caught his spear as it flew back to him. The sky immediately turned dark as purple chains, seemingly made of divine energy, descended from the 4 huge magic circles that suddenly appeared surrounding Odin. Both of Odin's hands and both of his legs were pulled as a massive rock descended from the sky, appearing to have been bound to the chains. The boss first avatar of Odin attempted to move, but he wasn't able to, as if the chains refused to break. Usually, an immobilizing 10th tier spell wouldn't be sufficient to trap a boss monster like Odin. However, when the opponent was a player with magic stats through the roof, it became quite pointless. Not to mention, Lucian possessed an ability called Cancel Mobilization, that could nullify these restrictions and enable the direct trapping of a boss. Now, let me show you my favorite super tier spell, Lucian said in a low voice as his purple hair began to float. He then tapped on the hotkey for that super tier spell. Seize the Hunger of Hastur, Lucian muttered as a large magic circle appeared, surrounding him at its epicenter. A gigantic, blue, dome-shaped magic circle appeared with 11 layers of spherical, white crystalline magic circles inside it. Translucent letters and runes flickered within them. Lucian focused on the boss, Odin, and aimed the spell. I would have supercharged the spell if I were in my normal form. However, with Arcane's Muse, and Sigurdur, active, the only ones who can give me trouble are world enemies, Lucian muttered to himself. Brought out an hourglass-looking object from his inventory and broke it. The entire dome-like magic circle with 11 layers expanded immediately as the super tier spell took effect. The spell expanded and vanished into the air as the entire ground started shaking. Odin, who was trapped by the earlier spell, was not able to do anything as the ground burst apart, tearing as if something was going to come out. However, nothing happened for a second. The world was silent as if the effect of the magic had failed. If any other players were here, they would have thought the same. After all, this spell used by Lucian was probably one that could only be acquired by a very specific race of people. Which, Lucian was able to acquire it through cash shop items. The silence of the world, however, broke with a horrifying howling followed by a nightmarish, realistic crunching sound. An interstellar monster suddenly materialized out of nowhere near Odin's head and took a huge bite out of it before vanishing immediately after, as if it had merged with the space, its horrifying figure disappearing. That, however, didn't end there. Multiple heads, similar to the first, continued materializing, taking bites out of the first avatar of Odin, consuming chunks of its data and rapidly depleting its HP. Each time this monstrous interstellar god appeared, it was accompanied by a horrifying scream that would send chills down anyone's spine. But not Lucian's, as he cherished that noise, that scream, that nightmarish howl that made him feel more alive. Lucian watched as Odin's HP bar plummeted to 0 in mere seconds. First avatar of Odin. HP, 00700. MP, 00300. Type, Raid Boss. The Raid Boss began to vanish as its HP bar reached 0. The first avatar of Odin disintegrated into particles of blue light, disappearing completely. Its last words echoed in Lucian's head before fading away. Following that, Lucian was bombarded with a multitude of notifications, and his entire interface was now flooded with achievements and rewards. Chapter 14. You have defeated the Raid Boss first avatar of Odin. You have completed the last challenge of Hero. You have unlocked a new Valkyrie. You have leveled up. Greatest Einherjar, LVL, 4-5. Your stats have gone up. You have received the first-time bonus of defeating the Raid Boss first avatar of Odin. You have acquired the ownership of Castle of Valhalla, not accessible due to the player not being a leader. Due to solo defeating the boss, your overall drop quality increased by 30%. Due to defeating a good aligned god, your karma has gone down -50. Due to being the first to complete the rare hero chain quest, you have earned yourself a reward. You have acquired an ownership over the world-class item, Dropner. Due to having your ring slots full, the item has been placed in your inventory. You have met the prerequisite to unlock new mercenary NPCs. Hattie. Skull. Raven of White. Raven of Black. Sleipnir. You have met the prerequisite to learn these new spells. Valkyrie's Ascent, 10th tier. Cast of Freya, 10th tier. Aid of Aesir, super tier. Descent Mjolnir, 10th tier. Light of Bifrost, 10th tier. Judgment of Gungnir, super tier. Steed of the Odin, super tier. Runefather's Wisdom, 9th tier. Heimdall's Watch, 10th tier. You have met the prerequisite to unlock the job class Aesir's Herald. You have met the prerequisite to unlock the job class Odin's Envoy. You have met the prerequisite to unlock the job class Holy Spearmaster. As Lucian's hair and avatar returned to their normal state, with his blonde hair framing his avatar's face. He carefully reviewed all the notifications until his eyes locked onto the one message he hadn't expected to see but nonetheless welcomed. You have acquired an ownership over the world-class item, Dropner. A world-class item, something with the power to fundamentally break the game. Lucian gazed at the description of the world-class item with excitement. It wasn't his first world item, but it was one he couldn't help but feel thrilled about. In the entire game, there were only 200 world items, and they couldn't be created like divine-class items. Owning just one world-class item was considered a cheat, and here was Lucian, with more than one. Dropner. Class, World. Description: a leaf of the world tree transformed into a ring after the world tree's destruction. This world item is one of the 200 leaves of the world tree and is believed to have been created by the will of Yggdrasil through the finest blacksmith of the 9 realms. This world item can be used to create 9 battle rings, each with the data quality of a divine class item, expandable through the use of data crystals. This item can have only one owner. Unless the owner willingly disowns it, this item cannot be stolen or taken away. Lucian read through the description and was pleasantly surprised. While it might not have had any practical game-breaking abilities like the 20, it was still a valuable item with potential uses in other ways. For example, Lucian could use his enormous data crystal reserves and other resources to customize and enhance each of these rings, potentially making them even stronger than ordinary divine-class items. With careful customization, they might even approach the power of guild weapons, which had significantly higher data capacity than divine-class weapons. There were rumors that the World Champion's weapon, to be gifted to World Champions, would have a similar data capacity. Lucian then reviewed his other notifications, such as his ownership of the Castle of Valhalla. This wasn't the first time he had been granted ownership of a location. The first time he defeated Freya, who was also yet to be found by other players due to her rarity, he was rewarded with ownership of the forest where she resided. However, Lucian couldn't utilize these locations because he wasn't the leader of a party or guild. Only someone with a party, clan, or guild could accept ownership and establish a base in these areas. Although Lucian usually played solo, he had teamed up with other players on occasion. He even thought about forming his own clan. For instance, Lucian had joined his friend TouchMe in the game several times. TouchMe had recently made new friends and was planning to create a clan, but he was waiting for Lucian, hoping that he would accept the invitation once he became a world champion. Lucian was seriously considering it. Lucian then reviewed the storyline quest notifications and realized that he had completed his hero storyline quest. Apparently, Einherjar falls into the category of a hero-type class, along with other rare classes. However, Lucian has discovered that those other rare classes are not even close to being on par with Greatest Einherjar. The class of Greatest Einherjar was on a level above everything else. Lucian looked at the drops and had to admit that despite the difficulty Odin presented, he had dropped some incredibly valuable rewards. Lucian scrolled through the seemingly endless list of drops, and among them were numerous high-class data crystals that would prove highly useful in his upcoming projects. Lucian then turned his attention to the level up screen. Greatest Einherjar, LVL, 4-5. His cheat class had leveled up once more, and his stats would likely have received a significant boost. Lucian immediately opened his character status and was greeted by a screen that could make even the most powerful players sweat. IGN. Lucy. Heteromorph. Alignment. Neutral good. Karma. 100. This will change before going to the new world, don't worry. Level. Racial class. Vampire, LVL, 10. Transcendent Vampire, LVL, 5. Job class. Blood Sworn, LVL, 10. Blood Saint, LVL, 5. Sea Lancer, LVL, 5. Arcane Disciple, LVL, 15. Arcane Master, LVL, 10. Arcane Supreme, LVL, 5. Greatest Einherjar, LVL, 5. Light Sworn, LVL, 10. Divine Saint, LVL, 5. Twilight Sage, LVL, 5. HP, 4224350. MP, 5195550. PHY. ATK, 35650. PHY. Def, 35550. Agility, 35850. Mag. ATK, 52750. Mag. Def, 60950. Resist, 33450. Special, 36750. Seeing his stats increase by 50, his eyes shone with excitement. His stats were monstrous right now, especially his magical stats like magical defense and magical attack, all thanks to his Arcane Supreme class, which was an overpowered rare class. His MP was only used sparingly, thanks to his massive MP reserves. Unlike most players who needed 6 hours to regenerate their MP, Lucian only had to wait a few minutes at most before his MP was back at full capacity. This was due to his racial class, Transcendent Vampire, which granted him enormous MP reserves and rapid MP regeneration abilities, like Arcanum Regeneration. Combined with his Sigurd abilities after unlocking it, he was practically a cheat when it came to MP, allowing him to cast Tier 9, 10th spells continuously without a second's break. Right now, he was basically immune to any spells or magical attacks, as long as they were not super-tier spells or spells cast by raid bosses or world enemies. However, Lucian hadn't fought against a world enemy to know how strong they were. There were only 2 accounts of people finding the hidden bosses so far, and from what he knew, they were far stronger than normal raid bosses. For instance, one of the 8 dragons was found and defeated, but it took 2 guilds joining forces with a total of over 100 players to bring it down. Which, at least, made Lucian understand that it wouldn't be like raid bosses the world enemies were, at the very least, stronger than them. This excited him because he was someone who loved a good challenge. Not to mention, he was exceptionally overpowered these days with his Valkyrie forms unleashed, allowing him to almost solo everyone unless they possessed a world-class item. Lucian closed his status panel and examined the loot once again. He was pleased with everything he had acquired. There were plenty of the highest-tier data crystals and numerous rare items, including one that he didn't quite understand, once again piquing his curiosity. Xingming Keystone. Type, accessory. Description, a keystone of unknown origin. It is said something mysterious will happen when the conditions are right. Lucian had encountered this type of keystone 4 times so far, yet its purpose was still a mystery to him. He received one when he defeated a random monster in the land of Helheim during a meeting with Touch Me weeks ago. He obtained another one from defeating the boss monster, Mountain Drake. Currently, he possessed 4 of these keystones, all with identical descriptions. They were Niente Keystone, from the Mountain Drake. Hua Keystone, from the Ashen Salamander. Guang Keystone, from the fairy he defeated. And last but not least, this Xingming Keystone, he obtained after defeating Odin. He didn't know what these keystones entailed, but he was determined to unravel their mystery on his journey, one way or another. Swiping through all the notifications and finally seeing a clear interface, Lucian glanced at the exit of the dungeon, which had once again appeared behind him. With a spring in his step, Lucian exited the now defeated raid boss room, the Forgotten Star Lance following closely behind as if connected by an invisible thread. Chapter 15. Words couldn't capture the déjà vu that Lucian felt as he gazed upon the two players encircling a slime-like creature in the familiar grounds of Muspelheim. The striking coincidence that both of them happened to be humanoid elves only added to the eerie sense of familiarity. "Handsome Oni-chan, can you save me from these evil players who are trying to kidnap me?" pleaded the pink, repulsive blob of a slime. Its voice was strangely cute, capable of making anyone who heard it feel powerless to resist its charm. The blob moved with fluidity, seemingly in a state between liquid and solid, as it approached Lucian. Lucian had just arrived at the Muspelheim grounds to register for the World Tournament. The registration process required players to be physically present in the world they were competing in. In this case, only those currently in Muspelheim could enter the Muspelheim tournament, and the same rule applied to players in other worlds. Lucian had used a gate to transport himself to a random location within Muspelheim. As soon as he materialized, he was met with the sight of a slime-like, heteromorphic player being encircled by two humanoid players. Lucian turned his attention to the slime speaking in the adorable voice and asked, "Are they hunting you?" "Yes," replied the peculiar, pink, and erratic-looking slime. Its blob-like form looked as if it's in constant motion. Its hands seemed to droop, resembling liquid in their behavior. "Well, can you guys leave her alone?" Lucian said, addressing the players who had surrounded the slime player. Both of them were elves, and this situation felt eerily similar to the time when he had been saved by Touch Me. "Why should we? We're hungry for leveling up." "You'd be good EXP too, after all, you're level 90, one of the players retorted, glancing at Lucian's profile and level. "Hey, he's wearing divine class gear, WTF. Look at that," exclaimed the elf on the left, wide-eyed and pointing at Lucian's beautifully designed and ornate armor. Lucian could conceal the class of his armor if he wanted to, but he chose not to, as he saw no need to do so. "Are you for real? Let's kill him," exclaimed the first player as he drew his dagger. In an instant, his presence seemed to thin, almost vanishing entirely, startling the pink, odd-looking flesh slime player, who remarked, "Whoa, that scary big guy vanished." However, Lucian could still clearly see the player despite the stealth attempt. The other player, resembling a mage, readied his staff. Yet, their efforts proved futile as Lucian cast a spell while gesturing with his hand. Reality slash. Immediately, both players were afflicted with a reality cut that tore through their entire data, causing them to vanish despite being level 100. "Whoa, that was really cool, Oni-chan. You're so cool," exclaimed the slime blob player, attempting to jump towards Lucian. Could you please stay away?" Lucian asked as he distanced himself from the slime. He felt a bit uneasy due to the unusual appearance of the slime. Despite encountering numerous bizarre creatures and heteromorphic avatars, some even more repulsive, he had an inexplicable aversion to slimes that he couldn't quite understand. "But Oni-chan, you saved me. You're like a knight in shining armor," exclaimed the slime in its cute voice as it leaped onto Lucian once more. "Whoa, stay away from me," Lucian exclaimed, attempting to distance himself from the slime. However, it was too late, as the slime had already attached itself to him, hugging him tightly in its bizarre, pink, flesh-like form. "And please, stop calling me Oni-chan. Let's have a chat before I leave. I'm running late," said Lucian as he separated from the slime player and glanced at her profile. He assumed she was female based on her voice, which had a cute, loli-like quality that seemed to appeal to Lucian's preferences. He felt a bit flustered but concealed it well. IGN. Bukabukagama. Heteromorph. Race. Slime. Level, 36. HP, 34. MP, 10. "Oh, are you a newbie?" Lucian inquired as he examined the player's profile. "Yes, handsome Oni-chan. Could you please stop with that, Oni-chan? You're making me embarrassed," Lucian responded with genuine emotion. He rarely blushed, but the combination of the cute voice and endearing term was getting to him. "Heh. Why not, your reaction is making me want to tease you more, Oni-chan," said the slime as it giggled and continued to call Lucian Oni-chan, furthering his embarrassment. Despite not having any siblings and secretly longing for one, he couldn't help but find enjoyment in her words. "Alright, let's stop it. I'm running late," Lucian said, putting an end to the teasing. He, you're really cute," giggled Bukabukagama as she continued, "do you want to party up? If you agree, I can keep calling you Oniai-chan." "You seem to enjoy it," Bukabukagama suggested, her formless eyes fixed on Lucian. No, I can't party up with anyone right now." "Perhaps another day," Lucian replied, distancing himself slightly from Bukabukagama. "Hey! At least add me to your friends list, Oniai-chan." Bukabukagama implored, ending her request with the usual Oniai-chan. Unable to resist the character, Lucian agreed and added her to his friends list. "Hey, can we party up later to maybe do some quests?" Bukabukagama asked in a normal voice, which was a pleasant surprise for Lucian. It left him wondering why she had been using her lowly-like voice earlier. "Yeah, sure. I'm currently signing up for the World Tournament, so we can definitely meet up at a later date to play some campaign together," Lucian replied, adding a smiling emoticon to his words. He found this person quite pleasant, which was a rarity for him. Other players he appreciated included Touch Me and a few of his friends, like Mamanga and the Ancient One. "Thank you. I suppose I'll have to level up before that." She responded in her usual cute voice, seemingly reluctant to use her normal one. "Why don't you use your normal voice?" Lucian asked, curious because she seemed to switch between her normal voice and her lowly-like voice. I wonder what you mean, Oniai-chan." She responded with another question in her usual cute lowly-like voice. "I mean, your normal voice sounds pleasant already. I don't think it's necessary to always use your lowly-like voice," Lucian said. What? For the second time, Bukabukagama broke her character, her voice sounding a bit flustered. "What are you saying, Baka?" Bukabukagama exclaimed in her normal voice, though it seemed to mix between her normal tone and the lowly-like one. Lucian felt momentarily confused, but soon, Bukabukagama calmed down and returned to her normal persona as if the previous exchange had never occurred. "Anyway, here. You can use this," Lucian said, looking at Bukabukagama before handing her a card-like object, placing it in her slimy hands. "What's this?" she asked, her confusion evident as she hadn't seen an item like this before. "It's a cash shop item. It doubles the experience you receive for 12 hours, Lucian explained, displaying the item's interface and description to her. "What? That's too expensive. I can't accept it," Bukabukagama quickly declined, switching to her normal voice. She immediately handed the card back to Lucian, with a hand materializing from the slime to do so. "I have a lot of these EXP2 cards. I bought them in bulk, around 500 when I was leveling up. But I never got to use all of them. You can take 50 of them, I'm sure it'll be enough for leveling up," Lucian said, displaying the considerable number of experience boost cards he possessed. "Ugh. What the heck is wrong with you? This is irresponsible. How can you spend so much money on something like this? Each of these cards costs over 200 yen, which means buying 500 of them will equal 1 million. That's 2 months of my entire salary. How incredibly irresponsible can you be? Couldn't you just buy as many as you needed? Why did you have to buy so many of them? Are you an idiot?" Bukabukagama started ranting and shouting in her normal voice, her tone filled with anger and frustration. She spoke as if addressing someone she was familiar with, her blob-like avatar moving and jumping as if to convey her anger. Sorry." Lucian replied, unsure of how he had ended up in this situation. He had expected a thanks but found himself receiving a lecture instead. Bukabukagama's scolding reminded him of his own maid, bringing a sense of déjà vu. Lucian sighed, silently listening to the rants of his new friend. Chapter 16. The headquarters of the most popular DMMO-RPG, Yggdrasil, was located in the first arcology of Tokyo. This place was teeming with the wealthiest individuals in Japan, many of whom were leaders or heirs of large conglomerates and businesses. The headquarters of the game Idrasil was a massive skyscraper with 70 floors, situated at the center of the city. One might argue that such a building was too large for just a DMMO-RPG. However, in reality, it was quite fitting for the scale and scope of Yggdrasil. The massive building had a golden Yggdrasil logo, accompanied by a tree beside the logo adorned with 9 different colored neon lights, illuminating the already bright city at night. In this 70-floor building, the first 20 floors were dedicated to the game development team, responsible for core game mechanics, quest design, and overall gameplay. Floors 21 to 35 were allocated to graphic designers and art directors. Floors 35 to 45 were assigned to the programming team, responsible for the technical aspects of the game, coding, and server maintenance. Floors 45 to 50 were home to the monetization team, responsible for monetizing the Gacha system and managing cash shop items. Today, this is where chaos was unfolding. This shouldn't be happening. How did it happen? The board members will kill me if they learn about this, a young lady with slightly brown hair and dark circles under her eyes exclaimed from her quiet office. She was currently one of the few members working overtime, and she hadn't gone home for 3 days now. She slept in her office with a thin blanket, surviving on cup noodles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She was exhausted, but above all, she was scared. She had created a mess, and if she didn't fix it quickly, it could escalate and cost her job, the one that paid her bills. I was just trying to have fun with this rich player. I never thought that I had accidentally coded one of the cheat classes to be given to him through Gacha, she muttered to herself while viewing something on a huge screen floating in front of her face. She tapped on her desk, and a holographic keyboard appeared. She started typing on it as the basic profile of a player appeared on the screen. Formal account access, denied. Real name access, denied. IP, denied. Player ID, 837599290. IGN, Lucy. Playing hours, 868 hours. Level, 90. Purchase history. Blood Rose Blade, 900 yen. Chest of WC, 100 yen. Calamity Spider Thread Heart, 40 yen etc. In-game currency, 20 billion. Communication history, access denied. Customer support interaction, none. She looked at the basic in-game information of the player. As an admin, she only had limited access to his profile. It seemed this player had a secured VR gear, preventing her from accessing more detailed information. She was feeling extremely depressed at the moment. Her name was Kirin Suzun, and she was a member of the monetization team of Yggdrasil, responsible for overseeing all aspects of the game's monetization, including the gacha system and in-game purchases. Her job wasn't to review each individual request but to ensure a delicate balance, such as granting players certain items after they rolled a specific number of times, giving them hope for future wins, and encouraging more spending. For instance, she might grant a player a special item after they had rolled more than 200 times, giving them hope to gamble more in future. Basically, she operated within the confines of legality, yet her role could be compared to a scammer. A few months ago, Kirin Suzun came across a player with an enormous purchase history, all within just 2 days. This piqued her interest, and she managed to look through his profile, though she only had access to basic details. This was likely because the player was rich and had a more secure console. However, she had recently noticed the same player repeatedly rolling in a gacha event, which was actually a scam orchestrated by the monetization team due to their failure to meet their usual quotas. It made her feel a bit sorry for the player, who was spending a significant amount of money. Though she held no sympathy for the wealthy, considering their role in the world's downfall in one way or another. One thing was certain when she examined the purchase history: this individual was a dedicated, chronically online gamer, spending hours immersed in the game. That's why, she decided to grant him a random gift through the gacha. However, what she didn't expect was that her random reward would turn out to be a cheat class, one that hadn't been properly stabilized or balanced yet. This class had been accidentally created and was later denied access to the game until further updates. She had intended to reward him with a rare class but ended up accidentally granting him an overpowered job class that wasn't even fully implemented. Basically, she had made a mistake that could potentially create an outrage among the players. She would be responsible for it because it wasn't the player's fault for receiving the class, it was her fault for giving it to him. She didn't know that her small mistake would cost her dearly now. Initially, she wasn't too concerned. In fact, it had been months since she had made that error, assuming that she had given him a reward he wouldn't be able to use. The class had a requirement to defeat solo level 90 raid bosses, something impossible for any player. However, she had forgotten that this player was a chronically online maniac who spent money without restraint. Just 3 days ago, she learned that the player had actually leveled up his class, turning himself into a cheat player capable of soloing raid bosses. If the board members were to find out about this, she would be in serious trouble. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? She chanted in a desperate mantra, slumping down in her chair, repeating the same phrases like a broken record. Her face had turned pale, and she appeared as though she might faint at any moment. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to lose my job. But suddenly. Wait. I can still fix this if I talk to him and come to some agreement. Perhaps I can persuade him with other benefits, she exclaimed, suddenly springing up and checking the time and date on her phone. It's the perfect timing. World Tournament is ongoing, and I'm certain he'll attend and win. Players who win the World Tournament receive a World Champion class weapon of their choice, which they can request from the devs. This also grants them the privilege of interacting with the devs, a privilege otherwise limited to world items. Although it was not the monetization team's responsibility to listen to player requests but rather the programming team's. As they were the ones responsible for programming the specific weapon, she had a friend who could help her seize this opportunity to interact with the player. If she could do that, then perhaps she could persuade the player to give up that class by offering him some other benefits. Yes. I'll have to do everything in my power to convince him, she said to herself as she made her way to her friend's office, determined to take any action necessary to rectify this situation. Losing her job and facing a potential blacklisting on her resume was something she couldn't afford. Chapter 17. Standing on the eternal ember plane, Lucian focused on his console, currently in the process of registering for the World Tournament. Small specks of embers whirled around him, a natural occurrence in this land. The eternal ember plane was located at the edge of Muspelheim and had a hazardous environment. Lucian was able to stand here without taking damage from the flying specks of ember thanks to the abilities provided by his elder Hildr, Valkyrie. No other players were near him. After all, he was at one of the edges of Muspelheim, a place where most players wouldn't even consider going unless they were seeking specific drops from particular monsters found only there. Even then, they would be equipped with gear specifically suited for this location, including fire-resistant and ember-resistant gears. This should do it. But the fact that they're offering 10 million coins for everyone who registers is quite surprising. However, I suppose since only players at level 90 and above can join, it's not a life-changing amount, but it's still a substantial sum. 10 million coins were indeed a substantial amount. For regular level 90 to 100 players, the coins earned from registering in the tournament could certainly make a significant difference. One of the reasons why the World Tournament was so popular was its extensive advertising. It could be found almost everywhere, from TV to T-Tube. The promotion for the Yggdrasil World Tournament was widespread. Additionally, the event was broadcasted across multiple platforms, and even players who participated and lost would have the opportunity to witness the final battles in person. Man, I'm really tired after hearing all those lectures from Chagama-san, Lucian said as he slumped down on the red rocky bed on the ground. He had received quite an earful from his new friend, although she later apologized for her rude behavior. Apparently, she had a brother who spent money on gachas, which is why she thought of Lucian as a brother for a moment and lectured him. A sibling, huh? It must be nice to have a sister, wouldn't it? Lucian mumbled to himself, wondering what it would be like to have a sister. After collecting his thoughts, Lucian stood up and glanced at the timer. 22:54, 22 minutes remained before the tournament was set to begin. Once the tournament started, every player would be transported to a private PvP arena to battle a randomly chosen opponent who had also registered for that world. They would continue to battle unless they lost or won all the rounds for the day. The event spanned 3 days, with the third day featuring the main fights of all the worlds, where only the semi-finalists would remain. For the most part, players were focused on and eagerly awaited the battles for the rank 3 and 1 positions. Both of these players were from the same guild and had gained significant popularity in the virtual world. Furthermore, they were both endorsed by the same brand, a VR software security company. Lucian, on the other hand, wasn't particularly interested in claiming the 1 or 2 spot, as he was already powerful enough and didn't require anyone's approval to maintain his strength. However, he wouldn't mind taking on the first and second rankers if they sought a challenge and attempting to claim their positions. Unfortunately for Lucian, both of those highly ranked players were participating in the Nibelheim world and not in Muspelheim. In Muspelheim, he could only find players ranked 7 to 12. This limited selection of high-ranked opponents might be why Muspelheim didn't generate as much excitement among players. Lucian patiently waited for the remaining 22 minutes, passing the time by exploring the cash shop and buying all the new items he could find. Since he hadn't checked the cash shop earlier in the day, there were plenty of new items to catch up on. As the timer finally reached 0, Lucian vanished from the red rock bed he was sitting on, reappearing inside a massive hall that was packed to the brim with players. Lucian observed some players chatting with each other and forming groups. It appeared that the players in the vicinity had been transported in such a way that they ended up together with their friends if their friends had also signed up. Lucian, however, found himself alone, likely because he had no friends in the Muspelheim world's vicinity. This might be due to his relatively small number of friends, with most of them being members of the largest guilds or friends of Touchme, whom Lucian also considered his friend. Total players registered, World, Muspelheim, 7,118. Player, Lucy, Round 1, Opponent, Sigma Male 69. Fight starts in 10 minutes. Please choose your gears and equip them. Warning. You won't be allowed to change gears during PvP. Warning. You won't be allowed to use recovery items during PvP. Lucian looked at the screen. He had already reviewed the details and rules of the World Tournament after registering. Essentially, each player would engage in random battles against others who had registered from the same world in a standard PvP format. These battles would continue until only 4 semi-finalists remained. Then, the remaining 4 contestants would battle in a new arena specially designed for the World Championship, which had yet to be revealed. Each of the 9 worlds had its unique arena. It was said that the World Championship wasn't solely about sheer power but also required wits, as the arena itself would attempt to devour the participants. These details had been hinted at in the trailers and promotional materials released so far. Lucian wasn't overly concerned about the challenges ahead. After all, he was at level 90, and his stats were already enough to solo raid bosses, an impossible accomplishment in itself. Lucian examined his inventory and equipped his gear. Everything remained the same, including his armor, except for his hands, which now bore 2 purple gauntlets. They resembled devilish hands with sharp, burning red claws that seemed to melt, and each gauntlet featured a red gem at its center emitting a subtle glow. Symbolic wings surrounded the gems, indicating their devilish nature. Lucian had decided not to fight with a lance, scythe, or any other weapon this time. Instead, he would rely on his bare hands. After all, why not? He had no reason to worry about losing. He was already overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, in Muspelheim, most of the players were relatively weak, with the top players participating in Alfheim, Asgard, and Nibelheim. Lucian inspected his gauntlets. Cursed Claw of the First Devil. Description: a weapon forged from the dying hands of the first Devila raid boss. The deity only dropped 1 pair of such gauntlets, each holding the power and essence of the first devil. Data capacity, 1/8 million. Type, weapon. Class, divine. Skills abilities, 2 aspects of first devil, cursed touch, infernal grasp, devil's mark, maleficent aura. This weapon had been dropped by a devil boss that Lucian had defeated at the edge of Muspelheim, where the most powerful monsters resided. Lucian was able to go through that dangerous route thanks to his elder Hildr, Valkyrie, which granted him absolute fire immunity in endless firepower. These attributes were essential for traversing the route and defeating the boss monster, a feat Lucian had achieved first. This achievement explained why the boss had dropped 5 divine class items, with the pair of gauntlets being the most powerful among them. Before equipping the gear, Lucian decided to switch one of his rings. His slender and long fingers were adorned with 10 rings, each a work of art in itself. These rings were either rare divine-class artifacts or, in the case of one exceptional item, a world-class item known as Draupnir. Normally, a player wouldn't be able to equip 5 rings on each hand, totaling 10, and can only equip 1 ring at most. However, through cash shop items, one can bypass this limitation, allowing them to have the ability to equip more than 1 ring. In Lucian's case, he can equip a total of 10. Lucian carefully examined his inventory and selected a special ring he had created. This ring was designed to convert his stats into data, enabling him to restrict his strength during normal gameplay without sealing or erasing it entirely. Essentially, it allowed Lucian to compress his stats into small bits of data, granting him the ability to seal them temporarily. The ring was a marvel of craftsmanship, a full-finger ring with a beautiful design. Its body resembled a delicate cobweb net, adorned with small gems at its corners. At its heart, a stunning gem radiated with the intensity and colors of a galaxy, exuding a serene, calm, and breathtaking beauty. Restraint on divinity. Data capacity, 5 million. Type, accessory. Class, artifact divine. Description, an item created by the player Lucy. This item have restraining qualities of unprecedented degrees. Skills abilities, Divine Chains Shackle of Infinite Nether Pulse Data Control Data Compression Data Conversion Data Management. This artifact has the ability to seal the stats of any player by compressing the data. The seal can be released at any time, as long as the player knows the password. Enter password _. Lucian immediately entered the password as a keyboard appeared. Password, Mimi Canty Carrot, a choice of password that was sure to annoy his self-proclaimed perfect maid. Nevertheless, he proceeded with it. Access granted. After entering the password and seeing the ring's effects taking place, Lucian wore the ring. Although he could easily one-shot everything if he wanted to, where's the fun in that? Don't worry, just because he has sealed his stats, doesn't mean shit. Just his natural abilities makes him a monster. And his stats can be unsealed anytime. He unequipped his world-class ring, Draupnir, and equipped the restraint on divinity. After all, Lucian couldn't equip a world-class item in this tournament, as they were banned. After that, he immediately put on the 2 gauntlets, transforming his hands to look like those of a devil. However, his armor remained immaculate, creating a striking contrast with his handsome, pretty boy avatar. A couple of minutes later, Lucian saw a new screen in front of him, with a huge timer counting down. As the timer reached 0, Lucian suddenly found himself teleported to a new location. The place he found himself in was a normal PvP arena, the most typical one could battle in. A rocky terrain, and what looked like a gladiator arena. Lucian looked ahead and he was greeted by his first opponent. Lucian glanced at the humanoid player, who was adorned in a full-body armor that, while visually impressive, Lucian could tell was likely no more than legendary class. Lucian observed the player's appearance, instantly recognizing him as humanoid just by his avatar's look. The character had a sky-blue body with the appearance of floating clouds. A sword at his hip indicated his role as a warrior, and his overall build confirmed it. IGN. Sigma Male 69. Humanoid. Race. Jin al-Bashra Sky. Level. HP, 8989. MP, 5353. LOL, bro thinks he's Prince Charming. You're ugly inside, lil, bud. No amount of cosmetics can hide your vampire appearance. Yuck, you disgust me. As the 1-minute timer counted down, Lucian could clearly hear the player's comments through the PvP voice chat. Lucian didn't react to the player's words. He was accustomed to hearing such comments from other players, mainly humanoids who apparently found heteromorphic avatars repulsive. However, the player's remark didn't apply to Lucian anymore. He no longer had the lamprey-like appearance from before. This was his new normal appearance. After acquiring the Transcendent Vampire class, his appearance had transformed into a holy and divine one, influenced by his greatest Einherjar class. Lucian knew the rules well. Players were allowed to engage in verbal fights without the risk of getting banned, as long as it occurred before the semi-finals and finals. So, can you fight, or is it all just talk? Lucian asked as he adjusted his gauntlets, which were eager to showcase their power. Bud, you shouldn't be asking anything yet. Wait for the battle to start, and I'll be the one doing the questioning. The player tried to appear cool, but it came off as childish. Fine with me. Lucian smirked, eagerly awaiting the timer to reach 0 so he could give this kid a little beatdown. Chapter 18. Lucian dodged a straight sword slash from his opponent, Sigma Male 69, as he swung his two-handed sword like a maniac. Despite the constant, wild swings, Lucian effortlessly dodged them, moving like a trained warrior. Lucian could tell, from his opponent's reflexes and build so far, that this player had little to no strategy. He didn't even have a properly min-maxed character. When Lucian took one of his attacks, not even a single point of damage was inflicted, indicating that his physical attack stat was below 70. This player probably tried to be a cool magic swordsman and chose multiple magic and physical job classes, forgetting that a good build is one that's built with patience and trial and error. Only a moron would be so confident with such an atrocious build. I thought you said you'd beat me up. Don't tell me all this time you haven't fought anyone with the same level as yours. Lucian asked as he once again dodged the sword slash from Sigma Male 69. Was all your talking just a farce? Were you just bullying low-level players trying to feel superior? What a pathetic piece of Lucian dodged another attack and leaned near the player's head, whispering, shit. His opponent followed up with a downward slash, but he was unable to land it yet. The player shouted, shut up. And cast a spell. Chain explosion, he chanted aloud instead of using his console, which made it seem rather foolish since he was essentially announcing his move to Lucian. Lucian couldn't help but think that this guy wasn't very smart, as using voice commands for spells in PvP was quite unusual unless you were trying to deceive your opponent, which this player clearly wasn't capable of given his actions thus far. Lucian held his hands forward, and his gauntlets lit up. Before the player's spell could take effect, Lucian was surrounded by an ever-burning flame barrier. Soon, an explosion echoed, followed by a few more in a chain reaction. Dust arose as Lucian's opponent waited to see Lucian's HP, hoping to deal a significant blow with his spell. However, what greeted him was Lucian casually standing there with a smiling emoticon on his face. Is that the best spell you have in your repertoire? I thought you could do better, Lucian said mockingly as he made his move for the first time, using his skill Phantom Step, to instantly appear right beside the player. Try this, Lucian whispered softly as he punched the player right in the head, hurling him towards the end of the arena. However, it didn't end there as he immediately teleported himself right where the player appeared and once again punched him. Lucian dealt constant damage for 20 seconds until the player's HP reached 0, causing him to vanish from the arena. You won your first round. A big screen appeared floating at the center of the arena as Lucian smiled, feeling a little better after defeating that opponent. I can't wait to have some fun, Lucian said as he clenched his claws, with a smirk on his face, hidden by his avatar, eagerly awaiting his new punching baggy meant opponent. May, I want to eat some sushi, Lucian said while sitting on the couch in his living room. Night had already fallen on the world, not that it mattered, as the world remained the same regardless of the time of day. It was the second day of the world tournament, and Lucian had already completed all his battles. He had even been chosen for the semi-finals, which were set to take place tomorrow. These semi-finals would mark the beginning of the real world tournament, the one that would be streamed on multiple platforms and channels. But are you sure you want sushi? I mean, won't it be too heavy for your stomach? May asked, genuine concern evident in her voice. Even a speck of sweat could be seen on her brow as she worked in the kitchen, preparing some sweets for Lucian. He had recently started eating them again. These sweets weren't made with sugar but rather a healthier alternative for sweetness that didn't affect his health. Yes, my digestion and bowel system are fine these days. Not to mention, I'm feeling very hungry, and watching some T-Tube videos made me crave sushi, Lucian said as he browsed through his phone, which was now functioning as a tablet. Lucian's hands moved with soft motions as he scrolled through the Yggdrasil wiki page. Earlier, he had been browsing through 2 channel moments ago but couldn't find the information he wanted, so he returned to his usual site. Lucian was currently looking at the information available on the rankers, which referred to the players in the top 10. Out of the top 10 rankers, 5 of them are humanoid, 3 are demi-human, and only 2 are heteromorphic. This surprised Lucian initially because, in theory, heteromorphs should be more powerful, but it seems that not many players chose to play as heteromorphs. Fine then, Mei sighed. She knew that his bowel system was working fine because she had been keeping track of it, albeit without letting Lucian know. She continued, "What kind of sushi do you want to eat then?" "Some unagi, aji, salmon, uni, and chutoro," Lucian said with a smile as he continued to browse through the website. "As you wish," Mei replied with a smile as she brought out the cupcakes she had baked and began preparing the cream to pipe onto them. Lucian smiled as the sweet scent of the cupcakes filled the air, eagerly anticipating their arrival. He felt joyful and happy today, knowing that tomorrow he would finally get the world champion class. Lucian patiently waited for the sweets to cool while browsing the Yggdrasil wiki page. Rank 9. IGN. Hitoribachi Lone Boy. Humanoid. Level, 95. Race, Petra Tib Nig. Class, Monk. Information available, none. Lucian paid 30,000 yen for this information, and all he could discern was that the player was a monk belonging to the Petra Tib Nig race of humanoids. Considering his race, the monk class seemed fitting for Lucian's opponent, Petra Tib Nig, a humanoid species blessed by the earth. They share similarities with wild elves but are more attuned to the earth, gifted with physical strength from their connection to the earth and its creatures. Tomorrow, Lucian's first opponent would be this player. Rank 7 and 8 are also in competition. The winner between them will face the victor of the match between Lucian and this Petra Tib Nig player. It should now abundantly be clear to everyone that Lucian is going to win this match. Lucian attempted to gather information about the other 2 ranked players, but as always, he couldn't uncover any notable details about them. It seemed like these players guarded their secrets well. After all, they had become rankers for a reason, as dedicated participants in daily PvP battles they were certain to protect their secrets. Lucian turned off his tablet and headed to the kitchen, not even waiting for his maid to bring the sweets. A cold wind breezed through Lucian's long, golden blonde hair, his avatar's hair animated to flow with the virtual wind. This effect, despite being in a closed space, was thanks to one of the mods Lucian had added. Currently, he stood in a preparation room. The moment he logged in, he had been teleported into this room and given instructions and rules for the semi-finals and finals. Lucian had already read through the instructions and was now eagerly awaiting the timer to hit 0 so he could be teleported and the battle could begin. He was eager to see what kind of arena the devs had prepared, something that would make the already challenging PvP battles even more difficult for normal players. Well, whatever it is, it'll sure be fun as heck. Lucian exclaimed as he prepared himself. His typical armor was on him however, this time, he donned a mask. This mask would hide his face as well as his IGN and allow him to use a fake name. Although Lucian wouldn't care much about popularity, after winning the World Championship, he would likely be hunted for his World Champion class weapon. This was a precautionary measure to avoid unnecessary attention. Lucian immediately donned his mask, a draconic green design with 2 horns, slits for eyes, and a small incision for a mouth, giving it an eerily dangerous appearance. As the timer reached 0, Lucian was momentarily blinded by a bright light before feeling the sensation of teleportation. When the light dimmed, he opened his eyes and was greeted by something unexpected. Lucian gazed at the ground beneath him, finding lush green grass. In front of him, a mountain rose, and as he looked further, a lake came into view, seemingly ending where the Earth's edge did. He stood on a massive crescent-shaped island, suspended in space. Stars, galaxies, and planets surrounded the island, appearing as if they were in orbit around it. The surreal sight left him awestruck. Reference image here. Lucian's eyes widened as he looked up, realizing that there wasn't just one crescent island. Above him, he saw more of them, each with its own unique features. One had crimson-red volcanic mountains, while another had frozen peaks and winding rivers. There were numerous crescent-shaped islands, each representing its distinct terrain and environment. Lucian's eyes were shining with excitement as he observed a pterodactyl-like monster adorned with lightning-like patterns soaring at incredible speed. He spotted dragons gracefully gliding through the air and drakes leaping from one crescent island to another. Amidst the grassy ground he stood on, Lucian could see some velociraptor-like monsters walking on the grass however, they didn't even notice him. The scenery was so beautiful that Lucian didn't even pay attention to the bright light that descended in front of him. His eyes were fixed on this beautiful scenery, which once again reminded him of how beautiful the world could be. The diversity of these floating islands left him marveling at the breathtaking spectacle before him. Player 1 and Player 2 are both here. It was only when a loud voice rang out that Lucian snapped out of his daze and looked ahead, where he found a new player standing before him. It was a guy wearing shamanic robes that were violet in color. His entire body was covered in tattoos, and half of his chest was visible, half covered by his robe. His bald head was adorned with an X-like tattoo of two snakes. In his right hand, he held a carefully designed stick, and in his left hand, he carried a bead necklace that emitted a brilliant golden glow. IGN. Hitoribachi Lone Boy. Humanoid. Race. Petra Tib-Nig. Level. HP, 9797. MP, 55. Isn't it beautiful? Lucian could clearly hear the player's words. In fact, he couldn't help but voice his own opinion. It's indeed very beautiful. Although the scenes around the 9 worlds were stunning, this arena looked even more magical. It seemed as though countless worlds had been brought together to create this single, thriving arena. It was a truly thrilling and breathtaking sight to behold. Our battle is about to begin. Don't lose in the early stages, unknown player, said the monk, creating some distance between himself and Lucian. Lucian also snapped out of his daze and focused on his opponent. From his attire, it was clear what kind of character he was portraying. Lucian could guess that this player was definitely going to make things interesting. The battle will start in 30 seconds. Any words you players have? A loud voice echoed from one of the distant stars, shining brighter than the others. Lucian and the other player nodded in unison as their eyes locked onto each other. Both were eager to gauge each other's strength. Chapter 19. A powerful blow struck Lucian square in the stomach, sending him hurtling towards the rocky mountain ground. The battle had just begun, and with the timer at 0, Lucian's opponent wasted no time launching a powerful punch. His impressive reflexes suggested he had undergone extensive training, whether virtually or in the real world. You're skilled, Lucian acknowledged as he skillfully dodged his opponent's attacks, even though his reflexes weren't his strong suit. He had developed a keen understanding of his body's capabilities, allowing him to evade some attacks effectively. You too. Lucian's opponent replied, undeterred, as he continued his relentless assault. Lucian skillfully evaded each punch, utilizing his phantom step, skill to reposition himself swiftly, appearing just beside where the opponent's attack had struck. You are tricky to deal with. I didn't want to use it so early, but so be it, Lucian's opponent, Hitoribachi Lone Boy, stated, as he suddenly distanced himself from Lucian, catching him off guard. Activate, Void Dive, Serpent's Passage. The player didn't shout but activated one of his skills. Lucian saw one of the snake tattoos on the player's head glowing white and vanishing. Lucian, deciding to finally attack, used his skill to appear before him. However, Lucian was surprised to find the monk player vanishing immediately. Interesting, Lucian muttered as he looked behind and used both his claws to defend from the glowing stick attack. Even after the attack hit Lucian, hurtling him towards the edge of the river, he didn't feel anything. In fact, although his avatar couldn't show it, Lucian was smiling hidden beneath his mask and avatar. Shocked that I can also use it? The monk player suddenly appeared near Lucian and asked him. Nah, I can guess from your shamanic tattoos, said Lucian as he immediately used a skill of his own, making things interesting. Cursed Touch. Lucian activated his skill and immediately appeared next to the player with the intention of touching him. However, the player quickly distanced himself by vanishing, but Lucian didn't let that stop him. He chased after the player as they ran and disappeared into the mountains, away from the rivers. Falling out of the arena would result in an immediate loss, so the player deliberately led Lucian away from the river. "You're pretty hard to catch," Lucian remarked as he teleported next to the player once again, only for the player to vanish before Lucian could touch him. The player taunted, "Your reflexes are as bad as a toddler's," as he hurled his golden glowing stick toward Lucian. "Samsara Cyclone," the player shouted as his stick hurtled toward Lucian and started spinning at a rapid pace. The entire landscape began to change due to the black whirlpool that was suddenly created, with the effect of instant death. "TCH, as expected, he has instant death immunity," the player muttered to himself as he prepared for another attack from Lucian. However, it didn't happen as he instead saw something that surprised him. "WTF?" the player shouted as he immediately dodged the large reptilian velociraptor-like monster that suddenly attacked him with its glowing teeth. Lucian stood where he was as he watched the black cyclone calm down. He wasn't affected by it, after all, he had immunity to instant death with his skill One with Death, which made it impossible to kill him through instant death because he was one with death. When he was out of sight of the attack, he was greeted by a velociraptor-like monster attacking Hitoribachi Lone Boy. They were not alone, as there were many that started surrounding him, and not only him, as they also started surrounding Lucian too. Velociraptor. Level, 80. HP, 67. MP, 21. So this is what they meant when they said even the arena will try to devour you. Lucian swiftly dodged a bite from one of these velociraptors and moved his claws towards its neck, inducing Cursed Touch, immediately, debuffing the speed of the monster. The velociraptor immediately tried to bite Lucian, however, he didn't let that happen as he immediately used a skill. Maleficent Aura. A skill that would scare the monster. The velociraptor's entire body froze for a second before all of the velociraptors surrounding Lucian ran away. However, his opponent was not in the same condition as he was, dodging velociraptors left and right. "Looks like you're in trouble," Lucian said as he immediately jumped towards his opponent, who was not able to vanish because his skill was on cooldown. Lucian maneuvered through all the dinos and punched the monk player right in his head, hurtling him towards the river once again. "Say bye-bye," Lucian said as he immediately appeared beside the player and kicked him straight forward in the stomach, throwing him towards the edge of the river and where the crescent island ended. The monk player immediately fell down the edge, or so it appeared. "Activate, 9-star Griffin, skyward soar," the player shouted as two bird-like wings materialized from his back, and he immediately flew toward Lucian. Lucian didn't expect the player to have a flying skill as well. Lucian jumped high, but he didn't hover. After all, he didn't want to scare his opponent. Lucian activated his claw's basic skills, and the nails became hotter as he tried to hit the now flying monk. However, the monk player effortlessly dodged the attack. "Not so easily," he shouted as he flew ahead to another crescent island, the freezing glacier one. Lucian followed behind by jumping from the mountain. Soon, the player jumped onto another icy mountain as his skill deactivated itself. "Let's end this once and for all," the player declared as he leaped towards Lucian. Lucian stood his ground, anticipating the player's skill rather than an immediate attack to finish him. The player's shout echoed as he activated his skill, Empowerment, Polar Dragon, Glacial Tyranny. A bright blue light emanated from the tattoo on his chest, covering his entire body in a shimmering icy layer, making him appear like he was encased in the hardest rock. Lucian, unfamiliar with such monk and shaman infusions, realized that this player had gone through extensive effort, trial, and error to create such a character. "I know you're strong. Your stats are probably way higher than mine. You're just playing with me, I get it. I do the same when I bully other players in PvP," the monk player said, seeming to want to buy some time for an unknown reason. Lucian didn't mind giving him that time, as he had all the time in the world. "And how are you planning to defeat me, then?" Lucian asked as he moved one of his hands, pointing his finger as if he were holding a gun. Dark Bullet, Lucian used a skill implemented in his claws, and a black bullet immediately shot from his finger, hitting the glacier-like body of the player. "Wow! Your defense stats have increased by a lot," Lucian remarked. This was his way of gauging the spell. Dark Bullet wasn't an attacking or distracting spell for him, but a spell to check his opponent's strength. "Yeah, and it's not just my defense," the monk player replied. Lucian smirked. What if I dodge whatever attack you are preparing? Frankly, he could just teleport to a different island, and the skill would be in vain. I won't let that happen, the player said as he brought out his necklace of beads that was on his hand. Each golden pearl seemed to shine for a second as they started spinning on the player's hand. Activate, Chains of Heaven, the player shouted as he hurled the glowing, spinning necklace at Lucian. It rapidly expanded, ensnaring Lucian as though it were a snake, progressively tightening its grip with each passing moment. What the Lucian was shocked at how fast this happened. However, he couldn't complete his word as his opponent unleashed another skill. Activate, Temporal Dive, Serpent's Times Top, the other snake tattoo on the monk player's head glowed black before it vanished, and then the entire area around Lucian became gray as he froze. His avatar froze, and he wasn't able to make any movement or sound as he was muted. Chronomancy. He could see the Times Top logo on his interface. Now I'll end this, the player said. He had already calculated everything and brought Lucian here so he could use his one-hit kill move and secure his victory. The chronomancy was just a contingency. The real power was in the Chains of Heaven he used, a legendary class weapon that appeared as if it were an accessory. It immobilized an opponent for 30 seconds, and all he needed was 20 seconds to charge his Supreme Buddha's seventh palm skill. However, suddenly, something unexpected happened that the player couldn't fathom. Ha 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 ha, a laugh echoed out, leaving the player utterly shocked. No player should be able to talk right now, and the announcers and commentators' voices are muted for the players during battle. Nah, that was an interesting plan, Lucian said as he stepped out of the grey dome that had been created when Hitoribachi Lone Boy used the time stop ability. What? How? The player appeared shocked as he shouted in sheer astonishment. This trick is indeed very effective for others but not for me, Lucian said as he held the glowing chain in his hand, which slowly reverted back to its bead necklace form. If it was a divine class, then it might have worked, but it's still useless when used on me, Lucian said as he threw the bead necklace back towards the player. Armament Authority, an ability to have authority over any and all weapon. A skill so broken that it can make any player tremble with sheer terror and horror. Now, let me show you a real immobilizing skill, Lucian said, extending his hand. His claws began to glow, and then he clenched them tightly. Infernal Grasp, the player attempted to escape by jumping off the island, only to realize that they were on the top island. Jumping down would mean eliminating himself. A massive, red, devilish claw materialized out of nowhere and seized the player. He struggled to escape, but there was no way to break free from a skill empowered by a divine class item and cast by Lucian. You have been inflicted with burn. You have been inflicted with curse. You have been inflicted with nightmare. You have been immobilized. The player was bombarded by a barrage of notifications, each one indicating his imminent downfall. Now it's time to go. With the battle nearing its end, Lucian decided to put an end to it. He unleashed another skill, aiming to conclude the battle that had lasted for only 10 minutes. Crimson End. Lucian extended his hand, and blood materialized, enveloping the surroundings in a crimson hue. For a brief moment, it felt as if everything had ceased to exist but blood. A clear line of blood coalesced into a javelin and shot forward, striking the player right in the face, causing him to disappear immediately. You won. Lucian could clearly see the large, bold letters on the screen as he once again heard the commentator's voice excitedly discussing the battle. Chapter 20. Second aspect of the first devil, Chaos World. The world tore apart as the landscape, once a volcanic mountain, transformed into a world seething with malevolent energy in a dark aura. The surroundings pulsated with dark forces, turning everything into a nightmarish spectacle. The sun itself turned red, casting a blood-hued light on the ground, which was no longer a solid surface but a swirling mass of demonic hands and chaotic energies. Lucian stood at a considerable distance from his last opponent, a beautiful blue-haired young lady who happened to be a sylph. Her avatar possessed long, sky-blue hair and elf-like ears. She wore a dress with blue and white stripes that allowed for easy movement. In her right hand, she held an icy blue rapier. She proved to be the most formidable opponent he had ever faced, not just in this tournament, but in any DMMO-RPG ever. Her sword skills were beautiful, and he greatly admired her, her sword style. Are you naturally blessed with those reflexes, or have you trained hard to achieve them? Lucian asked, tapping the center of both his gauntlets' red gems with his claws. First aspect of the first devil, shapeshift. The gem at the center of Lucian's gauntlets immediately glowed a bright red, summoning 2 swords into his hands. These red blades each had a gem at their centers. Lucian gripped the swords with both his clawed hands, which had now transformed into something resembling gloves. Era, are you asking me that because you can't beat me? His opponent, Erica, asked back, holding her rapier in her hand and pointing it towards Lucian. Nah, I just really like you, Lucian said as he waved both the swords around, and brilliant rays of red light shot forward. However, instead of hitting his opponent, they hit the red mountain drakes that were trying to get inside the chaos world of his. After all, he couldn't let himself be interrupted by some monsters and miss out on this moment. Is that a confession? Erica asked, her long sylph ears twitching slightly, perhaps due to a mod she added. Maybe, maybe not. Your sword style is beautiful. I like that, Lucian replied, his tone playful yet genuinely appreciative. Flattery was not his style. Is that so? Unfortunately, I'll have to decline. I have a boyfriend, she said, looking a little confused. However, that didn't mean she let her guard down. She readied her rapier, preparing for a strike. She knew her opponent's stats were higher than hers, and she was already walking on a thin line. If she wasn't a healer, she would have been dead by now. Erica cast Major Heal on herself, hoping to regain some health as she prepared to face her opponent, fully aware that it wouldn't be an easy battle. Let's begin, Lucian shouted, abandoning his phantom step, in favor of a full-speed charge towards Erica. He closed the distance in an instant and swung both his swords simultaneously, fully aware of the outcome. You're quite the talkative one, Erica remarked as she swiftly dodged one of Lucian's swords and used her rapier to parry the other. In a swift follow-up, she thrust her rapier towards Lucian's face. Ray Grace, extra sharp edge, Erica activated her skill, causing her icy blue rapier to glow even brighter. She thrust it with incredible speed, showcasing her impressive reflexes. Lucian took the damage head-on as the rapier struck his mask, propelling him toward the edge of the mountain. However, Erica was well aware that her opponent wouldn't fall down, so she pursued him. Once again, she thrust her rapier, but this time, Lucian reacted swiftly, swinging both his swords while still in the air. 2 blinding rays of red light intersected in a cross formation, shoot toward Erica. Erica reacted swiftly, cursing under her breath as she shouted, "Shit!" In an instant, 2 delicate fairy-like wings manifested behind her back. They twinkled with magic and carried her high into the sky, safely evading Lucian's attack. The cross-shaped rays of light struck the ground, creating massive craters in the devilish hands that had been transformed thanks to Lucian's skill. That's good. The sky is the best ground for an exciting battle, Lucian said as he once again swung his swords. First to the right, then to the left. Erica dodged all of them swiftly as she maneuvered in the sky. It's not looking good for me, Erica muttered as she kept dodging the slashes. She intended to use her finishing move to deal with her opponent, but she needed to meet certain conditions to use it, and one of them was being on the ground. Stop dodging, Lucian said as he stopped throwing sword slashes at her and instead flew at an incredible speed towards her, leaving a trail of sonic booms behind him. Instantly, he appeared in front of her and swung both his swords. As always, Erica parried both his sword slashes and tried to thrust her rapier once again. However, this time Lucian jumped back in the air and dodged it, then once again threw a burning sword slash at her, which Erica narrowly dodged. She was very close to getting hit. That was dangerous, she muttered to herself as they once again engaged in a battle of swords in the sky, flying and chasing each other. Although Erica didn't want to admit it, her opponent was strong. Perhaps it was his stats, or maybe it was his ability to read her and improve himself consistently despite having bad reflexes. It made her worry about the possibility of losing. I'll just have to take a hit if I want to defeat him. She was going to take a huge gamble, but she had no other choice. His one attack might KO her since her defense stats were very weak, but if she survived, then she might have a chance to win. You're really good, Erika-san, Lucian said as he swung his swords at her. Though he wasn't proficient with swords, he had practiced dual wielding during his free time when facing bosses that posed no real threat to him. You too, she replied, continuing to dodge and parry all of his attacks. She managed to land 1 or 2 hits, but the frustrating part was that her attacks only did a maximum of 2 points of damage. Lucian once again used his skill and threw rays of light towards Erika. Surprisingly, this time she didn't dodge instead, she took the attack head-on. The rays of light hit her and sent her flying towards the edge of the icy mountain on one of the Crescent Islands. What? Why did she do that? Lucian asked in confusion as he floated there, wondering why she had taken the hit. He then checked his interface and didn't see any notification of his victory. Deciding to check on her, he flew toward the island. However, as soon as he arrived, he was surprised to see Erika running toward him at an incredible speed. She held her glowing rapier and left a trail of white light behind her as she rushed toward Lucian, who was still floating away from her location. Flashing penetrator, she shouted as she ran and jumped off the cliff, flying straight at Lucian like a comet. Leaving a trail of white light behind and creating sonic booms, Lucian knew it was a powerful skill, but he took the blow head-on as the attack hit him directly in the chest. A blinding light enveloped them, sending both him and Erika flying into the grassy mountain. Lucian, -20. Erika, -30. Lucian found himself in a grassy crater, and as he looked around, he noticed the paralyzed blue-haired girl who had fallen right beside him. That was fun, Lucian remarked before pushing the woman away, treating her as if she were a sack of potatoes. At least show some decency, you jerk. Erika shouted, her avatar still paralyzed and unable to move due to the skill she had used, which delayed her movements and left her stunned for a full 20 seconds. But I guess this is the end. I can already see your HP is at rock bottom, Lucian said as the 2 swords that were sent flying away when he fell immediately flew back into his hands. He held them in a position ready to strike at any moment. I hope we can at least add each other to our friend lists, Lucian said as he swung both his swords at her, intending to take her out. Sure, you can try. The next time I see you, I'll definitely beat you up. Erika said with a tongue-out emoji floating beside her face. She immediately started vanishing after Lucian's 2 swords hit her, plummeting her HP to 0. Lucian looked at the ground where his opponent had vanished, and he could hear the commentator's voice announcing his win and discussing the battle. You won. Immediately a large screen appeared in his vision with fireworks animations bursting all around, followed by a flood of notifications. You have won the world tournament. Your reputation has increased. You have met the prerequisites to acquire the class world champion. You have acquired 500 million gold. Your karma has seen a rise 50. Lucian smiled upon seeing the notifications. While he had thoroughly enjoyed the tournament, especially his last fight, he couldn't contain his excitement about acquiring the world champion class, something he had been looking forward to since he started playing the game. You have been granted the privilege to enter the administrative platform. Would you like to enter? Yes, no. Lucian wasted no time and chose yes. In an instant, he felt himself enveloped by another ray of light, and then he found himself transported to an entirely new location. Chapter 21. Lucian found himself in a lavish room that left him in awe. The room was adorned with beauty and extravagance. In the center, there was a magnificent glass table, and on either side of it stood 2 opulent chairs. Lucian took a seat in the left chair, his curiosity piqued by the luxurious surroundings. He noticed that there were no visible entry or exit points. Access to this place was restricted to those with specific administrative privileges. These privileges included winning the world championship or using a world item, an item that has the power to fundamentally alter the game. To use such an item, one needed to contact the game developers, who held the authority to approve or deny such requests. Upon arriving in this place, Lucian was met with a loading screen that displayed the message. Contacting the administrators. When Lucian tapped on the screen, he received a message asking him to please wait patiently. He decided to heed this advice and settled into a chair, patiently waiting for the administrators to arrive. During the wait, Lucian opened his console and began organizing his inventory. His OCD tendencies compelled him to ensure that everything was as compact and neatly sorted as possible. I should create another category in my inventory for items that are only useful in specific situations. Lucian muttered to himself as he sorted through the various cash shop and gacha items. While they might not be immediately valuable, he saw the wisdom in holding on to them, given his limitless inventory space. Lucian continued sorting through his inventory, but soon he sensed someone's presence. When he looked up, he saw someone standing in front of him. "Are you the developer who's here to grant me the World Champion class and listen to my request?" Lucian asked as he closed the menu he had been browsing and looked at the person who had just arrived. The only distinctive feature Lucian could discern about the developer or admin's avatar was the brown hair and the feminine body shape, as everything else appeared very NPC-like. Can we please have a talk first?" The voice said, stuttering a little, which made Lucian feel as if the other party were intimidated. Though he should be the one feeling that way, after all, the devs have supreme godlike powers in the game. "Hey, are you okay?" Lucian asked, concerned about the well-being of the person. Although he didn't know who this was, she was female from her voice. He had noticed her stuttering and the rapid breathing, even though it was in VR. Breathing was an essential part of one's consciousness, and it naturally carried over to VR, especially in intense situations. I'm fine. Can you please just listen to me? Please, 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 please. Please, 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 please. Suddenly, like a broken record, the person in front of him started repeating the same word, her voice breaking in between. However, she remained the same as she continued to chant the same thing continuously, making Lucian worried. "Hey, calm down, developer-san. You should log out if you are not feeling okay. Maybe send someone else, or I'm even fine with giving my request for the World Champion class item at a later date," Lucian said. After all, he wasn't worried about getting scammed and not getting his weapons and class. He knew there is a GM function that can help him should the need arise. "No, no, no. Please listen to me," she chanted. However, Lucian immediately pushed her into the empty chair. "Just tell me what's your problem. And calm down. I'll listen." Lucian's stern words seemed to help, as she gradually regained control of her breathing and her composure. "I'm truly sorry for my behavior. I panicked, and that tends to happen, whenever I panic." The avatar of the dev, or at least that's what Lucian believed it to be, said as she took a deep breath. "So, what is it that I have to listen to?" Lucian asked as he took his seat once again and looked at the stoic avatar of the woman. And then she began a long explanation of a series of events that led to a game-changing turn of events with Lucian receiving a class that was essentially a cheat. "So you're saying I'm cheating? And it's your fault that I'm cheating?" Lucian asked, processing all the information given to him by the dev. "It's all my fault, and it was not supposed to happen. Please, forgive me," the girl once again said, apologizing. In fact, she has been apologizing almost every 2 to 3 sentences. Lucian didn't understand why she was so polite and apologizing every second, but seeing it from her perspective, it made sense. After all, she had made a big blunder. "So what do you want me to do exactly?" "The job class belongs to me now, even if it was given by mistake," Lucian said, making his stance clear on the job class. He had paid for it, and not a little but a lot. And she basically said that it was a scam run by devs. How bad would it be if someone else were to learn it? "Ano, can you please settle for some other class? I can give you rare job classes that will help you. I just want you to remove that job class. Plus, the class is useless as only half of it is coded. Doesn't it make the game boring for you? Please, just drop the class, please, 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 please. Please, 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 please," the developer pleaded repeatedly. "No. Lucian shouted firmly in response to her plea. There was no way he would give up the class he had paid for. It was rightfully his, and he was determined to keep it, even if it meant going to court. The developer suddenly looked excited and got up, proposing a new deal. How about this? She exclaimed. I'll provide you with information about a world item. Yes, that's it. How does that sound? Having a world item instead of a boring class. I can even give you the location to find one. Her excitement was palpable, and she seemed to expect Lucian to accept eagerly. After all, a world-class item was a game-breaking treasure. Lucian considered the offer for a moment and then firmly stated, how about no? His tone carried a sense of finality, and he looked at the developer, a sense of frustration evident in his expression. But then, suddenly, something in his mind snapped, and he hatched a devious plan. Okay, first, can you give me my world champion, class? Lucian said as he sat down and continued, let me think about your offer. Really? The girl immediately got excited as she brought up her developer's console, typed something on it, and soon Lucian received some notifications. You have acquired the job class World Champion Muspelheim. The champion chain quest has been unlocked. Your karma has seen a rise 50. Thanks, that's better, Lucian said as he sighed in relief. Finally, he had acquired the World Champion class, and he could now relax a bit. So, are you fine with my offer? A world-class item it is. The girl said as she immediately sat down in front of him, eager to await his answer. Lucian's smirk was concealed by his avatar as he continued, no, but I've got an offer for you. How about you work for me instead? Lucian suggested as he equipped the World Champion class through his console. What do you mean? Are you not going to accept my request? The girl asked, confused and worried, her voice beginning to crack once again. Are you worried about losing your job? Lucian asked. Yes, if anyone finds out and reports it to the board of directors, I'm done for, the girl replied, her voice breaking at the end. She continued, they'll blacklist me not only from the company but also add it to my resume. It'll become impossible for me to get a job, and then I'll have to live in shelters. Stop crying. Lucian shouted, trying to calm down the distressed woman. Hearing Lucian's stern voice, she immediately flinched a little bit, but soon she calmed down and listened to Lucian's request. You see, Developer-san, wait, I didn't even get your name. What's your name? Lucian asked as he gestured for her to tell her name. Ah, sorry for my late introduction. My name is Kirin Suzun. The girl said as she bowed her head, her avatar performing a Japanese bow. It's nice to meet you, Suzun. My name is Lucian, Lucian Evans. Lucian said as he extended his hand for a handshake. Evans? The girl asked, looking puzzled as she shook Lucian's hand. Yes, Evans. Now, would you hear me out? Lucian said as he pulled her closer. This would be the moment that would change Kirin Suzun's life, for better or worse. But she knew she wouldn't regret it. Job class. World Champion Muspelheim. Description. The one who fought, the one who prevailed, the one who endured until the end, the one hailed as brave, that is the World Champion. They defy the very limits of the world, challenging boundaries. By competing in the world tournament and emerging victorious until the final battle, Muspelheim's world has granted this class to a sole individual whom it deems worthy of its powers. Cherished by an entire world, they wield skills and abilities that shatter the norms and boundaries. This class can only be leveled up through the completion of all the champion chain quests. Grants the player a passive boost of 30% to all stats when they are within the grounds of Muspelheim. Skills: Boundary of Champions. Champion moves. First rebound. Call Aegis Unity Beacon. World's Edge. Distortion Strike. Dimensional Gap. Dimensional Slash. More can be unlocked after leveling up. Abilities: Champion's Aura. I Glory of the Champion. Shatter Seam. Muspelheim's Favor. Blessed by Cert. Doom Blade. Balance Break. More can be unlocked after leveling up. Chapter 22. Group Chat, Nine's Own Goal. Touch me, is he still not online? Nishiki Enrai, apparently not, even though I asked him to come before 3. He's taking his sweet time. I even checked Yggdrasil, he's not online there either. Takumi Kazuchi, he's probably busy playing average. Thanks to someone who ignited his passion for that game again. Nishiki Enrai, take yen, that's not my fault. Average is a very fun game. Believe me. Amino Mahitotsu, stop trying to reel us into your trap to play that DMMO-RPG. Nishiki Enrai, what? I'm not reeling anyone. Touch me, stop it, guys. There's no use in arguing. Lucy is probably late because of some reasons. We can wait for a while before starting the discussion. Wish 2, may I say something? Touch me, Wish-san, you don't have to be so polite every time. Nishiki Enrai, touch me is right, Wish. Be a little more open and talkative, you are a priest, you know. We need your help a lot, you know. Ancient One, hm. Nishiki Enrai, Ancient-san, I know it might be uncomfortable for him, but he needs to come out of his shell. Look at Momonga. Momonga, what did I do, Nishiki Enrai-san? Takumi Kazuchi, you did nothing wrong, Momonga. You just became more open with us. Nishiki Enrai, exactly. Exactly. You became way more open. I mean, look at you now, you can talk with everyone, when before you were distrustful and acting like we would eat you. Momonga, Nishiki Enrai-san, thank you. Nishiki Enrai, there you go being polite again. Is Wish's virus also infecting you now? Ancient One, Nishiki Enrai, fine. That was a bad joke. I'm sorry. Wish 2, but can I say something though? Nishiki Enrai, lol. Sorry, Wish. We totally forgot about you. Touch me, go ahead, Wish-san. Momonga, I'm listening. Amino Mahitotsu, I'm all ears. Wish 2, didn't Lucy-san say that he will be late because he has his monthly health checkup scheduled today? Nishiki Enrai, what? Touch me, I totally forgot. Momonga, oh no, I forgot. He just told me 2 days ago when we were talking about a gacha item. Amino Mahitotsu, I remember him mentioning something like that. Takumi Kazuchi, hey, he didn't tell me anything. Nishiki Enrai, perhaps he didn't tell you, take yen, because you don't listen to him. I mean, all you've been yapping about these days is going to that Meteor Sky Shrine dungeon. Takumi Kazuchi, that's because we need to do it. Exploring that dungeon, even if we don't have all the knowledge, should be okay. That's the spirit we should have. Ito face the unknown. Touch me, take san, please, can we leave this topic aside? I thought we were talking about Lucy's health a second ago. Ancient One, hm. Touch me, see, even Ancient San agrees. We should first focus on leveling up Wish-san, he's still only at level 75. And he also needs to meet his requirements to level up his rare class. Nishiki Enrai, so, are we helping out Wishy Wish this week? Amino Mahitotsu, I also need to level up my Anvil Lord class. My normal combat classes are taking up too much space. I think I'll remove the Boxer class from my Shine Smith class. Nishiki Enrai, are you sure about that? Well, we have Flatfoot for normal combat. So it should be fine. Flatfoot, thumbs up emoji. Nishiki Enrai, see, Flatfoot agrees. Ancient One, hm. Momonga, heh. Are you serious, Ancient-san? Did Lucy-san say that he has gotten that item? Nishiki Enrai, are you for real? Takumi Kazuchi, this sounds very unreal. Amino Mahitotsu, did Lucy really discover it? Touch me, I'll have to agree with everyone on this one. It's very shocking. Wish 2, I think it's pretty reasonable, considering Lucy-san is the one playing the game the most out of all of us. Lucy has come online. Lucy, sorry, boys, I had my monthly health checkup today. Nishiki Enrai, Lucy, you're back. Tell us about the world item. Where the heck did you find it, and how the heck did you find it, and what the heck is its uses? Takumi Kazuchi, where did you actually find it? Ancient One, Touch me, yes, Lucy, tell us what kind of world item is it? Wish 2, I'd like to know too. Flatfoot, been waiting for it. Lucy, Sai, why don't we talk about it in our next clan meeting? Takamikazuchi, Lucy is right. We should talk about it when we meet in the next meeting. So can we finally discuss the new place we are going to visit? Lucy, actually, I have another thing to ask you guys. Touch me, what is it, Lucy? Do you still feel sick because of your monthly checkup? Nishiki Enrai, you okay, bud? Mamanga, Lucy-san, did you lose money again? Amino Mahitotsu, are you onto something again? Wish 2, do you want me to heal you? Nishiki Enrai, bruh, how can you heal him, wishy wish? This is real life, not Yggdrasil. Wish 2, oh, I'm so sorry. Ancient 1, Lucy, right, as Ancient San said. It's nothing about my sickness. I'm feeling better than ever, and my reviews this month are positive too. Mamanga, that's a good thing. We all are happy for you. Lucy, anyway, so I was saying that, I want to invite some new players into the clan. What do you say? Nishiki Enrai, what are you talking about? I thought we decided with the name 9's own goal because we will always be 9 and never be 10. Ancient 1. Nishiki Enrai, okay, I'm sorry. Touch me, are these players also getting hunted? Lucy, actually, they are my friends, and yes, as you already know, the piking situation is getting worse. Even after leveling up, they are losing levels, so I want to help them, if possible. Takamikazuchi, now that's a warrior's spirit. Wanting to help your friends and the weak. Nishiki Enrai, there he goes. Touch me, Take-san is absolutely right. Sure, we can invite them. How about this week? We are taking Wish 2 to meet his requirements for his last level ups. We can meet with them after that. Lucy, that sounds about right. Thanks for listening to my request, boys. Nishiki Enrai, aren't we homies? Takamikazuchi, right. We are all friends. There's nothing to say thanks about. Mamanga, Take-san is right. Wish 2, don't become like me, Lucy. Amino Mahitotsu, isn't it all happy and good? Ancient 1, Touch me, stop it, guys. It feels stupidly like a sad scene now. Flatfoot, you guys are really forgetting about me, aren't you? Everyone, bursting laugh emoji. Lucian showed an ear-to-ear smile as he giggled while looking at his phone screen. His hands moved as he typed on the keyboard. He was currently half naked, wearing only a bathrobe because he had just finished his medical health checkup. The bathrobe was covered in various slimy medicines that had been applied during the checkup. His body was filled with the scent of these different medicines, which he had grown accustomed to. May, please prepare the bath for me. I need to clean up, Lucian said as he continued to chat with his clan mates on the phone. Right away, May replied. Lucian leaned back on the sofa, seeking some much-needed relaxation. While the medical checkup hadn't physically exhausted him, it had taken a mental toll. It had been a year since Lucian began playing Yggdrasil. During the initial months, he was focused on leveling up, exploring the world, completing chain quests, and hunting hidden bosses. However, after winning the world tournament and obtaining the world champion class, Lucian had taken a more relaxed approach to the game. After obtaining the world champion class, Lucian decided to fulfill Touch Me's request and create a clan with him. Together, they chose the name 9's own goal, for the clan, a name Touch Me had suggested because he wanted it to carry a meaningful and significant message. Since all the members were recruited by Touch Me, they unanimously agreed to make him the leader of the clan. It had been 6 months since the creation of 9's own goal. Since everyone in the clan, except for Lucian, was a working adult, they could only meet up on weekends. They planned their meetings in advance through the group chat, coordinating their quests, helping each other level up, searching for specific items, and exploring various aspects of the game during these weekend sessions. In their clan right now, there was 1 paladin, 1 swordmaster, 1 blacksmith, 1 assassin, 1 chef, 1 priest, 1 two-sword ninja, and 2 sorcerers. The first was Mamanga, and the second was Lucian himself. Lucian hadn't told his clanmates about his cheat class that allowed him to solo almost everything. He used his ring to seal his stats and played as a mage, a decision that made him very happy. After all, he had only recently realized how much fun the game could be when played with friends. Lucian could truly appreciate the game even more now. One of the main reasons he didn't reveal his cheat class to everyone was Susan. Despite Lucian essentially sponsoring her for his benefits and providing her with multiple benefits that changed her life, she remained reluctant and fearful of losing her job. Lucian understood her concerns and respected her wishes. Lucian was thoroughly enjoying the game with his friends, and he couldn't be happier. He was actually quite excited about the idea of inviting new clan members. The clan had initially formed with players who had been piked and saved by Touch Me, like Momonga and Amano Mahitotsu. Adding new heteromorphic players would be a great addition to their group. These heteromorphic players were actually some of Lucian's friends whom he had discovered in the game and greatly enjoyed their company. They included Bukabukagama, who was a voice actress for one of Lucian's favorite era games. Lucian was initially shocked when he learned about her real-life identity and discovered it through her brother, Perorancino, who was a birdman and also played Yggdrasil. Perorancino seemed somewhat apprehensive about his sister's voice acting career for some reason. Another friend was a mangaka named Whitebrim, who had a strong obsession with maids. Whitebrim was actually a lot envious when he found out that Lucian was a rich brat with a real-life maid. However, their friendship deepened after they explored a limited event dungeon called Maid's Haven for Master. This dungeon featured rare maid gears and bosses with maid aesthetic and theme, and both Lucian and Whitebrim bonded over their shared interest in it, becoming close friends. Lastly, there was Obert Alan Odal, a player Lucian encountered in a North Ifingr port, a river port connecting Asgard to Jotunheim through a layer of icy frozen river. Lucian stumbled upon Obert purely by coincidence, as he had recently purchased information about a special class known as World Disaster. This class had a requirement to kill a player who already possessed it to gain access. Lucian had learned that one of the players with the World Disaster class was the guild leader of a small guild near the North Ifingr port. Interestingly, both Lucian and Obert had the same goal in mind, but Obert hadn't purchased the information instead, he was the one who had put it up for sale. Obert needed money after accidentally spending it on gacha items and was in a tight spot financially. He had set an exorbitant price for the information and even waited at the North Ifingr port for potential buyers. When Lucian encountered Obert, he initially couldn't believe it was him, who had the World Disaster class. After all, Obert was a demon, and it seemed unlikely that he would have a guild on the outskirts of Asgard, which would be the perfect place to hunt heteromorphic players. However, Lucian soon confirmed that Obert was the player, who possessed the World Disaster class. Obert didn't reveal that he was the one who posted the ad instead, he retaliated by using his super-tier magic, Grand Catastrophe, on Lucian. Lucian was thrilled because it meant he took damage from the attack. In the end, Lucian defeated Obert but spared his life, and they became close friends. Lucian even let Obert heal after their battle and have conversation. They had a conversation about how Lucian admired Obert's dramatic chants, which made the game feel like a true fantasy. Lucian considered Obert one of his best friends and felt they shared many similarities, especially when it came to their Chinibyo tendencies. While Lucian had initially given up on acquiring the World Disaster class, Obert continued to give him hope by suggesting that there were likely many players out there with the same class. Obert even offered to help Lucian find them. They spent a lot of time playing together on weekends when Lucian's clan was busy with their activities. Obert became a valuable friend and ally in Lucian's Yggdrasil adventures. And he thoroughly enjoyed his company. "Master, the bath is ready. Let's wash you before you start diving into your addiction again." Mei suddenly entered the living room and began to undress Lucian. Hi, Lucian left his phone behind as he decided to follow his maid's words and take a bath. Job class. World Disaster. Description. From chaos and calamity, they arise in the realm of disaster, they are wise. Through destruction and chaos, they will see, everything ends where catastrophe begins. This class is forged from the molten remnants of the burning chaos itself. Only those who possess the courage to confront disaster and destruction seek to obtain this enigma. A power so overwhelming it makes the world shiver, and a force so destructive it makes even chaos quiver. Those who embrace the path of world disaster, harness the raw energy of calamity, giving them immense destructive might. To obtain this class, one must only do so by killing its previous owner. All destruction-type arcane magic is amplified by 65%. Upon reaching the maximum level of the class, the player can unlock the super-tier magic Grand Catastrophe. Skills: Doomsday Shelter, Ending Resonance, Start from the Sky, Start from the Sea, Onslaught, Destruction. More can be unlocked after leveling up. Abilities: Blessing of Apocalypse, Disaster, Aura, Catastrophes, Ward, Catastrophic, Gambit, Disaster, Heritage. More can be unlocked after leveling up. Chapter 23. In the Elder Tree demonic forest of Helheim, an unusual atmosphere pervaded the area. Several players stood amidst the dark forest, surrounded by wriggling black obsidian trees, eagerly awaiting the arrival of someone. The Elder Tree demonic forest was one of the largest forests in Helheim, situated at its outermost edge, known as one of the most dangerous areas. Yet, these players stood there as if they had no concerns or worries. Suddenly, a new player materialized with swift data-driven motions, conjuring his avatar into existencia goat demon adorned in a velvet cape and suit. "I'm back, baby!" shouted the demonic goat player as he scanned his surroundings and spotted his waiting friends. "Keek, quite a surprise to see Perorancino here. I didn't realize you were so eager to take the plunge," followed by a maddening laugh and a snarky remark. The one who made this comment was Ulbert Alan Odal, known as the Great Demon of Disaster. "Ulbert, you bastard!" The Birdman with the golden mask, and his usual golden gear, appeared beside the demonic goat. He grabbed his friend's head and playfully ground it with his hand. "What the hell took you so long? I thought Lucy said we'd all meet at 10 in the morning. It's 20 minutes past that, you bastard." AI, you can't do that, Perorancino. "Wait, listen to me. I was late because I had to submit my reports to my company," Ulbert said as he pushed the angry Birdman aside. "Even on weekdays. Stop lying to me, you crazy demon spawn." Perorancino persisted, forcefully pushing Ulbert back against the tree, leaving him no space to evade his answer. "I'm not lying. My company is going through some changes, so I had to work on weekdays. But I managed to complete my work by staying up all night so I could play the game," Ulbert explained with a tired sigh, shaking his head. "Oh, well, sorry about that, buddy," Perorancino apologized after hearing Ulbert's explanation and the sincerity in his tone. "It's fine, dude. I'm used to pulling all-nighters and playing games all day after that." "Ha ha ha ha," Ulbert said, followed by a hysteric laugh. However, the laughter sounded hollow for some reason. "Now, where is my arch-rival? Where is Lucian?" Ulbert asked as he looked around, but all he could find was a woman who appeared to be made of pink slime. She was sitting near a rock bed, wearing loose garments that were actually legendary class gear, with her slimy body constantly shifting and dripping onto the ground. Where is Lucian?" Ulbert asked, still searching for his best friend. "He's not here yet. I don't know why, but he's late," Perorancino replied, expressing his concern, again. "Oh, he's always late." "Alright, come with me," Ulbert said, grabbing Perorancino's hand and leading him towards one of the dark obsidian trees with wriggling tentacle-like roots. "What's going on with her?" Ulbert whispered, discreetly pointing at the sitting Bukubukagama. "I don't know, she's been like that since morning. Probably some women's issue," Perorancino replied, not bothering to lower his voice, earning a glare from Bukubukagama. "Will you shut your mouth, or I'll have to shove your erigames down your throat, little brother?" Bukubukagama's low voice sent shivers down both Perorancino and Ulbert's spines. She rarely used this serious and deep tone, and it always unnerved them, as it indicated her extreme anger or seriousness. "Sorry, Aniki." Perorancino hastily bowed his head, his fear evident as he apologized. He couldn't bear the thought of his sister throwing his beloved H-games away because of this small instance. The scene struck Ulbert as both laughably funny and slightly unnerving since he had no siblings to berate or get angry at him. He watched with some trepidation as Bukubukagama exerted her authority over Perorancino. Just as tension filled the air, the player they had been waiting for finally materialized. With his long golden hair flowing behind him and his blood-red eyes fixed on the others, Lucian arrived. He was wearing a rogue version of his usual armor, with minor modifications like removing the shoulder pads. Bukubokagama's eyes lit up the moment they landed on Lucian. She got up from her seat, ready to greet him by throwing herself at him, but someone else beat her to it. Lucy. Suddenly, a player materialized out of nowhere. A half-golem wearing ninja-like armor jumped straight at Lucian, knocking him down to the ground. Lucy, these people are so cruel. They are like freaking psychos. They don't even understand social cues. They were just standing there like monsters. The atmosphere was palpable. Nishiki started ranting as he held onto Lucian's waist as if a child had found his mother. Okay, but let me go first before we can talk, Lucian said, attempting to free himself from Nishiki grasp. Fortunately, someone else stepped in to assist him. He said, "Get away from him, you idiotic ninja." Lucian suddenly heard a loud but familiar voice. When he looked ahead, he saw Bukubokagama extending her slimy hand at a rapid speed, grabbing Nishiki and forcefully tossing him toward a massive elder tree. "Thank you," Lucian began, but before he could finish his sentence, Bukubokagama used her other elongated hand to propel herself toward Lucian, sending him hurtling toward the base of one of the towering trees. "Lucian, I missed you. This week has been rough. I had to do my takes 50 times. This week was the worst. I need some help. I want you to sing me a lullaby so I can sleep. I want you to pat my head and make me reach heaven. I want you to shower me with sweet words so I can sleep well at night, free from nightmares about terrible scripts and stressful takes." Bukubokagama spoke rapidly, her words a torrent that Lucian found difficult to follow. He glanced at Perorancino, who seemed equally bewildered by her rant. "Looks like it's going to take some time before we can start our excursion," Lucian commented as he gently held Bukubokagama, attempting to calm her down from her excited state. "Calm down, Kumi-chan. I'll listen to everything you have to say, but I can only do so when you're speaking coherently," Lucian reassured her as he patted his friend's slimy head. Although her avatar used to appear grotesque, with Lucian's assistance, she had invested a lot of data in making her avatar as humanoid as possible. She nodded her head in response to Lucian's words, and the scene finally began to calm down. "Are they going to completely forget about me?" Nishiki wondered aloud as he managed to free himself from the tree he had been thrown into. Fortunately, the game didn't have friendly fire, otherwise, Nishiki glass build would have been in serious trouble. "So Momonga is coming. Let's get going." Albert shouted excitedly upon hearing Lucian's words. Lucian had just announced that Momonga would also be joining their excursion into the Elder Tree Forest to confront the Elder Demon. Just as he said that, a player materialized near the group of players. It was a skeletal mage wearing a dark red and blue mage robe, holding a staff with 3 skulls on each side, a divine class item, undoubtedly. "Momonga, you nutty bastard." Albert went straight toward Momonga the moment he materialized, his eyes fixated on the staff. "This is a divine class weapon. You finally got yourself a divine class weapon." Albert shouted in excitement as he examined the staff. "Albert-san, I didn't craft the item, I actually won it through Gacha." Momonga began to speak but immediately covered his mouth as he realized he had messed up. "You too?" Albert shouted, feeling betrayed by his best friend. "Look, I only brought aesthetic mode and texture for my avatar, and Momonga went for the gacha." "I think Momonga is the worst of the no-cash item alliance," Perorancino chimed in, laughing heartily as if he had won a game. "Sorry, Albert-san. I just wanted to try, and it just happened," Momonga tried to justify it, waving his hands apologetically. "Ugh. My spirit is getting hurt by you cash item enjoyers. You guys are the real evil, even though I'm the demon," Albert complained, holding his heart dramatically. "Guys, can we calm down and discuss the strategy first?" Lucian intervened in their conversation, finally separating from the slimy Bukubokagama, who seemed to be sticking to him like glue today. "Ah yes, sorry for that, Lucian," Albert apologized, snapping out of his reverie and returning to his usual self. Wasn't Touch Me-san going to be on the excursion too? Suddenly, Byukubo Kagama asked, having finally calmed down as she looked at Lucian and the others. Chagama-san, actually, Lucian and Touch Me-san had a fight, so Touch Me-san decided not to join today's excursion, Momonga replied to Byukubo Kagama's inquiry. It wasn't a fight. It was just an argument. Nothing to be worried about. Anyway, let's prepare before we dive in. Doesn't Obert need the Elder Demon's heart for his new gear? I think we should get going before someone else beats us to it, Lucian suggested, trying to change the topic. Obert-san, now. Byukubo Kagama shouted as she braced herself to absorb an intense attack from the Elder Demon, Apathy, by expanding her slimy body and activating her Aegis skill. The massive creature's enormous worm-like mouth opened, revealing rows of sharp, human-like teeth, and it unleashed a powerful blast of demonic mud towards her. Maximize magic, explosion, Obert chanted, skillfully using his console to cast the spell, aiming towards the demonic minions of the Elder Demon. A surge of energy erupted from his body, enveloping the entire area around him. The resulting explosion echoed through the battlefield, covering half of their fighting area in chaos. As the dust settled, the Elder Demon's minions lay defeated, and only the Elder Demon itself remained. Nishiki Enrai, deal with the rest of the minions. Momonga-san, help Kumi-chan. Perorancino, we're doing the combo. Take your positions. Lucian's voice echoed from the air as he hovered with two massive white wings sprouting from his back. These radiant wings glistened, emitting bursts of celestial energy as Lucian remained afloat. A glitter-like effect taking place every time the wings flapped. That's what I was hoping for. It's the best time to have some fun, Nishiki Enrai responded, vanishing into the shadows to take out the demonic minions one by one. Byukubo Kagama held the boss monster at bay, while Momonga followed Lucian's instructions, casting 10th tier spells on the boss monster to assist. I'm taking the position. It'll take 30 seconds for the skill to charge, Perorancino announced as he readied his golden bow, a divine-class weapon he had painstakingly crafted. He stood at a distance from the battle, observing the chaos caused by the Elder Demon Apathy for Momonga and Byukubo Kagama. Just hold on a little longer, Momonga-san and Kumi-chan, Lucian reassured them as he also prepared himself. His ring gleamed in his hand as he boosted his stats slightly to maximize the impact of his skill. Momonga and Byukubo Kagama continued to battle the Elder Demon Apathy, a monstrous worm-like creature with humanoid teeth and a gaping maw capable of swallowing them whole. The worm unleashed a barrage of attacks, including breath attacks and ground-based assaults. Fortunately, Nishiki Enrai was handling the minions, allowing Momonga and Byukubo Kagama to focus on the boss for a brief respite. Lucian observed the battlefield, while Obert contributed by casting lower tier 5 to 6 spells. However, he had already expended much of his MP in sustained damage, so he proceeded cautiously. Standing in position, Lucian accessed his job skills menu via the console and selected a skill he had been frequently using. A 10-second timer appeared on his screen. Lucian had synchronized the activation of his skill with Perorancino's. 5 seconds, Perorancino's voice rang in Lucian's ear. Lucian promptly shifted his gaze towards the monstrous Elder Demon Apathy, a sense of anticipation filling the air. 3, 2, 1, Perorancino counted down, and Lucian's timer reached 0 in perfect unison. It was time to unleash their coordinated attack. Perorancino released the magical arrow, connected to his golden bow, allowing it to soar toward the monster as his skill, Sacred Golden Arrow, took effect. His eyes, enhanced by his Hawkeye skill, remained fixed on the arrow's path. Then, the culmination of their coordinated strike arrived. Lucian's Crimson Harmony bathed the entire landscape in a crimson hue, setting the stage for the impending explosion. The golden arrow found its mark, the Elder Demon, Apathy, triggering a massive explosion that transformed the surroundings into a dazzling golden and bloody red spectacle. Fortunately, thanks to the friendly fire settings being off, none of the party members suffered any harm. After the attack's aftermath, Lucian examined the boss's HP to determine whether it was still alive. Elder Demon Apathy. HP, 00240. MP, 0070. Class, SP Boss. We did it. We're done for today, and the rewards are going to be incredible. Albert shouted with excitement as he witnessed the boss disappear entirely. Perorancino joined Albert, clapping him on the back in celebration. Lucian, satisfied that the boss was defeated, joined Momonga and Bukubukagama, the team's success evident in their smiles and camaraderie. Good job, Lucian-san, Momonga said with a polite yet thankful tone. Lucian returned the compliment, saying, I think it was Bukubukagama and you who did the most work. Good job. Hearing this, Bukubukagama playfully complained, then why don't you just praise me? She held her head as if expecting a pat from Lucian, who agreed with a smile. Sure, Lucian replied, about to pat her head when Perorancino interrupted. Our skill combo is awesome, Lucian. We need to do more of it. Your Crimson Harmony, combined with my sacred golden arrow, skill is gold, Perorancino exclaimed, making a pun. Lucian nodded in agreement, saying, I know Crimson Harmony is like a powerful skill on its own, but when combined with a powerful magical attack, it's a killer skill. Lucian and Perorancino continued their conversation, with Momonga, Albert, and Nishiki Enrai joining in once they finished dealing with the minions. You little scoundrel. Bukubukagama muttered in frustration as she glared at her brother, already devising various punishments, including deleting all the games he had stored on his PC. Racial class. Transcendent vampire. Description. A race of vampires with a mysterious origin. It is said that these vampires originate from a place known as the Celestial Origin and have transcended the essence of being alive to attain a deity-like state. It is believed that the World Devourer is the reason these vampires can cross over into this universe. These vampires are highly holy beings, devoid of weaknesses to negative energy. They are esoteric creatures, forged into deities by enigmatic unknown forces that caused their origin. Their true power still remains unknown. This class offers a very limited number of stat points. To unlock all of its skills, one must defeat all the vampire deities scattered throughout the 9 realms. Skills: Nova Battery Nova Burst Esoterica Mana Excuse. After defeating each deity, a new skill is unlocked. Abilities: Arcanum Regeneration Celestial Origin Charm of the First Night Eclipsed Immortality. After defeating each deity, a new ability is unlocked. Chapter 24. The rented clan base of Nine's own goal was exceptionally noisy today. Located near the center of Helheim but hidden from normal players, this base came at a huge monthly cost. It was nestled within the Dread Dream Groves, a forest teeming with nightmare monsters known for their nightmare effects. As most of the players in Nine's own goal were heteromorphic and immune to these nightmare effects, they had opted for this dangerous yet secure clan base. The base resembled a typical 2-story medieval house, shrouded in a misty and foggy wind. The clan members were engaged in bickering and heated discussions today, their voices echoing throughout the base. What do you mean I should apologize? What did I do wrong? Are you advocating for dictatorship? Because I can't have an opinion without having to apologize. Lucian slammed his fist on the small round table, his voice raised. Having an opinion is one thing, and recognizing what is objectively right is another. Lucian, you need to apologize. Touch Me slammed his fist on the same round table, causing it to shake even more. Touch Me-san, Lucian-san, I think we should calm down and try to talk it out, Momonga suggested, his bony figure attempting to intervene in the argument. However, he was swiftly shut down by Lucian. I think it's not the time to calm down anymore. I'm fed up with Touch Me-san's constant berating. Lucian expressed his frustration, his voice laced with irritation. Are you suggesting that stating what's right and wrong is now a bad thing? Touch Me retorted, his voice escalating in pitch, much like Lucian's. Yes. You're treating me differently ever since you found out my father is a corporate leader. You act as if I'm some criminal and as though I can't understand what commoners feel, Lucian expressed, his voice laden with frustration. His emotions were evident, and he seemed hurt by the situation. Touch Me looked a bit shocked as he listened to Lucian's words. He realized that Lucian was right, and he had been treating him differently, even if unintentionally. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Touch Me began, trying to explain, but Lucian cut him off. I understand why you want to be a hero with your profession, but not everything is about politics and differing views. We can still be normal friends despite coming from different backgrounds. How can you say that I'm always in the wrong for my life when you, too, have a good life? Isn't that hypocritical of you? Lucian shouted, his voice cracking as if he was on the verge of tears. Lucian was reaching his breaking point. Touch Me, someone he considered a close friend, had changed significantly after learning about Lucian's different background and his father's wealth. Lucian felt like he was being treated unfairly by Touch Me. I'm starting to hate playing Yggdrasil because I feel like I can't connect with my friends anymore. I've always tried to treat everyone in the clan with kindness, and I've never been disrespectful or intentionally hurt anyone. So why am I the one getting lectured all the time? You're a cop, why don't you go ask these same questions to those corrupt politicians and business owners instead of targeting me? Lucian shouted in frustration, pushing back against Touch Me's arguments. The clan base remained eerily quiet, with only Momonga, Lucian, Touch Me, and Tabula Smaragdina present. Tabula Smaragdina wisely chose to stay out of the heated argument between the two prominent members of the guild. Lucian, I didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry. Touch Me struggled to find words to convey the depth of his guilt. He had no idea his words would have such huge impact on Lucian. You know what? I'm tired of this. I'm quitting the game. Have fun playing. I've enjoyed my time in the clan, and I really care about all of you, but virtual reality has become too much for me now, Lucian declared. He brought up his console and accessed the menu. Just as he did that, another player materialized in their clan base. The disaster is back. Ulbert exclaimed with excitement, waving his claws. However, he soon found himself in an awkward position as Lucian stood there, and Touch Me looked equally uneasy. Heh. What happened? Ulbert asked, bewildered by the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Lucian stood with his console and menu open. See ya, Lucian waved to Ulbert before pressing the logout button and disappearing. Thus, marking the end of a chapter. In the dimly lit bedroom, Lucian lay in Mei Mei's lap. Her hands gently stroked his head and hair, as if trying to comfort him, even though he simply stared at the ceiling in silence. Soft music filled the room, the TV remained off, and the only sounds that permeated the air were the rhythmic cadence of their breaths and heartbeats, combined with the serene background music. Why does it always have to be like this, Mei Mei? Why can't my life just be normal? Lucian's voice trembled as he looked into Mei Mei's eyes, his own blue orbs glistening with moisture, longing for an answer. Because you are not normal, master. You are special, Mei Mei said in her usual voice, but this time it carried a gentle and soothing tone. She stopped stroking his head and shifted her hands to his cheeks, continuing her comforting words. But that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Being special is good too. Some people might treat you differently because of your illness or perhaps because of your family or other reasons. That's how the world works, people treat each other differently, and that's perfectly okay. It's just the way we are as humans. Mei Mei's voice remained gentle as she held his cheeks tenderly, then she carefully placed his head on the pillow and moved to the other end of the bed, lying beside him. Did you know, before Master's mother helped me, I was also special and treated differently by others. Some thought badly of me while treating me differently, while some treated me exceptionally well, also differently. However, that's entirely normal. People tend to treat others who are not normal differently. See, even if I was treated differently, I was still able to find someone who treats me just as normally as anyone would, Mei Mei said with a smile on her face. Are you talking about me? Or your friend? Lucian asked as he locked eyes with her. Both, Mei Mei replied as she slowly moved her head closer to him. Master, even if your friends don't treat you normally and even if they treat you differently, do you know that your friends genuinely like and care about you? Right? Mei Mei whispered softly as she inched her head even closer to his. Yeah, you are right, but I'm tired of it. Everything is just so utterly exhausting now. I don't think I'll play Yggdrasil anymore, Lucian sighed as he leaned in closer to Mei Mei. Their lips were inches away from touching when Mei Mei took the initiative, pressing her lips to his in a long and soft kiss. Her face flushed bright red as she continued the gentle embrace, and Lucian, caught in the moment, reciprocated. After a few seconds, Lucian finally caught his breath and pulled his lips away from hers. What's going on with you? Lucian whimpered, his embarrassment evident as he looked at her. What are you saying? Did I hurt you? Mei asked, her voice tinged with concern as she gently held her hands to Lucian's lips, checking for any sign of injury. Sorry, it was my first kiss, so I'm not very experienced, she apologized. No, it's fine. I mean, why are you doing this? Lucian asked, a little confused by the unexpected kiss from Mei. What do you mean? Are you saying you're one of those harem protagonists who doesn't realize anyone's feelings? Mei asked as she got up and climbed over him, using her hands to propel herself, but being careful not to press her body against him too hard. Are we really going to have this talk at this time? Lucian sighed as he avoided looking into her eyes. However, she immediately locked his eyes with her hands, clasping his cheeks, making him look at her. Why don't you let me help you get over it? Mei said with a huge blush adorning her face, her breathing getting rougher and louder. Her eyes lost their luster, turning into a darker and more sinister tone, concealing an obsession hidden beneath those lustful gazes. Although I might be inexperienced, I'll try to make sure that you forget about everything. Mei said as she moved over, attempting to remove his pants. Lucian sighed as he gave in to the temptation, falling into the depravity of a sexual relationship that might lead to a lot of complications. Momonga, do you think I'm a bad friend? Touch Me asked, sitting at the round table. His hand supported his head as he leaned forward, his voice low and tinged with sadness, as if he were regretting something. No, but I think you've caused a lot of misunderstandings with Lucian-san, Momonga replied, patting Touch Me on the back with his bony hands. Albert, frustrated, chimed in, yeah, keep comforting him while he kicks more of my friends out. He sat in a round chair, trying to contact Lucian on his console, but Lucian was not online. Touch Me and Momonga remained silent, choosing not to reply to Albert's words. After all, they couldn't deny that Albert had a tendency to be critical and outspoken. Hey! He removed me from his friend list. What did I do, bruh? Albert suddenly shouted, frantically checking his friend list and realizing that Lucian was nowhere to be found. What? Momonga wondered aloud, also bringing out his console and confirming that Albert's claim was true. Lucian had indeed removed him from his friend list. He left the clan, Touch Me said solemnly, as he brought out his console and saw the notification. Player Lucy has left the clan. Chapter 25. In the living room, atop a mat designed to absorb sweat and moisture, Lucian was doing push-ups. He wore nothing but a loose black t-shirt and pants. Mei held his phone a little further away, recording the session and displaying it live, with an insane flurry of comments bombarding and updating every second. Ultimate Gacha Addict 420, yo. He's so back. Look at him going all out with the exercise. Bro's an infinite star gacha at this point. Sighing emoji. Karma's bitch 66, he looks so darn hot. Why does the sweat make him look even hotter? Drooling emoji. Stanthel, we're sweating with you, Lucian. Keep it up. Lucian lowered his body to the ground, his arms extended as he pushed his chest away from the floor, his slight muscles stretching with each repetition. Music played in the background, providing motivation for him as more sweat dripped from his body with every push. Despite his face being covered by a thin black mask, which extended beneath his nose and mouth, it may seem like it would obstruct his breathing and make the push-ups even more challenging. However, that was not the case. These were special masks designed for air filtering, ensuring they didn't affect his breathing flow. Instead, they increased the amount of oxygen Lucian could take with every breath. Even though Lucian shouldn't be pushing his body to its limits like he currently was, engaging in strenuous exercise, which was not advisable for someone with CFALD, he still persisted. 45, Lucian counted, his soft voice resonating throughout the room, blending with the background music. The live chat erupted with new excitement every time Lucian completed a push-up. Master Disaster 55, keep going, King. You can do it. Flex Freak 69, go for it, King. Keep pushing. Just one more. Endoman, Giga Chat emoji, spam. 48, Lucian continued, pushing himself to the limit. With each push, his body seemed to crack, as if his muscles were breaking apart. His breathing grew increasingly shallow. 49-50, Lucian muttered as he strained to complete one final push-up. With that, he allowed his body to fall to the ground, his breathing ragged and labored, as if he had been holding his breath for hours. "Here, master." Mei Mei, who had been standing nearby, hurriedly placed the phone on a stand and rushed to Lucian's side. She helped him sit up, but his breathing was so labored that it seemed as if he could collapse at any moment. Nausea and lightheadedness washed over him, and the world spun around him. The chat once again exploded with worry. Mrs. 332, oh God. I hope he is okay. Last time he almost fainted. Pokybear 69, are you okay? Curious emoji, spam. Elstan 766, oh God, please let him be fine. Please be fine. Here, take deep breaths. Mei Mei quickly removed Lucian's mask, which covered his face, and replaced it with an oxygen mask designed to deliver pure oxygen. Lucian gratefully took the mask and began inhaling the oxygen, his labored breathing gradually calming down, and the feelings of nausea and dizziness gradually subsiding until they disappeared entirely. He started feeling better than before. Thanks, Mei Mei, Lucian said as he removed the oxygen mask from his face, revealing his features once more on camera. This once again caused a surge of excitement in the live chat. Live chat. Bubblegum Cherrybomb, Yua. He looks like CGI, how come someone so beautiful exists? Machimaniac, OMG. Heart emoji, he really looks so unreal. LC Elkstan, I can't. His smile is too radiant. Heart eye emoji. Sigma Male 69, AO. I'm a guy, but hear me out. Taking a few deep breaths, Lucian managed to get up without Mei Mei's assistance. She stood behind him, also wearing a mask, but for a different reason. Unlike Lucian, who wore the mask to ensure better oxygen supply, Mei Mei concealed her face with it. She had no intention of becoming an internet sensation to the point where it would become troublesome. Lucian made his way to the phone and turned off the camera while leaving the live stream running. The live chat was still abuzz with a mix of compliments regarding Lucian's appearance and physique, some of which were genuine, but others went into creepy territory. He placed the phone on the table and left the room, his sweaty body yearning for a refreshing shower. Shower is already ready, master. Enjoy your time alone until I come to assist, Mei Mei informed him as she watched Lucian depart. She then walked over to the phone and disabled the chat function, focusing on the top live comments instead. Top comments. Zumichara 7C, LL is the best thing happening to the world right now. 1M likes. Ulstan L11, I think he is an angel descending on earth to purify it. 900k likes. Lesserevil Monica 66, he is too cute. Protect him at all cost. 700k likes. Giga DMMO-Lord 44, hear me out 500k likes. Mei Mei looked at the comments with an overbearing smirk. You guys can only look at him, but never touch him, she muttered to herself with an evil smirk, as if she were a villainess guarding a precious treasure. Immediately, she turned off the live stream and checked the homepage. 2-channel homepage. Threads. Sort by most popular dash. Man trains his body for the sake of DMMO. Views, 500m likes, 34m dislikes, 12k. This was the most popular thread on 2-channel right now. Lucian had actually created this thread with the intention of sharing his fitness journey and progress. However, he had quickly gained a following of supporters. Surprisingly, he had no haters. People genuinely appreciated his efforts. Lucian was training his body for 2 reasons. First, for the sake of DMMO, because he felt he could do it. Despite his vulnerability to pollution and poor air quality, he was determined not to be weak in every aspect of life. As for the second reason, well, it was pretty easy to guess, considering his increasingly wild nights. Mei Mei, come here, Lucian's voice resounded in the room. Mei Mei hurriedly turned the phone off and placed it on the table. Right away, Mei Mei replied with a smile on her face as she immediately ran to him. Sitting on his bed, Lucian was engrossed in a conversation with someone while munching on some cookies. "Not for playing Yggdrasil, how many times are you going to lie?" questioned the woman displayed on the TV screen. She wore an office suit, her brown hair disheveled, and her eyes sunken as if she hadn't slept in a while. Yeah, fine. Even if it's for Yggdrasil, so what? Is there any reason I can't play Yggdrasil anymore? I mean, sure, I haven't played it for a year. But that doesn't mean I can't play it now if I want," Lucian replied, continuing to munch on his cookies. He grumbled a little, as Yggdrasil had become a sensitive topic for him. However, that didn't mean he wasn't interested in it again. He would be lying if he said he didn't crave that sense of adventure once more. In fact, he badly missed it. Despite playing many DMMO-RPGs over the years, none of them had come close to the excitement that Yggdrasil had brought him. "Lucian, I think if you want to play Yggdrasil again, you should start next week. There's going to be a new expansion pack, and I believe you'll appreciate it, considering it adds new world enemies," Susan suggested as she straightened her hair. "More world enemies? Most of the previous ones haven't even been discovered yet, and they're adding new ones?" LOL, Lucian chuckled. "Yeah, actually, I've also helped in the creation of one of them. Thanks to your generous sponsorship, I've come a long way." Honestly, saying thanks is not enough anymore, Susan replied with a genuine smile on her face. "Hey Susan, don't you think you should thank me some other way? Maybe tell me the location of those world enemies you're talking about." No. Although I want to, even I don't know the location of all of them, though I can tell you about a few, Susan replied, holding her head and tapping on her keyboard. "Are you really planning to play, though?" Susan asked as she read through some information. "Yeah, I'm tired of this. Screw it. Anyway, I'll play solo for now," Lucian said, grumbling a little and pouting. "Actually, do you know the clan you were in? They have actually formed a guild," Susan said, dropping a surprising piece of information. "You mean Nine's own goal?" Lucian asked, a flicker of emotion and sadness passing through his eyes. "Yeah, they cleared a simultaneous attack dungeon and were even rewarded a world-class item because they did it on their first try," Susan explained as she looked up some information on her screen. "They even changed the name. It's pronounced Ain Zulgaun." "Yes, that's the name now," Susan continued, holding her chin. "They even changed the name. I guess it wasn't worth keeping," Lucian said, smiling despite his sadness. He was genuinely happy that his clanmates had been doing well. Reflecting on his own actions, he knew he had also been in the wrong, and while Touch Me had his faults, Lucian had left the game in anger without giving a chance for reconciliation. Albert, Mamanga, Perorancino, and Bukabukagama had tried to contact him in real life, but Lucian hadn't replied to any of them. The only interaction he had was some casual conversations with Bukabukagama in another game, a lobby game where they avoided discussing the clan since it was a sensitive topic for Lucian. "You should play Yggdrasil. You seem lifeless to me, for some reason, even though you've got that maid of yours. Why don't you take her in the game? Or if you want, I can also join during my breaks and weekends. How about that?" Susan suggested as she browsed through her PC. "I think I'll play Yggdrasil." "Thanks, Susan, I think I just needed a push," Lucian replied as he stood up from the bed. "And thanks for the kind gesture there. Are you falling for me now or what?" Lucian teased with a narcissistic smirk as he made his way to the door. "Like hell I would. You've made me work hard for finding Yggdrasil data for you, you know. I would never be able to fall for my torturer," Susan retorted, recalling the countless hours she had spent coding and learning to meet Lucian's demands in the game. Lucian dramatically clutched his heart as if struck by an arrow and said, "I didn't know you thought that badly of me, Susan. Well, I guess nothing can be done. See ya." He waved his hand, and the video call was cut as he left the room, shouting, May, set up the console for me, it's time for some holy fun." Chapter 26. "These rocks remind me of cookies," Lucian remarked as he leaped from one large, flat rock to another, paying little attention to the searing lava below. "Master, are you unintentionally implying that these rocks look more appetizing to you than the cookies I bake for you?" May, following closely behind Lucian, asked. Lucian glanced back at her and exclaimed, "How do you even jump to that conclusion? That's absurd." He raised his voice in disbelief. "What do you mean it's absurd?" Mei tilted her head slightly, her hair cascading down her shoulder, but her avatar maintained a stoic expression with a floating questioning emoji beside her face. Mei's avatar had a unique appearance. She possessed a beautiful face, long flowing black hair that cascaded down her back, and was adorned in a Victorian-style maid uniform. Despite its appearance, it was a divine class gear, modified slightly for ease of movement, although it didn't matter much because Mei seemed to glide effortlessly everywhere she went. However, Mei's most distinctive and unsettling feature was her eyes. She had applied a texture and effect to them, an expense she had covered herself. Her eyes appeared to be swirling with darkness, as though an entire abyss resided within them. Whenever Lucian gazed into her eyes, he felt a hypnotic pull that left him somewhat unsettled. It didn't help that one of her character classes specialized in hypnosis. Mei, please stop with those strange stares. That eye effect makes me feel nauseous, Lucian complained as he averted his gaze from his playful maid. It was clear she was intentionally trying to tease him. Master, according to VR protocols outlined in Section 5.7.6.2, it is crucial to clarify the inherent limitations surrounding the simulation of motion sickness and nausea within the virtual environment. These provisions explain that it's not feasible to replicate these physiological sensations to a degree that would impact users' physical well-being, Mei explained rapidly, looking at Lucian before continuing. In simpler terms, it's impossible to feel sick in virtual reality unless it's caused physically. Lucian sighed, realizing he couldn't argue with Mei's thorough knowledge. Alright, fine, let's move on. Once you level up the class, we'll head to Alfheim, he agreed, groaning slightly as he continued jumping from one floating rock to another on the river of lava. As you wish, Master, Mei replied obediently as she continued to follow him. Their journey continued for another 20 minutes, encountering no monsters along the way thanks to Lucian's skill, Order Reprieve, which deterred monsters from approaching them. Eventually, they arrived at a vast expanse with sturdy rocks and an undulating surface situated in the center of the lava river. They were in a dungeon, specifically a cave dungeon, and it was larger than Lucian had initially thought. Lucian originally wanted to explore a labyrinth dungeon, but because he needed Mei to level up, he chose one that he learned about from the Yggdrasil wiki. This particular dungeon was known for providing high experience points upon defeating its boss. The moment Lucian's feet touched the ground, a notification appeared, followed by a sound that resembled a draconic roar, even though it wasn't quite draconic. Lucian peered beneath him to see the entire ground moving and shaking. Mei, jump back to the platforms, Lucian commanded as two wings tore through his lightweight armor, similar to his old armor but now tailored for enhanced magical aspects and defense. Mei promptly obeyed his orders and leaped back to the previous rocky platform. Lucian jumped back and floated in the sky, observing the dungeon's boss monster. The massive ground shook, and the rocky and sandy parts collapsed into the lava, revealing a monstrous, gigantic tortoise with magma flowing from numerous orifices in its body. Its eyes were filled with magma tears, and it appeared more pitiful than frightening. Magma Titan Territoise. Level, 120. HP, 300300. MP, 100100. Class, Raid Boss. It's pretty bulky, Lucian muttered as he immediately flashed away from his current location when the boss monster fired laser beams from its magma-filled eyes. The reptilian magma eyes glowed and emitted rays of magma straight at Lucian. As Lucian dodged the boss, the menacing creature swiftly shifted its attention toward Mei, who stood on the platform. Mei had no time to evade before she was struck by a blinding laser beam from the boss monster, hurling her towards the magma below. Shit! Lucian cursed as he propelled his wings and flew toward Mei, catching her before she could plunge into the searing magma. I didn't think it would target you, considering I probably had more hate value, Lucian said as he continued to dodge the laser attacks. Typically, these lasers wouldn't even affect him much, as his stats could regenerate quickly. However, it was an entirely different story when it came to Mei. Master, do you want me to use my best skill to defeat that turtle? Mei asked eagerly. In fact, she didn't want to leave his embrace, as Lucian was carrying her in a princess carry, a gesture she loved, even though he had only done it once in real life. Nah, just attack it once. Once you deal at least 20 damage, the EXP shared will be enough for your last class to level up, Lucian replied as he continued to spin and dodge laser attacks from the monster. Let me heal you first, Lucian said as he cast a spell using voice activation. Divine Mend, Lucian chanted, and Mei Mei's body glowed, fully restoring her health. I'll throw you to the back of the monster and take all of its hate and aggro. You'll use your most powerful skill to deal as much damage as possible. After that, use your ring to activate flight and jump back to one of the platforms, then I'll deal with the monster. Understand? Lucian explained and asked Mei Mei, looking at his maid, her abyssal eyes once again making him uncomfortable. Yes, understood, Mei Mei replied as she held him tightly for a few seconds, leaving Lucian bewildered. What are you doing? Lucian asked, but he tripped, unable to dodge a laser that hit him. That actually did way less damage than I imagined, Lucian muttered as he dodged the monster's laser breaths. Suddenly, something new happened. The boss tapped one of its feet on the ground, and lava erupted from where Lucian was flying. Lucian immediately flew high, almost reaching the high ceiling of the cave, barely dodging the attack. That was close, Lucian muttered, noticing bubbling spots in the lava everywhere. He could guess what this was alluding to. Master, I think we should finish off that turtle first. I can't let it go on after it hurt you, Mei Mei said in such a serious tone that it almost made Lucian wonder if she was actually angry and serious about this. However, he decided not to dwell on it and instead took Mei Mei right to the center of the tortoise's body. I'll drop you here, Lucian said as he let Mei Mei go. Mei Mei immediately positioned herself upright in the air and landed on the ground with utmost grace, as if she were a noble. Thanks, Master, Mei Mei muttered as she brought out 2 daggers that Lucian had created for her. They were both similar to each other, obsidian black daggers with a black and white gem at the center. One of them had white, while the other had black gems. Their blades also had different runes engraved on them, 14 in total on each. The first one had white runes with elaborate designs, while the latter one had black runes that glowed intensely. These black daggers were something that Mei Mei cherished deeply. She had witnessed Lucian create them with his own hands, investing his time in research, buying textures, and crafting them. Even in a digital world, they were very precious to her. Inari accursed May 1st. Data, 1/5 million. Type, weapon. Class, divine. Description, a blade forged from the essence of Een. This blade was crafted by the player Lucy, for player Mimi. Skills abilities, Shadow Blight conceal separate space enchanted torrent darkness. Yengar blessed May 2nd. Data, 1/5 million. Type, weapon. Class, divine. Description, a blade forged from the essence of Yang. This blade was crafted by the player Lucy for player Mimi. Skills abilities, Shadow Bright reveal separate space enchanted torrent light. Mei Mei briefly glanced at the weapons before redirecting her attention to her master, who was deftly evading the monster's attacks. She swiftly gripped both of her daggers and activated a skill she had acquired from one of her assassin job classes. With her twin daggers poised in a cross formation, she cast Shroud of Dusk, causing her entire body to be enveloped in a dark veil, rendering her presence nearly imperceptible, as if she had become one with the shadows. Mei Mei patiently waited for the skill, which was already charging, to reach its maximum potential. At that moment, an eerie purple glow enveloped her entire being, and her daggers extended themselves, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Once the charging bar had reached its zenith, Mei Mei unleashed her skill, Eclipsed Laceration of Twilight. Her hands moved gracefully, causing her dagger to radiate a brilliant purple hue. The surroundings momentarily bathed in a purple light as she swung her weapon at the ground, relentlessly tearing through the monster's data with each powerful strike, dealing substantial damage. She continued stacking damage, dealing a significant blow to the monster. The creature paid little heed to Mei Mei as it relentlessly attacked Lucian, who had used Chaos Beacon, to draw all of the monster's attention to himself. Soon, Mei Mei's barrage of attacks ceased, and her body returned to its normal state, the purple aura dissipating. Are you finished? Lucian inquired, his tone nonchalant, as he expertly evaded yet another of the monster's attacks, all while letting out a casual yawn. Yes, master, Mei Mei replied, as she activated one of her rings, granting her the ability to fly, and swiftly made her way towards one of the nearby rocky platforms. Magma Titan Territoires. Level, 120. HP, 198300. MP, 54100. Class, Raid Boss. Lucian inspected the monster's status and couldn't help but feel satisfied with the significant damage Mei Mei had inflicted upon the boss. You did an impressive amount of damage, Lucian complimented Mei Mei as he remained hovering in place. Instead of dodging the attacks, he began to get more serious, and his appearance underwent a transformation. His facial features became more refined, taking on an androgynous and stunningly beautiful quality, akin to the embodiment of pure beauty. His hair flowed like cascading blue water, radiating a shimmering brilliance. His once wild aura transformed into one of calm serenity, as tranquil as still water and as serene as life itself. His armor gradually shifted to a beautiful shade of blue, mirroring the color of his hair, not permanent but something Lucian had employed for the armor. Let's finish this. Mei Mei, I'm craving some chocolate chip cookies, Lucian declared to himself before turning to Mei Mei, his hand making a sweeping motion. As you wish, Mei Mei replied with a smirk, although her avatar couldn't convey it. She enjoyed seeing him look so cool it tugged at her maiden heart. Lucian turned his attention back to the monster, which had ceased its laser attacks, but there was bubbling in the magma beneath him. Another eruption seemed imminent. Lucian didn't give it the opportunity as he swiped his hand, issuing a command. Magma to marine. In an instant, the bubbling magma that had covered the entire dungeon transformed into water, as if it had never been scorching hot to begin with. The monster's footing shifted slightly as the magma was instantly replaced by pure, clean water. It appeared confused, and even its AI struggled to understand the abrupt transformation. The monster resorted to using its earth-based skills while taking damage from the River of Life, a river created by Lucian's skill. The sharp edges of the tiles covering the monster's body began to grow and shot toward Lucian. However, he remained in place, and the water surged in front of him, forming a protective barrier that effectively blocked all the incoming attacks. Now for the endgame, I'll use my Sea Lancer skills, Lucian muttered as he brought out his console and held up his hand as if calling for something. Call of the Sea Lord, an ability that summoned the god of the sea himself, Poseidon. Immediately, the entire body of water started spinning, creating a torrent with the tortoise monster at the center. Despite Lucian's full stats being sealed, he was still able to inflict significant damage with just that torrent alone. Soon, from inside the torrent, a muscular man wearing majestic blue armor emerged. His body had an ethereal quality, and he appeared emotionless. Holding a magnificent trident, he aimed it toward the boss monster, who was struggling to escape the torrent. Poseidon then threw his trident, causing the entire body of water to engulf the boss tortoise monster and deal additional damage. Poseidon immediately vanished into motes of light after using his attack, and the boss monster also disappeared entirely. Dropping numerous items, the entire body of water, which was purely magma a moment ago, had transformed into calm and serene water. The battle was won. Master, Mei Mei, who was standing on one of the platforms, suddenly flew towards Lucian and threw him onto the ground. What the heck happened now? Lucian asked, looking at his maid who was now sitting on him, his waist being her seat. You look very appetizing right now, she said, her voice filled with desire, although her avatar remained stoic. Mei Mei, please don't do anything inappropriate. You'll be banned, and you'll also drag me with you. Lucian warned as he immediately distanced himself from her, getting up, and his appearance returned to his blonde form. Ah, sorry about that, master. Unfortunately, I think I would need to be punished to learn more, Mei Mei said, her voice seemingly filled with genuine remorse. However, underneath that facade, there was excitement, hope, lust, and a lot of love. You are deliberately doing it, aren't you? I knew it. Lucian exclaimed. It seemed like he really had to address this issue by giving her a thorough punishment tonight. Anyway, was that your latest Valkyrie form? What's the name of that one? She asked. You saw it, right? It's one of my favorites because it complements my Sea Lancer class. It's a water element-based Valkyrie, but it's very versatile, with a lot of divine and spiritual magic spells and skills too, Lucian explained. He then jumped around as he continued. Its name is Marina, and the attribute title skill is Serenity of Life, which is a pretty useless and, at the same time, useful in some situations. Was that magma turning into water also because of that? Mei Mei asked, tilting her head cutely. Yes, Lucian replied, finding her head tilt rather cute. Let's log out after getting out of the dungeon. After all, I still need to punish someone, Lucian said as he moved towards Mei Mei and patted her head. Although it wasn't very realistic, Mei Mei still closed her eyes, made possible due to a mod. By the way, show me your status before we log out. Did you level up? Lucian asked as he removed his hands from her. Yes. Here, Mei Mei purred before opening her console and displaying her status for Lucian to see. IGN. Mimi. Humanoid. Race, Shadow Touch. Alignment. Extreme Evil. Karma. Level. Racial class. None. Job class. Assassin, LVL, 15. Master Assassin, LVL, 10. Grand Assassin, LVL, 5. Shadowmancer, LVL, 10. Shadow Shifter, LVL, 10. Master of Shadow, LVL, 5. Stalker, LVL, 10. Noble Stalker, LVL, 5. Dusk Maiden, LVL, 10. Dusk Lady, LVL, 5. Exalted Null, LVL, 5. Night Blade, LVL, 5. HP, 7575. MP, 6875. PHY. ATK, 115. PHY. Def, 70. Agility, 99. Mag. ATK, 65. Mag. Def, 65. Resist, 95. Special, 100. Indeed, your stats look good, though we have to do something about those magical defense stats, Lucian muttered as he went through Mei Mei's status. Mei Mei was truly the perfect assassin. Interestingly, she wanted to be an assassin herself, even though Lucian had planned a vampire build for her. This was a rare occurrence, as Mei Mei rarely rejected Lucian's suggestions. She insisted on becoming an assassin. Lucian didn't know much about assassins except for what he had learned from his friend Nishiki Enright back in the day, along with Flatfoot, who had a class that was somewhat of an assassin build. Lucian had to contact Susan and ask her about the best assassin build. While Susan didn't provide a perfect blueprint, she suggested that the Shadow Touch humanoid race was one of the best choices for an assassin build. So Mei Mei chose the assassin class and went for a full assassin build. Lucian helped her level up in the beginning and also assisted in searching for hidden and rare assassin classes. However, after that initial phase, Mei Mei seemed to become quite absorbed in the game, or at least that's how it appeared to Lucian. In reality, she was training diligently to protect her master from threats, even if they were within the game. I still think the vampire build I had planned for you was better. It was overall much more versatile than this min-maxed approach, Lucian said, grumbling slightly as he brought out his console. He seemed to have reservations about Mei Mei's choice and still preferred the versatility of the vampire build he had initially considered for her. Master, are you sad that I'm not a vampire like you? Mei Mei asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. However, her avatar's eyes began to spin even faster, creating an eerie effect. Lucian went through a rapid series of denials before finally admitting, no. No. Maybe just a little okay, fine. Yeah. Mei Mei reassured him, saying, don't worry, Master. Even in the description of the Shadow Touch race, it's written that they are a byproduct of human reproduction with vampires who were attuned to shadows. Shadow Touch are also an immortal race. So, in a way, we are of the same race. Lucian, aware of this fact, retorted, I'm well aware of it. Stop trying to make me look like an idiot. He then pulled her closer, adding with a mischievous smirk, I'll make sure today you won't ever try to play with me again using a spell." He teleported them both out of the dungeon. Chapter 27. Standing in an empty sanctuary, Lucian could see the entire area from the platform he was standing on. His gaze stretched as far as the eye could see, and all that remained were broken statues of beings that had likely once ruled this place. Lucian's attention was drawn to the rectangular screen at the center of his vision. Location: Temple of the Fallen Old One. Type: Ruins. The shattered and scattered statues of cosmic horror-like entities surrounded him in this cemetery-like sanctuary. Today, he was alone. Mei had been occupied with grocery shopping and meeting her friend, so Lucian was going solo for now. He enjoyed playing with Mei, but he also enjoyed these solo adventures. Lucian found himself in this eerie and unsettling place because of a quest. He honestly didn't want to be here, primarily due to the presence of eldritch monsters, or nightmares, which had an uncanny ability to make even Lucian feel uneasy. Eldritch monsters weren't challenging in terms of combat, rather, they were unsettling because of their unpredictability and penchant for jump scares. Most of these monsters were around level 70, but their terrifying appearance gave them an advantage over average players who despised them. Although Lucian was a fan of cosmic horror, he had a distinct dislike for these creatures. One of them had terrified him completely when he was new to the game. "But I still have to eliminate those 300 cultists of the First Old," Lucian muttered to himself as he surveyed his eerie surroundings. However, he couldn't spot any of these cultists. Cultists were not traditional monsters but rather NPCs tied to this quest. Many players took on this quest to unlock specific spells that required its completion. The quest's description read as follows. Quest: Kill 300 cultists of the First Old - Description: The First Old One is attempting to awaken through an unknown artifact, and the cultists are remnants of this dark ritual. Please visit the Temple of the Fallen Old One, and eradicate all the cultists attempting to resurrect the ancient entity. Rewards: 20 million gold. Increased reputation in the town of Gibrigamar. Unlocks the Light Devotee class. Unlocks the Fallen Vanquisher class. Earns the approval of Sothoth Chira Mahuga. Unlocks the Hidden Mahakal quest. Lucian wanted to actually unlock the Mahakal quest, which is a prerequisite to unlock the class Apostle of Shiva, a class that granted immense destructive might and was even more destructive than World Disaster class. This class was actually supposed to be hidden and was put in such way that it will be impossible for a normal player to stumble unless given instructions to, which Lucian was, by Suzun. "Let's kill the cultists first," Lucian muttered to himself as he jumped into the fray, turning off his order reprieve, and immediately started searching for one of the cultists. Soon, he found one cultist. The cultist looked humanoid but was covered in a cloak with their face hidden in endless darkness, with black tentacles sprouting out of their cloak. "What's its level?" Lucian muttered to himself as he looked at the stats of the cultist. Cultists of First Old. Level, 95. HP, 95-95. MP, 85-85. Lucian was surprised to find that the cultist was of a very high level, but it posed no threat to him. Lucian immediately brought out a scythe, a weapon he had requested as his world champion class weapon. Bleeding and Crying. Type: Weapon. Description: A world champion class item created for the player Lucy by the developers of Yggdrasil for winning the World Tournament of Helheim. Skills: Abilities: Bleed, Cry, Mimicry, Artistry of Blood, Shroud, Fatal Bleed, Shroud, Harmless Cry, Eternal Bleed, Permanent Deficiency. The scythe was a gruesome sight, bloody red and seeming as if it was crafted from blood itself. Its handle stretched from one end to another, while the blade, unlike the usual crescent shape, had an eerie, irregular design with many cuts. At the center of the main, huge blade was a massive eye that blinked every time it was swung. The scythe's other end sported extra sharp blades, enhancing its destructive capabilities. Lucian, having taken Suzun by his side, had requested this weapon, and she had willingly accepted the task. She not only completed her studies but also added some extra functions to the blade. "Well, let's start the hunt," Lucian said as he leaped into action and swung his scythe at the cultist. The cultist was immediately cut in half, but it wasn't over. Despite the damage inflicted, it wasn't dead yet. Its severed body started merging, with black tentacles appearing to knit the torn parts together. Lucian didn't give the cultist a chance to reform, swiftly swinging his scythe once more to cleave it in half, causing it to vanish entirely, turning into data. One gone, 299 more to go, Lucian muttered to himself as he continued his hunt, running and jumping around to find and eliminate all the cultists. After clearing the area of cultists, Lucian stood at the entrance of the temple, which remained closed. He glanced at the two statues resembling Cthulhu-like monsters resting at each end of the massive gate. I wonder if they'll attack me if I use magic on them, Lucian pondered, giving in to his curiosity. He decided to use a spell to see what would happen. Rhythm of Pantheon, Lucian chanted as he targeted the spell towards the statues. A soundwave animation appeared and traveled toward them. For a moment, nothing happened, and Lucian thought the spell might not work. However, just as he was about to leave to speak with the chief to complete the quest, he was shocked when a tentacle suddenly attacked him, hurling him against a nearby wall near the temple. Lucian quickly got to his feet, and as he looked around, he saw two octopus-like creatures resembling Cthulhu with their wriggling black tentacles. Once again, a tentacle snapped towards him, but this time Lucian swung his scythe, cutting the tentacle, and a damage number appeared. What? Lucian exclaimed. He stared at the severed tentacle, only to see it regrowing right before his eyes. Looks like physical attacks won't work, Lucian muttered to himself as he returned his scythe to his inventory. He extended his hand towards the monsters, using his magic to inspect their stats. Spawn of Cthulhu. Level, 100. HP, 100100. MP, 100100. Lucian was astonished by their stats. These creatures had some of the highest levels he had ever seen for non-boss monsters. Finding a level 100 monster outside of boss battles was exceptionally rare, typically occurring only at the edges of the world. This wasn't the edge of the world, making the situation even more perplexing. Wait, perhaps, Lucian thought quickly as he dodged another tentacle attack from the spawn of Cthulhu. The idea crossed his mind that this might be containing a world enemy, a shocking possibility. Lucian did something unusual, something he rarely resorted to. Unlock the seal, password, Mimi is a masochist. Powers unlocked. Instantly, Lucian's stats soared, and his body became incredibly light. In an instant, he vanished from his current location, almost as if he had teleported. I'll end you now, Lunar Shower, Lucian declared as he cast a tier 10 spell, one of the most powerful AoE divine spells. Immediately, a magic circle appeared in the sky, and a moon seemed to shine in the world as bursts of light rained down upon the two monstrous beings attempting to attack Lucian. They vanished immediately after being struck by the lunar shower. Was that all? Lucian wondered aloud as he examined the drops given by the monsters. They were all high-level drops, and some were even rare items he had never seen before. This is fun, Lucian muttered as he made his way towards the gate. As soon as he touched it, a notification appeared before him. Would you like to enter the boss room? Lucian was truly right. He jumped around and celebrated. Looks like I've stumbled upon a world enemy. Lucian exclaimed with joy as he gazed at the gate. Without hesitation, he tapped on yes. The gate immediately swung open, revealing a vast hall filled to the brim with various cultist statues. Lucian confidently strode inside and found a colossal black pond at the center of the hallway. Observing no signs of movement, he decided to touch the inky black liquid filling the pond. That simple action triggered a notification. You have awakened the slumbering old one. You have encountered a world enemy. Lucian couldn't help but grin from ear to ear upon receiving the notification. One might wonder why a lone player would be pleased to find a world enemy. However, the benefits were substantial. It meant he could potentially sell his information for a hefty price. But was Lucian in dire need of money? Not at all. His wealth was so vast that spending it all could prove troublesome. Let's engage this monstrosity now, Lucian declared as he witnessed a massive octopus-like creature emerging from the vast black pond. This abomination was pitch black, covered in numerous tentacles, with a gigantic eye at its center and mouth scattered across its body and limbs. Its sheer size dwarfed nearby buildings, and its tentacles moved with incredible speed, striking the ground and the pond with force. Cthulhu. Level, 200. HP, 100100. MP, 100100. Lucian took a deep breath just as a colossal tentacle tore through time and space, striking him and hurling him toward the closing gate. Lucian was not only shocked but beyond it. He had never imagined encountering an enemy in Yggdrasil that could actually harm him. According to Susan, his stats were surpassed only by the most powerful 7 deadly sins. So, how was it possible that a world enemy had inflicted 90 points of damage, something that no one had achieved before? Interesting. This is truly fascinating, Lucian muttered to himself as he swiftly switched his gear. His scythe materialized in one hand, while the other gripped a massive staff. His armor transformed into a resplendent golden suit, the world champion class armor gifted to him. It's time to get really serious, Lucian muttered as he underwent a transformation, assuming his Valkyrie form, the Tgthegood, Valkyrie. Instantly, his hair took on a stunning amethyst hue, and his entire physique underwent a change, becoming more feminine and radiantly beautiful, with an otherworldly touch. His aura also shifted to match his newfound divine beauty. Lucian went all out, activating all of his passive abilities, which he had always kept turned off due to their overwhelming power. He had chosen the Tgthegood form because physical attacks were less effective against elder monster spawns, and he assumed they would be even less effective against the ultimate mother of them all. This was his most powerful magical transformation, and he was ready to face Cthulhu with everything he had. It's time for some fun, Lucian muttered as he leaped directly at the monstrous Cthulhu, wielding his scythe in one hand while casting spells with his staff. He anticipated an epic battle, and he couldn't have been more correct. The clash was brutal, with Lucian getting battered and bruised by the world enemy, but he fought with determination, giving it his all in this epic battle. After 2 hours of persistent battle, Lucian stood at the center of the dark pond, which now housed a deceased monster. Unlike typical boss monsters, world enemies don't vanish even after death. Instead, they become a decoration within the dungeon or the location where they were defeated. You have defeated a world enemy. You have received 10292920 EXP. You have earned the approval of Azathoth. You have been rewarded in world-class item. Lucian swiped through all the notifications, directing his full attention to the singular object that had drawn him into an entrancing black cube floating ominously before him, radiating chaotic energy. He extended his hand to touch the cube, and a description promptly appeared. It signified an important moment, marking the commencement of a new era path of sin towards an endless cycle of creation and destruction. A path where life and death would entwine within a web of sin. The thing on the doorstep. Type, consumable. Class, world. Description, a fallen leaf from the world tree, consumed and transformed by the outer being of the Old One, Cthulhu. It has metamorphosed into a cube brimming with malevolent and dark forces, possessing the ability to dominate any entity. This world item permits the player to permanently switch their avatar with that of another player or monster. You will forfeit access to your previous account and avatar permanently, and you won't be able to access your inventory again. Once used, the item will be eradicated from existence. Chapter 28. Susan, are you eating well? Lucian asked as he looked at the brown-haired girl on his phone screen, who was showing him a sulking expression. Why are you suddenly so interested in my well-being? It's because of you that I have to go through so much studying just to meet your demands, Susan said, her expression pitiful. She had been working very hard lately, and Lucian's demands only seemed to increase with each passing day. Can't I even ask my lovely Susan about her health? Susan, why don't you take a break? Lucian said, offering her a radiant smile that might have charmed other girls, but not Susan. What do you want? Be clear. Susan shouted, realizing that Lucian must have had some ulterior motive. She slammed her hands on the table in frustration and looked at Lucian with a mix of anger and helplessness. My dear Susan, why do you always see me as a villain? Lucian replied, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness as well. It's not that I think of you as a villain. Bastard. You are a villain. Susan exclaimed. Ah, I shouldn't have taken that offer. Even if I lost my job, at least I would be a free person, unlike becoming a puppet to some young master. Susan cried out loud, her emotions pouring out. Susan, look in my eyes, Lucian said firmly, pointing at his eyes. Susan, despite her frustrations, flinched at the command. She had always been harsh with him and cursed him, but deep down, she held a fear of him. That's why she followed his orders obediently, afraid that he might replace her if she ever disobeyed him. Even if I make you go through those things, I really do care about you. And believe me when I say this, because I haven't said this to anyone but my maid, who is the closest person to me, even before my father, Lucian said with genuine emotion in his eyes. His face looked serious, making his words convincing and handsome. Really? Susan asked meekly, her face blushing slightly. She felt embarrassed by her torturer's sincerity. It was so shameful. Yes, believe me, Lucian replied with a warm smile, causing Susan's blush to deepen. She shook her head, trying to regain her composure. What was happening to her? Why was she getting charmed by this bastard? It was then that Susan's daydream was once again broken by Lucian. Now, let me tell you why I called you, Lucian said, interrupting Susan's thoughts. You damn monster! Susan shouted once more, her voice filled with anger and frustration as she realized that Lucian had called her for his own benefit. After about 20 minutes of talking, Susan finally calmed down and agreed to listen to what Lucian had to say. What? No. I've never heard of any world items with that ability. It's probably created and coded by the head developers. I didn't even know there was a Cthulhu boss monster. The only outer god boss I knew of in the game was the King in Yellow, and that was hidden in ways that only specific players could challenge, Susan replied to Lucian's question. He had told her about the world item he had discovered and asked if she was aware of such an item. So, you're totally in the dark about this, Lucian said with a sigh. He had hoped to gain some answers from Susan, but it seemed futile now. Susan, my dear Susan, I wonder if you would be willing to answer another of my questions? Lucian asked, his voice taking on a rhythmic, almost hypnotic quality. Despite everything, Lucian's charisma was undeniable, and Susan couldn't help but feel a strange attraction to his gestures. Fine. Just don't ask anything stupid, Susan replied, fully aware that Lucian had a tendency to ask unusual questions. Well, I was wondering what would happen if someone who has ownership of 4 world items used that cube to switch avatars with someone strong. Someone who might be able to block a world item, Lucian asked, his question intentionally vague, not suggesting anything specific. I don't understand what you mean, but from my perspective, if a player who possesses ownership over 4 world items, we're not counting regular world items, only the ones they own, so that's 4 factors. Now, let's consider another player who has 1 ineffective world item, which adds 1 more factor. When they're bound together, it multiplies, resulting in 1, 2. This means that the person accepts the world item's use, but since it's bound to them, we have to subtract the ineffective factor, making it 4 minus ineffective and 1, 2. In total, that's 2 factors in favor of the player, Susan explained as she recounted some technological details that Lucian didn't understand. He waited for her to continue talking to herself until she understood the answer and provided it. Well, basically, the item's effect will take place, but something unknown will occur, constituting factor 4. This means neither the world item will be ineffective nor entirely effective. It's a complicated situation, Susan said, ruffling her hair. I don't understand your question though. What do you even mean by that? Susan asked, confused. Not once did she doubt Lucian or think he had ulterior motives. Do you know world break? The skill that, if used at the right time, can negate world enemies and even world items? What if we factor that skill in? Lucian asked, confusing Susan even further. It doesn't make sense to me, but I'll have to look into it and calculate the possibilities. I need an answer now. Fuck you, Lucian. Susan shouted as she cut the call while cursing him. Lucian was well aware of Susan's nature to always seek the answer after learning a question. He used that to his advantage to get his answer, and soon after Susan found the answer, she'd be contacting him to answer the question. Lucian waited for a while, having some fun with Mei Mei. After 4 hours, he received a call, and still in bed, Lucian looked at the TV where an image of a brown-haired girl was displayed. Lucian. I found the answer. Susan said as soon as she saw Lucian displayed on her screen. However, she immediately turned red when she noticed that Lucian was half naked. Despite having seen Lucian's live streams where he sometimes threw his shirt away due to shortness of breath, she still found herself entranced. After all, despite his lean body, it was a sight to behold for any girl, and, well, she'd like to deny it, but she got turned on by it sometimes. What the heck are you doing? Susan asked, looking at him barely covering his body with a blanket. It was only then that she realized there was someone else beside him. Master, why are you talking to another woman while being in bed with me? Mei Mei asked as she held on to Lucian's waist tightly, her black hair disheveled and covering his body. She was literally drooling right now. Mei Mei, can you leave us for a minute? I want to have an important talk with Susan, Lucian said as he gestured for Mei Mei to get up and go. As you wish, Mei Mei replied. She snatched the blanket Lucian was holding to cover her naked body before getting up, leaving Lucian bare. Hey, why the heck would you take the blanket too? Lucian exclaimed, rushing to grab some pants and quickly put them on, which left him out of breath. Master, even if it's a woman friend of Master, I wouldn't want anyone else but you to see my body, Mei Mei stated matter-of-factly before leaving the room, leaving Lucian baffled. However, before he could say anything to the now on hold Susan, she re-entered the room, this time wearing her maid uniform. Let me assist you in dressing up before the call, Mei Mei offered, moving swiftly to change Lucian's clothes like an expert, which she was, having 10 years of knowledge and practice with the same person nonetheless. Thanks, Mei Mei, Lucian thanked her before sitting down and watching Mei Mei leave the room, closing the door noiselessly behind her. Lucian then looked at the now baffled and red Susan, who had watched all this drama unfold with a flushed face. Sorry for that, dear Susan, Lucian said, trying to calm her. What on earth was that? Susan shouted in shock. I didn't know you and your maid were involved romantically, Susan blurted out, always having suspected that they were a bit too close, but she never thought they were in a romantic relationship. Heh. What, do you want me to include you too? Lucian asked with a mischievous smirk. Susan immediately flinched and blushed, then shook her head furiously. No, 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 no. But secretly, she was holding herself back. There was no use though. Anyway, tell me why you called. Lucian asked, even though he knew why she had called. It was a courtesy to let her explain and not seem selfish. Ah, yes. So you asked that strange question, right? Well, I ran many simulations and found an answer, Susan said with a proud smile. What's the answer? Lucian asked, sounding intrigued. The answer is that an error would occur. Most likely, it would result in some glitch, Susan replied. Oh. So it's essentially breaking the game, am I right? Lucian asked, and she immediately nodded. You're right. It's essentially breaking the game. But why did you even ask me that strange question? Susan inquired, displaying her intelligence in coding but struggling with understanding the basics. Nothing. Now, my dear Susan, would you be willing to share some information? Lucian asked. Go ahead, at this point, you already have my soul in your hands, and I'm dancing at your whims, Susan sighed. I need the location of one of the 7 deadly sins, Lucian asked. Sigh, I knew you would ask for it, sooner or later. Just go ahead and ask which one, Susan said. Well, I need to know about the strongest sin, the sin of lust's location. What? Susan shouted. Why lust of all? You do know that she is the worst of the 7 deadly sins. She can only be fought solo and is undefeatable from what I know. Susan shouted in frustration, a hint of fear in her voice. What? Well, you did say that she was the strongest of all sins. Anyway, so where is she, and how can I find her? And is this world enemy really a she? Some kind of hybrid nymph demon? Lucian asked as he looked at Susan. She is just dangerous, just know this. Plus, you will be having a lot of trouble, Susan said with a smirk, as if she knew something but didn't want to tell. It's fine, just tell me how I can find her, Lucian said. Fine. And then Susan continued to narrate how to locate the sin of lust. Thanks, Suzuna, Lucian said with a smile as he looked at the grinning Susan, who for some reason was smiling widely. What are you smiling like that for? Lucian asked, confused and puzzled. Nothing, Susan replied. Anyway, so what are you going to do? Battle the sin of lust? Susan asked with a gaze almost as if she wanted him to. Yep, and Lucian said as he smiled, a mysterious smile that left Susan wide-eyed and open-mouthed. You don't mean it? Susan said with disbelief. Yep, my dear Susan. It's exactly as you think, Lucian said, extending his arms. No way. Lucian, stop. Listen to me. Susan shouted, but before she could finish her words, he cut the call, not giving her a chance to object. What? Susan shouted as she saw the call end. That bastard. She slammed her fists on her desk. He's going to break the game. Lucian logged into Yggdrasil after his conversation with Susan. He found himself standing in the place where he needed to sacrifice the cardinal evil sin, lust, a total of 700 of them. This was a highly specific task in a location so obscure that discovering it by accident was nearly impossible. However, there might be a way for players to figure it out, as the place he was currently in was Nibelheim, inside a frozen cave ruins known as the Frozen Hallow of Sin. The name hinted at its sinister nature, but regular players might have come across this place without performing the specific task required to unlock the world enemy's lair. Let's begin, Lucian declared as he glanced at his inventory, then summoned the contracts of cardinal evil sin, lusts. He had acquired over 700 of these contracts, and they weren't cheap. Even among the other cardinal sins, lust was the most expensive, each contract costing over 100,000 yen. However, they were permanent contracts, and the lusts were formidable level 90 beings. Lucian tapped the summon option, and one by one, the cardinal lusts started materializing. Their appearances were strikingly humanoid, resembling beautiful and seductive women with black demonic wings and 2 horns. The unsettling detail was the tattoo on their foreheads, which bore a resemblance to a certain female anatomy. It's unfortunate, but I have to eliminate you all, Lucian said as he extended his hands toward them. In an instant, his appearance transformed. His hair turned fiery red, his face became more androgynous, and he was enveloped in flames, taking on the form of Elderhilder. Eternal Burn. Lucian activated the skill, releasing a torrent of flames from his palm that expanded rapidly, engulfing all the lusts. It took about 2 minutes, but he managed to obliterate them all, leaving only one remaining beside him. It's your turn to meet your end, girl, Lucian declared as he brandished his scythe and swiftly beheaded the last lust, reducing it to data. As soon as he finished cutting down the final sin, a cold and eerie wind swept through the vast, frozen cavern. Is this finally appearing? Lucian asked himself as he observed the swirling black winds all around. The wings began to form at the center of the cave, creating a tornado from which eerie whispers started echoing. They seemed to pierce right into Lucian's ears. Come. Visit me. I miss you. My beloved. What the heck? Lucian shouted, covering his ears to block out the disturbing voices. This stuff is weird, Lucian muttered as he looked at the tornado, which was now vanishing, revealing what appeared to be a small door that only one person could pass through. So it's time, Lucian said, looking at the door. He then checked the rectangular screen at the center of his vision for confirmation. Would you like to enter the Chamber of Obsession? Yes, no. Chapter 29. Lucian pressed yes, and the door before him slowly swung open. Instead of immediately stepping through, he decided to prepare himself by equipping his gear and weapons. First, he summoned his bleeding and crying scythe and a unique staff. The staff resembled the slender branch of a delicate tree, with ethereal vibes spiraling around the handle. At its top, a green crystal stood firmly, and at the opposite end, another small green magical gem glowed brightly. Weapon name, Ivy Weave. Type, weapon. Description, a world champion class weapon, crafted for the player Gudatamanani, by Yggdrasil's developers in recognition of their victory in the Vanaheim World Tournament. This item is now owned by player Lucy. Skills abilities: Nether Thorn Absent Mana Ivy Bloom Druid Construct MP Enhance MA Enhance Wave of Ivy Bloom Defense. Lucian had acquired this staff from the Vanaheim World Champion. Even though he was a warrior class player, he requested for this magical staff, because his intention was to sell it. Lucian paid an exorbitant price for it, as it was listed for sale on the Yggdrasil wiki. Lucian's high bid shocked many, making them question why anyone would invest so much in a weapon, even one of world champion class. Nevertheless, this staff specialized in enhancing magic attack and MP, although it paled in comparison to the boosts provided by his Valkyries. Oh, boy, Lucian, you're in for quite a shock. Lucian was also clad in the world champion class gear that Suzun had gifted him. This golden armor featured intricate details, gleaming with a brilliant gold hue, and adorned with patches of red here and there. With his preparations complete, Lucian gazed at the door bearing the symbol of lust. He slowly reached out, touching the doorknob, and turned it, causing the door to creak open. Without hesitation, he stepped through the doorway and disappeared from view. As soon as Lucian passed through the door, it vanished, leaving nothing behind. Lucian stood within a seemingly endless, straight black staircase. Along each side of the staircase were the cardinal evil sins, lust, the very ones he had sacrificed earlier. They stood there like statues, eerie and unmoving. Lucian glanced at the rectangular screen in front of him, which displayed Place, Stairway of Devotion Type, Boss Room. This is creepy, Lucian muttered to himself. As he began ascending the stairs, he noticed that the cardinal sin's eyes followed his every movement, tracking him. It sent shivers down his spine. Continuing his climb up the seemingly infinite staircase, Lucian saw no end in sight. After 20 minutes of relentless ascent, he finally arrived at a pair of doors. Each door bore an inscription, one with indecipherable gibberish, and the other with his in-game name, Lucy. This is really giving me the creeps, Lucian muttered, feeling his hair stand on end and a shiver run down his spine. He had never expected that this world enemy would employ such a method to incorporate his profile into the event. As he ascended the stairs, Lucian counted each one, noting that there were a total of 350 stairs, the same number as the 700 cardinal sins of lusts he had sacrificed. If you count one on each side of the stairs. It seemed more than just a coincidence, and he couldn't help but wonder why. Let's just face the world enemy and be done with it, Lucian said to himself as he touched the door. Would you like to enter the boss room chamber of obsession? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Lucian selected yes, and the doors swung open, revealing a magnificently huge room. Lucian entered the room, and the door closed behind him. The room was as vast as any typical boss room. However, the ceiling and the surroundings resembled a royal chamber, except for the floor, which appeared to be pure darkness, as if darkness itself. The place presented a mixture of opulence and decay. Mirrors adorned the room, seeming to deflect light as they projected an image of Lucian, albeit without any color. He glanced around and noticed chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, emitting an eerie pink glow. There were also windows that seemed to lead to nowhere. Lucian walked to the center of the vast room, and there, he beheld a massive ornate bed draped in sensual fabric. Upon that bed lay a cursed goddess. He saw a beautiful woman with black hair, peacefully asleep beneath a pink sheet that covered her ethereal body. As Lucian approached the boss, something happened. The woman's eyes shot open as she flung the blanket away, her body starting to float as she fixed her gaze on Lucian. The background music shifted to something sensual and seductive as the sin of lust revealed herself. Damn! This world enemy is beautiful. Lucian exclaimed as he eyed the world enemy. She was an exquisite woman with long, flowing black hair. Her beauty seemed meticulously crafted, as if the developers had poured their utmost effort into her design. Her black hair cascaded like waterfalls, and she wore a golden and black armor that lightly covered her body, revealing hints of her cleavage. Unlike any of the sins Lucian had faced before, she was a humanoid figure, in stark contrast to gluttony, which had more demonic properties and resembled a slime. Also, the strongest world enemy he had faced before this. Ah, my beloved, you've finally arrived. I've yearned for you, my sweet, with every fiber of my being, the world enemy spoke, her words tinged with obsession. This was the setting of this world enemy, and yes, she was a bona fide Yandra. Who the heck is she even talking about? Is it me? Lucian wondered as he observed the boss speaking and her dialogue box appearing. Her pupils were pink and heart-shaped as she fixed her gaze on Lucian. He remained alert, scythe and staff at the ready, because every time her eyes blinked, her pupils seemed to glow even brighter, all directed at Lucian, which gave him the creeps. Don't be shy, let me wrap you in the warmth of my affection, the Sin said as the battle animation began. Lucian immediately jumped back and checked her status. But before he could do that, a massive arrow landed near him. With quick reflexes, Lucian managed to dodge it. The arrows were heart-shaped and started coming from all directions at Lucian as the boss continued her passionate dialogue, her name still unknown to him. Do you feel that fluttering in your heart? It's the same feeling I have for you, she said as the dialogue box briefly vanished. Lucian dodged another arrow but got hit by 2 more in quick succession, each adding debuffs to him. When the arrows finally stopped, he checked her stats. Sin Luxuria, first deadly demon of lust. Level, 140. HP, 500500. MP, 350350. What? Lucian audibly exclaimed in shock, staring at Sin Luxuria's stats. Her whispering dialogue continued, and Lucian couldn't believe how overwhelmingly weak the boss monster appeared to be. Sai Suzun probably wanted me to feel uneasy, Lucian mused aloud as he dodged a spear in the shape of a heart lunged at him by the boss monster. However, he soon realized how wrong he was. Ah, my dearest, watch closely as all else fades away, and it's just you and I. No one else exists in this world but us. Your every move, your every breath, is mine to control, Sin Luxuria whispered seductively, waving her hand as a black aura enveloped Lucian. He received a series of notifications that made him understand why Suzun had been so pleased when he chose to fight this boss. You have been inflicted by the skill singular obsession. Your stats are reduced by 30%. What? Lucian exclaimed as he dodged another spear. Before he could fully grasp what had happened, he realized that his agility and all his stats had dropped significantly. Shit! Lucian cursed, deciding it was time to use his Valkyrie form to swiftly defeat this world enemy and end the battle. Lucian felt a growing sense of dread as he tapped on his Valkyrie tab, hoping to transform into the powerful Amethyst Valkyrie form to defeat the boss. However, his hope quickly turned into disbelief and frustration when he heard the boss utter new dialogue, something he never anticipated followed after that. Only I can hold your desires, my love. Envy's embrace stifles all others, the boss said as her pink eyes momentarily glowed blue. The ability Envious Suppression has been used on you. Your Valkyrie ability has been sealed. Your skill Blood of the Valkyrie has become ineffective. Your skill Valkyrie's Valor has become ineffective. A wave of notifications flooded Lucian's vision, informing him that most of his skills related to his greater Einherjar class had been sealed. What shocked him even more was that these sealed skills were mainly those geared for females or had a feminine power-granting origin. Damn it! Lucian muttered in frustration as he realized the gravity of the situation. He needed to find a way to overcome this unexpected obstacle. Damn it! They really had to create a Yandra, Lucian cursed as he quickly leaped backward, putting some distance between himself and Sin Luxuria. She continued to laugh and giggle, fixated on him. Suzun, you traitor! I'll make you pay for this! Lucian exclaimed angrily as he evaded yet another arrow aimed at his heart. Each arrow inflicted the love-struck effect, causing his vision to blur and his movements to slow. In the past, he could heal and fend off the effect, but now, with his Valkyrie forms and related skills sealed, he felt powerless. He had underestimated this boss, believing he could defeat her with his usual tactics. However, he still believed he was strong enough to defeat the boss, but an unexpected outcome awaited him. Come forth, my maidens. Your master requires your service. Suddenly, Lucian saw the entire room being covered with magic circles at Sin Luxuria's command, witnessing an event he never wanted to happen and had never expected. Shit. I think I'm in trouble, Lucian exclaimed as he gazed upon the legions of 700 cardinal sins of lust appearing in the room. They were the same 700 cardinal evil sins he had defeated at the entrance and encountered on the stairs of devotion. This is atrocious. Damn you devs. Lucian shouted, realizing how the devs had used the sacrifices for opening the boss room against the player in battle. Immediately, he heard the sin luxurious command. Become one, my maidens. Become the hands that will present me my beloved. The eerie dialogue was followed by Luxuria raising her hand. From her hand, a pink light materialized and spread throughout the room, enveloping all 700 cardinal sins. They started turning into motes of light and gathering behind Luxuria. Soon, a monstrosity stood before Lucian, and he couldn't help but vomit blood at the sight. Archevil Sin, Lust. Level, 140. HP, 600600. MP, 200200. The result of the combination was a monstrous four-legged spider-like chimera with a humanoid female at the center. However, she had 2 antennae instead of hair, and her entire body looked as if it was covered in slime. In the center of her chest, there was a hole that resembled another orifice, emitting pheromones. It appeared to be some sort of passive skill animation. Shit, shit, shit. Lucian cursed as he tried to distance himself from the monstrosity, which immediately leaped towards him. Ivy Bloom, Lucian used one of the staff's abilities, an ability he had never considered using before. However, in this dire situation, he had no other choice. Green thorny vines materialized, blooming like flowers before capturing the monstrous being, entrapping it in a flowery prison. Lucian realized that he had grown overly reliant on his Valkyrie forms and felt the weight of his mistake. After taking considerable damage, the arch-evil sin, Lust tore through the ivy prison and charged toward Lucian. Lucian swung his scythe, activating another one-time use skill for the day. The scythe struck the monster, causing its central eye to bleed, and the monstrous creature was thrown to the other side of the room with a massive bleeding wound on its body. Normally, this type of damage would result in data animations, but Lucian had inflicted it with a bleeding condition, enhanced by the ability's permanent deficiency, and eternal bleed. This meant the monster would continue losing HP unless it cast specific holy spells. Now, Lucian had to deal with the monster's boss, which he knew would be a challenging task. The Sin Luxuria summoned a bow and arrow and aimed it at Lucian. I'm screwed, aren't I? Lucian muttered to himself as he watched the world enemy take aim and release an arrow. The arrow struck Lucian, dealing significant damage and sending him flying, landing near one of the mirrors. Lucian realized he needed to avoid getting hit by any more arrows, but he had no idea how many more sequences the boss had. Oh, my beloved, become mine, and we'll be eternally together, the boss uttered her dialogue as Lucian swung his scythe toward her, attempting to activate another of his one-time skills. Your skill has been rendered ineffective. However, he received a notification informing him that his skill had been rendered ineffective. Lucian didn't waste any time. Instead, he used the staff's powerful skill. Wave of Ivy, a massive vine materialized, adorned with thorns, and wrapped itself around the staff. Lucian swung the staff like a whip, delivering a substantial blow to the boss monster, finally inflicting some damage. Lucian continued to strike with the staff, delivering consecutive blows. He swung the staff repeatedly until it finally vanished, and then he noticed an arrow flying straight at him. Lucian once again realized he needed to avoid getting hit by more arrows and find a way to defeat the boss quickly. Oh, my beloved, why must you hurt me? Just become mine, let me capture you. Let me embrace you, narrated the Sin Luxuria, vanishing from Lucian's vision and giving him a scare. He suddenly felt a tug on his back and, when he looked back, he was terrified to see the world enemy materializing behind him, her seductive eyes locked onto him. Become mine, let us be alone forever, ever. She said as Lucian stood there paralyzed due to her skill. Inescapable gaze. Suddenly, she embraced Lucian, making him feel extremely uncomfortable, although he didn't feel much sensation. However, something else began to happen. Lucian felt a darkness creeping over him, as if he were being swallowed by something alive. You have been influenced by dominion of lust. Lucian surveyed his surroundings, having broken free from immobilization. All that met his gaze was an abyss of wiggling darkness, as though the very shadows were alive. His armor, hands, and console remained visible, confirming that this was not a technical error but rather a skill at play. Whispers echoed in his ears, originating from the world enemy. "My love, I've longed for you," a voice whispered in his left ear, its origin marked by a question mark, though it was unmistakably the world enemy. "Eternal devotion binds us, my dear," another voice resonated in his right ear. "You are the light in my darkness," his left ear echoed. "No one else can have you," his right ear followed. "In your absence, I ache," his left ear continued. "Every moment apart, it hurts," his right ear chimed. "Your heart belongs to me," his left ear declared. "And I belong to you, my beloved," the right ear completed. "You have been inflicted with delusion. You have been inflicted with enraptured. You have been inflicted with ensnared. You have been inflicted with embrace." For effects took place after the whispers of the world enemy, likely a result of her specialized skills. Lucian found himself burdened with several new debuffs that had been placed upon him. His movements slowed, his vision warped, and his options dwindled, with some spell hotkeys becoming inaccessible. As the dialogue concluded, Lucian witnessed a manifestation emerging from the shadowy abyss. It was a seductive and alluring figure, adorned in a revealing dress with ample cleavage on display. A veil adorned her head, leaving her face uncovered. From beneath her dress, multiple glowing green tentacles extended, matching her hair's luminescence. Her eyes gleamed with heart-shaped green pupils. Image here. "Oh, my beloved. Why can't you see? I'm the only one who loves you to such depths of devotion," the world enemy lamented, her mouth moving in a forlorn expression. Lucian couldn't help but wonder what was transpiring as he noticed her status undergoing a dramatic transformation. HP, 243,500 to 343,600. MP, 235,350 to 335,450. Her stats had surged significantly, posing an even greater threat to Lucian. "Fuck me!" Lucian shouted as he faced the dire situation. Before he could react, the previous archevil sin lust materialized behind him, catching him off guard. Lucian attempted to dodge, but the creature struck him with its claw-like appendages, inflicting a wound. "You have been inflicted with evil corrosion." Cursing his predicament, Lucian retaliated by swinging his scythe, cutting her down. She had already depleted all her HP through bleeding and immediately vanished into data. Notifications flooded Lucian's console, and he quickly cast a healing spell to remove the corrosion effect. However, this play seemed to inhibit his HP recovery, leaving him with only the ability to tend to his wounds. His HP had already dropped significantly due to the wound he sustained, and he was now at half health. "My dearest, wound me, but not yourself. My life is yours, as yours is mine. Let our souls entwine, and your pain become mine to bear." The world enemy's voice resonated in Lucian's ears, and he noticed a new dialogue box along with a new notification. "The skill Sacrificial Devotion has been used on you. A new link has been formed. You have been inflicted with lifelink of obsession." Lucian was taken aback as he saw the world enemy's HP rapidly plummet to match his own. He then gazed at the world enemy, who swung her tentacle at him. Lucian chose not to dodge, taking the attack. As expected, the tentacle inflicted 20 damage on him, but the surprising part was that she also received the same amount of damage, plus an extra point. "I see Suzun is right. This is an impossible task," Lucian chuckled, almost maniacally, as he allowed the tentacles to strike him, disregarding his HP. "It's impossible to defeat her, ahahaha." Lucian continued to laugh hysterically, then, with determination in his eyes, he summoned something he had planned to use from the beginning. "Let's see how you will break the game," Lucian muttered as he dodged another incoming tentacle, clutching the black cube tightly in his hand, his emotions running high. All Lucian needed now was an opening to cast his skill, World Break. He waited for the right moment, a moment when she would be in the middle of another dialogue, as her tentacle attack ceased. That moment came sooner than expected. "My sweet, sweet love, my obsession for you knows no bounds. I'd drown the world in madness to keep you close. Before she could finish her dialogue, Lucian sprang into action. He ran towards her, closing the distance and touching her. Then, he unleashed his most powerful skill of the world champion class, the only option left to him. World Break. Lucian activated the skill, his hand glowing as a cross-shaped light surrounded the boss. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Lucian immediately brought out the black cube and used it. Would you like to use the world item, the thing on the doorstep? Immediately after Lucian used the item, the black cube and the white cross-shaped light from the World Break skill merged together. The boss's last words echoed as her HP rapidly dropped to 0. Oh, my beloved, you've finally defeated me. Embrace me within yourself, let me be in you. Let me become one with you, let me love you forever and ever. Our desires shall merge into an eternal embrace, and game instability detected. System malfunction. Unauthorized access initiated. Error. 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 Lucian was expecting an error, but what happened next surprised him. System message, initiating character transfer. System notification, data overload detected. System error, data overload detected, compromising. System error, data overload detected, compromising. System error, data overload detected, compromising. System error, character transfer failed. System error, character integration failed. System error, access authorization failed. System error, player inventory access failed. System alert, fusion process initiated. System error, game integrity compromised. System message, player and enemy bound together. System alert, creating combined avatar. System alert, generating appropriate class. System alert, compromise detected, vice of lust. System alert, compromise detected, luxuria of lust. System message, world enemy initialization in progress. System notification, new event initiating. At the same time, the entire player base of Nibelheim received a series of notifications that marked a memorable day in the world of Nibelheim, and for those who knew more, in the entire Yggdrasil. Some players from the guild Ain Zulgaun were also in Nibelheim today, gathering drops from glacial leviathans. Although not all guild members were present, some notable ones were. Albert-san, what are you thinking? Please show a little consideration for me. I need to use death magic to fend off the monsters. Please use the correct spells next time instead of using flashy ones, Mamanga berated Albert as they stood there after defeating a glacial leviathan. Mamanga-san. You don't understand. We're magicians, we need to use cooler spells. And we could have defeated it even if we didn't use explosion or nova burn, Albert replied. Albert, Mamanga is right. You need to be careful. If Aniki wasn't there to save you, you could have been dead. And you would have gotten Mamanga killed as well. You are a magician, in the end your physical defense is weak. Perorancino berated Albert, ruffling his head. Fine, sorry, Mamanga-san, Albert apologized. It's fine, Albert-san. It's okay to use cool spells sometimes, but other times we need to be careful, Mamanga said with a smiling emoji floating before his face. Heh. Look, Mamanga is totally right. He understands the aspect of cool destruction. You guys are really Bukabukagama, standing on the sidelines, could only sigh at their conversation. They were quite something. However, as they chatted, a notification appeared in all of their vision, as well as in the visions of the entire player base of Nibelheim. This notification that will mark the beginning of something. System alert, unidentified threat detected. System message, new world enemy discovered, player origin. System notification, location coordinates revealed, Frozen Hollow Caverns. System message, confront this challenge in Frozen Hollow Caverns. Will you accept? Yes, no. Chapter 30. Riches, beauty, charm, power, and authority. What didn't she possess? She was the embodiment of the goddess of beauty, the goddess of love, the goddess of protection, the goddess of marriage, the goddess of purity, and the goddess of loyalty, all in one. She was renowned for her purity, so untainted that even death itself quivered in fear at the thought of harming her. What led this pure goddess to become a sin? How was the fallen goddess born? This story unravels the tale of a demon, born of curiosity and lust, who could never accept her own origin. In a world where a goddess resided, untainted by any sin or evil, she lived in peace. She had everything at her disposal, yet there was one thing she lacked: love. She had witnessed mortals falling in love with each other, dedicating their lives to one another, forming bonds so ethereal and unbreakable that not even death could sever them. The goddess pondered. What was it like to experience love? What did it mean to devote oneself to another? As someone whom countless people had devoted their lives to, she yearned to understand true devotion. And that's when the maddening spiral began to consume her. She asked herself every day, over and over again, did she love someone? Could she devote herself to someone? Her question gnawed at her, and she couldn't find the answer. Until one day, a mirror in her room began to glow, and from it, a message appeared. It was written so clearly, and it felt incredibly desirable, intoxicating her. Do you want to fall in love? The mirror asked. Yes, she replied. And then the transformation took place. The once goddess fell from her divine grace. The former ruler of a world now stood in a room eagerly awaiting her beloved. The prophecy had foretold. O goddess, the fallen goddess, the demon of lust, the deadly sin of lust. The first being to walk before you is the one you shall capture and make yours. Intoxication, corruption, the yearning for profound love, a seed of love. The fallen deadly sin was born. Lust, luxuria, was born. Sequence, world enemy, initiates. Sequence, 2685958. Curse protocol activated. The last notification Lucian saw before being thrown into a place where the only company he had was the story of the Lord of the deadly sin of lust. Lucian's mouth twitched as he went through a complete sequence of the story about the deadly sin. The story revealed many things, such as the goddess Curiosity's fall into the depths of obsession and love through a curse from the world devourer. This is truly fascinating, Lucian mumbled as he read yet another notification, the 30th in a row. Character integration in progress. It had been 30 minutes since he first saw the character integration progress bar appear, and it was loading at a slow speed. Lucian had never anticipated the opportunity to integrate with the world enemy when he decided to use the world item, the thing on the doorstep. While he had factored in the potential risks of using his 4 world items, he hadn't expected this outcome. What Lucian had initially thought might happen was that he would lose access to his account and perhaps gain control over the body of a world enemy along with its powers. He had prepared for any mishaps that might occur. One of his first concerns was his inventory, which he had emptied and entrusted to Mei Mei before his arrival. Secondly, he pondered what would happen if he lost control of his character. In that case, he would have another powerful character at his disposal. Even if he lost access to his primary avatar, he could still utilize the world enemy avatar. What he truly hoped for was to remove the level limit. Becoming a world enemy would grant him limitless potential, as these enemies had no level cap. After all, there were even world enemies with levels exceeding 200. He aimed to utilize the world item to disrupt the game and exploit it to his advantage. However, he had never imagined he would override the game, overload the system data, and merge with the world enemy itself. Character integration in progress. The progress bar reached 100, and Lucian's entire field of vision briefly turned black. His console, menu, and screen all vanished. What the hell? Lucian exclaimed, filled with fear as he wondered if something had gone terribly wrong. Just as he was about to forcefully log out, he was met with a radiant light, as if a doorway of light was opening. Suddenly, a gray light flashed across his vision, and just like that, he found himself lying on the same bed where the sin of lust had been sleeping before their boss fight. Error. Error. Anomaly. Anomaly. You have been inflicted with a curse. You have been inflicted with curse of devourer. You have been inflicted with a condition luxurious fetter. Your stats have increased. You have met the conditions to become a world enemy. You have acquired the racial class Vice Vritra, lust. You have acquired the racial class Deadly Demon. You have acquired the racial class Demon of Sin. You have acquired the racial class First Dragon. You have acquired the job class World Enemy. You have acquired the job class Anomaly. You have acquired the job class Menace. You have acquired the racial class Paradox. You have acquired the job class Quantum Code. You have acquired the trait Natural Armor. You have acquired the Natural Armor Binary Armament. You have acquired all the traits of the Lord of the Deadly Sin of Lust. You have acquired all the abilities of Lord of the Deadly Sin of Lust. You have acquired all the skills of Lord of the Deadly Sin of Lust. You have acquired all the spells of Lord of the Deadly Sin of Lust. You have acquired the ownership of Lust's abode. You have unlocked X. Your level cap has been removed. A moment passed. 2 moments passed. Lucian stared at his screen as not tens but hundreds of notifications flooded his vision. Lucian found himself surrounded by numerous notifications, each providing him with a broader range of abilities and explanations for them. Just what the hell happened? Lucian wondered aloud as he examined his new console. His vision was different now. It had transformed from the previous golden and white interface to a black and neon green one. He glanced at his menus and was shocked to find that certain options were no longer available. The Friends, Party, Customization, Community, Cash Shop, and Chat functions are all gone. What? I can't even buy Cash Shop items now. Lucian shouted in frustration, realizing he couldn't access his beloved Cash Shop, which had been his go-to for in-game purchases. Guess I'll have to ask Mei Mei to buy stuff for me now, Lucian said with a sigh. He then noticed something extraordinary about his avatar. Wow! He exclaimed as he examined his left hand. It appeared pitch black with neon green light nerves visibly swirling in and out, forming intricate patterns on his palms and hands, as if they were made of data. It was only when he pulled up his profile that he realized the full extent of his new avatar's transformation. Lucian's avatar appeared before him, and his eyes widened in awe. He now possessed striking silver-gray hair that flowed wildly down his back. His face was more beautiful than the previous Sin Luxuria, almost as if it was wasted on him. His eyes, a hypnotizing green, resembled swirling stars within a galaxy. His left hand was entirely covered in black, with neon green veins and data visibly pulsating beneath. His right arm was similar but with patches of milky white skin. His entire body was encased in a form-fitting bodysuit of the deepest black, with a central opening that resembled an eye. Inside this eye, a pattern emerged, blending seamlessly with neon green and black, creating an illusion of an ever-watchful eye. There was no trace of Lucian's previous armor or gear. This was a transformation beyond his wildest expectations. This is cool. I really did break the game after all, Lucian laughed out loud as he examined his visible interface. He was eager to check his stats, but before doing so, he had something else to investigate. Lucian promptly accessed his inventory options and examined his character profile, specifically the section for body gear. He noticed that all the options for equipping gear were grayed out, and when he attempted to select them, they were marked as unavailable. Well, that's troubling, Lucian remarked as he glanced around. He wondered if his weapons were still nearby and, fortunately, found them lying right next to him on the bed. Thank goodness I didn't want to ask another world champion for their gear, Lucian mused. However, when he tried to pick up his staff and scythe, he encountered yet another obstacle. Your binary armament has overridden the armament authority. You can't hold a gear. Frustrated by his inability to access his inventory, Lucian exclaimed, well fuck. He attempted to use the function that would normally add nearby weapons to his inventory, but he was met with yet another unavailable option. Feeling stuck, Lucian concluded, well, I'm screwed. I need to call Mei Mei. She can add it to her inventory so that I can use it later after I maybe level up or ask Suzun for help. He refused to continue playing the game without the ability to equip anything and knew he needed to have a conversation with Suzun. With no other immediate options, Lucian decided to open his stats and take a look before deciding on his next course of action. IGN. Lucy. Heatermorph. Alignment. Sin, Break, Faded. Karma. Level. Racial class. Vampire, LVL, 10. Transcendent Vampire, LVL, 5. Vice Vritra, Lust, LVL, 1. Deadly Demon, LVL, 1. Demon of Sin, LVL, 1. First Dragon, LVL, 1. Paradox, LVL, 1. Job Class. Blood Sworn, LVL, 10. Blood Saint, LVL, 5. Sea Lancer, LVL, 5. Arcane Disciple, LVL, 15. Arcane Master, LVL, 10. Arcane Supreme, LVL, 5. Greatest Einherjar, LVL, 5. Light Sworn, LVL, 10. Divine Saint, LVL, 5. Twilight Sage, LVL, 5. World Enemy, LVL, 1. Menace, LVL, 1. Anomaly, LVL, 1. Quantum Code, LVL, 1. HP, 12001200. MP, 14561456. PHY. ATK, 930. PHY. Def, 932. Agility, 985. Mag. ATK, 1160. Mag. Def, 1267. Resist, 1109. Special, 1356. Well, I expected it to be way more than this, but it's acceptable, Lucian muttered to himself, sounding somewhat ungrateful. He realized that these stats were more than sufficient to defeat any world enemy, excluding the World Devourer. However, he also knew he could enhance his stats further with his Valkyries. Yet, he was growing tired of relying on them. Let's get out of here first, Lucian said, determined to leave the place. He got up from the ornate bed, a bed that seemed almost designed to announce his presence to the world. Lucian's eyes locked onto a spot in the spacious boss room as he extended his hand for a second and shouted, "Come forth, my maidens." Activating the skill acquired from the world enemy of lust, the entire room shimmered with magic circles, summoning a staggering 700 cardinal sins of lust, all of whom knelt down. Man, it really feels cringe calling it out like that, Lucian commented with a sigh. He made his way to the entrance of the room, feeling reluctant about leaving his weapons behind. However, he knew he couldn't contact Mei Mei from within the room and needed to call her from outside. Lucian opened the door and passed through a shimmering veil, appearing at the top of a flight of stairs. Cardinal sins flanked either side of the stairs, their eyes tracking his every move as he descended. Lucian descended the stairs and stood in front of the door. He took a deep breath before opening it, but as soon as he did, he was surprised, shocked, and utterly flabbergasted by what greeted him. However, before he could react to what he saw, a notification appeared. New quest. The world enemy is a menace to the world. Description. As a world enemy, you are tasked with eliminating all players in your vicinity. Rewards. Every player killed will grant you 1 stat point. Upon defeating an entire world, you will gain exclusive access to the heart of Yggdrasil. Punishment. Death will result in a permanent ban. Chapter 31. A player donning a maid uniform with long black hair ran across the cold grounds of Nibelheim. She had a rather peculiar maid uniform that appeared armored and had a beautiful face coupled with swirling, black hole-like eyes. She was currently running in a cave system, trying to find the cave ruin where her master awaited her. Just where is this frozen hollow of sin? Mei Mei ran all around the cave ruins. Just 20 minutes ago, she received an in-game call from her master, and he wanted her to log in immediately and meet him at the frozen hollow of sin, which was in Nibelheim. She was doing chores, cleaning the house, and preparing food, but she had to stop all her work to meet her master's unreasonable demands. And she just couldn't say no to him, even though it would be troublesome for her to leave all her work. Her master, a few hours ago, had for some reason transferred his entire inventory to her because apparently, he needed to try something, and she wondered if it was also related to that something. Mei Mei continued her search as she went around different cave ruins, entering and exiting with great efficiency. Usually, she wouldn't have such problems finding her master in the game because her noble stalker, class allowed her to use the skill Shadow Slave, which basically allowed her to have a bond with a person and immediately appear beside them. When she logged in and checked the skill options, there was no option to appear in the shadow of Lucian. That's also why she was a little worried. Why that happened, she didn't think much of it. She checked her friend list, which had only one friend, Lucian, and she was also not able to see him there, as if he were not even playing the game. But she was sure he was in the game because when she heard his words in the call, she could hear some BGM of attacks and stuff. I hope he's not doing something troublesome, Mei Mei muttered to herself as she ran around, leaving shadows behind her. Just as she was about to enter another cave ruins to look inside, she saw some players running in the same direction. Right. I'm definitely participating in this raid. One of the heteromorphic players said he looked like a spirit. We can't be too sure. What if this world enemy is super strong? His friend, the player running beside him, looked like a plant, asked. Like hell. Didn't you read the quest request? It's a player who turned himself into a world enemy. The origin is a player, that means he can't be that OP. We can get some good rewards if we kill him, said the player. Sigh, let's just see what Frozen Hallow of Sin holds, replied the other player. Mei Mei heard the two heteromorph players running towards one of the cave ruins. She had an ability from her Noble Stalker class called Whispers of the Wind, which allows her to listen any conversation going on between players, even if she was further away from them. Looks like Master is again creating trouble, Mei Mei muttered as she used her ability Shadow Meld, to immediately blend together with the shadow the players, following them without their knowledge. They were both level 100 players, but unless they had specific detection skills, they would never be able to discover her. Soon, she arrived in what appeared to be a frozen cavern with a gaping maw that was covered in sharp icicles. She allowed the players to enter the cavern before she immediately vanished, dispersing as if she were the wind. The cavern inside was labyrinthine, and she had to navigate using her skills to reach the center of it. Unlike the players, who seemed to have taken some quest that allowed them to easily navigate through the cavern. After 5 more minutes of navigating, she finally reached the center of the cavern. Her central vision confirmed it. However, the scene taking place was. The entire enormous cavern was surrounded by players, so many that counting them all was difficult. However, what she witnessed at the center was the most beautiful sight. Shit. Fuck. I'm die dash. Ag goddamn. I can't even deal one Dama dash. Devs will definitely ban yo dash. What is this, Mei Mei muttered to herself as she gazed at the carnage taking place. The players were flying here and there, vanishing after dying, and new players appearing afterward and doing the same. At the center of this carnage stood a beauty, whose presence overshadowed all the players there. Despite some eccentric players with many effects, this individual simply standing there with a calm face, platinum hair cascading down his back. Green swirling eyes, and black irises, a third eye on his forehead shone with an eerie light, eclipsing them all. He held a pitch-black scythe, its appearance as dark as an endless night. He swung the scythe, and with each swing, players either took massive damage or were outright killed. Mei Mei checked the player's status. No. It was not a player, it was a boss. He had a huge boss HP bar. And not just any boss. It was a world enemy. An enemy that threatened the world. Master Mei Mei muttered as she looked at her master's new form. It was undeniably beautiful, but nothing could compare to her master's true face. As for how she knew it was her master. How naive could anyone be? She was the self-proclaimed perfect maid, well-versed in every aspect of her master's identity. This included not only the obvious details but also the nuances, like the way he shifted his scythe from hand to hand every 5 seconds, his precise scythe swings, the method by which he seized the players, and even the way he employed his skills. She knew it all. We can't defeat him this way, one of the heteromorphic players said, frustration apparent after engaging the boss for 20 minutes without inflicting a single point of damage. What's wrong, mortals? The Sin, the world enemy, inquired with a sly tone. Surprised to see a player as a world enemy? The players gazed at him with a mix of worry and anticipation. They had already reported this unusual occurrence to the game developers and received a notification that it would be fixed soon. Yet, the players were driven by the allure of the rewards. The quest offered substantial rewards, and there was a high chance for the world enemy to drop rare loot or even a world item. Encountering a world enemy was exceedingly rare, as they were hidden secret bosses. However, when an announcement spread to every player in the world, more and more players flocked to the scene, replacing those who fell. Even the fallen players quickly returned, hoping to contribute to the world enemy's defeat. Despite it being a player origin, this world enemy proved to be an insurmountable challenge, toying with the countless players who attempted to bring it down. The endless sea of players greeted Lucian as soon as he exited the dungeon door. It was followed by a notification announcing a new quest, filling him with excitement. Without hesitation, Lucian delved into the crowd of players. Now that he had broken the level limit, he could play as much as he wanted. Immediately, he utilized his sin skills to weaken them by 30%, and then the carnage began. The first line of players fell to a single strike of the Burning Sin Lance, a spell that unleashed massive area of effect damage. With Lucian's stats, one attack was all it took to annihilate them. However, the continuous influx of players persisted, attacking him relentlessly. His first move was to contact Mei Mei and call her for assistance. Afterward, he examined his new abilities, which were undeniably interesting. After using an ability Reality of Sin, which was likely the ultimate skill of the sin of lust that she never got to use, Lucian's body began to undergo a significant transformation. His sclera turned black, and a third eye opened on his forehead. As Lucian grew weary of dealing damage solely through his skills, he activated another ability called Binary Armament. This ability not only turned his body into natural armor but also, when combined with the Quantum Form ability, enabled him to conjure a weapon surpassing divine class. All he had to do was utilize the ability, and a black scythe materialized, a scythe he could control as if it were his own limb. Lucian continued his battle, efficiently slashing and dealing damage with his scythe, as he became increasingly exhilarated. He felt intoxicated and detached from reality, reveling in the overwhelming sensation of power, even within the game. Master. Lucian snapped back to reality upon hearing the familiar voice. He turned to see a black shadow swiftly dispatching a player, then appearing beside him. Lucian refrained from attacking her and allowed her to approach. It was Mei Mei, her tone as usual, expressing both concern and nonchalance. "What's going on, Master? Have you finally broken the game?" she inquired. "Mei Mei, I need your help," Lucian said as he hurled his scythe towards a row of players, causing it to inflict damage to multiple targets before transforming into a fluid-like substance that flowed back to him, almost as if it were alive. Mei Mei responded with a hint of humor and a touch of pride. "What kind of help would a world enemy need from a weak player like me?" Lucian's expression turned serious. "Now's not the time for joke. You see, after using a world item, I'm unable to do certain player activities. So, I need you to retrieve my gear. My beloved scythe, my beautiful armor, and my dear staff are all down there." He pointed behind him while casting a spell to deal AoE damage to the relentless wave of players. He had already eliminated over 400 players, yet more continued to spawn. "As you wish," Mei Mei replied, vanishing as the entrance to the dungeon behind Lucian swung open. "Let's see, I think I can get more stat points if I keep this going," Lucian muttered to himself as the black liquid that had looked alive transformed back into a black scythe with intricate designs. In the other end of the cavern, a goat demon was flying at a fast speed towards the center of the cavern. He swiftly traversed the entire cavern and arrived at the center of the cavern, which shocked him as he witnessed players, warriors, and mages alike being killed. Spells were being cast, but they had no effect on the enemy at all. "This is carnage," Ulbert muttered to himself as he observed the chaos unfolding. No one was around him because he had come here alone, despite asking his friends to join him. "Time to show them what the great demon of disaster of Ain's Ul Gown is capable of," Ulbert said as he decided to cast his most destructive supertier spell, aiming it at the world enemy's location. The world enemy looked ethereal but exuded tremendous pressure. "What?" Ulbert shouted as he glanced at his stats, which had been reduced by 30%. "This is cheating." Albert exclaimed just as a player flew towards him. First time? Asked the now vanishing player. TCH. I'll deal damage, Albert said as he cast his spell. A massive dome-like magic circle materialized, encircling Albert at its center. However, this magic circle differed from the typical white and crystalline ones, as it was an intense shade of red, prompting other players to cast curious glances towards Albert. Albert? Lucian muttered, spotting the goat demon in the distance, positioned at the epicenter of the super-tier magic circle. Lucian was very familiar with that specific magic circle. It was the unmistakable precursor to a super-tier spell of destruction, the most potent of its kind. Well done, Lucian acknowledged, fully aware of the impending grand catastrophe. He had wanted that spell at one point in his journey. Seeing his friend again after such a long time brought a genuine smile to his face, and what thrilled him even more was realizing that Albert had achieved the full potential of his disaster heritage. The unusual red hue of the super-tier spell and the roaring flames within each circle of the magic circle made it abundantly clear. Very good. Let's face this head-on, Lucian declared. Swinging his scythe, he carved a path through the players and then turned his attention to the goat demon, who stood in his characteristic cool pose. Albert raised his right hand, locking eyes with his adversary. Man, I've missed this feeling, Lucian confessed, his excitement surging as he gazed at Albert. Echo, primordial forces of ruin, Albert muttered as he initiated the spell. Surprisingly, Lucian refrained from attacking him, leaving both the other players and even Albert himself puzzled. Nevertheless, Albert maintained his composure and continued with the incantation. Erupt, the ultimate catastrophe, Albert went on. Weep, the tears of despair and regret, he concluded, reciting the phrase while intentionally breaking an item he had never intended to use before his friends. But they were not here, so he was free to use it. Grand catastrophe, Albert muttered as he shattered an hourglass in his hand, causing the magic circle to expand. Around Albert, blue flames began to swirl, forming a blazing vortex with him at its center. Soon, however, the vortex expanded abruptly, emitting a deafening noise unlike any other spell. A torrent of azure flames roared in every direction, devouring everything in its insatiable hunger for destruction. Even Lucian found himself bathed in these azure flames, which seemed to sear his body. However, Lucian was aware that it would have no effect on him. Or so he thought. What? Lucian exclaimed, still engulfed by the vortex of azure flames. He leaped backward, but then he realized something was wrong. His body was growing heavy, as if he could no longer move. Soon, the vortex dissipated, revealing a kneeling Lucian. Yo! I really did it. Albert exclaimed in excitement as he ran back. His MP reaching rock bottom. The other players had mixed reactions upon seeing Lucian's condition. Some were angry because they had taken damage due to Albert's spell, while others held hope because Lucian was the first person to damage the boss significantly, having taken a substantial chunk of its HP. Let's do it. Let's attack. It's the best time to kill it. The unorganized players, each acting on their own, began to attack Lucian. In return, Lucian fought back, killing many of them. However, something was amiss. He started taking damage himself. What the hell is happening? Lucian shouted as he attempted to dodge a 10th tier gravity maelstrom spell, yet he still took damage inexplicably. Is this some glitch? Some ability that's siphoning my HP, Lucian wondered aloud. He checked his skills and abilities, but there was nothing noteworthy. It didn't take long before Lucian's HP was plummeting to 0. He had allocated all his stat points to HP, but he was still losing it rapidly. Reality slash, a slash tore through space and struck Lucian as he stood there, no longer attempting to defend because it seemed futile. Finally, his HP hit 0, and Lucian stood there. Strangely, there was no frustration or anger on his avatar's face. And like that, for the first time, the player Lucy died. Your HP has reached 0. You have died. Lucian saw those notifications before finding himself in what appeared to be a very familiar room. However, the room had a different color scheme, adorned mostly with glistening crystals. Location, Administrative Platform. Chapter 32. Mr. Lucian heard a voice from behind him as he gazed at the room. He turned to see an avatar of what appeared to be a man sitting in a seat. Behind the man, there was a very familiar, vague brown-haired girl's avatar. I assume you're already aware that you've broken the game, creating scenarios that are very, very, very unlikely to happen, the man stated with authority in his voice. Yes. And? Lucian replied nonchalantly. Are you aware that what you've done might possibly cause other players to be outraged at the game, potentially even impacting our reviews negatively? Asked the developer or whomever he was. Yes, but I didn't cheat. All I did was use the methods available to players, and the outcome I reached was only natural, Lucian argued as he took a seat. His gaze unwavering on the vague avatar of what appeared to be a middle-aged man, whose figure was also indistinct and very NPC-like. Unfortunately, Mr. Lucian, we will have to permanently ban you for cheating in the game. And who are you to do that? Lucian inquired, a hidden smirk behind his avatar. His eyes then shifted to the brown-haired humanoid figure behind the man, noticing her shivering. I'm the head developer of Yggdrasil and one of the board members, the man introduced himself. My name is Tgthegood, he added before getting up. I regret to inform you that I'll have to delete your account and permanently ban you from the game. Mr. Lucian, you've disrupted the entire system, said Tgthegood. We'd also like to inquire about your purchase history, as we've noticed some rather suspicious activities. Come on, Kirin-kun, bring up this young man's purchase history for me, the man continued, prompting the woman behind him, Susan, to retrieve Lucian's purchase history. Yes, sir, Susan replied hesitantly. Her apprehension wasn't due to her boss, but rather because of the young man sitting in front of her. She feared him more than her superior, who remained unaware of Lucian's true identity. Despite using the company's data to uncover the player's name, they had only managed to find his first name. That's why the head developer was addressing him by his first name, as he was unaware of any additional information. Their attempts to access more data had been unsuccessful. Immediately, a list appeared in front of the head developer, and he scrolled through the screen while listing some things out. 17 chests of high WCs worth 500 yen. 7 arcane crown, fire worth 7600 yen. 50 mana dominators worth 3 million yen. 6 resurrection globe worth 750 yen. 34 elixirs of miracle worth 3 million yen. 500 flame talismans, type, Nova Ever9 worth 3 million yen. And 700 cardinal evil sins, lust, the developer completed recounting Lucian's most recent purchases. These are the most recent purchases, all made within 24 hours. Not to mention, you only stopped buying after reaching the limit of 3 million yen, which is in place to prevent the game from breaking. Lucian remained silent as he sat there, growing increasingly irritated by the head developer's behavior. The man was acting like an all-knowing, randomly appearing omnipotent being in simpler terms, an ROB random omnipotent being. However, Lucian didn't like the feeling of being controlled or monitored, so he fixed his gaze on the head developer. So, why did you buy the 700 cardinal evil sins? And how did you know that you would need a total of 700 to unlock the doorway to sin? The head developer asked as he slammed his hand on the table, creating a loud cracking noise. Even a child could guess what the developer was trying to do. He was attempting to intimidate Lucian. However, Lucian was not the type to be intimidated by a mere head developer of a DMMO-RPG. He had faced far more intimidating challenges. Like his maid, who was way more intimidating in bed than this guy trying to act like a villain. Do you know that, under the VR Criminal Regulation Act, Section 6.3.5.1, intimidation within the VR world is considered a criminal offense? It can lead to investigation and prosecution under the law, Lucian calmly stated. This includes creating fear or emotional harm in another user through any means of realistic simulation or threat. Lucian smiled, though his avatar remained stoic. The head developer didn't flinch. He knew he held the power here. It was his game, after all. He also believed this player was cheating, as there was no other explanation for someone spending so much money in Yggdrasil every day. Are you implying that I'm a criminal? The head developer asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. And who will prove it? He added, almost giggling. My lawyer will, Lucian replied nonchalantly. What? The developer shouted, clearly taken aback by the unexpected threat. Yes, the head developer of the DMMO-RPG, Yggdrasil. My lawyer will be the one contacting you. You've resorted to intimidation to force a player to quit the game, falsely accused the same player of cheating without any evidence, and denied me the rewards I rightfully earned, even though I didn't cheat. You'll need a capable lawyer to handle the legal actions I'm prepared to take, Lucian confidently stated as he rose from his seat, a hint of amusement in his way of speaking, almost as if he is having fun. Charges include breach of contract, defamation, unfair business practices, privacy violation, and virtual intimidation, Lucian added, once again pointing his finger at the head developer. You'll have to deal with this civil lawsuit. Lucian concluded. While he wasn't a legal expert, he had acquired some basic knowledge, thanks to his highly intelligent maid who continually educated him on effective player tactics. Moreover, his father had imparted a valuable lesson to him over the years: when faced with intimidation, respond with tenfold intimidation. Lucian was fully committed to this course of action. Are you attempting to threaten me? The head developer questioned with a heavy tone. Lucian raised an unseen eyebrow and muttered, the kettle calling the pot black, huh? I've merely stated the actions I plan to take against the developers who've taken away an avatar I've painstakingly built over 3 years, wasting countless hours and millions. You're just trying to gain an upper hand in this situation. It's clear you're cheating. Spending millions on gacha items is sheer stupidity. Let me verify the legality of all your transactions first. The head developer then opened the transaction menu, which was only available to head developer, and examined the transactions. They all appeared legitimate, coming from the same bank with matching names. However, there was a question about the source of the money. Why would the Evans Corporation be giving money to you? The head developer inquired, now visibly sweating. The Evans Corporation was a widely known conglomerate, not only in Japan but also around the world, and he was well aware of its prominence. Because it's mine, Lucian stated matter-of-factly. Stop lying and tell me the truth. Are you an employee of the Evans Corporation? It appears we'll need to conduct a thorough investigation into all your data, the head developer declared, once again attempting to intimidate Lucian. It won't be necessary, Lucian said as he accessed his menu, now with all functions available, including the option to make real-world calls while in the virtual world. He dialed the numbers and placed a call. Hello, Mei. Yes, have you completed the task I asked for? Thanks. Anyway, no. They're banning me, apparently. Yeah, hurry up. I want to log out, but the head developer is trying to intimidate me. No need to take things too far. Why would you even think that? That's horrifying, please stop, Mei. Phew, good, I'll wait for 5 more minutes. Yeah, Lucian's voice was clear, and the head developer listened to what seemed like a conversation with someone named Mei. Yeah, prepare the cream rolls for me. Bye, Lucian concluded the call and turned his attention to the head developer. His eyes also fell on Suzun, who had been silent all this time but now wanted to speak up. Mr. Cookie, I think we can come to a mutual conclusion if we try to talk it out, Suzun suggested, bowing her head to the head developer. Kirin-kun, are you implying that I'm incompetent and can't even handle this issue myself? The head developer asked grumpily. It's not that, it's just that we might get in trouble, Suzun began to explain when Lucian cut in, echoing her words. Oh, believe me, you will get in a lot of trouble, Lucian said with a smile. Suzun could see through that avatar, that sinister smile that always represented disaster for her. So what are you going to do, Mr. Lucian? We are going to permanently ban your account and have you banned from ever playing Yggdrasil again, the head developer said, bringing up a screen and tapping on an option to ban Lucian's avatar. Sure, go ahead, ban me. I dare you, Lucian responded calmly. This calmness troubled the head developer. It wasn't easy for most people to remain so composed in a situation where they could potentially face criminal accusations or be banned from playing a game they had invested so much money in. Lucian glanced at Suzun with a mischievous smile, noticing her waving her hand as if signaling him not to involve her. This only fueled Lucian's desire to tease her. Susan, you're not going to help your boyfriend? He playfully taunted. Susan, in her embarrassment and fear, hit her head on the desk. Lucian's teasing was relentless, and she found herself at his mercy. Kirin Kuan. The head developer turned to her with a serious expression. Do you know this player? He was growing more suspicious of Susan now. No, sir, I don't know him. Susan quickly denied. Considering I'm getting a lot of promotions these days, he probably thought of using me as a scapegoat. Please don't believe him. Is that so? Lucian chuckled, enjoying Susan's reaction. Just then, the screen of the head developer vibrated as if he were receiving a call. Kirin Kuan, try to get any information out of him. I'm getting a call from the head director, the head developer said in a hurry before logging out. Lucien. The moment the head developer logged out, Susan immediately lunged at Lucian, shouting and started punching him in the chest. Why did you have to break the game? Weren't you overpowered enough? God damn. Susan shouted as she held on to Lucian's avatar's waist while also continuing to punch it. Did you really miss me that much, Susan? I thought you said you didn't want to spend a second with me, even if it's in VR, Lucian teased, holding on to the punching avatar of the girl. I said that because it's true. I would rather spend time with you in real life. But you have been fucked, Susan immediately shouted, then realized what Lucian was trying to do. What? Continue. Lucian urged her to go on. You goddamn freak. Susan exclaimed, trying to kick him, but Lucian skillfully dodged her. Susan, my reflexes have improved since I started playing Yggdrasil. They are better than yours at least now, Lucian proudly said as he continued to dodge Susan's punches and kicks. You freak. You should show some sympathy for me at least. Susan shouted as she swung her hand toward Lucian to punch him again, but this time he caught her punch and pulled her into a warm embrace, even though it was barely felt in the virtual world. Stop toying with me. Susan demanded as she tried to break free, but it was Lucian, even if it was just an avatar. My dear Susan, you are such a cute girl, you care so much for me, you even hid the truth of my greatest Idrasil class. And you even hid the fact that I have more than 23 world items, even though you could have told him and put all the blame on me. As expected, you really are a tsundere, Lucian said as he gently rubbed the head of Susan's brown-haired avatar. Despite wanting to punch him and break his face, she couldn't refute his words because they were the truth. You should show some sympathy to me then, Susan muttered as she punched Lucian, although her punches were as weak as a toddler's. Sure, I'll shower you with all the attention you want, but can you tell me something? I'm curious about it, Lucian said in a rather curious tone. What? Susan asked, still holding on to his waist. You know, when I used that world item, as you predicted, a fourth factor took place. What happened was that I actually fused with that world enemy. But you know, Susan, I was actually quite surprised by the classes it gave me, Lucian said in a very innocent way, as if he were genuinely curious. What? Tell me. What do you want to know? Susan asked, now eager to answer his question. Although she hadn't realized it, one of the joys in Susan's life was definitely quenching Lucian's curiosity. She loved giving him answers to his weird and crazy questions about the game. In fact, she always hoped for a message from Lucian every day, and even if it was about the game, she would be very happy with it. You see, Susan, I received the class First Dragon, which is pretty weird because I thought the 7 deadly sins were demons, Lucian said as he held Susan tighter, tightening the hug. Oh. That's because the 7 deadly sins were originally supposed to be dragons, but the head developer got tired of seeing only dragons in the game as bosses. So, he asked for the 7 deadly sins to be changed into demons. However, in their lore, they are all the children of the world devourer, the first dragon, and are also considered the first dragons, all cursed by him, Susan explained in a rather masterful way. Oh, as expected from my Susan, you know everything, Lucian said as he patted her head, complimenting her. Susan acted as if she had already forgotten whatever took place before. In fact, it was all very easy. Lucian could easily manipulate Susan. After all, she was a rather pure girl who could be manipulated easily as long as you had her heart bound to you by a thread. From using her name in every sentence, to hugging her tighter when asking a question to make her feel important, to using dear every time to make her feel even better, it was all a tactic. Lucian was a scumbag, using Suzun right now. Lucian, you are going to lose your avatar. Are you going to create a new one? Do you want my help? Although I can't give you a cheat class because there isn't one, I can still give you locations of world items, and it'll definitely help you at least reach higher than other players. Suzun said as she looked at Lucian with shining eyes, eager to help right now, even though she was cursing just moments ago. Women are easy, if you can understand their hearts. No, 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 no. Don't misunderstand, dear Suzun. No one's avatar is getting deleted, and certainly not mine, Lucian said as he gave Suzun a hug. But just as she was about to melt into it, he abruptly shoved her away, shocking her. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized. I'm very sorry. The head developer bowed his head. Mr. Evans, I didn't know you were playing Yggdrasil. I'm very sorry for my earlier speech, the head developer profusely apologized, refusing to lift his head up. Lucian looked at Suzun and gave her a smirk. Even though his avatar didn't show it, Suzun could see Lucian's smirk, which said, "See, I told you." However, she didn't smile back, rather, she was angry at him for how he shoved her away. Although she appreciated it because she didn't want to be embarrassed, she still hated the fact that he did that. So, when are we appearing in court, Mr. Head Developer? Lucian asked in a playful tone, almost as if he were teasing him. The old man was pissed off at how such a young man was trying to tease him and provoke him, but he couldn't do anything, otherwise, his job would be the least of his worries. Surely you are joking, the head developer said as he lifted his head to address Lucian. Mr. Evans, although we have the data of your avatar, my assistant here has already compressed and saved it. But, we have deleted your player profile. So, unfortunately, you'll have to restart your Yggdrasil journey, progressing through the campaign and other activities. Although we could have reinstated the old avatar, due to the system perceiving you as a world enemy, a monster, we weren't able to do anything about it, the head developer explained to Lucian. Lucian thought for a moment before asking. Are you going to take away all my privileges and classes I obtained through the world enemy? Lucian asked with a serious expression. No, 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 no. The head developer hurriedly denied, shaking his head. I would never do that. But we would have to convert it into player data, which will take time. At most, a week. Said the head developer. Will you take away all my stat gains? Lucian inquired. No. Mr. Evans, you received a boost of 300 in every stat after becoming a world enemy. We won't be taking that away. However, we will be removing the 400 stat points you obtained after killing the 400 players, the head developer explained, sweating nervously. But didn't they attack me first? I think it was fine to PK anyone as long as you are able to deal with it, Lucian countered. No, that's not the problem. The thing is, those stat points were corrupted. The reason your HP plummeted to 0 was also because of that corrupted data. Otherwise, it would have taken us more time to infiltrate your system, the head developer clarified. That should be fine then. If you are changing my player profile, can I choose my name this time? Last time, I was not able to access my name because it was already taken, Lucian requested politely. Sure. Just give us the name, the head developer asked, showing a businesslike smile. He was expecting a huge bonus check tonight. Lucian Eternus. Yes, that should be fine, Lucian confirmed. That should be fine then. Please, you can log out for the time being, and we will work on decompressing your world enemy data and converting it into player data, the head developer said, looking at Suzun. Kirin-kun, you should entertain our guest and be kind, the head developer instructed seriously before logging out. He had no intention of doing any work. His plan was to ask his employees to handle it later. He disappeared as soon as he logged out. So, my dear Suzun, what do you think? Was I able to rectify the situation? Lucian asked with a smile, though it was hidden beneath his avatar. You really went above and beyond, Suzun said as she giggled, finding the experience of her superiors trying to bootlick Lucian quite amusing. Well, I'm somewhat of a bee under myself, Lucian replied with a laugh. Chapter 33. The rumor that a player had become a world enemy didn't take long to spread throughout the entirety of Yggdrasil, no longer confined to the world of Niflheim. The entire Yggdrasil wiki was filled with questions, and 2channel was buzzing with players discussing the matter. It had been 6 days, and the devs hadn't given a response to the situation. The only information available was that many players had banded together to defeat the world enemy player, and in the end, they were able to kill it with the help of a powerful Samaritan demon player who had cast a supertier spell. On the 7th day after the world enemy player's defeat, the devs finally replied to the Yggdrasil page. They posted a reply on the forum where they apologized for everything that had happened and explained that the chaos had been caused by a player who used a world item. This revelation stirred up the players even more, increasing their determination to find world items. If one player could find a world item and turn into a world enemy, then there was a chance that others could do the same. Players began searching for clues and locations related to other sins, hoping to unlock another path to becoming a world enemy by using cardinal sins and sacrificing them in places related to sin. Additionally, it was revealed that the player who had become the world enemy was the former world champion of Muspelheim. The fact that the Muspelheim champion had disappeared from the servers had become widely known among players. In response, an announcement was made that a new world tournament would take place in Muspelheim to determine the successor to the defeated champion. This news added even more excitement and anticipation to the Yggdrasil community as players eagerly awaited the upcoming tournament. Apocrypha 099, are they really holding another tournament? Does this mean we won't have the World Champion tournament where all the world champions would battle until the most powerful one is decided? Kekekek 188, the player was definitely banned for life from ever playing Yggdrasil. I kind of feel bad, though, that he got banned for using the world item that was supposed to break the game. He got banned for that. Smurfcat77, nah, he deserved it. Why would you do something so stupid as to announce your presence to the world? If I got that class, I would keep it hidden until I encountered more world enemies and probably solo some dungeons to get massive rewards for my guild. Social Credit 99, are you stupid? The devs would obviously find out sooner or later. It's dumb. Shady Knight _X, honestly, this world enemy player thing is a total game changer. Makes me wonder what other epic secrets Yggdrasil's got stashed away. Dark Ninjation 511, totally agree, bro. Who knows, there could be more of those hidden world items just waiting for some lucky player to stumble upon. Mastergunner09, yeah, it's a risky game. I mean, look at what went down with that Muspelheim champ. You've gotta tread carefully, no doubt. Gigabyte _453, it's like the ultimate thrill, right? Imagine the power. Straight Queen _Gamergrill, I'm all about playing it safe. Yggdrasil's meant to be fun, not a ban fest. Let's keep it enjoyable without going overboard. Return _to _monkey, agreed, but I can't help but be curious about those world items. Imagine the possibilities. Waifu _4 Lifu 22, as tempting as it is, I don't think I'd want to turn into a world enemy. I'd rather explore the game with my friends and build a legendary guild. Play Exploder, each to their own, I guess. Yggdrasil always has something new up its sleeve, and I'm here for the adventure. Some players were discussing the possibilities and what they would do if they were in a similar situation, along with other topics that the discussion had sparked their curiosity about. Soon, the time for the World Tournament of Muspelheim came, and many players who had missed the chance for the World Champion class before once again participated in the Muspelheim tournament. This time, the tournament lasted only 1 day instead of 3, and all the players were thrown into an arena to fight until only 100 of them remained. As the tournament began, everyone's eyes were fixated on a single player. The player cleaved through opponents one by one with their scythe, which glistened with bloody red ferocity as they swung and killed players left and right. Hey! That player, she looks gorgeous. Do you think it's a female behind it? Or just fat ass with a his fetish avatar? One of the players asked as they watched the battle in the arena. Whatever the case might be, this player is definitely very powerful. Look, there are even rankers in the fray, yet the player isn't afraid, the other player replied. In fact, even the commentators were talking about it. The player had wild, long silver hair cascading down their back, with arched eyebrows, long eyelashes and an enchantingly androgynous face that made others perceive them as female. They wore armor that resembled more of a coat and noble attire. Their ears were slightly pointy, resembling a vampire. Who else could this player be but Lucian? Lucian participated in this tournament because he wanted the world champion title, even though he already had the class. When the devs deleted his player profile, they also erased his status as the world champion. Despite having the world champion class, they removed the Muspelheim champion spot from the server. This led to the creation of a new tournament to determine the Muspelheim champion. Usually, Lucian wouldn't have considered participating, but he decided to join to acquire more world champion items. Plus, no one could even challenge him, as he effortlessly progressed through the finale without taking a single point of damage. In his final battle, he was greeted by a very familiar monk player, although he had changed his build slightly and improved. However, Lucian effortlessly defeated him before acquiring the title of world champion, which was the class he already possessed. The dev responsible for the world tournament was Suzun, making it quite easy for Lucian to obtain the world champion class items he desired. As the news spread about the first female winning a world tournament and becoming a world champion avatar-wise, it created quite a buzz in the Yggdrasil community. Since they had never heard the player's voice to determine whether it was male or female, numerous theories and conspiracies began circulating about this mysterious, overpowered player. I can't believe the ocean is this much fun otherwise. I would have explored the oceans of Yggdrasil way earlier, Lucian muttered to himself as he swam through the water. His entire body was covered in a blue light, and instead of legs, he had fish-like fins, resembling a mermaid. His beautiful blue scales glistened with an azure shine, and with each flap of his fin, he moved at a rapid speed, breaking through water barriers. Lucian gracefully maneuvered through the water, his fins creating vortexes as he traveled through the vibrant and clean ocean. Monster fishes swam around him, along with various plants, trees, and other elements to explore on the ocean floor. Some underwater cities existed, but most were rarely explored or entirely uncharted. This was another of Lucian's Sea Lancer class skills that allowed him not only to breathe underwater but also grow fins to negate any agility and maneuvering differences. I wish the water of the real world could have been as clean as this too, Lucian muttered. The oceans of the real world were hopelessly polluted, and this beauty only existed here. As Lucian continued exploring, he spotted a huge green crab-like monster, with a body resembling a turtle. Its eyes glowed green, and it had 4 crab-like legs, 2 enormous claws, and a tough, deep green shell. Sharp teeth adorned its mouth, and it was swimming with a group of similar creatures, all heading straight for Lucian. My first underwater kill. Nice. Deep Claws Hell Terror. Level, 74. HP, 75-75. MP, 23. Oh, they're high level, Lucian muttered as he reached into his inventory and pulled out an intricate bow. Just a little, Lucian whispered as he notched an arrow created from a spinning water vortex onto the bow and took aim at the Claws Hell Terrors before releasing the arrow. The arrow immediately shot forward, transforming into a bursting vortex in the water, sucking in everything, including all the Claws Hell Terrors and other low-level monsters around. Immediately, Lucian was bombarded with a burst of notifications about the loot he had acquired. However, this time, there was another interesting item that he had been looking for all these days but hadn't expected to obtain. Finally, it had happened. Shui Keystone. Type, accessory. Description, a keystone of unknown origin. It is said that something mysterious will happen when the conditions are right. Found you. Lucian exclaimed with a grin as he gazed at the blue stone in his hand, which was radiating with anticipation as if waiting for something to happen. Lucian had never expected to obtain this stone, considering that Suzun had mentioned the chances of a single player finding all the keystones were less than 1 in 10 million. Yet, here he was, breaking those odds. Maybe I really am lucky, Lucian muttered to himself. While he often felt unlucky in some aspects of his life, perhaps there was more to his luck than he had previously thought. Standing in the grounds of Muspelheim, Lucian gazed at the menu before him. It was his inventory menu, and his eyes gleamed with excitement as he examined the 5 specific items. However, before he could proceed, he needed some assistance. Turning around, Lucian directed his attention to the two players who eagerly awaited his words. Mei, Suzun, I need the two of you to form a clan with me, Lucian said, first meeting Mei's black swirling eyes and then shifting his focus to Suzun's pink eyes. Suzun also started playing the game, and her avatar had pink eyes. She had an appearance of an angel, with pink hair and eyes, adorned in a beautiful white one-piece outfit that covered her body, complemented by stockings. Two pink wings sprouted from her back, with white feathers gently falling from them, giving her an aura of purity, quite the contrast to Mei, whose beauty was akin to the dark night. What? Aren't we already in a party together? And it's not like I'm playing with anyone else, so why the need for a clan so suddenly? Suzun questioned, her eyes fixed on Lucian. Are you so obtuse that you can't grasp that Master is planning something significant? Mei chimed in, speaking to Suzun as if she were an outsider. You're talking as if you're the only one who understands him. Obviously, I can tell he's planning something, Suzun retorted in a competitive tone. I don't want any arguments right now. Just accept the request and keep it simple, Lucian said firmly, prompting immediate responses from the two girls. As you wish, Mei replied in her usual tone. Okay, Suzun responded, her voice reflecting a hint of surprise at Lucian's seriousness. Lucian sighed with excitement as he faced the screen before him. Would you like to create a clan? Yes, no. Opting for yes, Lucian was immediately presented with a new screen. Please choose a clan name. Lucian pondered for a moment before deciding on the name. Vice Requiem. Following his choice, the option to send a clan request appeared before Lucian, and he promptly sent invitations to Suzun and Mei. To create a clan, a minimum of 3 members was required. Since Lucian initiated it, he automatically became the clan leader, with the option to designate a co-leader. Both girls quickly accepted the request to join the clan. Vice Requiem? Really? Couldn't you come up with a less tacky and cringe name? Suzun remarked with a scoff. I think the name is quite fitting, Master, Mei responded, ignoring Suzun's comment. Thanks, Mei, Lucian replied, not paying much attention to Suzun's words as he delved into his inventory. Hey! I also think it's pretty good. It's, cool. Suzun chimed in, attempting to convey her approval. Thanks, Lucian replied, more focused on searching for the items he needed. Soon, shining stones began to materialize in his hand, one by one. First, a red stone appeared, floating in his palm, a keystone, followed by another. A brown stone emerged, radiating a similar gleam into keystone, and it joined the red one, forming a mesmerizing dance as they circled each other. Then came a green keystone, Guan keystone, adding to the mesmerizing display of swirling stones. Following that was a luminous white stone, radiating a brilliance that seemed to come from the stone itself, Xingming keystone. Finally, a beautifully glowing blue stone appeared, Shuei keystone. All 5 stones began to spin and chase each other, creating a breathtaking sight that resembled a circular rainbow. No way! Suzun exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the 5 stones chasing each other above Lucian's hand. She had a hunch about what these stones were when he brought out the first one, but the appearance of the last stone left her utterly shocked. She had never expected him to acquire all the stones so quickly. The stones continued their mesmerizing dance in a circle, and a notification appeared before Lucian. You have met the requirements to acquire a world item. You have acquired the world item Nuwa, mending the heaven and earth. Nuwa, mending the heaven and earth. Class, world. Type, consumable. Description, a fallen leaf of the world tree that has been transformed into an item holding the power of Nuwa. This world item was scattered in 5 pieces left in the hearts of random monsters in all 9 realms. By collecting all 5 stones, one is able to obtain this item. This item is a one-time use item that allows a leader player to mend fuse together multiple guild-based dungeons, as long as they have acquired ownership over them. This item can be used to fuse multiple dungeons, bases, and places together. This item can be used to mend any property with ownership of the player. However, the number can't exceed 5. I got it, Lucian said as he held the 5 stones now circling each other. They were no longer 5 separate items but one united world-class item, and a very intriguing one at that. Lucian. I never thought you'd be able to get the last keystone so early. Susan shouted in excitement and hugged him. I guess my luck is good, Lucian replied, throwing Susan away from him playfully. She flew toward Mei Mei, who skillfully dodged her. Traitor! Susan shouted, flying back toward them. So, what's this item, Master? Mei Mei asked, curious about Lucian's plans. This item is a world item that allows the player to fuse their properties, including any place they have ownership of in the game, Lucian explained with a hidden smirk. And why is it making you so excited? Mei Mei inquired. Susan, unable to resist, commented on Mei Mei's lack of knowledge. Despite claiming you know everything about him, you don't even know how many guild-based dungeons your master has conquered. The so-called perfect maid Susan taunted. Mei Mei stared at Susan for a moment, her eyes spinning in a hypnotic effect. Susan initially expected a sharp rebuttal but was surprised when Mei Mei remained silent. Just leave it, guys. Lucian interjected, drawing their attention. You can both log out. Your work is done, and you'll be rewarded appropriately, Lucian said, his words carrying different meanings for both of them. Well then, Master, I'll be going. I still have some chores to do, Mei Mei said, then logged out and disappeared. I hope you keep that promise, Lucian. Susan stated, her pink eyes glaring at him, before logging out and vanishing. For finally some peace, Lucian sighed in relief. He looked at the world item, which now consisted of 5 stones chasing each other in a circle. Lucian tapped on the item's description and examined the options. Would you like to use the world item Nuwa mending the heaven and earth? Yes, no. Lucian immediately selected yes, and the 5 stones, which had been one unit, began to chase each other in a circle once more, before suddenly, they scattered, transforming into shooting stars that vanished into the sky. They departed in 5 different directions, as if returning to their respective worlds. You have used a world item. You can now fuse all the properties you have. Available locations. Sylvan Light Forest of Freya. Castle of Valhalla. Lust's Abode. Wrath's Dominion Chamber. Citadel of Sin. All the properties Lucian had ownership of appeared in his vision, followed by an option that he immediately selected. Would you like to combine and create a new haven? Yes, no. Chapter 34. In the dark and dreary room, 3 figures sat, each fixated on their respective screens. Their eyes remained glued to the screens, their fingers dancing across holographic touchscreens to manipulate the digital screen before them. Clicking noises resonated through the room as Susan tapped on her holographic keyboard, situated on a clear table. Mei Mei, who typically didn't display much emotion, let out a rare sign of exhaustion. API endpoints for Citadel of Sin, the main hub, and those other 4 bases are finally done. This was never-ending, Susan muttered as she continued to type. Her once neat brown hair was now disheveled, and her eyes were bloodshot, bearing the marks of fatigue with deep black circles beneath them. Mapping those virtual spaces is finally complete. Navigation meshes, occlusion culling, and shared assets, finally done, Susan muttered to herself, venting her frustration with the occasional curse. Her hands never once stopped their rapid typing. Master, you need to drink some water. It's been 1 hour and 13 minutes, and you haven't taken a sip. Your eyes look like they'll pop out any moment. Mei Mei expressed her concern as she rose from her chair. Mei Mei had been assigned by Lucian to design various elements, and it felt like an endless task. She glanced over at Lucian, who was also present in the room. Susan, upon hearing Mei Mei's voice, paused momentarily and shifted her gaze toward the young man sitting in another chair. Lucian had a massive screen in front of him displaying a menu with countless textures, data, skins, add-ons, and more. At the base of the screen was a small island, and Lucian sat in the center of the room, manipulating a 3D model and numerous textures. Mei Mei, I don't need water right now. Lucian responded, his eyes mirroring the exhaustion of both Susan and Mei Mei, marked by dark circles and bloodshot eyes. Lucian was a perfectionist, and anything less than that was unacceptable in his eyes. Lucian Susan stuttered as she crawled over to Lucian's place, Mei watching but not intervening. What is it, my dear Susan? Do you need me to massage you? I hope you can stay awake until we connect all the bases, Lucian said, attempting to give a charming smile, but his bloodshot eyes gave it a somewhat sinister appearance. Susan muttered as she fell over onto Lucian's lap. You? Lucian inquired, growing concerned that something might have gone awry with his perfect plan. Susan began to speak. Susan. Tell me what? Lucian urged, holding Susan's cheeks and bringing her face closer to his, locking his bloodshot eyes with hers. You. Susan started. I've done my work, so give me my rewards, Susan said, falling onto Lucian's lap with a thud and drooling from the corner of her mouth. Really? Hey, Susan. Wake up. Wake the fuck up. Lucian shouted as he shook Susan. After a minute of shaking, she finally woke up with a loud shout. What? Where are my rewards? She shouted as she woke up, her eyes still bloodshot, locking onto Lucian's blue eyes. She almost lost herself for a second, pressing her lips forward. But before she could claim her rewards, Lucian interrupted her daydream. Susan. Have you completed the setup? Lucian asked with hopeful eyes. Susan, finally waking up, blushed from ear to ear as she nodded in response. I'm done with it. All you need to do is add textures, skins, and other stuff. I'd love to help with that too, but unfortunately, if I don't get some sleep now, I think I'll die before I get my rewards, Susan said, holding her aching head with fierce intensity. Good. Thanks for your hard work, Lucian said with a brilliant smile, his earlier tiredness vanishing, almost replaced by sheer excitement. He leaned forward, planting his lips on Susan's forehead. Get some rest, Lucian said after the kiss while patting her head. He continued, Mei, take care of her and yourself. He moved his hands over her forehead and flicked her with his finger. What's with that, master? Obviously, I can't sleep. I won't be a perfect maid if I slept knowing my master was still awake. Mei began to speak but was abruptly silenced as Lucian pressed his lips onto hers, shutting her mouth. Mei, blushing, returned the kiss before he pulled back. I hope you sleep like a good girl. Otherwise, I'll have to punish you, Lucian said as he pointed toward Susan. Make sure she is also comfortable. We don't want our MVP to have an uncomfortable sleep. Mei looked at Lucian and replied with a short nod, followed by a as you wish. Lucian then immediately sat down on the comfortable and soft recliner chair. He picked up the headgear, which was placed right next to the chair, and before putting it on, he inserted his neurotransmitter into his neural port. The console lit up as soon as he did, along with the headgear, and he dived into the virtual world. Lucian appeared in Yggdrasil, but instead of the usual burning landscapes of Muspelheim or the green glades of Asgard, he found himself on a massive white flying platform. It seemed unfinished, lacking textures or details. This is going to take time, but I need to do it, Lucian muttered to himself as he leaped onto a smaller flying platform connected to the larger one. With determination, he accessed the clan option and found what he was looking for. Place connected, Citadel of Sin. Let's go. The back doors are connected. Lucian cheered as he used the option to leave the platform, vanishing in the process. He reappeared in front of a fortress within a dimensional space, the Citadel of Sin. The platform he stood on appeared connected to the fortress. It's working. Time to go back, Lucian said as he returned to the white platform. After 3 hours of intense work, Lucian was finally finished. He slumped onto the virtual ground, exhausted even within the virtual world. His surroundings had transformed dramatically. The white platform around him had multiplied to form 4 smaller circular platforms connected by stairs, in an arc. In the center and atop the highest platform stood a magnificent crystalline castle that glistened as if made of the most precious glass. Each circular platform led to a different base and dungeon, and the once bland white platform was now customized to be a beautiful intricately designed platform that connected everything together. At least the basics are done now, Lucian said with a tired smile. The foundation was laid, and now he needed to perform minimal customization for each base and location, but those were the most important tasks. Lucian had initially expected the world item Nuwa mending the heaven and earth, to grant him a well-organized base with access to all the places in a systematic, floor-like order. However, the reality was quite different. The world item had created a complex and tangled amalgamation of lands. The Forest of Freya and the Citadel of Sin were merged together, as if forming a chimera-like territory. Lust's abode seemed to be floating and connected to the castle of Valhalla. Each of these bases varied in size, with the Citadel of Sin being the largest, turning the entire amalgamation into a chaotic monstrosity. This outcome infuriated Lucian, as he had anticipated a more organized and structured clan base. However, his frustration was eased when Suzun assured him that she could rectify the situation. She pledged to correct the entire setup and align it with Lucian's vision, which made him immensely grateful for her help. Thanks to her, he was able to create this base. Time to get some sleep, Lucian muttered as he logged out. The first thing he did upon logging out was sleep for a much-needed 20 hours. I can understand he wants to design the place all by himself because it's his passion project. But is it really necessary to play alone all day, customizing and spending time in Yggdrasil constantly? Suzun grumbled as she glared at the maid who was calmly sipping tea across the table. Although I dislike that master is dedicating so much time to the game and not even letting me accompany him, I can endure it if it brings him happiness, Mei Mei replied, taking graceful sips of her tea. But he's been at it for a month now. And I still haven't received my rewards. Suzun shouted, slamming her hand on the table. Stop being a bother to master. If he promised you something, he'll surely deliver, even if it takes some time, Mei Mei replied, finishing her tea in a single, seemingly unaffected gulp despite its temperature. Are you going somewhere? Suzun inquired, watching Mei Mei rise from her chair. Yeah, I'm going to meet my friend. It's been a while since we hung out. With master busy in his addiction and you here to look after him, I can go out with peace of mind, Mei Mei said, collecting the tea cups, even snatching the half-drunk one from Suzun. She continued, normally, I wouldn't leave when master is in VR, but with you here, he's in good hands. Oh, okay. So, I'll be alone in the house today? Suzun asked with curiosity as she watched Mei Mei open the door. Suzun had recently started spending a lot of time at Lucian's house, even after finishing her work. Despite having her own apartment room in the same building, she had temporarily moved in, and it had been almost 2 months. Yes, Mei Mei replied before issuing a warning, but don't even think of trying something funny with master. She gave Suzun a stern glare. Suzun flinched and immediately waved her hands. I would never. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she responded. Mei-chan. A cute girl in a one-piece dress waved her hand in the streets of Tokyo Arcologies. The bustling streets were filled with people in suits, and young couples seemed to be enjoying their lives despite the grim surroundings. The girl had long black hair tied in a ponytail, matching her black eyes hidden behind glasses. Her petite face featured slightly chubby cheeks, giving her an endearing look. Mizuki. Mei Mei, dressed casually, walked over to her. Her slightly short hair swayed as she approached her friend. Mei-chan. As soon as Mei Mei reached her, the girl jumped and hugged her. Stop it, Mizuki. Mei Mei said, gently separating herself from her clingy friend. Come on. We rarely even get to meet. And why do you have to sound so distant all the time? The girl pouted. I'm not being distant. I'm just maintaining an appropriate distance, Mei Mei replied matter-of-factly. Leave that. Anyway, let's go. I found a new cafe, and they have good tiramisu. I'm sure you'd enjoy it. Let's talk there, Mizuki said, taking Mei Mei's hand and dragging her along. What? Are you serious? You did it. Mizuki shouted in the cafe, spitting out her drink in surprise. The entire crowd in the cafe turned to look at her, and she quickly lowered her voice, asking in whispers, Are you serious? You finally got what you wanted? Yeah, I couldn't be happier, Mei Mei replied with a blush and a smile, displaying a rare moment of vulnerability and happiness that she usually only showed to Lucian. Good for you, girl. Mizuki said with a smile, observing the blushing face of Mei Mei. Her eyes lingered on the maidenly smile gracing Mei Mei's lips. I wish I could be that happy someday, Mizuki continued with a somewhat melancholic smile. Are you still thinking about that guy you met in Yggdrasil? Mei Mei suddenly asked, noticing the expression on Mizuki's face. I can't deny it. I miss him, and it seems to get stronger every day, Mizuki sighed, leaning onto the table. You should consider giving up on that virtual guy and find someone else. You're quite cute, so I'm sure many guys would love to be with you, Mei Mei advised. However, Mizuki wasn't receptive to the suggestion. It's not as if I haven't thought about it. Before meeting him, I was interested in other guys, even some of my colleagues. But there's nothing of that left anymore, Mizuki replied with a sigh. I can't just give up. It hurts, but I just can't, she continued. Let me ask you, Mei Mei, if I told you that your master doesn't reciprocate your love, would you be willing to leave his side? Mizuki asked, looking intently at Mei Mei. Never, Mei Mei replied without hesitation. See? It's something similar. But I think you're mistaking something, Mei Mei said. I don't just love master, it's not just about love or whether he reciprocates it. I'm meant for him, just like he is meant for me. It's not something as trivial as love and time. My devotion to him transcends that, Mei Mei said, her eyes darkening, and a fanatical smile on her face. If he fell in love with someone else, that's fine. I'll still be the only one he can rely on. I'll make sure of that, Mei Mei replied with a sinister obsession hidden beneath her fanatical demeanor. Ugh, you're freaking me out, Mizuki replied, shivering as she rubbed her shoulders. Do you think your love, or whatever it is, considering you haven't even seen him or met him in real life, is real? Mei Mei asked as she took a bite of the tiramisu on her plate. I don't know, but I'm sure I love him, Mizuki replied. Are you sure you can love him even after finding out that he is a fat ass incel who lives inside his room all day and jerks off to hentai? Mei Mei asked straightforwardly. That makes me sick. But I think I can, and that's why it's creeping me out. Mei-chan. I think something's wrong with me. Mizuki said as she looked at Mei Mei with pleading eyes. Anyway, I don't think he is like that. His father is actually the owner of some conglomerate, and he always bought many cash shop items, so he's not a loser, at least. What if he's someone who uses his money and authority to suppress and torture others? Would you still be willing to love him? Mei Mei asked. For me, I can. Even if Master was an evil monster who wanted to turn the world into his Hagyr army, Mei Mei followed, still waiting for an answer. Mei-chan, I think that analogy is a little messed up, Mizuki said with twitching lips. Anyway, I think I can love him, but it hurts because we rarely even talk now. I haven't been able to get in contact with him for a month. Before, I used to chat with him through the chat function, but his account isn't visible anymore. He's not playing the lobby game we used to play before. I can't even find him anymore. I'm as lost as can be, Mizuki said while shaking her head left and right. What should I do? Just as she was lost in thought, she was splashed by a glass of cold water and quickly got up. What the heck, Mei-chan? She said as she looked at Mei Mei, who was putting down the empty glass of water on the waiter's tray, the waiter looking rather troubled. You need to cool down. Literally, Mei Mei said. That was not very cool of you. Mizuki said as she tried to wring the water out of her clothes. Here, use this. Mei Mei handed her a box of tissues, seemingly pulling it out of nowhere. Where do you even hide all those utility items? Mizuki asked as she used the tissues to wipe her face and dry her hair. As a perfect maid, it's only necessary that I be prepared for anything, Mei Mei replied with her usual line. After the little interruption, they sat down, and their conversation continued. Do you want me to help you find that guy? Mei Mei asked while savoring her third tiramisu. Wait, can you really do that? Mizuki asked, her surprise evident. Do you think I've been trained for nothing? As long as I have the player's information, like his player ID and IGN, I should be able to find his real name and address, Mei Mei replied with pride. Really? Thank you, Mei-chan. Mizuki exclaimed, immediately jumping over the table to hug Mei Mei. Unfortunately, in the process, she knocked over her half-eaten tiramisu. I've told you not to get so close. How many times do I have to remind you? Mei scolded, gently pushing Mizuki back into her chair. As she looked at the half-eaten tiramisu on the floor, Mei sighed. You've done it now, Mei stated, her tone more resigned than angry, as she threw another glass of cold water at Mizuki. This gesture was their unique way of expressing friendship. After calming down, Mei inquired, so, what was his player ID? Yes, Mizuki replied with a smile. His player ID was 837599290. Don't ask me how I remember it. As for his in-game name, it was Lucy, with both LS capitalized. Mei dropped her spoon, her expression now deadly serious. Can you repeat that? Mizuki wondered what had happened as she recounted what she told. And thus began a new drama. This was Bukabukagama, if you weren't able to grasp from the information. In the skies of Asgard, the atmosphere remained constant, with the entire sky bathed in the brilliance of the bright sun, illuminating the world below. Today, a group of players soared through the sky at a high altitude. Despite the constant wind's attempts to push them away, they found themselves at one of Asgard's edges, a hazardous place where the atmosphere and terrain posed dangers. They were navigating through the glades of Nether, while contending with the currents of Netherstream impasse. Why is this hazardous environment so easy to pass through? Suzun asked as she gracefully floated, her angelic wings flapping behind her, allowing her to effortlessly maneuver around the opposing wind without resistance. That's because Master has provided us with items that render these effects ineffective, Mei explained as she also flew ahead, trailing behind the neon green light. True, but it just goes to show how Lucian has completely broken the game. This wind is supposed to be impassable, and only the Birdman race is allowed to traverse it, and even they face significant difficulties, Suzun pointed out. That just underscores how remarkable Master is, Mei responded. Yes, he certainly excels at acquiring gacha items. I mean, if anyone had the wealth he possesses and spun the gacha as much as he has, they would undoubtedly amass such game-breaking advantages, Suzun grumbled, despite wholeheartedly agreeing with Mei. I want you guys to shut up. A voice echoed from the distant end of the neon green trail, causing Suzun and Mei to stop and look back. Lucian hovered there, his back adorned with two peculiar black wings featuring swirling green patterns. These wings resembled more of dark armor than actual appendages. Unlike the two girls, who each had a helmet with wings on their heads, Lucian had no such accessory. He didn't need it. The impassable environment couldn't affect his ability, Quantum Synflux Manifest, Wings. This was a combined ability stemming from his Quantum Code class, alongside his Vice-Vitra class. The glowing green swirling patterns on the black wings resembled data as they propelled him, emitting neon green light that scattered like laser dust into the sky. Lucian's unruly silver hair flowed down his back, and his beautiful green pupils, thanks to the ability, gazed at them. His body was clad in a black, skin-tight armor, concealing his noble attire beneath. Shut up and let's go. I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful I've made it, Lucian exclaimed with a smile conveyed by his emoji. Obviously, Suzun responded first, followed by Mei's usual as you wish. Soon, they soared above the cloud space, and the Lethalstrom impasse finally came to an end. Lucian floated there with a triumphant smile, looking at his creation, which might not have been possible without the girl's help. In the sky floated a massive crystalline castle that seemed to tower over the very clouds. The castle was situated on a circular platform that appeared deceptively clean but was actually crafted from some of the strongest celestial gold, soul steel, and Yggdrasil, forged 5 times over to enhance its properties. An arched structure surrounded the castle, with 4 towering buildings on it, each housing its own circular platform, concealing its own secrets. A circular platform connected to the main gates of the grand castle emitted a soothing blue light. An intricate array of blue light connected all these elements together, forming a magic circle that enveloped the entire castle. Above the castle, an amethyst orb floated, radiating a sun-like brilliance. 3 golden rings encircled it, shimmering with a captivating purple hue as if they were absorbing its energy. Adding to this breathtaking sight were the Valkyries, flying valiantly around the clan base. Each Valkyrie wore similar armor, although their patterns varied. Some held shields and swords, while others carried spears and lances. These Valkyries patrolled the area, creating a magnificent spectacle. "What do you think?" Lucian asked with a proud smile, his black wings slowly retracting and merging seamlessly with his body as if they were a natural extension. His appearance transformed back to his noble attire, and his red eyes returned. This is Susan gazed at the castle, her eyes wide with awe. While she knew that the central castle was the castle of Valhalla due to her responsibility for coding and connecting the areas, she had designed it on a blank canvas. What she saw now was the true masterpiece. The castle of Valhalla had rarely looked so breathtaking. It exuded majesty and beauty, enhanced further by the arch ring surrounding it and the rings encapsulating the island-like structure. "Master, how many hours did you spend on this?" Mei inquired as she observed the straight bridge leading from the blue circular platform to the castle's main gates. She could discern the many references Lucian had incorporated into the design, thanks to her keen perception. "About 200 hours, Lucian replied, stroking his chin. "For real?" Mei gasped, surprised by the dedication. Ignoring the time spent, Lucian suggested, "Let's go inside," and held both their hands, teleporting them to the base of the blue circular platform. The 4 towers and circular platforms, the nexuses you see, are actually functioning perfectly. The bases are connected, and the back doors are operational, Lucian explained, looking at Susan. "Thank goodness. Although I completed it, I couldn't help but feel anxious about the outcome," Susan admitted with a sigh of relief. "Master, I don't quite understand the back door you're referring to. I thought you asked Susan to sort out the bases. Or am I mistaken?" Mei inquired, tilting her head. Her swirling black eyes were locked onto Lucian, awaiting an explanation. "Well, that's true. Susan was responsible for sorting out the bases, but she also created backdoors. We were able to do it thanks to the world item." Basically Lucian began, holding both their hands and teleporting them to one of the towers in the arch, arriving on the glowing green circular platform. "Basically, this platform here connects to one of the bases," Lucian explained as he opened his clan menu. "Location, Lust's abode. We can teleport to the base as long as we stand here," Lucian added, demonstrating by selecting the transport option. They immediately appeared in front of an endless staircase. "But isn't this a bit counterproductive, Master?" Mei inquired. "Doesn't it go against your wish of creating the perfect and impenetrable base?" She tilted her head, seeking an explanation. Susan chimed in with a giggle. "Lucian, did you really keep everything hidden from her?" Susan teased. "It's entirely in line with his vision of an impenetrable base." Lucian teleported them back to the central circular platform and began to clarify. "You see, Mei, those 4 platforms you see are each a backdoor to one of the bases." He pointed at the green circular platform with a dark black tower. "That's Lust's abode." He then indicated the white tower emitting a fairy-like golden light. "That's connected to Sylvan Light Forest of Freya." Continuing, he pointed at the red tower with a demonic face on it. "That's Wrath's Dominion Hall." Lastly, he gestured toward the violet tower and platform. "And that's the Citadel of Sin." "I understand that, Master, but wouldn't it be easy for players to just dive into each of them separately? Wouldn't it be simple for more than one guild or clan to converge and try to take over the base?" Mei asked, her curiosity genuine. Usually, one wouldn't create a guild or clan base with multiple entrances like this. When creating a clan or guild base, it's usually necessary to establish a single path that connects to the end of the guild. This prevents the creation of an impenetrable fortress by removing all the entrances to the guild, thus creating an impenetrable fortress. Each of these guild bases was checked to see if they had a way to the end of the guild. However, here Lucian had created 4 platforms, and the main one was initially open, allowing anyone to attack the main base without any care. In this case, they could attack all the bases at the same time and defeat the entire guild or clan easily since it was divided. That's the best part, the base is locked and set. So basically, you'll have to defeat the bases one by one. First Lust's abode, second Wrath's Dominion Hall, third Sylvan Light Forest, fourth the Citadel of Sin. As for the castle of Valhalla, no one can enter it unless they have defeated the other 4 bases. Mei Mei's eyes widened, although her avatar didn't show it. We exploited the loopholes. The main base, which is the castle of Valhalla, is unconquerable and untouchable unless you have defeated the 4 bases. We have left an open path, which means we are not cheating, Susan explained with a smile. Exactly, Lucian agreed. But considering we are just a clan, no one would probably care, Mei Mei said. However, Lucian had another response. Nah, we are not just a clan. We will be a guild, Lucian declared with a smile. And how is that possible, Master? It's impossible to form a guild unless you have 20 members. And that's why I have a world item that can change that, Lucian said as he brought out an item from his inventory. A small red ruby-like stone floated in his hand between his thumb and index finger. The stone appeared red and had a glowing core inside it. It seemed to change colors depending on the viewing angle. This was a world-class item Lucian had found during his 4 years of journey in Yggdrasil. It was an exceptionally precious item that he hadn't used even once because it could only be used once. Chintamani. Class, World. Type, Consumable. Description, a fallen leaf of the world tree that is said to have become a part of a star. This item is believed to have fallen from that star onto Midgard. The stone is revered and worshipped by mortals and humanoids due to its unnatural ability to grant wishes. This item can grant any wish to the player, as long as they don't break the game. The item can't be used for multiple small wishes. It can't be used to forge any items, as the wish-granting property diminishes the longer it stays in a player's hands. After use, the item will vanish back into the stars. Lucian, is that the Philosopher's Stone? Susan asked, shocked as she looked at the red ruby. Close, Lucian replied, smacking her on the head. You're one of the devs, idiot. You should know what world item it is. It's Chintamani. Wait. How did you get that item? It was supposed to randomly fall from the sky to a random player on a random date. Susan shouted in sheer shock. What do you mean? Maybe I'm just lucky, Lucian replied as he tapped on the items option. He had discovered this stone when he was at one of the edges of Midgard. Midgard was probably the least dangerous world out of all the 9, and even at the edge, there were many mid-level players. Despite that, no one seemed to have discovered this stone. Lucian had stumbled upon it purely by chance, as it was stuck in the ground, and he was able to find it because he had used a skill that accidentally revealed the item. So, what will this item do, Master? Mei Mei asked, still confused about all of this. A clan is unable to have NPCs because they are informal bodies of players instead of formally declared entities, Lucian explained. That means the 4,500 levels of NPC storage that these bases have granted me are as useless as they can be, Lucian continued with a defeated sigh. The only NPCs in the base right now are mobs and pop-ups, though the castle of Valhalla has given some NPCs that are customizable, but not entirely, as they come with the base, Lucian said with a sigh. Is it really necessary to create custom NPCs? Mei Mei asked. It is. Lucian shouted in reply. Being able to create custom NPCs is like creating your own children. It's like giving life to something that you have worked hard for. I have to create NPCs. I need NPCs. I want my own custom NPCs. Lucian exclaimed. NPCs are like children. Mei Mei murmured suddenly, as if she were in a trance. Susan could only roll her eyes, as she had already guessed what Mei Mei was thinking. Master, do you think we can create an NPC together? Mei Mei asked, her eyes locked onto Lucian. Sure, Lucian replied with a smile. I would also like to create some NPCs together, Susan chimed in, as if igniting a friendly rivalry. Sure. We will create many NPCs. We have a total of 4,500 levels of storage available to us, and we can always expand it by using money, Lucian said with a smile. He was genuinely looking forward to custom NPC creation. He had so many NPCs in mind that he wanted to create. You have used the world item Chintamani. Contacting the developers. Please wait. Lucian noticed the notifications as he used the item. Wait. Why didn't you use it when I was on the clock? Susan suddenly shouted, realizing it as she jumped onto Lucian's back and held him tightly. Do you really want to contact other devs? Am I useless now? Do you really want to throw me away after using me like that? I thought I was enough. Suddenly, she started pouring out her feelings with an almost tearful voice. Stop troubling Master, Mei Mei said as she suddenly appeared before Lucian and Susan and tried to separate them, but Susan was not willing to let go. Why? 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 Was it really necessary? Are other developers better than me? Am I doing a bad job? But I'm still learning, I can improve. Why would you discard me like that? You are so cruel. Susan couldn't stop ranting as she felt as if her one worth was being taken away from her. Even Mei Mei was troubled by this. This girl hadn't shown any reactions like this before, and now, Mei Mei was getting even more troubled. No one is replacing you, Susan, Lucian said as he gently hugged her. Although his warmth wasn't conveyed, his genuine feelings were. One of the reasons why everyone liked Lucian was his genuine nature and pure personality. He didn't hold deep grudges against anyone, often forgave others, and was rarely angry at anyone. However, some might argue differently, especially considering his scuffle with Touch Me. But in the end, he was still human. Lucian always sought the good in everything and everyone. If you put Lucian in a room filled with violent people for an hour and returned, you'd find everyone chatting heartily. That's just how he worked. There was something about him that made people naturally like him, and it's definitely not just because he's a protagonist. Really? Susan asked in a hushed tone. This moment sent shivers down Mei Mei's spine. She had been revitalized by her vitamin L a month ago, and ever since, living without it had become a daily struggle. Here, someone else was occupying Lucian's attention, which irritated her, but she could bear with it. It made her master happy, and that was what mattered most. Really, you know I would never discard you. Besides, you should also know that I'll always need your help. After all, you still haven't told me the locations of many world items, Lucian said as he gently stroked Susan's cheek, causing her wings to flutter, though it shouldn't have been possible. Then, a black shadow materialized, distancing them. Master, I think that should be enough, Mei Mei said as she materialized, clutching Lucian's collar. You're getting a little too close to her, she continued, gripping his collar. I thought we had an agreement. Lucian asked with a hidden smile beneath his avatar. KH. Mei Mei could only grit her teeth as she loosened her grip. I'm sorry, that was rude of me, as a maid, Mei Mei apologized. It's fine, Mei Mei. You'll always be my first, Lucian said as he embraced her and patted her back, soothing her anger. Developer connected. Management, please state your wish, and any other things you might have to clarify. A notification appeared, followed by a message. Lucian immediately summoned a golden keyboard in front of him and began typing. Lucian Eternus, I want to create a guild with only 3 players. Management, are you sure that you want to wish for this? Lucian Eternus, yes. Management, please wait a moment while I review the policies to check if it violates any of them. A brief pause, then a message appeared. Management, your wish is granted. The development team will enable your request in under 20 minutes. Please make sure not to log out, otherwise, the initiated process will become ineffective, and the item's usefulness will be used. Management, thank you for always playing Yggdrasil. Continue to play and discover the hidden mysteries in the world of Yggdrasil. It's finally done, Lucian said with a smile. They're not going to decline your request because the policies don't forbid it. In fact, it's probably an easy job for them, Susan remarked as she held Lucian's hand. Is that so? Then should I have just asked you to help me? Lucian asked, looking at Susan. Humph. I wouldn't have been able to do that due to my authority, but you could have asked the head dev for it, Susan said. And where's the fun in that? Lucian replied. You're saying that after obtaining cheat classes and blackmailing the authorities into letting you keep cheating. What a scumbag. Susan teased, though her voice sounded sweet. Master has been a scumbag from the beginning. But why are you calling him that? As a perfect maid, I shouldn't bear to hear someone call Master a scumbag, Mei Mei chimed in, suddenly brandishing the two black and white blades Lucian had given her. Oh, do you want me to call you a pervert instead? Don't forget that I know more than you should have let me, Suzun playfully said, giggling. Mei Mei's eyes darkened as she looked at Suzun before asking Lucian, Master, do you mind if I reset this wretched angel to level 1 so she can grind a little more alone? Mei Mei, let's leave her be. We're still indebted to Suzun. She spent countless nights building the nexuses. So let it slide. Besides, Lucian continued as he held both their hands, I think we should all be more friendly, shouldn't we? Suzun couldn't help but roll her eyes at the shamelessness of Lucian's words. Master, you truly love playing with fire, Mei Mei said in a voice that sounded threatening but was actually quite sweet. Of course, if I don't play with fire, despite being the candle of eternal flame, then who will? Lucian quipped, holding his hands up and shrugging his shoulders. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Your clan has reached the number limit to create a guild. Would you like to promote your clan into a guild? Following benefits are entitled to guilds. Please read the terms and services properly. You can skip the following terms and services. As for those who are nerdy like me, please continue reading. Don't criticize me for potentially boring you just because I wanted to write something. Feel free to skip if you think it'll be boring. Clan to guild transition, terms of service. Congratulations on reaching the eligibility to transition your clan into a recognized guild within the world of Yggdrasil. Before you proceed, please carefully review the following expanded terms of service, including guild weapons and NPC creations. 1. Eligibility. To be eligible for transitioning from a clan to a guild, your clan must meet the following criteria. Have a minimum of 20 active members. Maintain a clan base for at least 3 consecutive months. Demonstrate 800 C-clan contributions to the in-game community. 2. Application process. Submit an official application for guild recognition, which will now include your plans for a guild weapon. Upon approval, your clan leader will be granted guild master status, and the clan will officially become a guild. 3. Responsibilities of guild master. As the guild master, you are responsible for upholding the game's code of conduct and ensuring guild members adhere to it. Managing guild resources, including the guild base, treasury, and guild weapon. Inviting and managing guild members, promoting a welcoming and inclusive environment. Resolving internal conflicts and issues within the guild. 4. Guild base and storage. Your guild will have an expanded data storage, provided you have an exclusive guild base, and expanded storage facilities, will include storage for the guild weapon. Proper management and utilization of these resources are expected. 5. Guild weapon. Guilds may create a guild weapon, which possesses superior data storage compared to any divine class weapon. The guild weapon symbolizes the guild's strength and unity. If the guild weapon is destroyed, the guild will disband, and all members will be labeled as losers for failing to safeguard it. 6. NPC creation. Guilds have the ability to use NPC storages granted by any base conquered by the guild. NPCs created by the guild are absolutely loyal and will defend the guild, even after a change in guild leadership. In the event of a guild's defeat and a change in guild leadership, the new guild master may retain partial access to the guild's resources, including the treasury. 7. Community engagement. Guilds are encouraged to actively engage with the larger in-game community by participating in events, collaborations, and community-driven activities. 8. Code of conduct. Guild members are expected to adhere to the game's code of conduct, promoting a positive and respectful gaming environment. P.S. No racism, no homophobia, no bigotry. You can be misogynistic though. It's a joke. 9. Termination of guild status. Guild status may be revoked if the guild master or members violate the game's rules and regulations. 10. Amendments. These terms of service may be subject to amendments by the game administrators. Guilds will be notified of any changes in advance. By proceeding with the transition from clan to guild, you acknowledge your understanding and acceptance of these terms of service. We wish you the best of luck in your journey as a recognized guild within the world of Yggdrasil. Enjoy your continued adventures, safeguard your guild weapon, and utilize the power of loyal NPCs to protect your guild. Lucian sighed as he read through the lengthy terms and services. After finding everything appropriate, he tapped on the option to promote their clan into a guild, and a guild base appeared. The screen then asked if there were any necessary changes before submitting the guild base for review. Susan, help me out. I need to sort out this world item as one of the guild essentials, Lucian requested, and Susan immediately moved closer, leaning in to look at the screen with a smile. She was ready to assist him in any important task. Let me see, Susan said with a smile as she examined the spherical amethyst star-like object at the top of the guild, the one with rings encapsulating it. What on earth? Susan shouted, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead as she finally realized what the item was. Neutron, Susan muttered as she looked at yet another world item that she hadn't expected to see. Yep, it's the neutron ether ever star, Lucian replied with a smile. What kind of item is that, Master? Mei asked, not familiar with the item. It's another world-class item, but it's not that useful. Not useful when used for a singular object. You're a maniac, freak, and a genius. Susan exclaimed in a mix of fear, frustration, and admiration. That was supposed to be a useless world item to power other useless items, Susan began explaining. You've literally been using world-class battle rings as an energy siphoning source and powering the entire base with them. Just how did you get that idea? And how did you get this item in the first place? It was supposed to be unavailable and buried at the bottom of the 7th Neurastral Ocean, Susan continued. By powering here, it doesn't mean it's replaced for maintenance cost. It's something else, that will be explained later. Susan then had a realization. No way. You explored the entirety of the 7th Ocean? Not the entirety, but most of it, Lucian replied with a smile. Well, Master always had a fascination with the ocean. He used to watch old videos of the real clean ocean, that were recorded and salvaged, Mei commented. Oh, I never knew that, Susan said as she noted it in her memory, where she kept everything about Lucian. Leaving that aside, you already know what it does. Make it an essential for the guild so that it doesn't get rejected, Lucian said as he patted Susan's head, even though she might want to refuse because she had other plans. How about giving me another reward? Susan asked cheekily. Really? Lucian asked with twitching lips, although not visible in the avatar. Master, do you want me to sever her head from her body? I think she's being a bit too much, Mei said, her eyes darkening. No, it's fine. It's just a kiss. It's a casual thing people do overseas. Besides, at least she's not asking for my hand in marriage. It's still acceptable, Lucian said with a giggle, trying to play it off as a joke. I'm just using the stereotype here. Nothing much. Okay, let me see, Susan said as she held the screen and started fiddling with it. After 20 minutes, she was finally done. It's done. It won't affect the guild formation now, Susan said. Thanks, Susan, Lucian said as he looked at the processing information. Unlike other guilds that took a minimum of 2 working hours to be approved, this time, Lucian was already notified of his guild's approval after just 5 minutes. Congratulations on forming a guild. The obligatory gifts have been added to your inventory. So, the base is finally in effect? Mei asked. Yep, and now all we need to do is climb the ranking, Lucian said. And why do you want to do that? Susan asked. Because it's fun. Lucian replied. Chapter 35. The Guild of Vice Requiem was divided into 5 main parts, but each of them was a challenge on their own, just like how you need to put everything in a puzzle together first, to get the picture of the real thing. That's how Vice Requiem's guild base worked. But on their own, they can be considered their own challenges. The base as a whole is named Luxuria, named after the now dead, deadly sin of lust. It was not the name Susan and Mei wanted, but was Lucian really going to let his choice go? Obviously not. Putting that aside, the first base. The Lust's Abode. Lust's Abode was not a dungeon or anything similar but a boss room. So Lust's Abode had very few things available for customization, except the cardinal evil sins of lust. There were 700 cardinal evil sins available for Lucian to use however he pleases. These cardinal sins were slightly customizable. They defended the base with all their might, and they could even combine to become the arch-evil sin. Due to Lucian spending a lot of data crystals, he has increased the arch-evils to 4. So basically, if a group of players enters Lust's abode, they'll first have to go through the stairs, which have many traps. After they manage to pass through that, they will be greeted by a chamber transformed into a hall as huge as possible. As soon as someone enters it, they'll be bombarded by attacks from cardinal sins. If they are able to defeat more than 100, the sins will become the arch-evils, boss-level entities that will make the players tremble in fear. All of the cardinal evils were named by Lucian. They were originally mercenary NPCs, but after Lucian sacrificed them, they became a part of Lust's abode. With Lucian as their owner, they were essentially like custom NPCs and displayed unwavering loyalty. Unlike the dungeons that had a method to change ownership, these boss rooms didn't, and they would not let anyone take ownership of the base. Initially, Lucian wanted to place some custom NPCs in Lust's abode, but the 700 cardinal evils were already a significant threat. The chamber, which served as the first line of defense for players, wasn't ideal for customization due to its nature as a world enemy boss room. However, now that Lucian was the master, he had some capacity to make changes, although not entirely. He made some alterations, such as turning the staircase into a spiral design and extending it to over 300 stairs instead of the original 350. Now, players would encounter 10 evil sins every 300 floors, gradually depleting their HP and supplies. And if they managed to survive, they would encounter the 4 arch-evils of Lust, each of which would pose a boss-level challenge on its own. Moving on to the second one. The Sylvan Light Forest of Freya was probably the base that shone the brightest. Due to each base being connected through a backdoor to the same dimensional space, it was challenging to describe where these bases existed in the same dimension but separated by an infinite amount of space. At least that's how Susan explained it. Lucian currently was in a lush forest, with greenery all around him. Before him stood a massive green tree, its trunk swirling in a circle as it reached the sky, adorned with beautiful green leaves that covered the entire area. It cast shadows around the sanctuary, seemingly touching the sky. The tree was named Sylvan and was considered sacred in the Sylvan forest. It was said to have originated from the seeds of Yggdrasil, although it wasn't exactly a world item. It possessed healing and debuffing properties, making it unique among Lucian's collection of items. Lucian stood there in his usual noble attire, his silver hair flowing in the wind, as green petals gently scattered from his hair. The Sylvan Sanctuary has no statue of Freya, despite it being a sanctuary for Freya, Lucian muttered to himself as he browsed through his inventory. He had actually won a very rare gacha item for this place specifically. This place was a sanctuary. To be fair, this place was named the Sylvan Sanctuary, and it's the central part of the entire Sylvan Light Forest. This sanctuary was dedicated to the fallen goddess and the first Valkyrie, Freya. According to their lore, the Light Elves NPCs would come every sunny day of the month, as dictated by Yggdrasil, to worship the tree. In their story, Freya was their goddess who had fallen and tried to destroy the entire land of Sylvan. A hero saved them, who was also the lover of the goddess, and ultimately killed her, sealing her within the Sylvan tree for eternity. That's why they came every day to worship it. From Lucian's perspective, it seemed rather useless. The Sylvan tree was nothing impressive, at best a divine-class artifact that healed and debuffed enemies of the base. However, Lucian liked the backstory, and as a perfectionist, how could he neglect his NPCs? Moreover, the Light Elves weren't the only ones who came to worship the Sylvan tree. There were Dark Elves too, though they were far fewer in numbers compared to the Light Elves. Their lores, however, were intertwined. Unlike in other series where they were often at each other's throats, in this lore, the Dark Elves and Light Elves were both peaceful races of elves thriving upon the Valkyrie's fertile land, until Doomsday came. So, this should be fine, Lucian said as he held out his hand and tapped on his inventory, skillfully navigating the interface and selecting the option to place the item. Where he was standing was actually an elevated platform with stairs made of tree branches leading up to it. Immediately, a huge statue of a Valkyrie in armor standing valiantly, looking at the sky with her lance raised, appeared. The statue was exquisitely designed, and even in the VR world, it looked beautiful and lacked little in terms of realism. As soon as the statue was placed, Lucian received a notification. The item's effect will take place in 10, 9. A timer appeared, and Lucian stood there as the statue began to shine, emitting a green light that shot upwards into the sky. It illuminated the bright sky, casting green shadow over the dazzling sun and blue sky. Green covered the sky of the Sylvan Sanctuary area, as if a barrier had enveloped the place. The sky and the sun were just effects and add-ons created with data crystals. Although they were expensive, they were worth investing in. In fact, the sun and the sky in this place were designed to be as realistic as possible. One is done, two more remain, Lucian muttered as he summoned his transcendent wings, which were golden, and shot upwards towards the sky. He effortlessly broke through the green barrier, making his way through the beautiful green forest. He could see some elves here and there, running and going about their business. These elves wore various outfits and acted as if they were alive, but they were, in fact, following a scripted act, repeating the same processes over and over until their AI timers reset, and they all went to sleep. These light elves were all level 30 to 40 mobs, and they served as pop-up mobs. As long as at least 2 of them remained every 2 weeks, the NPCs would respawn. However, unlike the undead who didn't need any money to maintain them, due to these light elves being alive, it took a certain amount of money every month to maintain them. Otherwise, they would start getting less and less. Lucian was now heading towards a special tree, one of great importance. He arrived in an area where the light elves lived. The trees here emitted a faint golden light, with golden leaves, vines, and trunks that had a slight golden hue. This was a characteristic of the light elves. They made everything appear golden in the places they inhabited, reflecting their natural affinity for light. Lucian couldn't help but wonder why it was golden when light is supposed to be colorless. He soon reached a grotto-like area surrounded by a magical layer. Passing through it, he entered a golden passage with trees on both sides. Lucian walked towards the end of the passage and was greeted by a massive tree with golden leaves and a trunk that shimmered with a swirling golden pattern. The tree's roots seemed to merge with the entire area, emitting light into the ground as they soaked in the sun's rays. "Let's see," Lucian muttered as he accessed his command options and recalled the specific command he needed. "Present yourself, Mayura," Lucian commanded, and in an instant, a figure appeared, kneeling before him. A young lady, Mayura had stunning copper-blonde hair that flowed down her back, with 2 braided sections falling gracefully in front of her chest. Her striking blue eyes were accentuated by a thin golden band adorning her head. She wore a green armor robe that covered her entire body, with a prominent blue gem embedded at her chest. A blade hung from her waist, hinting at her profession, though it was more complex than it seemed. "Image here." "Rise," Lucian commanded, and the beautiful elf gracefully stood up. Her beauty, combined with her long pointed ears, truly embodied the essence of fantasy. The golden scenery in specks of golden dust floating around, an effect added by Lucian himself, further enhanced the magical nature of the place. "She is truly as I imagined her to be." "Good job, me," Lucian complimented himself with a self-pat on the back as he gazed upon one of his favorite NPCs. Mayura was not the most powerful, but she was far from weak. She served as the area guardian of Light Haven, where Yggdrasil resided, the colossal golden tree. Yggdrasil was a world item, a fact known to few, and its true power was often underestimated. Lucian had received this world item as a reward after successfully completing the first 3 trials of the hero chain quest solo. Yggdrasil functioned as a powerful buffing item. It provided blessings to all those who resided within the sanctuary, excluding enemies. However, it lacked the ability to debuff foes, which was its primary limitation. This world item was incredibly useful and invaluable for any guild, although not game-breaking. It required a charging period and could only provide buffs for up to 3 hours. While that duration was substantial, it was limited to covering the area of Light Haven, where the Light Elves made their home. Lucian had a specific purpose in visiting this place today. And it was also related to this. "Stand back," Lucian commanded, and Mayura immediately complied, stepping behind him to take a protective stance as he surveyed the area. Lucian swiftly accessed his menu and retrieved another statue of Valkyrie Freya, identical to the one he had placed in the Sylvan Sanctuary. He positioned it at the center of the area and, after a brief 10-second delay, another beam of light shot upward, but this time it was a brilliant gold, unlike the previous green one. The golden light connected with the green, seemingly merging into a barrier that covered half the sky over the entire forest. With that done, Lucian turned his attention to Mayura, who stood beside him, her beauty as captivating as ever. Originally, Lucian hadn't planned to create any NPCs for these places unless he found world items that could be used to significant effect. He had intended to allocate most of the NPC levels to the Citadel of Sin, considering it's a true dungeon, unlike the boss bases which were comparatively smaller, or the vast Castle of Valhalla, which resembled a dungeon in its own right. Kneel, Lucian commanded, and Mayura promptly knelt, her expression remaining as impassive as always. Lucian studied her closely, standing on tiptoe as if trying to see something specific, a peculiar glint in his eyes. The only thing she's lacking is breasts. Should I give her some, or should I keep her as close to her original design as possible? Lucian mused aloud as he accessed Mayura's NPC customization screen. Customization menu. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Mayura. Humanoid. Race. Light elf. Gender. Female. Alignment. Neutral good. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Not available. Job class. Light Mage LVL, 10. Sword Master, LVL, 10. Elementalist Fire, LVL, 10. Elementalist Earth, LVL, 10. Armored Mage LVL, 10. Arcane Duelist, LVL, 10. Sword Saint, LVL, 10. Golden Saint, LVL, 5. Fire Archon, LVL, 10. Earth Archon, LVL, 10. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 100. HP, 75-75. MP, 92-92. PHY. ATK, 86. PHY. Def, 78. Agility, 92. Mag. ATK, 91. Mag. Def, 84. Resist, 66. Special, 65. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Area Guardian, Light Haven. Settings. Residence Dash. Illuminating Crystal Chamber of Yggdrasil. Battle Settings Dash. Aggressive Lone Loyal Calm. Story Settings Dash. Mayura is an elf, serving as the area guardian of Light Haven and the world item, Yggdrasil, the Tree of Light. She possesses an enchanting beauty, her eyes aflame with passionate intensity. Her beauty is captivating, capable of bringing down entire nations with her bewitching charm. She carries herself with pride, considering those not created by her maker as inferior beings. Despite her haughtiness, she rarely takes actions against them, as she is generally a calm and peace-loving individual. However, glimpses of her more aggressive nature can occasionally surface. Mayura's mind is both quick and astute, allowing her to make steady decisions swiftly, a quality that earned her the position she holds. She is well aware of her own strength, yet remains grounded, knowing that her purpose is to harness the power of the light tree Yggdrasil to protect her master's lands from any threats. As an elf, she has a deep affinity for nature and enjoys spending time by Yggdrasil's pond. She constantly strives to expand her knowledge, immersing herself in the lore library, reading books. In the presence of her creator, Mayura can display moments of immaturity, yet she remains incredibly loyal, eagerly following any command. Her life is wholly dedicated to the light, though she holds her creator in the highest regard, believing nothing to be more brilliant and bright than him. Despite her intelligence, she can be clumsy at times, tending to act before she thinks, especially when it concerns her creator. Moreover, Mayura harbors a deep, unshakable love for him, verging on the obsessive and possessive side. A classic Yandra. Her settings were interesting and had been written by Lucian himself. However, There were a few aspects he hadn't written, such as her revering him as the brilliant creator. Lucian suspected that Mei Mei and Suzun might have played a role in adding these traits, given their recent interest with creating NPCs. They had been displaying strange, almost cult-like behavior ever since they discovered the joys of creating NPCs. In fact, Lucian wouldn't be surprised if they attempted to make every NPC in all 5 bases infatuated with him for the sake of their unusual roleplay experiment, which even made Lucian wonder if he had entered an alternate timeline. If someone sees these settings, they'll think I'm some creep. Lucian briefly contemplated deleting them, but he ultimately decided against it because it felt like erasing something crucial. Lucian swiftly dismissed the NPC settings without making any alterations and surveyed the area. Several NPCs were present, all of whom had been created by Suzun and Mei Mei. It was noteworthy that these NPCs were all female, which was unusual but oddly acceptable. Let's finish this quickly, Lucian stated as golden wings once again appeared behind his back. In an instant, he found himself flying in the direction of another tree, one shrouded in darkness. Unlike the previous tree, this one lacked a protective barrier and was connected to a cave leading to the dwelling place of the Dark Elves. Lucian contemplated who the area guardian of Dark Haven was for a moment. He realized that he had neglected his time in the Sylvan Forest due to his intense focus on the Citadel of Sin and Castle of Valhalla. Ah, yes. Present yourself, Reagan, Lucian issued the command. Immediately, from the dark cavern beneath the tree, an NPC walked in and knelt before him. This elf, named Reagan, had a distinctive appearance. Unlike typical elves, his skin was slightly tanned, even though he was a dark elf. His skin didn't exhibit the entirely tanned complexion characteristic of normal dark elves. He wore a disheveled robe that appeared as if it were made of rags. His physique was thin, almost resembling that of a skeleton. 2 pointed ears protruded from his head, and his hair was slightly damp and purplish. Image here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Reagan. Humanoid. Race. Dark Elf. Gender. Male. Alignment. Neutral evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Not available. Job class. Scribe, LVL, 15. Enchanter, LVL, 10. Arcane Scribe, LVL, 10. Arcane Caster, LVL, 15. Scholar, LVL, 15. Arcane Scholar, LVL, 10. Sage, LVL, 10. Arcane Lexicographer, LVL, 10. Dark Scribe, LVL, 5. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 100. HP, 5454. MP, 7676. PHY. ATK, 46. PHY. Def, 43. Agility, 43. Mag. ATK, 67. Mag. Def, 67. Resist, 65. Special, 120. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Area Guardian, Dark Haven. Settings. Residence Dash. Scribe Passage. Battle Settings Dash. Com Commanding Group Leader Resourceful. Story Settings Dash. He is a mysterious appearing dark elf who serves as the area guardian of Dark Haven. Beneath his smiling facade, he hides many secrets and mysteries. His true passion lies in unraveling the secrets of magic, and he is dedicated to discovering every truth about it. In addition to his role as the area guardian, he commands the army of dark elves in his domain. He possesses excellent leadership skills and is a skilled scribe. His intelligence is remarkable, and he is a curious and avid learner, especially in the field of magic. He's willing to go to great lengths to acquire knowledge, even resorting to creating magic scrolls by sacrificing NPCs. However, he doesn't hold any ill will towards these NPCs, it's merely a natural part of his quest for knowledge. He possesses deep knowledge of both ancient and modern technologies. He also has a keen interest in hieroglyphs and runes, similar to Reveria, but unlike her, he doesn't waste time with kindness and humane gestures. His primary focus is understanding and uncovering the mysteries of magic, exploring the laws that govern it, and seeking ways to surpass those laws. His ultimate goal is to present his master, creator, and God with a method to surpass super-tier magic. He was an NPC designed by Lucian for the Dark Haven, based on a character from one of his favorite old animes that existed about 100 years ago. Lucian created this NPC to ensure a steady supply of magic scrolls, as this NPC could generate around 200 magic scrolls every day. With these scrolls, he could even cast 10th tier spells, provided he had the necessary items and spells. "Stand back," Lucian ordered as he brought out the console and placed another statue of Freya in the middle of the dark tree. The dark tree presented a stark contrast to the glowing golden tree before it. Its leaves were dark and falling, creating a night-like atmosphere, while its trunks were obsidian-like and seemed to merge with the cavern, emitting a dark, hollow aura. This tree was another world item, known as Sedfrasil, the polar opposite of Leodfrasil. While Leodfrasil granted buffs, Sedfrasil inflicted intense debuffs on enemies and invading players. As the 10-second timer ticked down, a dark light shot into the sky, expanding and connecting with the green light, resulting in a powerful explosion. The sky momentarily turned black before returning to its usual blue hue. The green, golden, and black lights were gone, leaving only the sky visible. "Perfect," Lucian exclaimed, satisfied with the effect taking place. The three items were an expanded effect item, each of which Lucian had customized to resemble the statue of Freya. These items were divine-class artifacts, possessing the power to enhance and expand the effects of any items. Including world items, this meant that the two world items could now debuff all enemies and buff allies across the entire Sylvan Forest simultaneously. "Preparation is complete," Lucian announced as he flew towards the center of the forest. He had momentarily forgotten to check on an NPC he had created, the Guardian of Sylvan Sanctuary. Once again, wings sprouted from Lucian's back as he arrived at the heart of the Sylvan Forest. One might wonder why he didn't simply teleport. The truth was, he could, but where was the fun in customizing worlds if he couldn't explore them? "Present yourself, Reveria," Lucian called out, standing before the massive green tree. A presence immediately appeared and knelt before him. "Stand back," Lucian ordered as the NPC rose to her feet and positioned herself in front of him. Reveria had jade-green hair, long, pointed ears, and an exceptionally beautiful face. She wore a green outfit with yellow borders, a white cloak, a black belt, a yellow sash, black leggings, and long brown boots. Her eyes matched the shade of green in her hair. Despite her lack of emotion, her face conveyed seriousness and strictness, reflecting her personality. Image here. Type: Custom NPC. Name: Reverial Jozalf. Humanoid. Race: Light Elf. Gender: Female. Alignment: Neutral. Karma: Level: 100. Racial class: Not available. Job class: Mage LVL 15. Archmage LVL 10. Sage LVL 10. Archer LVL 10. Elemental Lord LVL 10. Fighter LVL 10. Priest LVL 10. Bishop LVL 5. High Sage LVL 5. Al Flora LVL 5. Al Eyes LVL 5. Al Infra LVL 5. Commander LVL 3. Teacher LVL 2. Racial levels: none. Job levels: 100. HP 55. MP 95-95. PHY ATK 78. PHY Def 65. Agility 81. Mag ATK 105. Mag Def 85. Resist 78. Special 93. Creator Lucian Eternus. Area Guardian Sylvan Sanctuary. Settings: Residence dash. Heart of Sylvan Tree. Battle settings dash. Calm commanding leader rational problem solver. Story settings dash. Riveria is a light elf and serves as the area guardian of Sylvan Sanctuary. Her demeanor is marked by seriousness and a strict personality, typical of her race. As a mentor, she is relentless in her pursuit of constant improvement, pushing her students through pressure and coercion. Nevertheless, in the heat of battle, she maintains composure, demonstrating high intelligence and leadership-like qualities when dealing with unexpected situations. Within the Guild of Vice Requiem, Riveria is known for her kindness and understanding, treating fellow NPCs like family and ensuring their well-being. She does exhibit a certain degree of superiority when interacting with other races, considering them unworthy of her master's favor. Due to her advanced age, Riveria possesses extensive knowledge. However, when it comes to matters of love, she lacks expertise, displaying no interest in anyone other than her master and creator. Her difficulty in conveying her feelings in this area sometimes leads to erratic behavior and tendencies towards stalking, placing her in the category of a Yandra, which she is. Why the fuck are they all Yandra? Seriously. Lucian facepalmed as he read through the details. Despite his intention to make her strict and disciplined, there was no mention of her stalking him or having a Yandra personality. Are Suzun and Mei Mei playing some game with me? Or am I really shifting between timelines? Lucian wondered, genuinely puzzled by the bizarre turn of events. Let's leave it at that, I don't want to think about it anymore, Lucian said as he pushed the settings option aside and instructed her to return to her designated spot. The next step is to obtain that world item, Lucian muttered to himself as he extended his golden wings and ascended into the sky. His gaze scanned the heavens as he observed an NPC standing near the Sylvan Tree, next to a tree with a concealed house inside. She was an exceptionally beautiful young lady with golden blonde hair and a slender physique. She wore a white and black battle outfit, complete with black arm covers and long blue boots. Although she usually donned her divine class gear, she was not currently engaged in battle, so she was not wearing it. Her face remained emotionless, even more so than other NPCs, a distinctive trait of hers. Image here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Ace Wallensetten. Humanoid. Race. Manava. Alignment. Neutral. Karma. Level, 80. Racial class. Not available. Job class. Hunter, LVL, 15. Sword Master, LVL, 10. Blade Dancer, LVL, 10. Sword Saint, LVL, 10. Sword Sorcerer, LVL, 10. Arcane Blade, LVL, 10. War Mage, LVL, 10. Sword Maiden, LVL, 5. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 80. HP, 65-65. MP, 44. PHY. ATK, 82. PHY. Def, 65. Agility, 83. Mag. ATK, 55. Mag. Def, 65. Resist, 67. Special, 71. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Area Guardian, Sylvan Sanctuary. Settings. Residence dash. Heart of the Sylvan Tree. Battle settings dash. Lone aggressive quick to response. Story settings dash. Ace is one of the guardians who work alongside Riveria in the Sylvan Sanctuary. She is also a student of Riveria and acts as a subordinate. Ace is a very quiet individual, struggling to express her emotions, which contributes to her mysterious aura within the guild. She can come across as somewhat absent-minded due to her reserved nature. However, beneath her quiet exterior lies a strong-willed person who is determined to reach level 100, aspiring to become one of her master's personal servants. Ace harbors a deep and intense love for her creator, which she keeps hidden behind her reserved personality. She often carries out her actions with her creator in mind, making efforts to conceal these feelings from others. Her dedication to reaching level 100 has led her to overlook common sense, a trait shared with many members of Vice Requiem. Additionally, Ace has displayed aggression towards monsters, stemming from a traumatic encounter with them. Nevertheless, she retains the rationality to understand that not all monsters are malevolent. Now, who the hell turned her into a pervert? Lucian shouted loudly while still hovering in the air. A quick look at her story setting revealed that Suzun and Mei Mei had once again tinkered with his NPCs. I should have expected this. Forget it. Lucian yelled as he soared higher into the sky, gazing down at the forest below. It appeared as a beautiful green forest with 3 towering trees, each of them different colors, and many hidden enchanting spots throughout. All of these were created out of curiosity and other motives. It's time to return. I need to use my remaining levels in the Citadel of Sin and Wrath's Dominion Hall. Expanding the storages any further would be nearly impossible. Genesis is the way, I guess, Lucian mumbled to himself as he tapped a ring on one of his fingers. He then plunged into the sky, causing a portal to materialize instantly. Lucian vanished into it, leaving the serene forest behind, devoid of any movement or sound. Chapter 36. Usually, when you think of wrath as one of the 7 deadly sins, your first thought would be a demonic monster, utterly angry and malevolent, possessing extreme physical strength that could make any player shiver and run in fear. And you are absolutely right. The deadly sin of wrath was precisely the extremely terrifying world enemy that could have forced players to employ creative strategies for a chance at defeating it. However, that was not the case for Lucian. He single-handedly defeated the boss without the help of any other player. His tactic was simple: relentlessly bombard the boss with attacks until it had no strength left. Wrath was a ferocious demon, his entire body charred black, with red cracks running across it. Every time he attacked, the entire boss room trembled. Looking at the newly redesigned gate, which appeared as if it were inviting someone into a hellscape, reminded Lucian of the first time he defeated the boss Wrath. The Dominion Hall of Wrath was a very unique boss room, much like the Chamber of Obsession of Lust. It possessed its own unique characteristics. To enter the true base, one had to first pass through the 100 cardinal evil sins of wrath that were placed outside the Dominion Hall, at the Gate of Wrath. This was like a long hallway of darkness leading up to a gate that resembled a gaping mouth of a horned skeleton. The gate was enormous and personally designed by Lucian to appear as menacing as possible. Red lava flowed from the eyes of the demon at the top of the gate, adding to its fearsome look. However, this wasn't even the most horrific design that Lucian had implemented. Lucian glanced at the sides of the hallway. There were pictures etched in the utter darkness on each side, each depicting the image of a menacing demon in hieroglyphs. They appeared very fearsome, with 50 on each side. These images were what would eventually transform into the cardinal evil sins of wrath. However, for clever players, they could be disabled since they essentially acted as temporary summons for the boss room. One could simply attack all the pictures to prevent any cardinal evils from appearing. Lucian gazed at the gate and retrieved an item resembling a red crystal, within which a heart pulsed with life. The heart looked as if it could break free from the crystal at any moment. In a hellish landscape, what one wouldn't expect is something out of place, and cute, Lucian muttered with a smile. He shattered the red crystal, and a notification appeared as the remnants of the item faded away. Available custom NPC storage, 300 levels. Currently NPC creations pending. Thulani, levels allocated, 23. Centiparade, levels allocated, 43. I really need to complete my previous projects in the Citadel of Sin, otherwise, the entire lore would become lifeless, Lucian mused to himself, recalling a few NPC projects he had left unfinished, intending to return to them later. Setting that thought aside, Lucian turned his attention to the last option in the NPC creation menu. NPC races available: Humanoid, Manava, Jean Albashara, Earth, Rainbow Eyes, Dark Elf, High Human. Lucian examined the options, pondering which one would be the better choice. He had gathered the necessary data crystals to create the NPC he envisioned as the guardian of the Gate of Wrath. However, he hesitated when it came to selecting the race, as his NPC's focus was heavily on job classes, making a heteromorphic race impractical. Nonetheless, appearance customization was possible. Today, Lucian decided to take a unique approach and opted for the race of a normal human. As soon as he chose the race, a customization screen appeared before him, with a humanoid silhouette at the center. Now, this was his canvas, and Lucian was the artist. He could customize his character however he liked, with any number of customizables, textures, skins, and many more items. Lucian had an abundant amount of them, in fact, a little too much, he would say. Mine, Lucian murmured out loud as he typed the name of the NPC and chose the gender. Gender. Male. Female. Immediately, the neutral silhouette changed into a more feminine silhouette. Lucian looked at the customization and finally went into full creative mode as usual, spending a little less than 7 hours customizing. Master, a voice called out to Lucian. Still immersed in the customization, Lucian didn't hear the voice calling him from behind until Mei Mei's face suddenly greeted him, almost touching his. Master. She shouted, holding Lucian's face and pulling him out of his own world. Mimi? Lucian asked, confused, as he looked into the swirling eyes of the black-haired girl before him. Her eyes didn't look good. Care to explain, Master, why you were playing the game for a total of 7 hours? I thought we restricted your playing hours to 6 hours a day, Mei Mei said as she held his face, bringing it closer to hers. Any closer, and a ban might be the only thing greeting him. Wait, Lucian exclaimed, distancing himself from her and vanishing immediately. I was too engrossed in creating this NPC, Lucian explained as he looked at Mei Mei. Master, I think you are forgetting the fact that there are people who worry about you. Susan was worried sick that you were going to create some more trouble for her, and I was worried that you were going to once again go on some hunt for some world item, and I wouldn't be able to find you, Mei Mei said with a tired voice. With an unreliable master like Lucian, Mei Mei couldn't catch a break. Everything made her more and more worried. The good thing was that he was here, and she was able to use her ability to appear right beside him. Otherwise, if he was in a location where the ability was restricted, she would have had a lot of trouble on her hands. Sorry, I was just too engrossed, as I said. Look, I even made the NPC a little like you, Lucian said as he tapped on the NPC materialization button, and immediately, a figure materialized before them. He had already designed the NPC and customized all her levels because he had already figured out all the necessary classes and had the data crystals available at his disposal. She was a petite girl with messy short white hair and red eyes. Her skin was tanned, with white markings engraved on her body that looked like tattoos. Her gear looked tribal but sophisticated, and a black hairband adorned her head, giving her the overall appearance of a young girl who seemed cute and extremely huggable. Image here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Mine. Humanoid. Race. High human. Gender. Female. Alignment. Neutral. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. None. Job class. Warrior, LVL, 15. Shaman, LVL, 15. Gladiator, LVL, 10. Barbarian, LVL, 15. Warlord, LVL, 5. Berserker, LVL, 5. Battle Warden, LVL, 10. Apostle of Wrath, LVL, 10. Sin of Wrath, LVL, 5. Apostle of War, LVL, 5. Juggernaut, LVL, 5. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 100. HP, 75-75. MP, 23-23. PHY. ATK, 124. PHY. Def, 64. Agility, 95. Mag. ATK, 25. Mag. Def, 45. Resist, 45. Special, 80. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Guardian, Wrath's Dominion Hall. Settings. Residence Dash. Fury Domain. Battle Settings Dash. Aggressive Calm Stoic Extreme. Story Settings Dash. Mine serves as the guardian of the Wrath's Dominion Hall, possessing a complex disposition that eludes the understanding of many. She often appears stoic and emotionless, as though her sole purpose is to follow orders. However, in reality, Mine is a stubborn, obstinate, and money-loving girl who will go to great lengths to protect her base. Her deep interest in money arises from her understanding of its power, knowing that money can acquire almost anything, including attention from her master, given a sufficient amount. Her tenacious personality originates from her creation through the resuccumtion process, during which her heart was bathed in wrath multiple times to mold her into a humanoid form. She takes great care of her body, considering it a gift from her creator, with hopes of someday presenting it as a gift in return. Her hieroglyphic tattoos can shine at her discretion, serving as a mechanism to alert others to her emotional fluctuations. As the guardian of one of the bases, she holds one of the highest authority, yet she is well aware that she is not the strongest and refrains from pushing her limits unnecessarily. While she has shown little to no care for others except her creator and her master, she is not so inhumane as to treat everyone poorly. However, when she is angered, she stops at nothing to destroy her enemies. "Look, it's just like you, except instead of being money-loving, you are more loving to me," Lucian said as he held Mei Mei's shoulders with a smile. He wanted to tease her, and this was a good opportunity. "Heh, is that so? So you do know my love," Mei Mei responded, showing a relieved sigh as she looked at Lucian. "WTF? Don't get emotional at such a random moment, Mei Mei," Lucian said as he hugged her. Although inappropriate behaviors were restricted, hugging was not one of them, as long as both parties kept their hands in respectable places. Sigh. "Let me change the backstories of the NPCs in Dominion Hall to match her. After that, I'll log out," Lucian said as he let go of Mei Mei and walked toward the huge skeletal gate. "As you wish," Mei Mei said as she waited for him to finish his work. She had no intention of following him, as she was already aware of what was inside the room. Entering the Dominion Hall, Lucian was greeted by a hellish landscape. The entire ground was black, with red cracks forming on it. These cracks seemed to appear and vanish, a specific animation Lucian had chosen. As he walked into the room, the first thing one would notice was the towering ceiling. It appeared as if it would take a normal player at least a minute to reach the top. But it wasn't just the height. The ceiling looked as blank as a cave, with strange hieroglyphs on it. Below, there was a rocky ground with sharp rocks scattered here and there. The entire Dominion Hall looked as though it had been through an intense battle, with cracks forming all around. Walking further, Lucian quickly reached the end of the hall and spotted a giant monster chained to the wall behind him. Its entire body was charred black, adorned with red runes that emitted a subtle glow. It was massive, towering enough to be considered a boss monster. Two demonic horns protruded from its head, and it lay on the ground with its eyes closed. This NPC had been a gift to Lucian after he took ownership of the place. It was a powerful, non-customizable NPC, presenting a significant challenge to any players who might enter this area. Its name was Last Dominion. When Lucian had battled the Sin of Wrath, a dragonoid demon, he had also summoned an NPC named Dominion, which was an exact replica with a few debuffs. Beside the colossal NPC were two custom NPCs created by Lucian for this place. The first, standing on the left side of Dominion, was a young Oni man. He had green hair at the front, silver at the back, tied in a ponytail, and two blue horns on his forehead. His eyes resembled those of a demon, with a vibrant red hue. He wore a bushy outfit, featuring vine-green hakama and a white kimono adorned with red flaming patterns. A red tsuki secured his sleeves for ease of movement, and a katana hung from his waist. Image here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Wrath. Demi-humanoid. Race. Oni. Gender. Male. Alignment. Neutral evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Goblin Shaman, LVL, 15. Ogre Shaman, LVL, 10. Ogre General, LVL 10. Ogre King, LVL, 5. Oni, LVL, 5. Nuki Oni, LVL, 5. Job Class. Magic Swordmaster, LVL, 10. Sword Castor, LVL, 10. Samurai, LVL, 10. Creationist Magical Weapon, LVL, 5. Apostle of Wrath, LVL, 10. Ruler of Wrath, LVL, 5. Racial levels, 50. Job levels, 50. HP, 50-50. MP, 80-80. PHY. ATK, 50. PHY. Def, 50. Agility, 50. Mag. ATK, 50. Mag. Def, 50. Resist, 50. Special, 140. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Area Guardian, Dominion Hall. Settings. Residence Dash. Wrath's House. Battle Settings Dash. Calm Calculating Resourceful Loyal. Story Settings Dash. Wrath serves as the Area Guardian of Dominion Hall. In his role as an Area Guardian, he presents himself as a calm and composed individual who always maintains an open mind during conversations. He displays empathy for the situations of others, as long as those situations do not conflict with his master's will. Despite his empathetic nature, he remains unwavering in his own worldview. As an area guardian, his primary duty is to safeguard the assigned area, and he is willing to go to great lengths to fulfill this duty. Despite being relatively weak in his normal form, he exudes a commanding presence that effortlessly earns the acknowledgement of those around him. He operates as an unstoppable blade, a creation of his master, and does not shy away from sacrificing himself to achieve his goal of becoming his creator's favorite creation. While Wrath readily expresses emotions when necessary, he also demonstrates great resilience when the situation demands it. In his role as an area guardian, his relationships with other guardians of Dominion Hall are not characterized by friendship, as they do not align with the type of relationships he seeks. However, he maintains respect for them as fellow creations of his master. This NPC embodied Wrath within this chamber, surpassing all others despite having the weakest stats. Wrath was an NPC that Lucian created from the fallen blood drop of Wrath he had acquired after defeating the deadly sin of Wrath. One of the reasons for focusing on this particular racial build was the job class granted by the drop of Wrath. It was an immensely powerful job class, but it could only be obtained by an Oni. After many sleepless nights and meticulous planning, Lucian had finally crafted a build that was perfect for Wrath, one of the 7 sins he intended to create. For now, he had only managed to create Wrath and had yet to consider the others, though that might change in the future. As for Wrath's abilities, they were quite unique. Despite being a demi-humanoid, he had used half of his racial classes to unlock the most optimal racial class for his Wrath build, Nuki Oni, a race of Onis closely related to the deadly demon of Wrath itself. This allowed Lucian to utilize the drop of Wrath to unlock the Wrath's Ruler of Wrath, job class. Wrath's stats were at 50 in every category, except for MP, but that could change. When his HP dropped below 50%, his ability Wrath's Rule would activate, boosting all his stats by 100 points, except for MP, which remained constant. This made him immune to being one-hit KO'd, thanks to the abilities granted by the Ruler of Wrath, job class. As for his 80 MP, it was because he was also a magical creationist. Lucian had several options to get Wrath to the Oni Nuki class, but he began with the Goblin race, specifically choosing Goblin Shaman as his starting point. This ensured that even outside of combat, Wrath would be a valuable asset. One of Wrath's unique abilities was the power to create weapons that could detonate on command. These magical weapons were not only destructive but could also be used as physical weapons, falling into the mid-high and top-class categories. Setting Wrath aside, Lucian turned his attention to another NPC, one that was simpler and less complicated. It was a very tall and slender humanoid demon that appeared to be wearing a full set of red and silver armor. Sinister mask-like designed pads covered its knees and elbows. Its head featured 2 slits for eyes and an eerie, sinister-looking mouth that seemed dark and foreboding. A purplish round orb was situated at the center of its chest. Image here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Galen. Heteromorph. Race. Demon. Gender. None you guys can decide. I can make it an him, like original, or a her, inside its armor. Alignment. Extreme evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Demon, LVL, 10. Greater Demon, LVL, 10. Metal Demon LVL, 10. Silver Steel Demon, LVL, 5. Elder Steel Demon, LVL, 5. Job class. Warrior, LVL, 15. Armored Knight, LVL, 10. Vanguard, LVL, 15. Obsidian Guardian, LVL, 10. Obsidian Banneret, LVL, 5. Bone Crusher, LVL, 5. Racial levels, 40. Job levels, 60. HP, 80-80. MP, 1010. PHY. ATK, 100. PHY. Def, 110. Agility, 89. Mag. ATK, 10. Mag. Def, 65. Resist, 65. Special, 50. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Area Guardian, Dominion Hall. Settings. Residence Dash. House of Wrath. Battle Settings Dash. Aggressive Battle Thirsty Menace Mad. Story Settings Dash. Galen serves as the co-area guardian of Dominion Hall, sharing this role with Wrath. Galen is a sadistic and battle-crazed entity, showing little to no regard for the lives of those it encounters. It doesn't discriminate based on the strength of its enemies. Its sole focus is on inflicting as much pain as possible before their demise. Galen also harbors a strong dislike for mages, considering them a nuisance and incapable of fighting with physical strength. Despite its malevolent nature, Galen demonstrates the utmost respect and unwavering devotion to its master and creator. Additionally, it embodies the commandment of truth. Galen had been created by Lucian after encountering one of the raid bosses, specifically one of the 10 commandments known as Tgthegood. This boss monster was part of the 10 commandments, and there were rumors of a world item somewhere that contained all 10 commandments sealed within it. However, Lucian had asked Susan about it, and she knew nothing of such an item. It remained something of an urban legend within Yggdrasil. Lucian believed that he had accounted for all the NPCs in Wrath's Dominion Hall, but his perception shifted when he noticed a figure standing in the innermost and darker corner of the hall, a figure he hadn't noticed before. Is this a new NPC? Lucian wondered aloud as he approached closer. There stood a young lady with white blonde hair, yellow eyes, and a pale complexion resembling a sheet of white paper. She was clad in dark, almost gray-black armor, with a headgear protecting her forehead. Her face held exceptional beauty, much like the other female NPCs, but her beauty seemed molded, giving her the appearance of a doll. Her stoic expression only added to her allure. In her hand, she held a black and dark flag banner bearing the symbol of Luciana, simple banner he had chosen as his character's emblem. Image here. I didn't know this NPC was here. Let me see, Lucian muttered to himself as he accessed her menu and character customization screen. Character customization. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Gene Dark Altar. Heteromorph. Race. Spirit. Gender. Female. Alignment. Extreme evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Spirit, LVL, 15. Corrupted Spirit, LVL, 10. Dark Spirit, LVL, 5. Job class. Avenger, LVL, 10. Grand Avenger, LVL, 5. Penance Saint, LVL, 10. Fallen Saint, LVL, 5. Witch, LVL, 15. Dragon Witch, LVL, 10. Fallen Witch, LVL, 10. Menace, LVL, 2. Maiden, LVL, 3. Racial levels, 30. Job levels, 70. HP, 75-75. MP, 85-85. PHY. ATK, 85. Phy. Def, 87. Agility, 75. Mag. ATK, 92. Mag. Def, 86. Resist, 96. Special, 100. Creator, Suzunin. Area Guardian, Dominion Hall. Settings. Residence Dash. Avengers Lair. Battle Settings Dash. Aggressive Battle Thirsty Menace Mad Loyal. Story Settings Dash. Jean serves as one of the area guardians of Dominion Hall and holds the unique position of being the personal saint of Lucian Aeternus. She is a girl consumed by a relentless desire for vengeance against all of humanity. Her personality is marked by extreme cruelty and coarseness, demonstrating ruthlessness not only towards her enemies but also her allies. Kindness is a foreign concept to Jean, and she willingly acts as an instrument for the destruction of mankind as long as her masters permit it. She maintains a deep-seated distrust for her companions, despite their shared creation by the same masters. While Jean acknowledges the existence of a god, her faith in him is superficial, at least on the surface. In reality, her faith runs deeper than anyone else's. She rejects all other gods, embracing only the true god, Lucian Aeternus, her master. A peculiar hobby of hers is denying the existence of gods in front of believers, deriving great amusement and satisfaction from it. She considers this activity the second best form of entertainment, surpassed only by the prospect of delivering the entire world into her master's grasp. Jean disapproves of acts of faith, viewing them as inherently evil. However, she herself possesses unwavering faith in her master to the point of madness. This is why she does not attempt to appear righteous. She fully embraces her evil nature, recognizing that her creator designed her in this manner so she can serve her master. What her settings are quite weird, Lucian muttered as he read through her settings. While he knew that Susan had an imaginative mind, he hadn't expected her to create an NPC with such complex and unconventional characteristics. Most notably, he found himself questioning why she seemed to have traits of a Yandra. Why does it feel like she's another Yandra? Lucian pondered, tilting his head in confusion. He was beginning to wonder about the kind of settings Susan had added into her other creations. Sigh, let's just log out. With a sigh, Lucian decided it was time to log out. He added the companion data to the NPCs and exited the Dominion Hall. Chapter 37. When the Citadel of Sin was conquered, it was an ascending dungeon, requiring players to defeat multiple mobs along with a boss on each floor for the chance to conquer it. The Citadel of Sin comprised of a total of 7 floors, with the 7th and highest floor being the most dangerous and challenging to conquer. While this would have posed a significant challenge for most players, for Lucian, it was just another walk in the park. However, navigating through the dungeon provided him with a rather interesting experience. This dungeon wasn't your typical one. Instead, it was an all-clear dungeon, similar to a simultaneous attack dungeon. In this unique dungeon, players needed to explore every nook and cranny, clear out all enemies, including small bosses, and map out every area, before challenging the floor boss and advancing. Lucian managed to clear it successfully, thanks to having his lovely Susan, a developer, on his side, providing him with much-needed dungeon information. After clearing the dungeon and taking ownership, Lucian transformed it into a complex and interconnected place. Originally, the dungeon featured multiple biomes on each floor, requiring players to ascend further up. However, Lucian redesigned it into a single vast area divided into circles, reminiscent of the circles of hell. As you ventured further in, you ascended higher, despite moving forward. Although it retained the name Citadel, it no longer resembled a traditional citadel. Its outer structure looked more like a heavily fortified fortress. Arriving in the first circle, Lucian looked around, and the only thing that greeted him in this amethyst-hued world was a swirling purple space that seemed endless. There was no solid ground. Instead, there were rocky platforms scattered far apart, each appearing as if it could crumble at any moment. Lucian stood on one of these platforms. The first, second, and third circles were essentially the same space, but they had specific checkpoints. Regardless of the direction one moved in, they would keep ascending, progressing to the next circle. Lucian had implemented this effect into his base. Within these circles were populated with various pop-up undead and sin NPCs provided by the base itself. Most of them were undead, making it cost-effective for Lucian to maintain them. Initially, there were only 7 circles, but Lucian used real-life money to expand his storage and created 2 more circles to make it as accurate to the original 9 layers of hell as possible. He had also created numerous powerful undead NPCs for the first, second, and third circles. Some of the most powerful ones included Abyssal Death WIRM. A monstrous undead WIRM NPC created through numerous trials and errors by Lucian. Its appearance was that of a colossal, elongated WIRM, but it was composed entirely of horrifying skeletal faces, gigantic faces that covered its entire form. The sight of this creature was terrifying, as the faces moved and wriggled across its body, creating the impression that every part of it was alive. This NPC possessed powers slightly exceeding those of typical level 100 NPCs. It served as the area guardian of the first circle, devoid of a humanoid form or gender, merely an obedient monster following its creator's commands. Lucian had invested a significant amount of money into his Citadel of Sin base, aiming to make it as menacing and horrific as possible. This was evident in the NPCs inhabiting these circles, each designed to be as terrifying as conceivable. In the second circle resided Malgorth, a level 100 undead NPC designated as the guardian and most crucial asset of the first 3 layers. It was a grey, skeletal, mummy-like being with tentacles sprouting from its rear end and beneath. Its head bore a crown-like skeletal mass. Its chest tore open, revealing multiple tentacles and a nightmarish, gory spectacle. This NPC was not combat-oriented. Instead, its purpose lay in its utility elsewhere. Several other NPCs were present to protect it, highlighting its significance. Its primary role was to seal off any use of magic from the first circle to the third circle. It possessed a powerful outer undead racial class that excelled in disabling magic and spells as long as it remained alive. This necessitated the creation of other Overlord undead NPCs to safeguard it. As for the third circle, it resembled the other 2 but was guarded by an NPC that Lucian had finally completed, Centiparade. Centiparade was a skeletal undead centipede monster composed entirely of centipede bones. Its face featured a horrifying skeletal representation of a centipede, meticulously customized by Lucian to be as terrifying and grotesque as possible. It patrolled the entirety of the third circle, floating through space like a cosmic beast, ready to attack any enemy player entering its radius. Leaving the outer 3 circles aside, the inner circles were much more complex to explain. Black wings materialized from Lucian's back, adorned with neon green swirling patterns. And he shot forward, vanishing in a blaze of green light, and then reappeared in what seemed to be a river of gold. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this was a river comprised of golden coins so numerous that they resembled water, forming an endless river of Yggdrasil gold coins. Lucian slowly descended toward the lake, hovering above the river of coins. Various creatures swam in the river, from gold mermaids to undead greeds, and even some coin mimics, along with many treasure tickers and serpent of greed. This entire area was one where players, if they dared to attack, could attempt to loot the coins scattered here, potentially amassing great wealth. However, it was far from simple. A staggering total of 357 billion coins lay here. Yes, you heard it correctly. If someone managed to reach this place, they would have the opportunity to plunder this vast wealth provided they could reach it. Lucian had initially believed that creating a genuine river of gold coins would be impossible. Gold was typically a virtual currency, and even as an item, it was impossible to materialize 1 million coins individually. They would simply merge into groups of 10 coins, each worth 100,000. However, with the assistance of Suzun and his own research efforts, Lucian had managed to accomplish this feat. Nevertheless, it wasn't flawless. "It's still stuttering," Lucian muttered as he dipped his leg into the river of gold and kicked the coins. He observed the animation being fluid at first, then lagging as the coins scattered. Processing such an enormous amount of data simultaneously posed a significant challenge, even for the most advanced of game servers, and this ocean of coins was undoubtedly consuming a substantial portion of their resources. Looks like I'll have to invest a little more to achieve the fluidity I want, Lucian muttered to himself as he began to fly away. The guardian of this circle was the arch-evil Greed, a black skeletal monster adorned in golden jewelry. It had taken a total of 200 NPC levels to create this powerful NPC, but the investment was worthwhile, as it generated more coins each day, effectively balancing the cost. The process of creating the arch-evil had been challenging, but the rewards justified the effort. However, this circle wasn't just filled with riches. It was a dangerous place, despite its golden appearance. The Spectre of Bank, for example, was a high debuffing spectre that leached everything from players caught within its range, including their coins. This made it more menacing than monsters that merely inflicted damage to players' HP. Some might wonder why Lucian had spent so much money to create an ocean of coins that could still be sabotaged. The answer lay in his desire for immense wealth and his willingness to flaunt it. What better way to showcase his wealth than by creating a river made entirely of money? Furthermore, not all of his money was in this river, most of it was securely stored in the treasury of the castle of Valhalla. Continuing his journey, Lucian passed by a solitary boulder within the river of gold. Seated atop the boulder was a pitch-black skeletal being with teeth made of gold and golden button-like eyes. It adorned itself with an assortment of gold jewelry and had golden swords impaled in its back. The NPC appeared to consume gold, but in reality, it was multiplying the coins. This NPC was the arch-evil Greed. Further ahead, the river of gold eventually came to an end as Lucian entered a swampy landscape. The sky retained its purplish hue, but the ground transitioned into a muddy swamp. Tentacle-like trees writhed all around him, creating an eerie atmosphere. This place was known as the Swamp of Sin, and while it wasn't a central component, it housed many deadly pop monsters, including dark treants, fearsome undead creatures, and even some lurking undeep dreads in its depths. The primary NPCs within this area were the Horsemen of Apocalypse. Named after their respective traits War, Conquest, Famine, and Death, these NPCs were inspired by the legendary Horsemen of the Apocalypse. In this circle, each significant location was protected by one of these horsemen. The current location, guarded by War, was one of them. The other three important locations in this circle, such as the Temples of Anger, were similarly safeguarded by the remaining horsemen Conquest, Famine, and Death. While these horsemen NPCs shared similar appearances, each bore distinctive colors corresponding to their respective traits. In addition to them, Lucian had added numerous other NPCs, all of which were undead or monstrous in nature. Lucian looked around the swamp, finding it quite dull despite being its creator, and decided to head towards his main destination. With a step into the air, he instantly vanished. As he flew toward the center of the swamp, Lucian finally saw the NPC he had left incomplete. There stood a statue of a vine-colored woman, her greasy green hair covering her entire face. Her nails were long, appearing eager to dig into anything. Even though she was just a statue, she had a lifelike quality about her. She wore an evening dress that revealed her ample cleavage, with her large breasts catching Lucian's attention. Image here. Of to think I would abandon her. I really feel bad now, Lucian said as he gazed at the NPC, focusing particularly on her breasts. She had been designed by Lucian himself, with an intentional seductive quality. It was important to note that she wasn't meant to be whore. Her settings were rather peculiar, and she was a level 100 NPC. Let's unlock your true potential, Lucian said as he accessed the customization options. This NPC he was creating had a unique origin. She was crafted from the Heart of Cthulhu, one of the rarest items he obtained after defeating the legendary world enemy. Lucian had acquired many incredible items from that battle, and this heart was among them. He had used it to create this NPC, but she was only half finished at the time due to a lack of specific data crystals needed for her customization. Now, Lucian had obtained those data crystals and was ready to complete her. After 2 hours of work, Lucian was finally satisfied. He watched as the NPC walked into what appeared to be an old house. However, the moment she entered the house, it vanished into the ground, as if darkness had consumed it. Type: Custom NPC. Name: Thulhini. Heteromorph. Race: Eldritch, not to be confused with Elder Lich. Gender: Female. Alignment: Extreme evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Eldritch Hand, LVL, 10. Eldritch Horror, LVL, 10. Cthulhu's Spawn, LVL 10. Cthulhu's Hand, LVL, 10. Cultist of Relia, LVL, 10. Relihan Chosen, LVL, 5. Apostle of Cthulhu, LVL, 5. Star Spawn, LVL, 10. Job Class. Tentacled Acolyte, LVL, 10. Dreamer, LVL, 10. Greater Dreamer, LVL, 5. Lord of Deep, LVL, 5. Racial levels, 70. Job levels, 30. HP, 120120. MP, 120120. PHY. ATK, 100. PHY. Def, 150. Agility, 100. Mag. ATK, 100. Mag. Def, 200. Resist, 150. Septial, 250. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Guardian, 5th Circle. Settings. Battle Settings Dash. Calm Creepy Deadly Defensive Protective. Story Settings Dash. She is the guardian of the 5th Circle and also the first of its creator's creations. Thulhini is a very shy and extremely apathetic girl. She displays childlike intelligence when it comes to matters of common sense, but her eagerness is boundless when it concerns her creator and anything related to the power of darkness. Much like the other guardians of the Citadel, she doesn't enjoy engaging in conversation with anyone. However, she also reveals a great degree of interest in various activities, such as knitting clothes for the future children she plans to have with her creator. Initially, she appears as a seductive lady with a childlike innocence, but she can turn deadly in an instant. Malevolence is the only way to describe her, and she wouldn't hesitate to eliminate even the last remnants of humanity or any being if her creator, her master, so commands. Nevertheless, she understands that not everything revolves around destruction. As the spawn of Cthulhu and chosen by her creator, she possesses numerous powers, utilities, and strengths, making her one of the strongest NPCs in the entire Citadel and Guild. However, she remains indifferent to this fact. Her life is devoted to the one light that shines brighter than all others, her creator. Thulhini has exhibited a strong tendency to stalk and has even attempted to enter her creator's dreams, albeit without success. She acknowledges her role as a servant and is content with simply gazing at his figure for eternity. She holds a deep-seated hatred for anyone who shows even minor disrespect for her creator, and she is willing to subject them to eternal torture for even the slightest offenses. She is neuronist, but beautiful and a billion times worse. My work's done here, Lucian declared. However, deciding to check on all his important NPCs and having another item to deliver, he chose to explore a bit further. He also had a special NPC to visit. Let's go and see one of my most favorite NPCs, Lucian chuckled as he made his way to the second-to-last circle. Skipping the one in between, his wings carried him through a portal, and he appeared in what seemed to be a dark river. It resembled the previous swamp but had a more eerie atmosphere. The sounds of the deceased echoed, akin to background music. Lucian turned off the BGM and focused on the center of this place. Although it was a vast area, essentially a biome on its own, it was one of the smallest circles in the Citadel. He gazed upon what looked like a flying fortress of luxury in the midst of the sky of the Wailing River. It was the Hanging Garden of Babylon, a place where one of his favorite NPCs resided. She held a special place in his heart, and in the entire Citadel, she was his most beloved NPC. Lucian flew near the fortress and landed on its grounds. From the outside, it resembled a miniature version of the original Citadel of Sin, exuding luxury with its abundance of gold and marble. NPCs were scattered throughout, all of them appearing cute. Lucian had brought mercenary NPCs to this place. Lucian strolled through the area for a continuous 30 minutes, navigating its beauty. He had designed it with the hope of providing a fun experience for anyone who entered. Typically, if any enemy entered, they would be swiftly eliminated by the defensive mechanisms, and if they somehow managed to survive, they would face the owner of the Flying Garden of Babylon, the guardian of sin herself. She had complete control over the entire structure, making it an extension of herself. Lucian had used a significant number of rare items and a vast amount of data crystals to create it. Finally, upon reaching the Grand Hall, Lucian found himself in what appeared to be a throne room. It was an opulent throne room adorned with gold and marble pillars, featuring crystal embellishments throughout. At the end of the room, seated on one of two thrones, was a stunning woman with long raven hair. Her ears were pointed, resembling an elf, but she was, in fact, a spirit. She wore a dark gown as deep as midnight, which complemented her queenly appearance. Her face bore an emotionless but authoritative expression, with golden eyes like melodic pearls. Image here. Although I hate role-playing, Semiramis is definitely worth it, Lucian muttered as he walked forward and took a seat on the empty throne beside Semiramis. How are you doing, Semiramis? Lucian whispered as he used his hand to run through her long, silky black hair, a privilege granted by his financial status for his NPCs. Sigh, I really should let my embarrassment go and ask Mei to cosplay as Semiramis, Lucian murmured, taking mental notes as he continued to caress the NPC's cheeks. The NPC showed no reaction. Kneel, Lucian muttered the command, and Semiramis immediately left her throne to walk down and kneel before Lucian. Sigh, this is truly satisfying. Why am I becoming a bad boy? Lucian wondered as he heaved a sigh of satisfaction. This wasn't his usual demeanor. He should be enjoying Semiramis's presence on the throne rather than having her kneel before him. However, it gave him a different kind of excitement that he found almost palpable. Setting that thought aside, Lucian decided to make some adjustments to her settings. Type: Custom NPC. Name: Semiramis. Heteromorph. Race: Spirit. Gender: Female. Alignment: Lawful evil. Karma: Level: 100. Racial class: Spirit, LVL, 15. Heroic Spirit, LVL, 10. Job class: Assassin, LVL, 10. Caster, LVL, 10. Poison Maker, LVL, 10. Venomancer, LVL, 10. Poison Master, LVL, 5. Creationist Constructs, LVL, 5. Illusionist, LVL, 10. Summoner, LVL, 10. Queen, LVL, 5. HP, 50-50. MP, 100100. PHY. ATK, 55. PHY. Def, 55. Agility, 65. Mag. ATK, 72. Mag. Def, 75. Resist, 89. Special, 140. Racial levels, 25. Job levels, 75. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Guardian, River of Dead Styx 8th Circle. Settings: Residence dash. Hanging Garden of Babylon. Battle settings dash. Calm, commanding, resourceful, deadly, loyal. Story settings dash. Semiramis is the Circle Guardian of the 8th Circle and self-proclaimed queen of her creator and master. She exudes an air of decadence and luxury. Semiramis has mastered a wide range of disciplines, including cosmetics, hairdressing, dancing, clothing, music, and astronomy. Her enchanting beauty has captivated many men, but none were deemed worthy even to touch her master's feet, let alone be with her. Her passion is singular, devoted entirely to her creator. She has waged wars for him, longing to possess him, the only one she has ever devoted herself to with body, soul, and heart. Her love for him borders on insanity, making her deranged affection even more dangerous. Semiramis believes that authority is above all else, bowing to no one but her creator and master, the one true ruler who she cannot yet make completely hers. She encourages him to become a ruler like her, embracing the qualities of a tyrant. As a woman of beauty, knowledge, wit, and manipulation, she possesses extraordinary skills and the ability to influence others with her words, even bringing about their demise without physical violence. Despite her passionate love for her master, she views anyone who falls for another man as weak, making her the weakest of all, yet she stands as a queen, worthy of her creator. She despises all men, except her creator, and avoids their presence, believing it would sour her mood. He didn't do much but just changed her skill sets a little. "Let's get going, I have to go to the Frost Fortress and deliver that item," Lucian muttered as he jumped down from the throne and looked at the queen. "Return," he commanded, and Semiramis walked back and sat on her throne like a queen, crossing her legs. Immediately, Lucian teleported out of the Hanging Garden of Babylon and found himself outside, looking at the scene. Slowly, he made his way towards the last and 9th circle of his citadel. After a while, Lucian appeared in what seemed to be a frozen landscape. The purple sky had also changed to one that exuded a cold winter blizzard, and hail fell from everywhere. Anyone standing here would have their HP drained significantly, despite using the right gear. However, for Lucian, this was nothing. Firstly, he was the owner of this place and the guild master, and secondly, he had a high number of resistances, enough that the damage would heal before it could stack on him. Flying further, Lucian located where the guardian of this circle resided. This circle was vast, although not as extensive as the others. It served as the center of the entire citadel and the primary part of the Citadel of Sin's base. Consequently, there were many NPCs here. In fact, Lucian had permanently enlisted numerous mercenary NPCs here, all of them ice-themed. He had used at least 1500 levels alone to create a group of Yuki Annas and Snow Priestesses, all of them at level 50. They all worked under the guardian of the 9th circle. Upon arrival, Lucian found what appeared to be a frozen castle atop a glacial mountain. The castle seemed to touch the sky and was massive. Flying at the top of the castle were ice dragons, each of them at level 70 or higher. All of them were powerful dragons with humanoid forms, though they were programmed to always remain at the top of the castle, with one even sitting at its peak. Lucian continued to walk and spotted another NPC within the castle. This female NPC had short light purple hair and striking blue eyes with an amethyst hue. A thin stick protruded from her mouth, a characteristic of her constantly eating a lollipop. Her attire consisted of a light brown pleated checkered skirt, a white sweatshirt with long dark blue sleeves and a black singlet underneath. She wore a yellow pendant and long striped stockings in dark and light purple, completing the ensemble with white shoes and a belt tied to her left leg. She was a higher level NPC than the norm in this area. Image here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Mizor Shirayuki. Heteromorph. Race. Yukai. Gender. Female. Alignment. Neutral. Karma. Level, 75. Racial class. Yukai, LVL, 15. Frost Kai, LVL, 10. Yuki Anna Snow Maiden, LVL, 5. Surari Anna Icicle Maiden, LVL, 5. Job class. Disciple of Element Ice, LVL, 15. Cryomancer, LVL, 10. Snow Priestess, LVL, 10. Frost Oracle, LVL, 5. HP, 45-45. MP, 70-70. PHY. ATK, 51. PHY. Def, 54. Agility, 45. Mag. ATK, 73. Mag. Def, 56. Resist, 50. Special, 68. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Area Guardian, Frost Fortress. Settings. Residence Dash. Frost Resident Chamber. Battle Settings Dash. Calm Calculating Aggressive. Story Settings Dash. She serves as one of the area guardians in the Frost Fortress and holds the position of leader within the Frost Maiden Division 2. She is characterized as a calm and reserved individual, with few emotions towards others due to her icy nature. However, she experiences moments of emotional expression when she is in the presence of her master, and the general. She has displayed a significant level of distrust towards others, although this does not affect her ability to effectively lead a group of snow maidens, thanks to her class skills. She has a tendency to engage in stalking behavior, often attempting to hide and observe her master due to her intense and obsessive love for him. Additionally, she exhibits a strong sense of jealousy, desiring to ensure that no one interferes with her master's affections. This jealousy can drive her to challenge other creations of her master's creator. Due to the limitations of her race, which prevents them from having children after a certain age, she is eager to bear children with her creator as quickly as possible to avoid missing this opportunity. This desire can lead to various uncertain situations. She is even willing to resort to violence against anyone who stands in the way of her and her master's relationship. Now, some might wonder why everyone is like this. Well, because plot asks for it. Deal with it. Lucian gazed at her as she passed by, ignoring him and attempting to hide while keeping an eye on him, although she wasn't very skilled at it due to her customized behavior by Lucian. Ignoring his stalker, Lucian continued his walk and descended into what appeared to be a hall resembling an official's office. The design was modern, but it was interestingly juxtaposed with the presence of female Yuki-Onna NPCs in kimonos. Each of these NPCs had different hair colors, facial features, and kimonos. Mei had been insistent on having them in kimonos instead of traditional maid outfits, as she had her own preferences. Lucian recalled his friend Whitebrim whenever he thought of maids and couldn't help but smile. I wonder how that guy is doing. Lucian pondered with a nostalgic grin as he strolled through the halls, heading towards the main office. He often remembered the times when they discussed creating maids together, even planning to do so with a world item, although that plan never came to fruition. I hope he's at least created one maid in his guild base, Lucian murmured as he approached a massive double-door gate, admiring its intricate design. Everything in this place was meticulously crafted, down to the smallest details. Lucian touched the door, and it swung open, revealing a spacious office with intricate details throughout. The office had a distinct 90s movie aesthetic but was opulent, adorned with celestial gold and silver accents. Within this expansive room, there was only one NPC, a powerful asset essential to the entire citadel. Seated at the primary desk was a tall, elegantly slender woman with long, flowing light blue hair and striking blue eyes. She was dressed in a general's attire, featuring long sleeves with buttons on the upper arms, a blue scarf around her neck, and high-heeled boots. Her complexion was porcelain white, resembling freshly fallen snow. She possessed a generously endowed chest, and at the center of her bosom, there was a unique tattoo, a mark bestowed upon her due to her special job class. Image here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Isdeath. Humanoid. Race. Manava because they are immortal. Gender. Female. Alignment. Extreme evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Not available. Job class. Fencer, LVL, 15. Noble Fencer, LVL, 10. Duelist, LVL, 5. General, LVL, 15. Frost General, LVL, 10. Cryomancer, LVL, 10. Lord of Element Ice, LVL, 10. Frost Maiden, LVL, 10. Knight of Nibelheim, LVL, 5. Frozen Exarch, LVL, 5. Artist, LVL, 3. Maiden, LVL, 2. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 100. HP, 8080. MP, 100100. PHY. ATK, 80. PHY. Def, 60. Agility, 95. Mag. ATK, 110. Mag. Def, 80. Resist, 90. Special, 70. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Guardian, 9th Circle. Settings. Residence Dash. Frost Fortress. Battle Settings Dash. Bloodthirsty, dominating, rational, loyal. Story settings dash. She is the guardian of the ninth and last circle of the Citadel of Sin, and she is also the general of the Frost Army. Isdeth is a manipulative and barbarous sadist who lacks empathy for people she deems weak, as she lives by the philosophy that the strong survive and the weak die. She takes pleasure in inflicting great pain on her enemies, both physically and emotionally, and has no qualms about killing innocent people to achieve her own desires and those of her master. She justifies her actions with her old creed. Isdeth also treats her subordinates well, allowing them to act freely, which in turn inspires their intense loyalty and devotion to her. This loyalty makes her followers the strongest offensive force in the Citadel of Sin. She loves combat and holds special respect for strong opponents. Isdeth possesses immense charisma, capable of persuading even other NPCs to fight for her cause. Despite her bloodthirsty and aggressive nature, Isdeth maintains a rational mind, knowing when to retreat and when to attack. She harbors no regrets for her actions, believing that it's the only way to live, as she was created by her creator in this manner, and she accepts everything he has granted her without rejection. Above all, she is deeply obsessed with him and passionately in love. Lucian gazed at her for a moment, a creation of his that served as the last line of defense in the Citadel and was also a very strong NPC. Although still weaker than many, she possessed immense command capability. Her general class allowed her to strengthen her army of Yuki-Anas every time one of them perished or took damage. Furthermore, it enabled her to enhance her stats to some degree under certain conditions, not to mention the presence of numerous empowering effects and traps within the castle that she could utilize. However, Lucian wasn't here merely to observe her today, he intended to present her with an item. Let's see. Lucian accessed his inventory, and the item appeared in his vision. Tapping on it, he immediately sent it to the NPC's item box through the available options. This feature was exclusive to NPCs they had created. Lucian then shifted his attention back to Isdeth and accessed her customization screen to equip the item he had prepared for her. I'm finally done. I can now finally go on the excursion to find Genesis, Lucian muttered as he stretched his arms. Despite being in a VR game, he couldn't shake off the sensation of exhaustion. Chapter 38. Are you sure about this, Master? Mei asked in a rather worrisome tone as she looked at Lucian positioning himself at the center of the rocky lava mountain they were standing on. Just do it already. It's not like he's deleting his character, Susan chimed in, standing a little further from Mei. Normally, Mei would be the one berating Susan for asking useless questions, but this time, it was Susan. This was how it always went when it came to important Yggdrasil matters. Just do it, Mei, Lucian said as he looked at her. His avatar appeared different, with two chain-like bracers on his hands that seemed to glow. In his hand, he held an elongated tube-like structure that pulsated with an eerie black hue, appearing almost organic, like a beating heart. I've turned off all my passives and sealed 80% of my stats, Lucian explained as he tapped on the skill menu and activated skills and abilities that drained his HP. His body transformed into his Sin form, covered in a black bodysuit with black wings materializing behind him, and a third eye opening on his forehead. He continued to activate skills and abilities that consumed HP, yet his HP kept regenerating. Mei, when I give the signal, attack, and make sure that you shoot it right through my heart. And make sure that the item's skill takes effect, Lucian instructed as he raised his hand and fiddled with his game screen using his other hand. Soon, he was ready. He spread his left arm and held the elongated tube-like organ near his heart, looking at Mei. Go on and kill me, Lucian said, intentionally injecting some emotion into his words to provoke Mei. He knew she hated when he talked about dying. Although I really hate that I'll even have to commit this act, I'll do it if that's what you wish, Mei muttered as she held an item in her hand. The item resembled a simple golden dart with a draconic face engraved at the end of it. Mei took aim and directed the dart at Lucian's chest and the elongated tube-like organ. She didn't have any archery classes, but her assassin class granted her the ability to throw objects accurately, which Lucian deemed sufficient for this task. Susan, turn the effects of the world item on, Lucian instructed as he tapped on the ring, further sealing his stats. Right away, Susan replied without a moment's delay and produced a circular translucent orb with 4 types of light floating inside, giving the impression that they were alive. This orb was a world item named the 3 Marks of Existence, which could only be used by players with 500 karma. This world item possessed very powerful chronomantic effects. Susan was the sole member in their group who could use this world item due to her 500 karma, which was a result of her angelic racial class of a throne. To clarify, she was a throne connected to Lucian himself. You might wonder how this was possible. Well, within the angel racial tree, there was a class called throne, offering options to become a different racial class of throne, each associated with a different god and specialization. Susan, being a developer, painstakingly created the class of throne, Eternus, after playing Yggdrasil for a while because she wanted an exclusive class that connected her to Lucian, much like Mei Mei's Shadow Slave ability. Activate, Chrono Lock, level 11, Susan muttered as her wings began to flutter, and the entire spherical orb lit up, emitting multicolored energy directed at Lucian. His figure turned black and white, almost as if the colors were being drained away, rendering him completely motionless. Do it now, Lucian shouted, still able to use the voice chat function despite being forever locked in time due to the effect, unless he used certain skills and abilities. Eclipse Bane, Mei Mei activated the skill as she threw the dart straight at Lucian. The dart shot off like lightning, leaving behind a trail of lightning, fire, gust, water, poison, and every possible element. It hit the elongated organ before striking Lucian directly in the chest, creating a pillar of elemental light that shot upwards as multiple elements attacked Lucian simultaneously. A green and black pillar soared high into the sky, appearing endless and radiating brightness from Lucian's body, also at the same moment. Was that supposed to happen? Mei Mei asked, catching the same dart, but now it no longer had a dragon's mouth at its end. Instead, it was engraved with a lion's image. I don't think so, Susan muttered as she gazed at the pillar of light. Lucian had used multiple items to shield the entire area, ensuring no interference. I think it's just another effect created by his quantum class, Susan added, shrugging. She understood that it wouldn't harm Lucian's avatar. It was, after all, fixed now. Soon after a minute, the light dissipated, revealing Lucian standing there once more in his usual noble attire, his eyes back on his game screen. Master. Mei Mei instantly appeared beside him, looking at him eagerly. Thanks for the work, Lucian said as he acknowledged her. So, it worked? Susan asked as she walked between them. Yep. I lost 6 levels. It's a success, Lucian replied with a thumbs up. Don't ask why he lost 6, I know how the Yggdrasil system works. Its cash shop items at play. Good. Now I can log off and sleep. Susan said with a sigh, as if she were genuinely tired, probably from last night's activities. She had been working. Sure, go ahead, but Lucian stepped forward, tapping his foot on the ground to create a wall behind Susan. He then playfully slammed her into the obsidian wall, executing a perfect cave-dawn move. But don't forget that you have some work to do, Lucian said as he held Susan's chin, making her look straight into his eyes. SC. I told you I'll do my work. In the end, I'm still your subordinate, Susan replied with a stutter, avoiding his gaze, unable to resist his captivating gorgeous eyes, be it in real life or in game. Good girl, Lucian patted her on the head, further confusing her. He then tapped his foot again, causing the wall to vanish. Go ahead, Mei Mei, you can also log out if you want. Lucian addressed Susan first, and she immediately brought up her console to log out. However, unlike Susan, Mei Mei didn't log out. Master, I'm going to the guild base. I have some work to do there, Mei Mei said as she tapped on her ring and began to float, preparing to depart for the guild base. Not so fast, Lucian said, swinging his hand downward while activating an ability. Mei Mei immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Master, what are you doing? Mei Mei asked as she struggled to her knees. Lucian approached her, looking directly into her virtual eyes. What are you hiding? I've noticed you sneaking into Yggdrasil even after I've logged out. Are you keeping something from me? Lucian questioned in a calm tone, though there was a hint of apprehension in his eyes. He understood his maid's loyalty and knew she would do almost anything for him, even give her life. So it was surprising to see her spend time away from him when she had the opportunity to be with him. "Master, are you jealous?" Mei Mei asked with a glint in her eyes, though her avatar's eyes didn't reflect it as they spiraled with darkness. "No, I'm not jealous. I'm just curious and worried," Lucian replied, his voice revealing a rare vulnerability that tugged at Mei Mei's heart. "Master." Lucian's ability was once again turned off, and Mei Mei immediately threw herself at him, straddling him as she sat on his waist. "I love you," Mei Mei muttered, her voice taking on a maniacal tone. "I love you, I 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 love you so much you can't even fathom how deprived I am because of my love for you." Lucian looked at her, her eyes filled with madness, feeling a bit unsettled. He didn't push her away this time, knowing she wouldn't do anything inappropriate. "Do you now know how much I love you?" Mei Mei asked, pushing herself closer and staring into Lucian's avatar's eyes, which grew darker and spiraled endlessly. "Well, you've told me multiple times, and it's nothing new," Lucian replied, gazing at her with a hint of concern. "Then why do you think I'm hiding something from you?" "I love you so much I would never betray you or even think of that." "It's utterly blasphemous for me," Mei Mei protested. "Because you're acting weird, and you blush whenever I mention anything about what you're doing," Lucian explained as he finally pushed her away and got up. "Master, please refrain from making me sound like an unfaithful wretch," Mei Mei said, holding Lucian's collar tightly and looking frustrated. Okay, just go ahead and do whatever you're going to do," Lucian sighed, deciding to let her be for now. He knew he'd have to address her behavior in the real world later, probably in bed. "Thank you. I'll be going then," Mei Mei said as she started flying away. However, before she could get too far, she abruptly flew back to Lucian and spoke in a serious tone. "What happened?" Lucian asked, curious about her return. "Master, don't forget that this weekend, Mizuki is coming to meet you, so you better free your time," Mei Mei said as she held Lucian's hand. "Your friend? The same one you said wanted to meet me because she saw me on T-Tube?" Lucian inquired, looking into her spiraling eyes, which had taken on a threatening look. "Yes, she seems to have quite a crush on you," Mei Mei replied. "Oh, I mean, who wouldn't?" Lucian replied in a somewhat narcissistic tone. "Just because she likes your looks doesn't mean she likes you or anything. Be careful with what you say to her, don't make her misunderstand your intentions. I mean, you already have your hands full," Mei Mei cautioned as she stroked his hand gently, treating his avatar as if it were his real body, holding on tightly. She treated it the same as his real body, like a cherished treasure, her hands tightening their hold, something she wouldn't do unless she felt threatened. "Don't you?" Fine, I get it, no more flirting with any girls." "And Mei Mei," Lucian said as he removed her hands and held her shoulders, looking into her eyes. "I don't flirt with any other women, other than you and Susan," Lucian stated matter-of-factly. "Doesn't sound very convincing when you admit to flirting with another woman besides me," Mei Mei replied sarcastically as she floated once again. "I'll log out after 29 minutes, master." "Please take care of yourself," Mei Mei said before she immediately floated away and vanished into the dark skies of Muspelheim. "Guess I'll go and change my classes in the meanwhile," Lucian muttered to himself as he disappeared in a burst of green light. Blood Saint, LVL, 10-5. Blood Empyrean, LVL, 5 max, new. "This spider is really huge," Lucian muttered to himself as he jumped back, narrowly avoiding the sharp legs of the spider. At the same time, he dodged a poisonous web shot at him by the massive black arachnid. Turtle snap, Lucian casted a spell, and a turtle-like mouth materialized on his hand. He gripped one of the spider's legs and used his golden wings to stay afloat in the air. With a powerful push, he managed to shove the spider back, and the turtle's mouth on his hand clamped down, inflicting some damage on the monstrous spider. Right now, Lucian was in a labyrinth dungeon, a hidden and expansive maze filled with spider-type monsters and even some dragons. This location served as Lucian's secret spot for farming rare spider items. He hadn't fully conquered the entire dungeon previously due to his fear of losing his source for creating puppet pterodactyls. However, with his new personal NPC now taking care of that task, he no longer needed the labyrinth's resources. So, he decided to conquer it. The final boss of this dungeon was a colossal, black, and shiny spider, emanating a ferocious and demonic presence. It wasn't just massive, it also boasted impressive stats for a level 80 dungeon. Origin Mother, Queen Tgthegood. Level, 120. HP, 300300. MP, 200200. Gravity Bind, Lucian snapped his fingers, activating a magical spell through a special action. He used this feature instead of relying on his console and hotkeys. It was another feature available for purchase in the cash shop, albeit at a substantial cost. Although it had limitations in terms of actions and reach. Instantly, the spider monster's body was forced to the ground, rendering it unable to make any effort to get up. The gravity bind strength remained powerful and effective, even with most of Lucian's stats sealed. Initiate advanced combat, Shirari, Lucian muttered the command, and instantly, a white shadow passed through him. Lunging at the spider monster and swinging her black scythe, while simultaneously casting white threads of dark magic to attack the spider. The white shadow was none other than a beautiful and gorgeous young lady, her appearance that of a young albino girl with ghost-white skin and long silver-white hair. Her hair flowed extraordinarily long and straight, loose from the neck up, but styled in a considerable braid from the neck down. She wore a knee-length white dress that covered her body, with long and wide sleeves. A hood covered her face, though it still revealed her beautiful closed-eyed face. Her eyes remained closed for specific reasons, only opening when commanded or when she entered final combat mode. Image here. As Lucian watched her swing her scythe, utilizing dark magic threads and dealing significant damage to the monster, he felt a sense of pride. However, he also felt that the attack was rather slow. Therefore, he decided to provide some assistance. Stardust Stream, Lucian held his hand as if blowing a kiss, and a gust of wind blew forward. This motion acted as a command for the AI, triggering a spell to take effect. Golden, shining dust particles shot toward the mother spider boss monster. As they made contact, the spider started losing a substantial amount of HP, with small supernova-like explosions occurring near her with each particle impact. Good, Lucian muttered, satisfied as he watched Shirari swing the black scythe he once wielded toward the spider monster for the last time, causing it to vanish. Level up. Level up. Companion, level up. Companion, level up. Important drops. Origin Tgthegood Heart, 1. Queen Tgthegood Mondeable, 2. Tgthegood Origin Egg, 1. Oh, I can create a new spider NPC with this. Lucian contemplated, eyeing the powerful items dropped by the Origin Tgthegood. With enough data crystals and expenditure, he would be able to create a companion for Shirari. He then glanced at the partner notifications. Partner Shirari Komoko has reached max level. Partner Shirari Komoko has reached max level of affection. Partner Shirari Komoko has unlocked the hidden natural weapon. Partner Shirari Komoko has broken off a transcendent Caliceri due to her boundless devotion. You have acquired a new item. Transcendent Caliceri. Type, accessory material. Class, Divine. Description, a sharp and one of the most powerful Caliceri of a transcendent spider. This Caliceri has an indestructible property, making it highly resistant to rot and any type of poisonous damage. Can be used as a material to craft a weapon. Can be used to craft an artifact. Can be used to acquire the racial class Tyrant Arachne. Can be used to add the rot attribute to a golem player or NPC. Oh, this is good, Lucian muttered as he looked at the white girl standing in front of him with the scythe in her hand. Good girl, Lucian said as he patted the head of the NPC. Despite knowing very well she was just an accumulation of data, he couldn't help but adore her character. As her affection reached its highest, she gave him a gift. This had happened before with his other NPCs created from the world item Genesis. Yes, they were not normal mercenary NPCs but rather custom NPCs created by the world item Genesis. This world item allowed players to create custom NPCs bound to them, instead of any guild, and Shirari was one of them. They all appeared as partners in a new section with an affection meter, where players could maximize their affection and receive rewards. Once their affection reached its maximum, they would have the status of loyal, or another status depending on the affection level reached, along with a trait dependent on their personality. At first it was only possible to get 3 NPCs through the world item, but Lucian had spent a lot of money to increase the limit by a few hundred levels, giving him more NPCs to interact with. These NPCs had even more customization options than normal custom NPCs, allowing Lucian to mold them into his perfect characters. "I'll make a nice scythe with that Calicere," Lucian said, planning to spend a portion of his time tomorrow to create a great divine-class scythe with Shirari's Calicere. He would likely give her the scythe and throw it into her item box. Setting that aside, Lucian accessed the menu and opened her character status and customization screen to see her at her final level 100. Type: Custom Partner NPC. Name: Shirari Komoko. Nickname: White Shiro Komoko. Heteromorph. Race: Spider. Gender: Female. Alignment: Extreme Evil. Karma: Level 100. Racial class: Poison Teratect, LVL 15. Zoa ELE, LVL 10. Eat Sane, LVL 10. Zana Horowa, LVL 5. Arachne, LVL 5. Transcendent Arachne, LVL 5. Job class: Weaver of Darkness, LVL 10. Chaos Breeder, LVL 5. Void Weaver, LVL 10. Dimensional Archon, LVL 5. Puppet Master, LVL 10. Curse Caster, LVL 10. Racial levels, 50. Job levels, 50. HP, 100100. MP, 140140. PHY. ATK, 110. PHY. Def, 100. Agility, 90. Mag. ATK, 110. Mag. Def, 120. Resist, 90. Special, 200. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Master, Lucian Eternus. Affection level, 10, boundless devoted. Level 1, distrustful. Level 2, neutral. Level 3, friendly. Level 4, respectful. Level 5, trusting. Level 6, loyal. Level 7, fondness, if female, friendliness if male. Level 8, true love, if female, true friend, if male. Level 9, devoted, if female, loyal ally, if male. Level 10 max, boundless devoted, if female, boundless loyal if male. Settings. Battle settings dash. Calm rational resourceful. Partner settings dash. Sideline. Story setting dash. She is an introverted servant due to her lack of experience dealing with people, stemming from her seclusion while leveling up as a spider in the Great Labyrinth with her master. While she can read people's thoughts and intentions and respond in her mind, she often struggles to communicate these thoughts verbally. She exhibits slight mannerisms understood by those close to her, like her master, but actively avoids interactions with unfamiliar people whenever possible. Her speech is clear only when she's in shock, drunk, or conversing with her master. Most of the time, she speaks in broken phrases sufficient to convey her message. It's worth noting that she can't handle alcohol and quickly blacks out, leading to outrageous behavior due to her extraordinary power, making it impossible to control the situation. She has formed connections with a select few created by her master to be her servants or companions. Although she rarely speaks, she enjoys writing as an alternative means of communication. Over time, her hobby has evolved into writing numerous books about her master, intensifying her obsession with him. Shirari is fiercely independent and somewhat selfish. She cannot comprehend those who persistently and recklessly strive to save humanity or other beings, even if their actions endanger them or involve self-sacrifice. She believes in pursuing one's desires and living freely, without caring about others' opinions or actions. Her master's wishes are paramount in her eyes, and she doesn't hesitate to disregard strangers to achieve his goals and fulfill her own desires to be with him. She is intensely loyal and eternally devoted, possessing high intelligence and a forward-thinking mindset. Her ultimate objective is to dedicate everything in the universe to her master. She's good, Lucian muttered with a smile. Shirari's stats were truly exceptional, making her one of the strongest NPCs Lucian had ever created. Her versatility, from combat prowess to summoning puppet Terratex and assisting with spider creation, made her an invaluable partner. Let's leave, Lucian said as he began to walk through the labyrinthine passages of the cave instead of teleporting. He chose to savor the scenery of the crystal-like labyrinth once more, enjoying the unique atmosphere it offered. Chapter 39. In the cold and icy skies of Nibelheim, a castle, or perhaps we should call it a base, floated at the highest altitude. It remained hidden from all players, protected by multiple layers of natural obstacles, traps, and illusions, as well as an additional layer of rings encapsulating it. The shining crystalline castle of Valhalla, connected to the 4 bases, radiated its usual brilliance. 2 crystalline gates led into the castle, illuminating its bright and enchantingly beautiful interior. 2 massive rings surrounded it, rotating with a subtle purple glow, while an amethyst star gently gleamed at the center of the topmost part of the base, providing it with an unnecessary yet usable energy source. To enter the castle of Valhalla, one could only do so by destroying the other 4 bases, as you probably already know. A lengthy road-like structure was attached to the castle gates, connecting it with the circular platform. This served as the primary entrance for guild members. However, given that the guild consisted of only 3 members, each had items that allowed them to move freely and instantaneously throughout the base, making the long road obsolete for their purposes. The castle of Valhalla was an exceedingly vast base with numerous rooms and areas. It even contained a space that resembled a biome, though Lucian referred to it as a garden due to its exquisite beauty and small size. This garden was none other than the former battleground of Valhalla itself, where Lucian had once fought and defeated the boss Odin's first avatar. What was once a place filled with swords and the blood of fallen warriors and valkyries had transformed into a breathtaking garden adorned with a sword grave here. The weapons and arms of the deceased warriors and valkyries were arranged in a beautiful display, complemented by new swords meticulously designed and customized by Lucian himself. These weapons were not just for show, they were all functional, varying in power from top class to legendary, and a select few even being divine class. This location also served as the repository for one of Lucian's owned world items. These unique world items were different from ordinary world items that could be used by anyone lucky enough to acquire them owned. World items were bound exclusively to the first person who discovered them or met highly specific conditions. These weapons and items were bound to Lucian, allowing him to summon and utilize them at will, with exclusive access denied to anyone else. Therefore, it was only natural that he chose Valhalla as the perfect home for such a world-class weapon. Lucian had also personally designed a lake for this place, situated adjacent to the sword grave. Overseeing the entirety of Valhalla was an NPC named Artoria Pendragon Altar. A beautiful woman with white blonde hair, clad in jet-black full-body armor. Her eyes mirrored the color of her hair, and when not donning her divine-class gear, she often wore a gothic dress that afforded her mobility, which was a legendary class piece of equipment in its own right. Imager here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Artoria Pendragon Altar. Heteromorph. Race. Spirit. Gender. Female. Alignment. Extreme evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Spirit, LVL, 15. Heroic spirit, LVL, 10. Corrupted spirit, LVL, 5. Job class. Swordmaster, LVL, 10. Saber, LVL, 10. Dark Saber, LVL, 10. Knight of Rounds King, LVL, 5. Dark Knight, LVL, 5. Grand Saber, LVL, 5. Cursed King, LVL, 10. Azura, LVL, 5. Tainted Blade, LVL, 10. Racial levels, 30. Job levels, 70. HP, 95-95. MP, 95-95. PHY. ATK, 110. PHY. Def, 90. Agility, 95. Mag. ATK, 80. MG. Def, 80. Resist, 65. Special, 75. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Area Guardian, Valhalla. Settings. Battle settings dash. Bloodthirsty aggressive loyal. Residence dash. Servant chamber. Story settings dash. The Area Guardian of Valhalla and the Guardian of the World item Excalibur, Artoria is a prospective king devoid of moral compass. Her loyalty burns fiercely, but it's matched by her insatiable desire for battle against powerful opponents. Alter firmly believes that a hero's duty is to be despised and shunned, viewing it as their sole responsibility to employ their full might to eliminate foes in service of their master. She sees this as the inevitable outcome when she drew her sword for her master and came into existence, leading her to entrust her blade to all the world's evil encompassing everything opposed to her master's interests. While she takes her role as a tyrant king, responsible for her Valkyries and servants, quite seriously, she has forsaken the ideals she once held for herself and her people. Her people, in this context, refer to her loyal Valkyries who serve under her. She is an unrelenting, merciless lady who derives satisfaction from inflicting pain and misery upon her enemies and those who oppose her master. She revels in engaging in battles with various individuals from the guild and actively participates in the monthly tournament of guardians, using it as an opportunity to assert her dominance and display her strength to the denizens of Vice Requiem. Her affection for her master borders on insanity, exacerbated by her corrupted personality, leading her love to take on increasingly twisted forms. Artoria, alongside some other spectral Valkyries, dutifully protected Valhalla, guarding not only the sword grave but also the powerful world item Excalibur, even though it scarcely required such protection. Excalibur was one of the most powerful attack-enhancing world items, second only to Longinus, and World Savior. Longinus had the ability to deliver an instant kill from the very essence of reality and time, while World Savior could amplify its power limitlessly until an attack failed or missed. Indeed, Excalibur surpassed World Savior, which was capable of accumulating infinite attack power. However, Excalibur's true potential remained mostly unrealized, restricted to its first and second seals. In total, Excalibur had a total of 13 seals, and unlocking them required meeting cryptic conditions. Much like Lucian's Valkyrie forms, these conditions were never disclosed, rendering it nearly impossible to unlock all the seals. It was rumored that at its full potential, Excalibur could obliterate other world items and shatter the very foundations of the game. Yet, for the time being, it functioned primarily as a powerful single-target weapon. No, Excalibur is not related to Valkyries. And it's also not as strong, though it might be the strongest world item, who knows. Moving on to other significant areas, there was the Eternus Challenge Arena, inhabited by the majority of the mob Valkyries, a few custom NPCs, and overseen by the Area Guardian, Malenia, the Blade of Eternus, along with her sister. They were the only trump card of Castle of Valhalla. Lucian hadn't formulated concrete plans for the arena, deeming it unnecessary. If any players possessed the ability to conquer all four bases, they might assume they could conquer the Castle of Valhalla as well. However, as long as Lucian remained logged into the game, defeating the guild was a near impossible task. Only he had the capability to defeat and conquer the base, and even if he were an enemy player, he could potentially solo clear it, albeit with some time and effort. Given his status as the owner and guild master, there was virtually no chance of anyone conquering it. Malenia's status will be in the AUX later. Now, moving on, one of the most important places in the Castle of Valhalla was the Astral Codex Library. This was where NPC data, along with a plethora of data for other NPCs, items, effects, and various other things, were stored. In fact, this place ranked among the largest within the entire castle, filled to the brim with information. The area was not only beautifully designed to be a mind-blowing spectacle, complete with moving stairs and more, but it also possessed a magical element of transparency, with invisible bookshelves and walls. This place was diligently guarded and protected by Meteora Österreich, an NPC mage who had a deep love for books and an unrelenting desire to uncover the secrets of everything around her. She had blue eyes and gray hair with bangs that reached just above her eyes. Her outfit consisted of 3 garments, a green mantle with a large hood adorned with gold highlights at the edges. Below the green mantle was a blue garment with a collar slightly narrower than that of the green mantle, also adorned with yellow highlights. The lower half featured 2 intersecting yellow half circles. She wore a belt, its end hanging down her right hip. Underneath the blue garment was a purple robe that sat just above her feet, with a strip of white fur running around its hem. She also wore brown gloves and brown boots. Image here. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Meteora Österreich. Humanoid. Race. Manava. Gender. Female. Alignment. Neutral. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Not available. Job class. Sorcerer, LVL, 15. Arch Sorcerer, LVL, 10. Enchanter, LVL, 10. Grand Enchanter, LVL, 10. Weapon Summoner, LVL, 10. Sage, LVL, 10. Magus, LVL, 5. Arcane Guardian, 10. Shield Maiden, LVL, 10. Librarian, LVL, 5. Writer, LVL, 5. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 100. HP, 50-50. MP, 90-90. PHY. ATK, 45. PHY. Def, 45. Agility, 40. Mag. ATK, 82. Mag. Def, 100. Resist, 100. Special, 90. Creator, Suzunin. Area Guardian, Astral Codex Library. Settings. Residence Dash. Guardian Chambers. Battle Settings Dash. Calm Rational Resourceful Loyal. Story Settings Dash. Meteora serves as the area guardian of the primary library in Vice Requiem, where her responsibilities include managing and curating the vast volumes of data within. She plays a crucial role in both dispensing and acquiring new data for the library. Meteora embodies intellectual prowess, maintaining a reserved and stoic demeanor. Her speech is characterized by a deliberate, monotonous, and dry tone, yet she makes an effort to inject emotion, often attempting humor through puns to uplift others, albeit with a track record of exceptionally bad puns. Beyond her scholarly interests, Meteora reveals a fondness for indulging in fine cuisine, making her a bit of a glutton. Meteora's intellect is very high, allowing her to adapt seamlessly to new environments and to provide logical and magical explanations for most events that unfold. However, her near-emotionless design limits her expression of feelings. Despite this, she holds an unwavering devotion to the guild leader, mirroring the deep loyalty of her creator. Continuing on, the guild's treasury was a sight to behold, almost overflowing with riches. In fact, it was a tad too full for comfort. Positioned directly behind the throne room, the sole passage to reach it required one traversing through the throne room. Guarding this treasury was a female Hydra NPC, a powerful NPC despite being level 80, rather than a level 100 guardian. Her worth lay not in brute strength but in other vital capacities. At this moment, Lucian strolled down a vast corridor known as the Hall of the Slain, where statues of Valkyries graced each corner. These Valkyries also served as a protective measure, springing to action when enemy players initiated an attack. Presently, Lucian made his way across the golden and white-floored hallway, accompanied by Mei Mei, who held his hand and excitedly led him forward. Her enthusiasm was visible. "Why are you so excited, Mei Mei? What do you want to show me?" Lucian inquired aloud. Mei Mei had requested he log into Yggdrasil the moment he woke up, and then guided him to the throne room. In his groggy state, he had followed her instructions, but now, fully awake within the game, curiosity compelled him to ask the question. "Just wait for it. I've invested a lot of time creating it, Mei Mei replied. If her avatar could express emotions, she would be wearing a smile, a rarity that only seemed to occur when she was with Lucian. Alright, I'll wait, Lucian acquiesced, taking her hand. With a wave of his hand, they teleported directly in front of the throne room. Mei Mei's demeanor shifted to slight frustration. Why did you do that? I wanted to build anticipation for the reveal. Lucian explained, the Hall of the Slain is 500 meters long. If we walked at a regular pace, it would take us more than a few minutes to reach the room. He withdrew his hand from Mei Mei's grasp, directing his attention to the towering gates adorned with engravings of a Valkyrie and a mighty warrior Lucian himself. The other figure was the Valkyrie goddess, a design carefully aligned with the lore. With a slight touch from Mei Mei, the golden gate shone and swung open. Go ahead, she urged Lucian, pushing the doors inward. Unlike standard throne rooms, which were simply customized, the throne room of Aesir was constructed entirely from lunarite, limithril, solarite and astral gold, some of the most precious metals within the game. This throne room deviated from the norm, eschewing the typical long path leading to a massive throne. Instead, a lengthy pathway lined with Valkyries, each with unique attributes, led to a grand circular platform. Eschewing means, to avoid something intentionally. Even I didn't know that word, but when I was searching synonyms I discovered it. The circular platform was crafted from aquiferium, luminarite, and mastrum gold, primarily chosen for their aesthetic appeal, as anyone reaching this place was either wholly dead or non-existent. Nevertheless, these metals served a crucial role as powerful catalysts for the magic circle engraved into the circular platform. Surrounding the platform's edges were 13 golden pillars adorned with intricate patterns. Each pillar depicted a Valkyrie element of Lucian, although only 5 of them appeared distinct, while the rest bore a colorless white and gold palette, signifying that Lucian had unlocked only 5 of his Valkyries. These pillars seemingly provided support for the entire throne room. Upon entering the room, visitors would discover 9 exquisite thrones arranged in a circular fashion, creating a circle. One throne stood apart, situated in the far central corner of the circular platform, elevated above the others and notably larger. This particular throne differed significantly, adorned with intricate details and carvings. 8 of the thrones were smaller in size compared to the one at the center, which occupied the forefront of this grand hall. All of them gleamed with a rich golden hue and featured intricate designs, each throne graced by a central gem. However, at the very heart of the room stood the most immense and exquisitely adorned throne. This central throne had a stunning blend of gold and blue detailing, intricate white patterns emanating from it, forming an appearance akin to a blooming flower. The floor was adorned with a purple magic circle, casting a gentle, purplish glow that extended from the magic circle through all the thrones before culminating at the central throne. This radiance bathed the entire throne room. Seated upon each of these smaller 8 thrones was a personal NPC of Lucian. Seated on the foremost right next to the main throne was Shirari, attired in her customary white garb. Her eyes remained perpetually closed, and her posture appeared typically relaxed and leisurely. On the foremost left sat a remarkably beautiful NPC. She possessed long, flowing red hair and striking golden eyes. Her body was clad in full-body armor in hues of crimson, gold, and black. Her golden eyes betrayed no emotion, resembling lifeless orbs, as she sat with a somewhat stern countenance. A black hairpin adorned her hair, a detail that held significance in her character's appearance. Image here: important NPC. Type: personal custom NPC. Name: Lilith Eternus. Nickname: Lily. Heteromorph. Race: vampire. Gender: female. Alignment: extreme evil. Karma: level 100. Racial class: vampire, LVL 10. Noble vampire, LVL 10. Vampire count, LVL 10. Vampire queen, LVL 5. Unus sanguine, LVL 5. Job class: blood-born, LVL 10. Bloody knight, LVL 10. Blood wrath, LVL 5. Valkyrie sword, LVL 10. Sword saint, LVL, 10. Night of Sin Wrath, LVL, 5. Chaos, LVL, 10. Racial levels, 40. Job levels, 60. HP, 100100. MP, 7070. PHY. ATK, 110. PHY. Def, 85. Agility, 95. Mag. ATK, 75. Mag. ATK, 70. Resist, 90. Special, 95. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Master, Lucian Eternus. Affection level, 10, boundless devotion. Settings. Battle settings dash. Aggressive bloodthirsty immature deadly. Partner settings dash. Frontline. Story settings dash. She is an aggressively battle-hungry and hot-headed but intelligent sister of Lucian Eternus, sharing the same bloodline as her brother. Her creation instilled in her an obedient little sister persona. However, in his absence, she has the potential to wreak world-altering havoc. Despite her inclination toward aggression due to her wrath class, her hot-headed nature and willingness to destroy anything to fulfill her brother's wishes are offset by her intelligence. She possesses the ability to comprehend and solve complex problems when she applies herself. While the potential exists for her to become the most intelligent servant, this fact is debatable due to her inability to reach her full potential. Beyond her anger and wrath, she is a devoted younger sister who yearns for recognition from her elder brother and is willing to do whatever it takes, even if it means self-sacrifice and causing destruction in her wake. In her normal state, she exudes a reverent and fun-loving personality. However, she remains intensely loyal and, above all, displays the characteristics of a Yandere to the highest degree. Bearing the surname Eternus, she is a vampire meticulously crafted by her Lord Brother to serve as the ideal progenitor of their race. In her eyes, her brother is a transcendent god, and she believes it's her duty to elevate her kind to prominence, ultimately serving her beloved brother and, in time, the entire world. Seated beside Lilith Eternus was a doll-like, short-statured girl of exceptional beauty. Her long, straight black hair cascaded down to her hips, framing her delicate features. Her thin eyebrows and dark black eyes enhanced her enchanting appearance. She wore a long-sleeved, short black kimono adorned with intricate golden swirling patterns, paired with white thigh-high stockings. Red threads neatly tied her hair, imparting a pleasing Japanese aesthetic to her overall look. Image here. Type. Partner custom NPC. Name. Yaya. Nickname. Aya, Diana. Heteromorph. Race. Automaton. Gender. Female. Alignment. Neutral good. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Automaton, LVL, 15. Machine doll, LVL, 10. Band doll, LVL, 5. Moon doll, LVL, 5. Job class. Fighter, LVL, 10. Magitech fighter, LVL, 10. Azura, LVL, 10. Armored mage, LVL, 5. Warlord, LVL, 5. Dark juggernaut, LVL, 5. Enchanted brawler, LVL, 10. Fighter saint, LVL, 10. Racial levels, 35. Job levels, 65. HP, 110110. MP, 6060. PHY. ATK, 120. PHY. Def, 120. Agility, 95. Mag. ATK, 50. Mag. Def, 80. Resist, 80. Special, 70. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Master, Lucian Eternus. Affection level, 10, boundless devotion. Settings. Battle settings dash. Aggressive playful deadly. Partner settings dash. Frontline. Story setting dash. Yaya has a sprightly personality and has a penchant for referring to herself in the third person. She can easily become melancholic over small matters related to her master but can just as swiftly regain her spirits through similarly minor things. Her demeanor is jovial and childlike, and she is unwaveringly loyal. Crafted by her master to be the perfect automaton, Yaya is committed to maintaining impeccable behavior, consistently engaging in regular training to achieve her goal. Her enchanting beauty attracts the attention of many, but her gaze is unwaveringly fixed on her master. While she possesses kindness, her heart, influenced by Eve, often fails to experience the emotions of satisfaction despite her numerous kind deeds. However, these emotions can be stirred by her master's words, which bring her warmth, and his actions, which fill her with hope and motivation. Yaya is not just a loyal servant, she is willing to go to great lengths for her master. This characteristic can transform her from a 100 into a -500 when her dark skills are activated and her aggression is heightened. Seated beside Yaya was another NPC with long, black hair. She was another exquisite beauty adorned in a red and black Gothic dress embellished with frills. Her hair was tied in an uneven, long ponytail, and her striking monochromatic eyes portrayed a clock sign. Her right eye had a red tint, while her left eye resembled a golden, inorganic clock face. Image here. Type. Personal custom NPC. Name. Kurumi Tokisaki. Nickname. None. Heteromorph. Race. Spirit. Gender. Female. Alignment. Extreme evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Spirit, LVL, 15. Astral Spirit, LVL, 10. Class Spirit S, LVL, 10. Spirit of Time, LVL, 5. Job Class. Chronomancer, LVL, 10. Gunner, LVL, 10. Chrono Gunner, LVL, 10. Valkyrie Gun, LVL, 10. Warden of Time, LVL, 10. Chrono Kaiser, LVL, 5. Actress, LVL, 3. Maiden, LVL, 2. Racial levels, 40. Job levels, 60. PHY. ATK, 50. PHY. Def, 80. Agility, 80. Mag. ATK, 75. Mag. Def, 85. Resist, 100. Special, 110. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Master, Lucian Eternus. Affection level, boundless devoted. Settings. Battle settings dash. Playful calm deadly. Partner settings dash. Special use. Story settings dash. Kurumi is a mysterious individual, often challenging to understand. She harbors a deep-seated aversion to humanity, bordering on revulsion, yet she can endure their presence for the sake of her master. Kurumi is a masterful actress, adept at donning the facade of an innocent and curious young girl. However, beneath that facade lurks a deranged woman, consumed by an obsession with her master. She's prone to fits of maniacal laughter and exhibits a complete disregard for life, viewing others merely as a means to restore her own time. Despite being a spirit and inherently immortal, she yearns for eternal existence, more time to bolster her power and, ultimately, to claim her master. She's a devoted maiden with sadistic tendencies, finding pleasure in inflicting pain and suffering upon the world. Nevertheless, her loyalty to her master is unwavering, often offsetting her more sinister inclinations and cementing her role as a steadfast and devoted servant. Seated beside Kurumi, the final NPC in this row was equally breathtaking, possessing exquisitely pale white skin and long silver hair that cascaded down gracefully. Her crimson eyes, resembling pools of rich blood, added more depth to her beauty. She donned a noble ensemble that harmoniously echoed with the color of her hair, complemented by a flowing purple cape adorning her back. A delicate, maid-like headband graced her head as the cherry on top. Image here. Type. Personal custom NPC. Name. Sophia Karen. Nickname. Vampy. Heteromorph. Race. Vampire. Gender. Female. Alignment. Extreme evil. Karma. Level, 80. Racial class. Vampire, LVL, 10. True Vampire, LVL, 10. Elder Vampire, LVL, 10. Vampire Progenitor, LVL, 5. Job class. Swordmaster, LVL, 10. Elementalist Ice, LVL, 10. Elementalist Dark, LVL, 10. Elementalist Water, LVL, 10. Sword Saint, LVL, 3. Azura, LVL, 2. Racial levels, 35. Job levels, 45. PHY. ATK, 75. PHY. Def, 70. Agility, 70. Mag. ATK, 72. Mag. Def, 50. Resist, 20. Special, 50. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Master, Lucian Eternus. Affection level, 10, boundless devoted. Settings. Battle settings dash. Aggressive battle-thirsty playful mad menace. Partner setting dash. Play cope. Story settings dash. She is someone who doesn't take anything too seriously and often indulges in playful behavior. While she may come across as a bit dense in some situations, she has no reservations about using her powers to tackle challenges. Her vampiric nature fuels a strong desire for battle, but she keeps her bloodlust in check through rigorous training and the guidelines set by her master. A hint of narcissism colors her character, as she places great value on beauty, which is one of the reasons for her deep adoration of her master. Enduring extensive training under her master's guidance, she has developed a masochistic side, craving discipline and wondering if her master will grant her the honor. As a subordinate of Shirari, she provides essential support when needed. Despite not requiring blood for sustenance, she has an unusual fascination with it and harbors a dream of one day drinking her master's blood. We'll continue next chapter. Chapter 40. In the adjacent row, sitting next to Shirari, there was another stunning beauty with purple hair and red eyes. Her physique was nearly flawless, and she was adorned in a full-body outfit that matched the color of her hair, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Metallic shoulder pads enhanced her appearance, and she wore a fierce yet smiling expression, an addition added by Lucian. Image here. Type. Personal custom NPC. Name. Scathack. Nickname. Scath, Witch. Heteromorph. Race. Spirit. Gender. Female. Alignment. Neutral. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Spirit, LVL, 15. Heroic Spirit, LVL, 10. Divine Spirit, LVL, 10. Primordial Spirit, LVL, 5. Lord of Spirit, LVL, 5. Job class. Lancer, LVL, 10. Grand Lancer, LVL, 5. Spear Master, LVL, 10. Spear Saint, LVL, 10. Weapon Master, LVL, 10. Monarch, LVL, 5. Teacher, LVL, 4. Yandere, LVL, 1. Racial levels, 45. Job levels, 55. HP, 90-90. MP, 80-80. PHY. ATK, 110. PHY. Def, 90. Agility, 120. Mag. ATK, 80. Mag. Def, 87. Resist, 96. Special, 70. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Master, Lucian Eternus. Affection level, 10, boundless devotion. Settings. Battle settings dash. Calm rational battle thirsty loyal resourceful. Partner settings dash. Frontline. Story settings dash. A beautiful young woman graced with a light disposition, she exudes the aura of both a queen and a reliable teacher, often resembling the caring elder sister next door. Proud and unyielding, she has occupied a seat in the ruling class since her birth, exhibiting all the traits of a true monarch, including an abundance of charisma. With an unwavering belief in her own superiority, she aspires to rule over others. Her discerning eyes can easily identify geniuses and prodigies. However, she bears a heavy burden of immense power and immortality, rendering her incapable of experiencing death. In her pursuit of death, she sought out a holy grail, asking for someone to grant her the gift of death. Which she found in her master and beloved student, the one person capable of bestowing that final release, yet she doesn't want that anymore. His presence, accompanied by his red eyes, invigorates her throughout the day, while the switch to his green eyes sets her heart pounding like never before. She has become addicted to his mere presence, craving to bear his child, make a lasting mark, and elicit pleasurable moans from him. Though she knows she cannot defeat him, she remains persistent in her requests for his guidance, holding on to the hope that he will one day reach his full potential. Sitting next to Scathach was a witch with long ashen hair and piercing blue eyes. Her attire consisted of a purple robe with white layers beneath it. She proudly wore a witch's hat, a divine class item bestowed upon her by her master, Lucian. Image here. Type. Player custom NPC. Name. Elena. Humanoid. Race. Manava. Gender. Female. Alignment. Neutral. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Not available. Job class. Witch, LVL, 15. Master Witch, LVL, 10. Fallen Witch, LVL, 10. Magistrate of Witchcraft, LVL, 5. Disciple of Stardust, LVL, 10. Witch of Ashes, LVL, 5. Elemental Mage, LVL, 15. Master of Elements, LVL, 10. Chronomancer, LVL, 10. Sage, LVL, 10. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 100. HP, 50-50. MP, 95-95. PHY. ATK, 50. PHY. Def, 60. Agility, 80. Mag. ATK, 120. Mag. Def, 80. Resist, 50. Special, 80. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Master, Lucian Eternus. Settings. Battle settings dash. Calm, rational, loyal, resourceful. Partner settings dash. Backup mage. Story settings dash. Also known as the Ashen Witch, she is a person who displays kindness towards others and exhibits great understanding and emotional intelligence. She has the ability to benefit greatly from various situations, whether they are good or bad. However, she is somewhat conceited and holds a very high opinion of herself, bordering on narcissism due to her exceptional talent in witchcraft. Nevertheless, her self-assured demeanor crumbles when she is with her master, as she greatly adores him. This adoration leads to a dark side where she is willing to go to any lengths for him. She possesses immense charisma, yet all of that is ineffective when dealing with her master. She has also demonstrated a tendency to ignore situations that do not benefit her, even displaying cruelty and heartlessness at times. She can alternate between appearing as a sadistic witch and a kind saint, depending on the circumstances. Lastly, seated at the further end of the right side was a petite individual who didn't even occupy the entire seat. This cute and diminutive spirit resembled a tiny fairy. Her features included light green hair reminiscent of nature and beautiful green eyes. She was adorned in a leaf green interconnected rope-like cloth that encircled her small frame. Two green antenna-like glowing objects protruded from her head, making her stand out from the other NPCs primarily due to her size and fairy-like appearance. Image here. Type. Personal custom NPC. Name. Sylphid. Nickname. Ariel, Sylphie, Airy. Heteromorph. Race. Spirit. Gender. Female. Alignment. Neutral good. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Elemental spirit, LVL, 15. Wind spirit, LVL, 10. High spirit, LVL, 10. First spirit wind, LVL, 5. Lord spirit wind, LVL, 10. Queen spirit wind, LVL, 5. Contracted spirit, LVL, 5. Job class. Elementalist wind, LVL, 10. Wind archon, LVL, 10. Enchanter, LVL, 10. Contractor, LVL, 10. Racial levels, 60. Job levels, 40. HP, 100100. MP, 100100. PHY. ATK, 30. PHY. Def, 100. Agility, 140. Mag. ATK, 72. Mag. Def, 62. Resist, 53. Special, 120. Creator, Lucian Eternus. Master, Lucian Eternus. Affection level, 10, boundless devotion. Settings. Battle settings dash. Calm quick deadly. Partner settings dash. Frontline. Story settings dash. She is a very loving and caring spirit with a strong sense of duty and loyalty. Her personality is usually jolly, and she enjoys interacting with the elves of the light tree and the dark tree, as well as many other NPCs. However, hidden beneath her kind demeanor is yet another twisted personality that's rather unknown to most, and this hidden aspect is concealed behind her positive karma. Although her karma is positive, her hidden nature is extremely uncaring and cold. Her definition of loyalty is twisted. She's fiercely loyal to her master and is even willing to go to dark and unsavory lengths to get his attention. Above all, she is devoted to her master, to the extent that she would go to any lengths for him, even if it means potentially committing dark deeds or causing harm, such as destroying the world. But that's not all. She often behaves as if everything in the world rightfully belongs to her master, believing it's only natural that everyone should pay homage to him. Due to being the fastest NPC in the guild, she has developed strong relationships with other NPCs. Her character is going to be fun to write, can't wait. These 8 personal NPCs of Lucian each had a designated seat in the expansive circular throne room of Aesir. Lucian had initially designed the throne room with these NPCs in mind, but as more partner NPCs joined, he made adjustments to accommodate them. The immense, empty throne at the center radiated with brilliance the moment Lucian set foot on the circular platform leading to his seat of power. This throne, far from ordinary, was not only a breathtaking work of art but also had great capabilities, for it was a guild weapon. Yes, you heard correctly, it was a guild weapon. And this was not the only guild weapon in this guild. In fact, you might be surprised to learn that Lucian had the capacity to craft 5 guild weapons, each one designed to push its data capacity to the absolute maximum. This throne was but one of the 5 of his guild weapons. I don't see anything, Lucian asked, tilting his head as he walked towards the throne. All he could see was the usual beauty of the throne room, his perfectly normal NPCs, and the perfectly normal beautiful throne. Just go and sit on the throne, Mei urged, giving Lucian a gentle nudge before walking away, disappearing into one of the 4 pathways leading to different parts of the palace, each connected to the throne room. Lucian sighed and proceeded to cross the circular platform, ascending to the elevated platform where the grand throne awaited. As he took his seat, he felt the throne's enhancements take effect. From this vantage point, he could oversee all 8 of his personal NPCs and the entire expanse of the throne room. I really need more sleep, Lucian muttered groggily, as he yawned, still able to do so in the virtual reality. Soon, Lucian saw Mei emerge from one of the 4 pathways, with a new figure following behind her, presumably an NPC. The new figure was a young lady with raven black hair tied in a braid, with a few locks falling gracefully over her forehead. Her hair was adorned with a band, and she possessed a beautiful and gorgeous face, complemented by the black glasses she wore. She donned a maid uniform similar to Mei Mei's, except it featured wide, long white sleeves with golden frills and a white center at the chest. Her walking style exuded a certain charm, and she held a black and golden staff that seemed like it could transform into a sword at any moment. Image here. Stand by, Mei Mei commanded as she approached the throne, prompting the NPC to immediately stop walking and stand motionless. Mei Mei then fixed her eager gaze on Lucian. Master, what are your thoughts? Mei Mei inquired while looking at Lucian, who was seated on the elevated throne. Lucian's gaze was solely focused on the new NPC at that moment as he checked her character settings and status. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Adele Eternus. Demi-humanoid. Race. Dampire. Gender. Female. Alignment. Great Evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Dampire, LVL, 10. Prime Dampire, LVL, 10. Job class. Fencer, LVL, 15. Noble Fencer, LVL, 10. Duelist, LVL, 5. Fencing Mage, LVL, 10. Saber Sworn, LVL, 10. Shadow Duelist, LVL, 10. Phantom Revenant, LVL, 10. Blade Sorcerer, LVL, 5. Warlock Shadow Sword, LVL, 5. Job levels, 20. Racial levels, 80. HP, 50-50. MP, 80-80. PHY. ATK, 95. PHY. Def, 50. Agility, 100. Mag. ATK, 85. Mag. Def, 50. Resist, 40. Special, 97. Creator, Mei Mei. Guardian, Throne Room of Aesir. Settings. Residence Dash. Eternus Chamber. Battle Settings Dash. Calm Rational Loyal Resourceful Quick. Story Settings Dash. She is an area guardian of the throne room, a creation born of Mei Mei and Lucian Eternus, inheriting more of her mother's traits than her father's. Her demeanor toward her father is marked by profound respect, reverence, and a passionate love, mirroring the sentiments her mother holds. Her intelligence is exceptional, rendering her fully capable of handling any challenges that come her way. She possesses the strength to repel those who dare to threaten her or her father. Furthermore, she has undergone rigorous training to become the epitome of a perfect maid, ready to serve him diligently. Her profound sense of duty and unwavering loyalty guide her actions, and she maintains a level-headed composure, able to analyze and confront any situation with a cool and calculated mindset. She steadfastly prevents her emotions from clouding her judgment, except when it comes to her father, for whom she is willing to embrace anger and rage, which she perceives as unnecessary and weak emotions. Her intelligence rivals that of very few, and her love for her father, much like her mother, runs deep. Additionally, she has exhibited tendencies resembling a Yandra, and it suggests that her feelings in that regard might even surpass others. She's well versed in the art of manipulation and strategy, all in the name of safeguarding her father. Her loyalty is unwavering, her sense of duty undying. And her feelings, while they may verge on the extreme, are expressed in a way that seeks to keep her father's interests and safety above all else. Lucian carefully observed the figure of the NPC, paying particular attention to her details. He noted her thin eyebrows and the beautiful blue hue of her eyes resembling his, and the subtle swirling black glow akin to Mei Mei. He couldn't help but appreciate the design of her maid uniform, with its cute frills, perhaps indicating a maiden-like aspect to her character despite her serious demeanor. Mei Mei, seated on the right side of Lucian's throne, inquired, "What do you think, Master?" Typically, their meetings occurred in the command center or Lucian's room outside of the game. However, in the throne room, Mei Mei and Suzun usually occupied the two sides of Lucian's throne. Lucian turned his gaze towards Mei Mei, and beneath his avatar's stoic exterior, a faint smile tugged at his lips. He responded, "She is perfect." He paused for a moment before reaching out to Mei Mei and pulling her into a close embrace. "Just like you," Lucian whispered in a sweet and intoxicating voice, causing shivers to run down Mei Mei's spine. It was a rare occurrence for Lucian to express such sentiments. Typically, it was Mei Mei who openly conveyed her feelings. However, when Lucian did so, it had an intoxicating and addictive quality that made Mei Mei forget everything else and immerse herself in his presence. "Master, I think we should log out," Mei Mei said before vanishing into a shadow, leaving Lucian's embrace. "I'm afraid I might do something inappropriate and get us banned if you keep this up," she confessed, her voice tinged with embarrassment, a rare occurrence for Mei Mei but a vulnerability she displayed in Lucian's presence. Lucian responded with a smile, "Sure. But before that, you should add more details to her settings. While her stats are okay and her character is practically perfectly read the more detailed version, you should write deeper into her personality." He leaned back in his throne, placing his hands over his chest in a thoughtful manner as he looked at Mei Mei. "First and foremost, tell me why you made her a vampire," Lucian inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. He used his right hand to lean on the throne's handle, supporting his head as he awaited Mei Mei's response. "It's because you're a vampire, and I'm a shadow touch. Any child of a vampire and a humanoid, like shadow touch, dark elf, or other dark humanoid races, is a dampire," Mei Mei explained, pointing upwards like a teacher imparting knowledge. It was one of the rare instances where Mei Mei displayed her expertise in Yggdrasil, as Lucian didn't pay much attention to humanoid races except for the most practical ones. Lucian questioned her choice, "And what benefits does it give her? You prioritized lore over her actual strength? A dampire is very weak in defense. She's like a glass cannon. While she can attack effectively, she can also break easily." He sighed and got up, walking toward the NPC. Lucian gazed at the NPC Adele and then turned his attention to Mei Mei, patting her on the head. "But she's gorgeous and just as I'd imagine my daughter to look like as a grown-up," Lucian commented, his gaze softening. "You really wanted to create her because you wanted a child that bad?" Lucian inquired, his tone mischievous, yet the question was a serious one. He had planned to save this conversation for later when he logged out, but he couldn't resist asking. Mei Mei responded earnestly, "Yes. And it wouldn't change my opinion. And Suzun has also created a character with a similar backstory. Why should she be the only one? And it's not like I want to bear a child, anyway. I would rather serve my master." Mei Mei spoke in her usual tone, but Lucian could clearly detect a slight wavering in her voice, indicating that she might not be revealing the whole truth. "Mei Mei, you do know I'm still too young to have children, don't you? Even if I were at an age where I wanted children, I wouldn't do that. I don't want to bring a child into this world only for them to have a similar condition as mine and have to live their entire life in solitary, confined to their home." Lucian sighed, his voice heavy with emotion. His words stirred a desire in Mei Mei to comfort him, to shower him with love and make him forget the conversation. She felt bad for bringing it up, knowing that Lucian had complex feelings about his illness and confinement. "No, I'm sorry, master. I know you would never do something selfish," Mei Mei replied, displaying a smiling emoji on her virtual face, an unusual expression for her. "You are too kind for that, master," she added, her voice taking on a melancholic tone as her concern for Lucian showed. "Should I delete her character data?" Mei Mei suddenly asked, leaving Lucian shocked. "No. Why would you do that?" Lucian responded, shaking his head in disagreement. Mei Mei explained, "I mean, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, master." Lucian reassured her, "I don't feel uncomfortable, and it's a good idea. We can have someone like her in the guild, almost like a daughter. Let's add more to her settings. And I won't change her race, it's already good as per the lore. But I'll create a divine class gear for her to improve her defense." Lucian said thoughtfully, holding his chin and nodding. His gaze shifted toward the first NPC sitting in the right circular seats, Shirari. Mei Mei, noticing Lucian's intentions, asked with a stern look, "Are you planning to waste another day farming materials and collecting data crystals? Don't forget Mizuki is coming tomorrow. So don't stay up late." She then bowed slightly before accessing her menu, presumably to log out and prepare breakfast. "By the way, I didn't see Suzun in her room. Is she out somewhere?" Lucian asked curiously. Mei Mei explained, "She went to her apartment." Apparently, she needs to do some heavy work on the original server she was managing, and she can only do that from her apartment. So she'll be holed up there for a week or two. She also mentioned that she's preparing new world item info for you. Before logging out, Mei Mei left some final words: log out before breakfast. I can never catch a break, Lucian muttered as he was left alone in the vast throne room, surrounded by his personal NPCs and his new daughter. Let's get you some armor, Lucian said, calling for Shirari. Come up, White, Lucian commanded, using her nickname, and she immediately vanished from her seat, reappearing beside Lucian with a space-distorting effect. Let's farm some materials from you, Lucian said, preparing to gather the necessary resources to create divine-class gear for Adele. Chapter 41. Are you sure it's fine for me to meet him? Holding her phone tightly, a cute girl stared at a video of a maid eating her food while visible text conversation appeared. The slightly chubby girl sat on her bed, her anxiety growing as she continued to snack on rice crackers, with 2 empty packets already discarded nearby. Yes, it's fine. You are not stealing him from me, and I have another vixen doing that for me, so it's not necessary. Besides, don't you want to play Yggdrasil with him again? And, most of all, don't you want to talk to him again? Mei Mei asked in a serious tone, emphasizing her point. Mizuki flinched a little, her glasses slipping down her nose with a few beads of sweat on her cheeks. I mean, I want to meet him. I mean, very badly, but so suddenly, and in real life nonetheless. Shouldn't it be better if we meet in Yggdrasil before meeting in real life? Mizuki asked, munching on another rice cracker, the crunching and chewing noise making Mei Mei a bit irritated. First of all, stop overeating. Dealing with anxiety doesn't always have to involve food. Put that cracker in the dustbin, Mei Mei scolded in a stern tone, pointing her chopstick at Mizuki. Although this behavior was considered rude in their culture, Mei Mei didn't care. Fine, fine, Mizuki responded, tossing the half-eaten rice crackers into the dustbin. Her eating habits were quite poor, and it didn't help that her brother was a glutton who brought home a lot of snacks every day, particularly hot and spicy ones filled with pepper, which she often indulged in to cope with her anxiety. It's all his fault I'm overeating. I'll have to delete another collection of his beloved games, Mizuki muttered to herself, determined to mess up her brother's computer to curb his gluttonous habits. Whatever, listen now. Make sure to wear a cute dress, and don't use makeup. Master doesn't like cosmetics. Don't wear cologne, the smell might make him nauseous. Don't bring any food with you, even if it's premium and 100% synthetic and sanitized. Make sure to detoxify yourself after entering the house. There's a detoxifier next to the shoe locker. Don't bring anything that has a strong smell, and avoid items that might produce smoke, like a lighter or anything similar. Mei Mei started giving Mizuki a list of precautions and warnings, speaking in a matter-of-fact, strict tone, almost as if she were instructing a child. Wah, I have to do all that stuff. Why does it feel like I'm meeting some high-ranking member of society? Mizuki complained after hearing all the 69 precautions provided by Mei Mei. You do know that he is diagnosed with a genetic disease. I don't want him to get hurt or feel uncomfortable. To be honest, I'd rather not bring anyone from the outside into the home, but you are my friend, and, most importantly, Master used to talk about you and seems to have a good relationship with you. So I want you two to reconcile, Mei Mei explained, emphasizing that her actions were always for Lucian, even if it seemed otherwise. I see, Mizuki murmured, watching her friend eat through the phone screen. Is Lucian handsome? Mizuki asked. She hadn't seen him yet. Yeah, probably even more than you think, Mei Mei replied matter-of-factly. And you called him an incel who jerks off to hentai. Ha ha ha, Mizuki couldn't help but laugh, remembering their earlier conversation a few weeks ago. Don't mention it, or I'll permanently ban you from ever seeing him. Mei Mei threatened, pointing her chopsticks at Mizuki once again. Hi, Queen. Mizuki responded, playfully acting as if she were prostrating herself. The winds in all the arcologies were cold, despite living inside isolated domes, the heat still didn't greet them. Today was just another day in the Tokyo Arcology 4th, and everyone was going about their day. Despite it being Sunday and a weekend, many still worked, doing overtime for an extra bit of cash, while others sought ways to have fun, although options were limited in these environments. What? You really want me to do that to an unknown girl I don't even know? Lucian worriedly asked Mei Mei as he stared her down. Do you have a fever? He extended his hand and touched her forehead, finding it to be normal. I don't have a fever, master. I just want to teach her a lesson about how scary the world can be, Mei Mei replied in a genuine tone, appearing to be a caring friend. However, her real plan was to scare Mizuki away from Lucian to end her fantasy. Fine, fine. I'll do it, as long as it's just a prank. I'll do anything. Lucian said with a grin. Don't take it too far, though, Mei Mei cautioned. Fine, fine, Lucian repeated, and just as he said it, the doorbell rang. He didn't hear it, but Mei Mei received a notification about her guest's arrival. Looks like she's here, Mei Mei mumbled to herself as she informed Lucian that she was going out for a while. The house was divided into two parts, one for Lucian's use and the other where Mei Mei and anyone else who needed to enter would first detoxify themselves. As the massive door automatically closed behind her, Mizuki looked at the luxurious hallway in front of her. She noticed a designated area to store her shoes and promptly removed them before sweeping her hair to the side. Mizuki had made an extra effort today to look presentable. Her hair was done nicely, held in place by a cute hair clip. She wore a stylish and modern outfit with frills and open shoulders, even though she wasn't entirely comfortable with it, wanting to look cute. She had replaced her glasses with new ones, thinking that her old pair wasn't cute enough. I hope I don't mess up, Mizuki muttered to herself as she took a deep breath and proceeded toward a large detoxifier on the side. The device was white and spacious enough to accommodate two people at once. Mizuki stepped inside and emerged on the other side in a similar, yet unfamiliar room. She slowly walked down the new hallway and stood before a massive door equipped with a screen to the side. Mei-chan, I'm here, Mizuki typed on the screen, and a stoic maid's voice immediately responded. You should come in, Mei Mei replied as the previously closed doors opened, revealing a beautiful and expansive hallway. The hall was furnished with multiple sofas, TVs, screens, and various other items, both necessary and extravagant. Bookshelves lined one side of the hallway, filled with hundreds of physical books, a rarity in a world where digital books were more common. Mizuki couldn't help but groan as she looked around the opulent room. While she was aware that her friend was the maid of a rich young master, she hadn't anticipated that they would be this wealthy. High-tech holographic projectors, the latest and very expensive, were scattered around as if they were just everyday items. Where the hell should I go now? Mizuki muttered to herself, glancing at the various rooms that seemed to lead in different directions. Mizuki had no idea where Mei Mei was. She had planned to visit Mei Mei as a friend while also taking the opportunity to start a conversation with Lucian. That was the excuse they had planned, at least. But right now, she was feeling incredibly anxious. Oh, do we have a guest? Suddenly, a very sweet and familiar voice reached Mizuki's ears from her left side. As she looked in that direction, she was greeted by an extremely handsome young man. His slightly long, unruly black hair cascaded down his back as if he had just taken a shower. He was dressed in a comfortable pajama and a well-fitting t-shirt. His facial features were incredibly attractive and breathtaking, and his blue eyes, like the ocean, were fixed on Mizuki. For a moment, she was in a trance, simply staring at Lucian without shame. Hey, are you okay? Lucian asked as he walked closer. But Mizuki remained unresponsive, her gaze locked onto him. She seemed lost for a few more seconds until Lucian was right beside her. Are you even hearing me, Miss Mizuki? Lucian leaned forward and clapped his hands near her ears, as if to check if she could hear. This snapped Mizuki back to reality, and her face turned as red as a tomato. She reacted by shoving Lucian away as if he had done something inappropriate. What the fuck? Lucian loudly cursed as he was thrown to the floor, his body hitting it with a thud. Meanwhile, in Mei Mei's room, she was watching the scene unfold on her monitor. She squeezed a cold drink can she was holding so hard that it popped, and she dropped all the juice inside. The steel can crumbled further in her grip. That bitch! Mei Mei muttered, grinding her teeth together. Her eyes seemed to darken, ready to interfere at any moment. But she held back, knowing that Lucian needed a push to overcome his hesitation and have no regrets, so that she could finally become one with him, not just in body but in his heart as well. Returning to the scene, Lucian asked with a dramatic touch, "Why did you push me like that?" As he rose to his feet, he exaggeratedly used both hands for support, even though the floor's soft wood had only caused minimal discomfort. He was putting on this act to elicit some sympathy. "Ah, I'm so sorry." Mizuki quickly apologized, rushing to assist Lucian in getting up. He continued to feign injury, and Mizuki blushed deeply as she helped him to the sofa in the spacious living room. I'm so sorry. I didn't know what to do, so I accidentally pushed you," she admitted, still feeling embarrassed by the situation. "That's all right. Since Mei isn't here right now, and you wanted to meet me, let's have a chat," Lucian suggested, patting the seat beside him, trying to maintain his injured act. "All right," Mizuki replied as she hurriedly took a seat opposite Lucian, declining his unspoken invitation to sit closer. Lucian relaxed on the sofa and said, "Mizuki-san, I'm only aware of your first name, so I hope you don't mind me addressing you that way despite our first meeting." Mizuki offered a gentle, slightly troubled smile, and her cheeks remained tinted with a blush as she responded, "It's perfectly fine. In fact, I prefer it. I'm not particularly fond of my last name, so using my first name works just fine." She recognized Lucian's voice as the same as the Lucy from Nine's Own Goal, the same voice that had brightened her days and given her something to look forward to every day. Lucian, with a pensive expression, said, All right, Mizuki-san," as if he was quietly contemplating something for a moment. Mizuki nervously brought out a sleek black phone from her bag and asked, "So, can I, get a picture with you or something?" Lucian replied with a friendly smile, "Oh, sure." His warm smile only added to Mizuki's flustered state. Normally, she was known for her cheerful demeanor and ability to strike up conversations with anyone. However, her mind was currently in turmoil, overwhelmed by various thoughts and emotions. For months, she had been consumed by thoughts of Lucian, and her imagination had painted numerous scenarios of what he might be like. She'd pondered whether he was a rude young master or the most unattractive person imaginable. Even these diverse images hadn't lessened her strong feelings for him. She'd recently had the opportunity to voice a popular character in a very popular game and had been approached by a prominent figure in the voice acting industry. This individual was successful, wealthy, and had asked her out on a date. Mizuki was fully aware that building a good relationship with him could have significantly advanced her career and increased her income. As an independent woman, it seemed like the logical choice. However, her heart refused to entertain the idea, remaining steadfast in its attachment to Lucian. Mizuki clung to this elusive and fading connection, one that existed only in her memories since Lucian had removed his account. This uncertainty and longing kept her up at night, and at times, she feared she might never get to know the real Lucian. And now that she finally laid eyes on him and confirmed his identity, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within her. Yet, amid the tangle of feelings, one emotion shone brightest relief. It was the profound relief that her affection for him wasn't just a fleeting crush, it ran deeper. Each time she gazed at him, her heart fluttered like never before, and she knew that it wasn't driven by his appearance or wealth. Despite his overwhelming handsomeness, those factors didn't define her emotions. What mattered most was the authenticity of her feelings. "Wait, why are you crying?" Suddenly, Lucian leaped from the sofa, his concern piqued by the adorable girl with tears streaming down her chubby cheeks. Her eyes were almost red, and he couldn't help but ask. Sorry, I was joking. I'm not hurt. I've built up enough resilience to not be hurt by a simple push." "Why are you crying? Do you need water?" "Let me get you some water," Lucian hurriedly said, feeling guilty for making her think he was genuinely hurt. Just as he was about to leave to fetch some water, Mizuki tugged on the long sleeves of his t-shirt and said, "Don't go." "I'm not crying," even though more tears streamed down her cheeks. "You're saying that while making a face like a chihuahua, Mizuki-san." Lucian retorted with a teasing remark, pointing at her still teary-eyed expression. "I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have joked about it. If I made you feel that hurt, I guess you can ask for something from me. I don't usually like using my money for such things, but if you want money or some expensive gift, even that's fine, Lucian said playfully as he took a tissue from the table, sitting down beside her on the sofa, which made her flinch. With a gentle touch, he began to wipe away Mizuki's tears with the tissues. "Kumi-chan, you didn't used to cry like that before," Lucian said gently as he used the tissue to wipe away her tears and gently dab her eyes and cheeks. "Wait, what? How did you?" Mizuki started to ask, but Lucian interrupted her, saying, "It's too obvious." With the final trails of tears wiped away, her face looked almost as natural as it was before, except for her slightly puffy eyes. "You thought I wouldn't notice your voice? Although you are trying your best to sound like an easygoing girl, you forgot that I was able to guess your different voices even among a crowd and Kazumi-kumi. If you change the positions of the letters in Mizuki K, you'll get your stage name. And you said you don't like your last name. Not to mention, when you opened your bag to bring your smartphone, I was easily able to take a peek, and your new game's cover was visible. I'll assume you got it early because you're working on it. Can I play? I already finished playing the second part of Big Brother's Lollipop is Nasty," Lucian said simultaneously, leaving her with wide eyes and an open mouth. She knew that Lucian had a keen eye for detail, as he could find loopholes even in games. But she was real shocked right now, and even more than that, she couldn't help but feel the sense of familiarity getting stronger when he called her Kumi-chan. She didn't like her real name being used, and she always loved it when Lucian called her Kumi-chan. Hearing that same voice from him in real life made her feel good. "You really are a Detective Pikachu," Mizuki said, giggling and momentarily forgetting the earlier encounter as she finally got what she wanted for so long. "This will be referenced later." He. Whitebrim-san did that. I expected him to create maids, but I didn't know he would go so wild in creating maids as soon as he got the option for custom NPCs. He even managed to involve other guild members in his work. As expected of a mangaka, Lucian laughed heartily as he learned about Whitebrim's creation of 41 maids, a collaborative effort with 2 other guild members. Each maid had her own unique backstory. "Yep, he's quite the pervert. And my brother, well, he's no different. He's equally perverted and went on to create a lowly vampire," Kumi remarked as she inched closer to Lucian, her hand gripping his firmly. What was once a conversation across from each other had now turned into one where they were almost glued to each other. I can already imagine what kind of story he's come up with for her. Let's not dive into it. He mentioned he wanted to create a lowly vampire with sadistic traits, so he probably went all out with that idea. Let's hope LID doesn't catch wind of it," Lucian added, his expression showing a hint of disgust. "Lucian, you don't know the horrors he has unleashed. The story settings are terrifying. At times, they genuinely give me the creeps. The vampire girl even invades my dreams." Mizuki spoke while looking into Lucian's eyes, shivering as she recollected those eerie scenarios. "You can always visit me if you're scared," Lucian offered with a warm smile as he gently patted her head. It was a friendly smile, devoid of any flirtatious or suggestive undertones, yet it was enough to make her blush, just a little. "I will do that. Whenever I'm scared, or hungry, or need my dose of Lucian treatment, or just because I'm happy, sad, or even breathing," she said with an excited tone, wrapping her arms around Lucian and pressing her moderate yet noticeable breasts against his hands. When she did this in the game, it was merely a virtual interaction with no real sensation. However, here in the physical world, it was a different story. "Well, I think you shouldn't hug me like that," Lucian mentioned as he gently moved his hands away, and Mizuki, realizing her position, quickly blushed as she noticed that she had been pressing her breasts against Lucian's hands. She became acutely aware that he was only wearing a t-shirt, so there was a genuine sense of touch. "Anyway, how are Momonga-san and Obert doing?" Lucian asked, shifting the conversation to their fellow guild members. He inquired about the most rational and sane member, Momonga, and the notorious troublemaker, Obert. Momonga-san is still stuck in his Chinibyo phase. He even created a doppelganger NPC with some very weird story settings, Mizuki replied with a sigh, giving the impression that she had somewhat given up on the antics of the boys of Ainsul Gown. "Haha, I expected him to do that eventually," Lucian chuckled in response. As for Obert-san, well Lucian, Mizuki began, leaning closer to Lucian and adopting a serious tone. Obert-san was probably the most affected after you left. He was like a boyfriend mourning his girlfriend's death. He was devastated and heartbroken, she explained, her voice filled with a mixture of disgust and concern, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. And there's also the fact that he always tries to oppose Touch-me-san, constantly arguing with him over the most trivial things. He likely holds grudges over your quitting, she added before leaning back. Oh well, I expected Obert to do that. He has kind of a childish personality, Lucian said with a nostalgic smile as he chuckled while deep in thought. He had considered reaching out to Obert, but being distanced from any DMMO-RPGs, he had refrained from contacting anyone related to the game, isolating himself further. Now, he lacked the courage to speak to him. But that's not the worst part, Mizuki said as she leaned forward once again, intentionally pressing her breasts against Lucian, her gaze locked onto his eyes. Obert-san has created an NPC in your memory, and he behaves very creepily around her. He's always muttering about how she should find the treasure and be forever grateful. I've never dared to investigate the NPC he created, I'm too afraid to discover whatever monstrosity he might have created, Mizuki concluded with a sigh. Is that so? Lucian couldn't help but be curious, and seeing the glint of curiosity in his eyes, Mizuki had an exciting idea. Why don't you visit Nazarick? She exclaimed, suddenly jumping up from her seat. What? No. It would be embarrassing to reappear suddenly, especially after they've established such a successful guild, Lucian replied, shaking his head. Come on. Hear me out. This weekend, there won't be anyone in the guild. Everyone's occupied, and we decided to skip any meetings. So, it's a perfect time to go. The only occupants in the guild will be the NPCs and Yamachan, Mizuki shared excitedly, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lucian reminisced for a moment, thinking about Yumeko. I would like to see Yumeko-san again, but I'll try not to intrude. No, don't be like that. You must come. I've even created a few NPCs, 2 twin NPCs, and I want you to meet them. Please. Mizuki appealed earnestly, emphasizing her point with her hands and, well, her chest. Lucian relented. All right. I'll visit. But are you sure it's okay to bring someone without informing the guild leader and other members? What if I were just scouting the place for a potential attack later? Wouldn't you be blamed for that? Mizuki was undeterred. I'm confident you wouldn't do that, but even if you did, I'd take the blame. So, are we good? Lucian agreed with a smile. Sure, so when do we log in? Chapter 42. In the perpetual darkness of the world of Helheim, 2 players streaked through the inky black sky, moving at breakneck speeds. Their velocity created sonic boom effects, so intense that it caused intermittent glitches in the game, causing it to stutter along their route. The animated clouds parted, and data momentarily fractured as the 2 figures surged towards a specific destination in Helheim. Lucian, aren't we flying too fast? How can you even manage this kind of speed? A pink slime girl, her cute face contrasting with her red, slimy body, clad in black armor with star-like shapes adorning her eyes, clung to Lucian, her arms gripping him tightly, her life seemingly dependent on her grasp. This was Bukabukagama, who had modified her avatar to be more humanoid following her conversation with Mei Mei, who had told her about Lucian's preference for slime girls. Like this, but red and wearing a light armor. It's not even close to my top speed, Lucian replied, a smiling emoji hovering in front of his face. The 2 black, blazing wings behind him shimmered like a jet engine, casting a vivid neon green glow that propelled them like a lightning bolt towards their destination. As they soared through the sky, their surroundings turned into a hazy blur. The only reference point they had to ensure they stayed on inside the world of Helheim was the minimap displayed on their screens, indicating they had already covered half the distance across the Helheim world in just 3 minutes. This is making my head spin. I think I'm gonna puke, Mizuki said, gripping onto Lucian for dear life. However, she was doing so intentionally. Kumi-chan, you're mistaken. According to VR Protocol 5, Section 7.6.2, it stated that it's virtually impossible to get sick in the VR world, unless through physical contact, Lucian explained with a cheerful emoji floating beside his face. His impressive memory served him well once again, as he recalled hearing the information from his perfect maid. That doesn't make it easy on my vision, forget it. We're already near Nazarick. Can't you just slow down and gently descend to the ground? Mizuki asked with genuine concern. Her fear wasn't of heights but rather the disorienting sensation that made her feel as though she were high and disoriented. As you wish, Lucian replied with a playful giggle. He suddenly halted their descent, causing her to feel a swift change in inertia, and then started descending at a rapid lightning-fast pace. Whoa! We're going to crash. Mizuki screamed in fear as she observed the swampy ground approaching. She instinctively shut her eyes and, in a swift reaction, her body expanded like a balloon, enveloping Lucian completely. It was as if she had transformed into jelly, forming a protective bubble around him. I'll take the hit, she said as she enveloped Lucian within her body using one of her powerful and most useful skills. In the game, fall damage was a real threat, and it was entirely possible to incur substantial damage or even face death due to a huge fall in Yggdrasil. This is why, given her slime nature, and more specifically her focus on defensive abilities, she made the decision to shield Lucian. It was clear to her that Lucian didn't have high enough defense stats. It's fine, Lucian reassured her. Their descent abruptly decelerated, and a blue light engulfed Mizuki's entire round form as they touched down, a result of Lucian casting a spell. You think I've switched my class or something? I'm still a mage, and I can use the feather fall spell, Lucian explained, his gaze directed at Mizuki's face, which was situated right in front of him within her slimy body. Lucian couldn't help but think about how interesting some of the skills slimes had. Damn you! Mizuki cursed as she immediately transformed into her humanoid form and punched Lucian, but it had no effect, as they were friends and friendly fire was not a thing in the game. Let's go, or are you not going to show me Nazarick anymore? Lucian said as he held her slimy but slender hand up. Of course. Let's go. I've already added you to my party. I'll send you a guest invitation. Accept it so that the defense system won't activate. She said as she brought out her menu and immediately sent a guest invitation to Lucian. Lucian promptly accepted, and a green light appeared near his vision as he gazed at the center of the swamp they were standing on. The swamp didn't affect Lucian or Mizuki, thanks to their racial immunity. However, if they were some other humanoid or demi-humanoid, they could have been afflicted by the condition stuck and might have needed specific abilities or items to overcome the effect. As Mizuki pulled Lucian, almost dragging him off his feet, they appeared near a large and expansive cemetery. Statues of goddesses and demons were scattered throughout, alongside numerous graves. As Lucian stepped out of the swamp, he saw a massive mausoleum at the center. Four smaller mausoleums surrounded it in a circle on each side with long pillars lining the path. Let's go. We should visit the second floor first, and you can check on Ranchan's NPC. Yamachan is probably on the 9th or 10th floor, so we can work our way down. Her sister is likely visiting the guild today, Mizuki said as she led Lucian toward the grand mausoleum located right at the center. Without any resistance, Lucian immediately teleported both of them to the entrance of the mausoleum. Teleporting to visible locations was something Lucian always did to save time, and Mizuki was used to it, so she didn't mind. Wait a second, Mizuki said as she brought out her menu and opened her inventory. She retrieved a golden ring with a red crystalline gem at its center, which had the guild symbol on it. Is that a travel artifact? Lucian asked as he examined the golden ring. He had also created a similar item for himself, Suzun and Mei Mei. While he didn't need such an item because he could teleport anywhere as the owner of the base, he used it to limit his travel options and explore more of his guild to create new content. His travel item was a simple ring, unlike the beautiful one Mizuki held. Regular players created utility items in the form of rings, as players could essentially expand their ring slots to 10. Yes, it's the Ring of Ain Zulgaun. It allows all the guild members to move through the base without having to walk for hours, Mizuki explained. She pushed the large ring onto her finger, and it immediately shrank to the size of her finger. Then, she held Lucian's hand, which he allowed, and tapped on the ring. A new menu appeared, and they immediately vanished from the entrance of the Grand Mausoleum. Lucian and Mizuki immediately appeared in what seemed to be a dark maze-like place surrounded by walls on both sides, with an open path in the front and back. The ceiling was high, and the eerie, black ground emitted a dark light. "This is the second floor. Let's go," Mizuki said excitedly as she held Lucian's hand and led him down one of the pathways. "Did you guys not customize the first few floors?" Lucian asked as they walked. "We did. We expanded the floor, so we decided to keep the first 3 floors as close to the original catacombs as possible. But there are many new additions made by other guild members," Mizuki explained as they entered what appeared to be a burial chamber. It was a vast room with the Ain Zulgaun flag hung at the top. "Let me see," Mizuki muttered as she brought up her screen and started looking for something. After a moment, she turned her attention back to Lucian. "Just wait a few seconds. Shaltir will probably be coming here. Her NPC settings are designed for her to patrol all 3 floors every day," Mizuki explained. As Mizuki finished speaking, the figure of a petite yet extremely beautiful girl appeared. She had pale, shiny skin, seductive crimson-red eyes, and fine facial features. Her long silver hair was tied in a ponytail, allowing her face to be clearly visible. She was dressed in a black evening gown with a large, heavy skirt, and her hands were covered with long laced gloves. Her chest was quite substantial for her body. "Ugh, those are fake," Mizuki commented, noticing Lucian's gaze lingering on Shaltir's breasts. "What?" Lucian exclaimed in shock. "Yes, Ranchan said she uses pads. She is flat." "As flat as a road can get," Mizuki said in a joking tone. "Well, that's cruel," Lucian replied, shaking his head. "Despite that, she is the strongest custom NPC in the base right now," Mizuki added with a proud expression. "Oh, can I see her NPC status?" Lucian asked, curious about her levels and abilities. "Sure. But you should avoid reading her story settings. After all, even I don't know what kind of monstrosities she is hiding within her," Mizuki warned. She immediately brought up the character settings and showed them to Lucian. However, Lucian couldn't interact with the settings directly. He could only view them with permission from Bukubukagama, which she granted. Type: Custom NPC. Name: Shaltir Bloodfallen. Heteromorph. Race: Vampire. Gender: Female. Alignment: Extreme Evil. Karma: Level: 100. Racial class: Vampire, LVL, 10. True Vampire, LVL, 10. Job class: Blood Drinker, LVL, 10. Blood Lord, LVL, 5. Necro Knight, LVL, 10. Cursed Knight, LVL, 5. Voknut Weapon, LVL, 10. Valkyrie Lance, LVL, 5. Cleric, LVL, 10. Battle Cleric, LVL, 5. Necro Caster, LVL, 10. Cursed Caster, LVL, 5. Unholy Zealot Canable, LVL, 5. Racial levels, 20. Job levels, 80. HP, 8989. MP, 77. PHY. ATK, 88. PHY. Def, 85. Agility, 70. Mag. ATK, 84. Mag. Def, 69. Resist, 84. Special, 86. Creator, Perarancino. Floor Guardian, 1st to 3rd. Settings. Battle settings dash. Aggressive battle thirsty playful. Story settings dash. Shaltir is the guardian of the first 3 floors, responsible for preventing any intruders from advancing beyond this initial section. As a true vampire, she carries immense pride in her role as a floor guardian and approaches her duties with unwavering dedication. Simultaneously, she possesses little patience for failure and frequently reacts with bursts of fury when faced with unfavorable situations. She won't hesitate to eliminate any servant who falls short of her expectations. Shaltir is notably sensitive about her petite figure and small breasts. She attempts to enhance her appearance by using breast pads, which she considers vital for maintaining her self-esteem. However, she refrains from punishing others for failing at impossible tasks, showing a sense of fairness. In terms of personality, she is quite flirtatious and openly embraces her bisexuality, although this sometimes makes her peers uncomfortable. Usually, when she has nothing to do, she spends all her time in her residence with her vampire brides, engaging in numerous unspeakable acts. She possesses an immense sexual appetite for women and a highly sadistic personality, taking pleasure in subjecting others to a wretched state. She can prove to be exceedingly dangerous to anyone who captures her interest. Her array of sexual activities includes necrophilia sex with dead people, sadism inflicting pain and deriving sexual pleasure from it, coprophilia playing with poop in a lewd way, abrasion enjoying abrasion, acrotomophilia sex with amputated people, apotemnophilia wanting to be an amputee. Electrostimulation use of electricity for sex, erotic asphyxiation enjoying while restricted breathing, fetishism and genital part attraction, catoptronophilia enjoying sex while looking at a mirror, and masochism limited to those who she regards as her lord. She also partakes in nasolingus sex with nose. WTF bro, partialism specific body parts attraction, podophilia involving feet specifically, solismophilia horny from seeing stuttering and stuttering. Psychrophilia horny from cold, pteronphilia horny from feathers or wings, pubophilia pubic hair arousal, WTF. Pygophilia horny for buttocks, quirophilia horny from hands, savantophilia horny for mentally ill people, WTF bro. Teratophilia horny from deformities or monsters, titillagnia wanting to touch rub or scratch another person's skins, trichophilia horny for hair, urophilia involving golden showers or water play. Vorophilia horny for eating or getting eaten, emetophilia horny for 2 girls 1 cup vomit, gore horny for blood, violence and other stuff. Her settings will be changed, to have less fetishes and be a Yandra. Please don't be disgusted, I just wanted to visualize what Peroncino might have written. Kumi-chan, don't you think having eyes is tough for humans? Lucian asked solemnly as he immediately removed the character settings from his vision after reaching the unsettling part. He looked at Mizuki with a smile. No, why would you say that? Mizuki questioned what he had read. Lucian immediately replied. I think I need a therapist and a 5-year break from any game. In fact, Kumi-chan, let's just dive into my bed and sleep forever. This world ain't worth it, Lucian said with a monotonous voice, almost as if he had given up. What? Mizuki flinched a little, surprised and misunderstanding his sudden request. A blush that wasn't visible on her avatar immediately colored her face as she replied, I am fine with it, though it would be my first time, so can we take things a little slow? In an almost inaudible voice. You should read her character settings, they are entirely normal, Lucian advised, his hands gently resting on Mizuki's shoulders. Due to his avatar's typically still and emotionless face, Mizuki couldn't discern the underlying meaning in his words. However, curiosity got the best of her, and she decided to check Shaltir's character settings. And immediately, regret washed over her. Lucian, do you think you can just take me to heaven? I kind of don't want to live on the same planet as my brother, Mizuki said with an emotionless voice, as if she had given up all hope. You're absolutely right. We should leave this planet, Lucian replied in the same emotionless tone, suggesting their shared disillusionment. A few minutes passed as they both digested all the data they had read through, and finally, after 10 minutes, Lucian spoke. Kumi-chan, I think you should change a few of her story settings, Lucian said, holding her shoulders. I think I will, Mizuki replied with a defeated expression. She didn't know her brother would be this devious and create character settings that explicit. If she had known her story settings were this extreme, she would have never brought Lucian here to begin with. Anyway, let's go to the other floors. I want to show you my NPCs too, Mizuki said as she pulled Lucian away from the burial hall, and they continued to explore the other floors of Nazarick. The time they spent together was very fun, and Lucian enjoyed exploring Nazarick, though he felt a little sneaky since he was a former member of Ain Zulgaun. First, they explored the 4th floor after leaving the 3rd floor, which was similar to the other 2 floors, filled with undead mob NPCs. The 4th floor was an underground lake located inside a cavern. It turned out to be a pretty vast floor, and Lucian was surprised as he dived into the vast underground lake to discover a huge golem sleeping beneath it. When he asked Bukubukagama about the details, she explained that it was a guardian of the floor, not a custom NPC but rather a bonus NPC given after the conquest of the dungeon. However, Bukubukagama didn't allow him to explore the floor any further as she pulled him toward the fifth floor. The fifth floor was a vast expanse with an icy atmosphere, featuring numerous icebergs. Snow and hail fell from the sky, likely due to an expensive addition. Surprisingly, there were no damaging effects associated with these weather conditions. When Lucian inquired about this, Bukubukagama explained that such effects had been disabled because the maintenance costs were too high. Lucian had rarely considered maintenance costs as a concern, both in real life and the game, given his enormous wealth. This financial security allowed him to fully explore his creative potential, unhindered by monetary constraints. In contrast, players with limited resources often needed to manage their finances and devise innovative strategies to exploit the game. Yggdrasil's versatility was one of its strengths, accommodating both the wealthy and the average players, each with their unique advantages. Anyway, as they continued their exploration, the fifth floor had various interesting locations. However, Bukubukagama directed Lucian to the residence of the fifth floor guardian, a massive white dome with multiple accessible areas. The dome perpetually featured a blizzard-like effect, obscuring visibility for those without immunity to such conditions. Upon entering, Lucian discovered that the place resembled an intricately crafted ant lair, carefully designed from ice. Considering the race of the floor guardian of this place, it was a very fitting place. This floor's guardian was an insectoid NPC named Cocytus. Lucian wasn't surprised by Cocytus's settings, given that it was created by warrior Takamikazuchi, a fervent lover of heroes and warriors. Warrior Takamikazuchi's passion for heroes was evident in Cocytus's character, which bore striking similarities to such figures. The NPC resembled a fusion of a mantis and an ant, featuring two imposing mandibles, a scorpion-like tail, and a vibrant blue beetle-like exoskeleton. It walked on two legs and had 4 arms. Lucian thoroughly enjoyed his time at Cocytus's residence, which was intricately designed like a puzzle. Lucian, well aware of warrior Takamikazuchi's preferences, had a great time solving the puzzle by exploring the entire residence and appreciated the thought and creativity that went into it. It was a truly enjoyable experience for him. Type: Custom NPC. Name: Cocytus. Heteromorph. Race: Insectoid. Gender: Male. Alignment: Neutral. Karma: Level: 100. Racial class: Cryo Ant, LVL, 2. Manto D Knight, LVL, 4. Kabuto Kishi literal translation, Beetle Knight. But I prefer another English version I created, War Beetle, LVL, 2. Scorpionidian, LVL, 2. Insect Fighter, LVL, 10. Vermin Lord, LVL, 10. Job Class: Swordmaster, LVL, 10. Sword Saint, LVL, 10. Quadra Gladius, LVL, 10. Crush Alla Weapon, LVL, 2. Kshatriya, LVL, 2 necessary classes to get Azura. Azura Ambivalent, LVL, 5 can be malevolent, or benevolent, depending on classes chosen. Doppel Sword, LVL, 6. Frost Knight, LVL, 10. Knight of Nibelheim, LVL, 5. Samurai, LVL, 10. Racial levels, 30. Job levels, 70. HP, 100100. MP, 2929. PHY. ATK, 97. PHY. Def, 84. Agility, 71. Mag. ATK, 43. Mag. Def, 76. Resist, 82. Special 75. Creator, Warrior Takamikazuchi. Floor Guardian, 5th. I'll spare you his character settings, otherwise it'll be too long. After 2 hours of exploring just the first few floors, Lucian and Mizuki finally reached the 6th floor. This was also where the twin NPCs of Byukabukagama were located. Mizuki was eager to introduce her NPCs to Lucian, confident that he would appreciate them. When Lucian was teleported to the 6th floor with Byukabukagama, he was greeted by the radiant sunlight and a clear blue sky that seemed to stretch endlessly. Blue Planet Sand created this floor and was also responsible for its design, Mizuki explained, noticing Lucian's gaze as she pointed toward the sky. The sky changes to a beautiful starry night sky at night. You should stay for a while so we can gaze at it together. It's so beautiful, Mizuki said, her excitement evident as she jumped up and down. Sure, Lucian replied, taking in the vast expanse of the 6th floor. It extended as far as the eye could see, with wild wilderness and forests scattered throughout. The area resembled a jungle, with very few features standing out. One of them was a massive coliseum situated a little further from where they had teleported. Let's go. I can't wait to introduce you to Aura and Mare, Mizuki said eagerly, pulling Lucian towards the opposite side of the colossal coliseum. Lucian didn't resist, genuinely curious to see the NPCs designed by Byukabukagama. Chapter 43. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived in what seemed to be a clearing, a bit farther from the colossal coliseum. In the clearing stood an enormous tree that appeared to be over 20 meters tall. The tree's branches swayed in the wind, and the leaves scattered with each gust, likely another special effect. Let's go, Mizuki said as she guided Lucian closer to the towering tree. As they approached, the intricate details of the tree came into view. On the opposite side of the tree, a small entrance was visible. A bit further from that, they found a pristine white parasol, a table, and chairs arranged, as though they were intended for an outdoor gathering. This was something Mizuki had created and frequently used when having discussions with guild members. It was primarily for her and the other female guild members, as they held their small gatherings at this spot. Let me call for my NPCs. Come here, Aura and Mare, Mizuki commanded, activating the voice function. 2 figures promptly emerged from the small entrance, their petite figures moving gracefully as they walked and knelt in front of the red slime. Look, look! Mizuki exclaimed, moving closer to them and placing her hands on their shoulders. Aren't they cute? She gazed at Lucian with stars in her eyes, hoping for his agreement. However, he merely responded with an unenthusiastic nod. The first figure was a cute, boyish-looking child with dark skin and pointed ears. She had golden hair and heterochromatic eyes, with her left eye being blue and her right eye green. She wore a gold vest paired with white trousers and gold shoes, along with various accessories for added details. The second figure was another adorable child with dark skin and pointed ears, sporting golden hair and heterochromatic eyes, with the right one being blue and the left one green. This clearly indicated that they were twins. However, this child was wearing a skirt, suggesting a different gender from the first figure. Mizuki appeared somewhat disheartened and asked, "What? You don't like them?" She thought Lucian might not have liked her creations, but he quickly reassured her. "No, I was just wondering if it's fine to have humanoid NPCs. Isn't the guild intended for heteromorphs only?" Lucian raised a valid point for clarification. Mizuki replied, shaking her head, No, it's fine. They are NPCs, not players. They wouldn't try to sabotage the base. Lucian's curiosity was still present as he continued, "Do you mind if I see their status?" Mizuki readily complied with his request and presented their character statuses for him to review. Type: Custom NPC. Name: Orabella Fiora. Humanoid. Race: Dark Elf. Gender: Female. Alignment: Neutral Evil. Karma: Level: 100. Racial class: Not available. Job class: Hunter, LVL, 15. Scout, LVL, 10. Ranger, LVL, 5. Tamer, LVL, 15. High Tamer, LVL, 10. Beast Tamer, LVL, 5. Archer, LVL, 15. Marksman, LVL, 10. Shooter, LVL, 5. Sniper, LVL, 5. Specialist Beast, LVL, 5. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 100. HP, 85-85. MP, 15-15. PHY. ATK, 75. PHY. Death, 75. Agility, 85. Mag. ATK, 00. Mag. Death, 75. Resist, 70. Special, 90. Creator, Bukabukagama. Floor Guardian, 6th. Settings. Battle settings dash. Playful stealthy difficult resourceful. Story settings dash. She is one of the twin floor guardians of the 6th floor and shares the responsibility for guarding and maintaining this floor with her brother. Aura is a cheerful and boyish girl who possesses a straightforward and blunt manner in her speech. Her dominating nature ensures that her brother listens to her every word. Moreover, she exhibits a collector's spirit, with a keen interest in taming various creatures that catch her fancy. While Aura often patrols the forest, it falls upon Mare to watch over the amphitheater temporarily. In cases where her brother intends to leave the location, Aura becomes the key person to whom Mare must communicate his reasons for departing. Aura maintains excellent relationships with other NPCs, with one notable exception being Shaltir. She perceives Shaltir's personality as unfavorable and harbors a dislike to her undead nature and a hideous appearance hidden beneath Shaltir's beauty. It's important to note that while Aura is annoyed by Shaltir, she doesn't hold any hatred towards her. Type. Custom NPC. Name. Mare Bella Fiora. Humanoid. Race. Dark Elf. Gender. Male. Alignment. Neutral evil. Karma. Level, 100. Racial class. Not available. Job class. Druid, LVL, 10. High Druid, LVL, 10. Grand Druid, LVL, 5. Nature's Herald, LVL, 10. Calamity Caster, LVL, 10. Disciple of Disaster, LVL, 5. Forest Mage, LVL, 10. Nature's Guardian, LVL, 10. Gaia's Acolyte, LVL, 10. Natural Archon, LVL, 10. Elementalist Earth, LVL, 10. Racial levels, none. Job levels, 100. Settings. Battle settings dash. Difficult reticent deadly. Story settings dash. He is one of the twin floor guardians of the 6th floor and also the younger brother of Aura Bella Fiora. He is responsible for guarding the floor against any potential invaders, along with his sister. Mare has a shy and timid personality, which is the polar opposite of his sister, Aura. He frequently stutters when speaking and maintains a subservient demeanor during conversations. Beneath his shy and retiring facade, Mare can display hostility and determination when dealing with those who threaten the territory of the 41 supreme beings. He prefers to sleep all day and enjoys reading books from Nazarik's library, Ashurbanipal, rather than engaging in conversations with others. He is highly obedient to his sister, following her guidance as a good younger brother should. Mare also holds deep affection for everyone in Nazarik, even though it may not always be evident in his demeanor. He exhibits a sense of loyalty, and acts as a dutiful guardian. Traps really? Lucian's exasperation was evident as he sighed and looked at Mizuki, who flinched at his words. See, despite their appearance, they are very cute, right? Plus, isn't the idea of traps something everyone likes? Isn't that like yes? Gap Mo. Mizuki stuttered as she tried to explain and provide a reasonable justification to Lucian for making her NPCs appear as traps. Did you really model them after your and Perorancino's relationship? Wow! It really does reinforce the idea that a good brother is one who listens to his sister. Lucian stared at Mizuki as he walked closer to her. She tried to back up but stumbled over the chair and table that were there, ending up sitting on it as Lucian approached her. Do you really think that's how it works? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Lucian said, emphasizing his point by slamming his hands on the pristine white table. I stand by my statement, Mizuki replied, turning over and whistling as if her statement were an unchangeable fact. Ah, and here I thought you had created groundbreaking NPCs that would change the world, Lucian said, clearly mocking her. Mizuki couldn't help but exclaim, getting up from her seat, what? Mizuki couldn't help but ask with a mix of hostility and concern, are you saying my NPCs are not good? Lucian quickly clarified, no, that's not what I meant. I just wondered if making them traps was really necessary. Mare could have been a femboyish girl, and Aura could have been a tomboyish girl. He then shifted their focus, saying, let's explore the other floors. I'm very interested in seeing all of Nazarick before I log out. This time, Lucian took the lead and gently tugged Mizuki along by her slimy hands as they continued their exploration. Oh, okay, Mizuki said as her enthusiasm returned, and she immediately began showing Lucian the massive Colosseum. However, Lucian didn't linger on the 6th floor for too long because he was curious about something else, the NPCs created by Obert. Mizuki had described them as crazy, and considering Obert's own eccentricity in the game, Lucian couldn't wait to learn more. A brief flash of light marked their teleportation to the 7th floor, a place that could only be described with a single word, hell. The entire place was submerged in flowing lava, surrounded by ruins of temples that seemed to hover above the scorching heat, miraculously refusing to melt. The sky was absent, resembling an endless sea of crimson overhead. The lava emitted sizzling sounds and bubbling bubbles seemed to pop as Lucian stood on what seemed to be a circular platform amidst the black scorched remnants of the molten terrain. This platform was connected to a lengthy charred walkway that appeared to lead somewhere, likely toward the center of the floor. This is a ruin, did Obert-san create this entire place? Lucian asked as he gazed at the landscape, taking in the hellish beauty of the surroundings. It reminded him of his own citadel of sin, albeit in fiery red. The lava enhanced the scenery, creating a magnificent yet infernal view. The ground seemed scarce, as if the lava could consume it at any moment. No matter where he looked, it only served as a reminder of impending doom and a nightmarish red spectacle, reminding him memories of his time fighting the boss in Valhalla. Yeah, Obert-san spent months here creating and customizing things, Mizuki explained as she tugged on Lucian's hand and pointed in a particular direction. What? Lucian inquired, noticing her tugs. His NPCs are in the blazing temple, which is at the center of the floor. Let's go there, she said, jumping onto Lucian's back for a piggyback ride. Sigh all right, Lucian sighed, and 2 black wings immediately materialized behind his back. They began to emit a vibrant neon green light, and in the blink of an eye, he and Mizuki vanished. Their figures darted through half of the floor in an instant, arriving on a stable platform, a welcome change from the fiery, crimson rocks they stood on before. A circular platform that appeared to be fractured stood at the center of the entire lava floor. At the center of it all stood a ruined Greek-type temple, with many of its columns scattered as if they had violently collided under immense gravitational pressure. Numerous statues of gods lay bare, broken, and profaned, as if intentionally mocking their divine might. The high ceiling had collapsed and become lodged in the ground. The scene gave the impression that demons had rebelled and cast the gods out of their heavenly abode. It was as if a rebellion led by a great demon general had taken place, and the entire place stood as a massive testament to a once shattered glory. This is truly something Obert-san would create, Lucian chuckled as he inspected the profanities etched onto the faces of various statues of gods, each representing Obert's unique touch when things didn't go his way. Most of these statues depicted gods from the Greek pantheon, a pantheon that Obert clearly found distasteful. Lucian was well aware of this, considering they had once shared similar inclinations. Together, they had even faced a Greek god-type boss monster. You and Obert-san really do have similar tastes, Chunibyo. Mizuki playfully teased, showing a sticking-out tongue emoji in a mocking manner. However, her attempt fell flat as Lucian didn't respond to her comment. He continued forward, entering the already shattered temple. The moment he stepped inside, he came across a single throne situated amidst all the desecration. The throne, in stark brilliant white, appeared as if meant for a divine being, but the figure seated upon it was certainly neither an angel nor a holy being. Seated there was a tall demon with dark skin and impeccably combed hair. His eyes were concealed behind round glasses. He donned an orange-striped British suit complete with a tie, and behind his back extended a metallic silver spiky tail with 6 distinct spikes. Type: Custom NPC. Name: Demiurge. Heteromorph. Race: Demon. Gender: Male. Alignment: Extreme Evil. Karma: Level: 100. Racial class: Imp, LVL, 10. Quasit, LVL, 10. Devil, LVL, 10. Archdevil, LVL, 5. Job class: Summoner Dark, LVL, 10. Chaos, LVL, 10. Initiate Darkness, LVL, 10. Prince of Darkness, LVL, 10. Polymorpher, LVL, 10. Shapeshifter, LVL, 10. Discordant Chaos, LVL, 5. Racial levels, 35. Job levels, 65. HP, 66. MP, 5757. PHY. ATK, 51. PHY. Def, 60. Agility, 57. Mag. ATK, 62. Mag. Def, 66. Resist, 100. Special, 100. Settings. Battle settings dash. Resourceful playful. Story settings dash. Demiurge serves as the floor guardian of the 7th floor and holds the responsibility of safeguarding this floor, along with overseeing the blazing temple. He has the traits of a genius evil mastermind, with an intellect that rivals that of the supreme beings. His intelligence is matched by his strategic thinking. As a demon, Demiurge is inherently cruel, showing no empathy for any race, whether human, demon, or any other. As a chaotic being, he derives immense pleasure from witnessing the suffering of others. He derives joy from inducing hateful emotions and treacherous thoughts within the hearts of his subjects, often using them as instruments for his experiments. Despite his sadistic nature, Demiurge possesses an artistic side. He is a skilled carpenter and artisan, taking delight in creating exquisite works of art. Tragically, his creations are often born out of the suffering of those used as his inspiration. He reserves his kindness for the members of Nazarick and holds deep respect for his creator. One of his defining traits is his immense pride in his role as the creation of the greatest demon with the highest magic attack, which also extends to the other creations of Nazarick. Demiurge also greatly respects his master's friend, Lucian, who embarked on a journey and never returned. He values Lucian as highly as his own creator. Additionally, Demiurge also understands his role in being the judge of whether his sister should be permitted to leave her sealed place, recognizing the destructive potential she possesses. And the secrets she holds. Whoa, he truly defines Ulbert's Chunibyo personality, Lucian mused with a slight chuckle as he read through the story settings of the NPC. He also cherished the small subtle details of their adventures together that were written there, almost like a personalized fanfic, only he read it, giving the NPC more depth to draw upon. Right. Mizuki chimed in enthusiastically, maintaining a firm grasp on Lucian's hand. But Demiurge isn't the only NPC, Lucian. Look, Mizuki said as she led Lucian to the opposite end of the pristine white throne. There, a faint crack in the space appeared, distorting the fabric of game, and space around it. A personal space? Lucian asked, curiously gazing at the crack. Personal spaces allowed for the creation of secret locations within a base that could conceal monsters, NPCs, or even serve as treasuries. However, personal spaces had limitations and were not the most secure. They were relatively easy to discover, and their storage capacity was typically restricted, often expanding to no more than the size of a spacious room. Yeah. Ulbert-san hasn't told anyone about her. He has created another NPC. You should look at her settings. You'll be shocked. She has the exact armors as your old avatar. Mizuki said with excitement. She is the only one who had seen it, thanks to Ulbert and Bukabukagama, both acting as if they had been heartbroken by Lucian. In fact, they even had an insider joke in the guild regarding that. "Let's go," Mizuki said as she guided Lucian toward the crack in the space and tapped on the console. They were both teleported elsewhere. Lucian immediately found himself inside what appeared to be a cave, with a lake surrounding the small cave. He was standing on a black platform made of sea rocks. The platform extended to a round platform with a small rotunda supported by 8 white porcelain columns, reminiscent of Demiurge's throne. A gap in the ceiling allowed beautiful blue light to shine upon the exquisite rotunda, illuminating the entire cave as light bounced off the pristine white marble surface. Instead of a statue, there's an NPC there. The cave was relatively small, feeling like a confined space with no visible exits. Only the platform led to the central area, giving it the appearance of a caged cave. Lucian was drawn toward the beautiful place, momentarily forgetting about Mizuki. His feet carried him towards the center, where he found a new figure, one that eerily resembled himself. The new NPC standing before him had golden blonde hair, reminiscent of Lucian's appearance before he became a sin. Her hair was tied behind her back, and her eyes were a mesmerizing red. She wore a white and blue visor that covered her entire face, just like her full body. Silver, gold, and blue armor covered her entire body. The armor resembled a gown with exquisite gold and blue embroidery and was adorned with 4 blue gems arranged in a cross at the center. It bore a striking resemblance to Lucian's own armor, which was an old divine-class gear that he rarely wore nowadays. Her face was also exceptionally beautiful. Image here. To her left, within the rotunda, a huge shield floated in a blue light along with a massive one-handed sword, both of which were the same colors as her armor. Lucian could immediately tell that all of her gear was divine class, judging by the amount of data used for the intricate details and skins on those weapons. Type: Custom NPC. Name: Luciette. Heteromorph. Race: Demon. Gender: Female. Alignment: Extreme Evil. Karma: Level: 100. Racial class: Imp, LVL, 10. Cherubimps, LVL, 5. Heilig Tenebris, LVL, 5. Job class: Sword Saint, LVL, 10. Shield Saint, LVL, 10. Shield Lord, LVL, 10. Sword Dancer, LVL, 10. Sword Sultana, LVL, 5. Holy Knight, LVL, 5. Paladin Light, LVL, 10. Holy Patriot, LVL, 5. Holy Medium, LVL, 10. Vanquisher, LVL, 5. Racial levels, 20. Job levels, 80. HP, 110110. MP, 7070.